Lu Yang, after a night of revelry at a gathering, found himself inexplicably transported 5 years into the past. Instinctively, he intervened to save a girl who was fated to perish 5 years ago. Innocent, beautiful, yet resilient. However, while he succeeded in preserving her life, an unsettling sense of disarray began to envelop the situation. Lu Yang, I prepared a bento for you. Do you perhaps find it lacking? The girl's voice was soft, her downcast eyes exuding a sense of vulnerability. Lu Yang, do you think I'm ugly? She pouted, bringing her delicate visage closer to his. Lu Yang, it hurts so much, sob. The girl grasped his hand, seemingly about to place it upon herself. Wait, Xia Youran, something is amiss. Years later, Lu Yang gazed upon a room adorned with photographs of himself, clothing, used stationery, and even scraps of paper, lost in contemplation. It became evident that his past experiences were not mere figments of imagination. The sound of a door creaking open interrupted his thoughts. Darling, I'm back. Lu Yang turned to face a gentle woman clad in a chimed, a sweet smile gracing her features. Ah, you've discovered my secret hideaway. Chapter 1. I did not peep. Who among us is a paragon of virtue reborn in a restroom? Lu Yang found himself at a loss for words. Just moments prior, he had been at a class reunion, indulging in a few drinks, feeling a bit lightheaded. Upon closing his eyes and reopening them, he discovered himself in a restroom. At that moment, he was blissfully unaware that anything was amiss, attributing his bewilderment to drunkenness. A restroom, after all, is hardly distinguishable in familiarity. Yet when he exited after washing his hands, he was taken aback, for there stood a girl, somewhat familiar, encircled by onlookers. The murmurs of the crowd were filled with a sense of intrigue and sympathy, the scene both familiar and alien, causing Lu Yang's mind to whirl. The girl, clad in a school uniform, was unmistakably Xia Youran, the girl who had leapt to her death at 18. The campus belle of their youth, a sharp pain shot through Lu Yang's head as the lamentations from the reunion echoed in his thoughts. I truly felt sorrow for Xia Youran. She was so accomplished and beautiful. Honestly, I never believed she could have peeped in the boys' restroom. She was far too timid to even meet someone's gaze. Alas, those cruel individuals merely bullied her, taking advantage of her isolation and beauty, and when they failed, they spun tales. Various expressions of regret spilled forth from his former classmates, now university graduates, until a girl suddenly rose and seized the microphone from the table, her voice drowning out the KTV music. In a state of intoxication, Xia Youran's former deskmate, alternated between tears and laughter. Now you all have the audacity to speak? After she died, you were relentless in your gossip. Ignoring the awkwardness of her peers, she continued. I've said it before, she was merely delivering something for someone else that day. Falsely accused, all for a meager 5 yuan. Yet none of you believed her. You prefer to believe the nonsensical tale of the 18-year-old Belle peeping into the boys' restroom, even when a vibrant life was at stake. The police confirmed she did not peep. You, Zhang Bo, who pursued Yuran, she dismissed you, and yet you spread the most vicious rumors when she was gone, claiming you witnessed it firsthand. And you, Su Jiao, who constantly asked Yuran to lend you her homework. After the incident, you dared not utter a word in her defense, merely standing by to listen, occasionally echoing. One by one, classmates squirmed under the scrutiny, some retaliating in embarrassment, but none daring to raise their voices. That moment, the girl with the best rapport in their class, Bai Jingru, the cultural committee member, intervened, grasping Qiu Ying's arm. Ying, you've had too much to drink. Lu Yang, initially a mere observer, had always regarded his relationship with Xia Youran as one of casual acquaintance, having felt a fleeting sorrow for her tragic demise, believing she was too timid to have engaged in such misconduct. Unexpectedly, Qiu Ying shrugged off Bai Jingru's hand with fervor. You're the most shameless. You confessed to Lu Yang after graduation, didn't you? You claimed you fetched him water during PE, bought him breakfast, and even called the school police when he was cornered by thugs. And that love letter, was it penned by you? Have some dignity, Bai Jingru. Upon hearing his name, Lu Yang turned in astonishment towards the two girls. These words indeed echoed from Bai Jingru during her confession, but at that time, he had no feelings for her and had ultimately turned her down. However, their relationship had evolved into a friendship, and, as the years passed, there seemed to be an air of ambiguity between them. The beautiful girl had pursued him for so long that Lu Yang found himself somewhat moved. Bai Jingru's face flushed with embarrassment as she cast a quick glance in Lu Yang's direction, her expression betraying her unease. Qiu Ying, what are you saying? She reached out to grasp Qiu Ying's arm, but the inebriated girl's strength was formidable. Spinning around, she pointed toward Lu Yang in the corner. Lu Yang, listen. All of this was because of Yuran. She adored you, deeply. Her notebooks were filled with your name. In her final moments, she was haunted by the fact that you turned away, likely misunderstanding her. This may have been the final straw that broke her. As the alcohol coursed through her veins, the weight of her words seemed to evaporate in Lu Yang's mind. He tried to articulate a response, but all he managed was to press his hand to his forehead, murmuring, "What the hell?" And then, upon reopening his eyes, he found himself back in the restroom. Yang now beheld the girl in the school uniform, encircled by 3 men. She was strikingly attractive, her oval face appearing somewhat gaunt due to malnutrition, her complexion pale. Her eyes, shimmering with unshed tears, radiated confusion and fear, her delicate features making her stand out amidst the crowd. Her uniform, though clean, bore signs of wear, much like her backpack, while the long ponytail cascading down her back exuded an aura of innocence, a visage that many a boy would yearn for as a first love. At that moment, the pure and exquisite girl clutched a large bag, presumably containing the delivery Xia Youran mentioned. Yang felt as though he were in a daze, witnessing the scene from 5 years ago, the moment that marked the tragic fate of Xia Youran. 5 years prior, he had also emerged from the restroom to behold this very scene. He had been hurrying to meet friends, and the demeanor of the men surrounding her was intimidating. An aunt had intervened, attempting to shield the girl, prompting Yang to call the police. As he hesitated to leave, he spotted the approaching figures of the men in hats. Ultimately, Yang had chosen to walk away. The following day, the tragic news reached him that Xia Youran had taken her own life by jumping from a building, leaving this world behind. At that moment, his mind echoed with Xiao Ying's words, realizing that his departure may have been the final straw that crushed her spirit. Regardless of whether the unfolding events were merely a dream or some other surreal scenario, Yang knew he could not remain a passive observer. She is indeed beautiful, yet why does she harbor such voyeuristic tendencies? Surely, you would not wish to alert the authorities and have the school involved, would you? If not, then come with us. Exactly, we're all good people here. As he witnessed one of the tattooed men reaching out to grasp Xia Yuran's hand, he swiftly dashed forward, shielding her behind him. Wait a moment, have you misunderstood something? She is my classmate, and she is merely waiting for me. In the midst of the crowd, the girl who had been on the verge of tears from the incessant gossip, yet too anxious to voice her rebuttal, finally looked up upon hearing a familiar voice. She beheld the boy clad in the same school uniform as hers, and for a fleeting moment, she found herself entranced by the profile of his face, her eyes reflecting a blend of astonishment, fear, confusion, and fervor. The murmurs and mockery surrounding her seemed to fade into the distance. In Xia Yuran's eyes, there was only the boy standing before her, and the anxiety that had gripped her heart appeared to dissipate as he stood protectively in front of her. I don't know, I was not peeking. The girl's voice was barely a whisper, trembling yet resolute as she finally spoke up, her tone unwavering. I truly did not. Chapter 2. I respect their unique preferences initially. The imposing tattooed figures, poised to engage in their mischief, were visibly displeased when a boy in a school uniform unexpectedly interrupted their illicit activities. You're talking nonsense. That wretched girl was just peeking outside the restroom. All of us saw it. One of them exclaimed. Indeed, I just exited the restroom. Upon spotting me, she attempted to flee, clearly out of fear. An onlooker, an elderly lady, could no longer remain silent. What nonsense! This young girl is quite beautiful. Why would she be spying on you lot? What could she possibly gain from it? Another chimed in. I don't see her as the type at all. You aren't trying to bully her simply because she is attractive, are you? This scene unfolded near the public restroom in the park, adjacent to an outdoor basketball court where Yang had arranged to meet friends for a game. Most of the spectators were local residents, primarily women. The gang's demeanor darkened. They had been harassing this girl for some time, having discerned the circumstances of her impoverished home. Her gentle disposition made her an easy target for their antics, emboldening them to escalate their harassment today. Initially, the crowd had hesitated to intervene, but the sudden arrival of the boy had disrupted their plans. They intended to leave quickly, reaching out to drag the timid girl, Xia Youran, who was shielded behind Yang. Regardless, you were spying. Come with us, they insisted. However, Yang grasped the man's outstretched hand, tightening his grip slightly. The man's expression shifted as he withdrew his other hand to produce his phone, offering it to Xia Youran behind him. Call the police. Let us see what they have to say. Xia Youran trembled slightly as she received the phone, which still bore the warmth of youth. Lowering her gaze to the illuminated screen, she stammered, I don't know the password. The lock screen displayed an anime girl dressed in a maid outfit, which Xia Youran did not recognize. She was surprised to discover this was Yang's taste. You don't need to unlock it to call the police, Yang remarked, taken aback as he turned to her, only to notice the flush on her cheeks and her averted gaze. It dawned on him that Xia Youran came from a background so poor that her tuition was solely dependent on her scholarship, had it not been for her academic achievements. She would not have been able to attend high school at all. It was likely she didn't tea even on a phone. At that moment, the elderly lady who had intervened spoke again. I've already contacted the police. The station is nearby. They'll arrive in 3 to 5 minutes. The crowd, which had been discussing Xia Youran, now turned their attention to the trio of ruffians. After all, the students' accounts were more credible than those of the thugs. Upon hearing the word police, the three delinquents exchanged glances and, with a shout of, "Consider yourself lucky. We're in a hurry today. Damn it. We'll take this loss." They pushed through the crowd and departed. The onlookers dared not stop them. Xia Youran, still clutching Lu Yang's phone in one hand and her takeaway in the other, felt her heart race. Unsure if it was due to the recent ordeal or the protection Lu Yang had offered. The elderly lady, noticing the thugs had left and the crowd was dispersing, whispered, "I scare them off. When the police arrive, it'll just be a matter of settling things. Those fellows are clearly up to no good. Young lady, do take care of yourself. You're quite lovely." Xia Youran looked at the lady, a bit flustered. "Oh, okay, thank you." Her speech was somewhat stammered. Amidst the departing crowd, Lu Yang caught sight of a familiar face, Zhang Bo, who was indeed present, filming the scene with his phone. He recalled that in his previous life, a video had been shared on the school forum claiming Xia Youran had been caught spying on the boys' restroom, leading to widespread knowledge of the incident. By then, Xia Youran had already met with misfortune, having taken her own life. Yet, some still exploited that video for views. With no regard for the fact that the girl was no longer alive, spreading rumors had become costless. From a distance, upon noticing Lu Yang's gaze, Zhang Bo quickly lowered his phone and turned to flee, flashing a smile over his shoulder. Scoundrel, feeding off the misery of others, distorting the truth. Lu Yang felt a surge of anger rising within him. Lu Yang, your phone. Thank you for earlier. A delicate hand, pale and slightly translucent, extended his phone back to him. The girl's wrist was slender and fair, yet the calluses on her palm revealed a different story, contrasting with the typically soft hands of most girls. Lu Yang took the phone, his fingers brushing against the screen, which illuminated with the date, September 25th, 20XX. What? Have I truly returned to 5 years ago? A wave of disorientation washed over him. Just moments ago, his mind was consumed with one thought. He could not bear to witness Xia Youran suffer again before his eyes, which propelled him into action. Initially believing this was merely a dream, a product of his intoxication and the provocation of Qiu Ying's words. But now, seeing the date, he questioned why the dream had yet to end. As he looked at the girl before him, she had been caught peering at him earlier, upon meeting his gaze. She hastily averted her eyes, murmuring, "I really, truly didn't spy." Lu Yang replied, "I believe you. But are you a stutterer? I don't recall you having this flaw in my previous life." However, he soon realized that he had hardly conversed with Xia Youran before, leaving him puzzled about Qiu Ying's claims of affection for him. His gaze scrutinized the girl. I just got nervous." Xia Youran quickly protested, her innocent eyes lifting to meet Lu Yang's, only to shyly dart away again, her pale face turning crimson. Lu Yang mused. It seemed she might genuinely have feelings for me. Just as he was about to speak, his phone rang again. The contact labeled with a chicken emoji and a head of a chicken. It was his childhood friend, Ji Xiang. Upon answering, he heard Ji Xiang's voice. "What's up? Young? Did you fall in a restroom? Do you want us to come rescue you?" Of course, there's a fee for that. The familiar tone calmed Lu Yang's tumultuous emotions regarding his apparent rebirth. "Shut up. I'm not coming. I have something urgent," he retorted, ending the call despite Ji Xiang's protests. Turning back to the still-standing Xia Youran, he inquired, "Where are you headed now?" He recalled that in his previous life, Xia Youran had leapt from a building that evening, around 7 to 8 o'clock, though the exact time eluded him. Since he had returned, having aided her today, he resolved to accompany her until he missed the time of her previous demise. Caught off guard by his question, Xia Youran hesitated before replying. "I was originally delivering takeaway to them, but now they don't want it, so I have to return to the shop." Her disappointment was palpable. The meal would go undelivered, and she likely had lost her delivery fee. If they called to complain, she would probably face reprimand. Lu Yang took the takeaway bag from her hands, asking, "What is this? Let us move forward. We're just outside the restroom." "But I'm curious. Do you really believe someone would order food to be delivered right here? I mean, who would want to eat in a restroom? Who knows?" Xia Youran said innocently and adorably. "I thought they liked it this way. This is stinky tofu. I respect their unique preferences." Lu Yang, un homme modèle faire. Xia Youran did not seem as timid as he had presumed. Wasn't it rather relaxed and humorous? Chapter 3. This girl possessed a striking beauty that disregarded the existence of other girls. After Xia Youran spoke, she cautiously glanced at Lu Yang beside her. Her heart raced, and she could now ascertain that her accelerated heartbeat was not solely due to encountering delinquents, but primarily because of Lu Yang. Generally, Lu Yang appeared indifferent, as though he did not recognize her. Yet, unexpectedly, he had chosen to assist her this time. What began as a dismal day seemed to be miraculously healed by Lu Yang's timely help. Lu Yang, gazing at the stinky tofu in his hand, felt a wave of despondency. Who understands, my friends? I just graduated from university. After enduring the trials of academia, I now find myself back at square one. Wait, was he not in his final year of high school? Did this imply he would have to relive the Gaokao? And as a science student no less. Lu Yang was uncertain whether Xia Youran was contemplating despair, but he certainly was. He sat down at a stone table beside the park. Having just finished school on a Friday evening, they should be enjoying a break from classes. With a weary tone, he asked, "How much is this stinky tofu?" 25 yuan. Xia Youran replied honestly, unsure of his intentions. "So, if you deliver it, you receive a 5 yuan fee, right?" "How'd you know it was 5? She exclaimed, her voice filled with astonishment. Lu Yang replied, "I forgot. She is rather clever." He opened the packaging. "When I usually order takeout, the delivery fee is typically 5 yuan. I figured it should be about the same. Since I bought this, you could consider it a delivery, right? Afterward, I'll accompany you to the shop to settle the payment, and you'll receive your 5 yuan." Lu Yang came from a well-off family. Indeed, a very affluent one. His father was involved in business with his cousin, while his mother was a homemaker. Although his father's business was average, he was well-connected, having once had a cousin who was a billionaire, until the wealth shifted to those in the internet industry. In any case, they were wealthy. Hence, Lu Yang never lacked resources. Her friends. He initially intended to give Xia Youran money directly, but recalling that she had once taken her own life over a misunderstanding, he was mindful of her pride. Thus, he chose a more subtle approach. Xia Youran watched in surprise as Lu Yang actually consumed the stinky tofu. "You really don't have to do this. Thank you for today. Let me treat you instead." Lu Yang was still grappling with the realization that he had to repeat his final year of high school. Hearing her words, he glanced at her unexpectedly. Her school uniform had faded, and the straps of her yellow backpack had discolored. He had observed her eating simple meals of rice and vegetables in the school cafeteria, costing no more than 3 yuan per meal. Was she really going to treat him to this 25 yuan stinky tofu while struggling herself? Was she a bit foolish? He lifted his chin and declared, "I don't allow girls to treat me. If you wish to express your gratitude, just sit and eat with me. You are quite lovely, a feast for the eyes." Lu Yang acknowledged that he had spoken carelessly. His nature was somewhat carefree and jovial. However, seeing Xia Youran's face, which had just regained its color, flush anew from his words, he suddenly remembered she seemed to have feelings for him. Perhaps his remark was inappropriate. After all, knowing someone like you and still speaking so casually could be misconstrued. Just as he contemplated clarifying his statement, he noticed Xia Youran biting her lip and cautiously sitting beside him. As she settled down, a breeze swept by, and he caught a whiff of the simple scent of laundry detergent from her clothes, reminiscent of the aroma he had smelled at his grandmother's house when she washed clothes. It was refreshing and clean. Lu Yang's lips curled upward slightly. Though reliving his past was quite unfortunate, at least he had saved a life. Perhaps it wasn't so terrible after all. He nudged the box of stinky tofu towards her and thoughtfully inserted a toothpick. "Go on, eat. Afterward, I'll accompany you back to the shop." Xia Youran gazed at the box of stinky tofu that Lu Yang had pushed towards her and softly inquired, "Lu Yang, why are you so nice to me?" Deep down, she hoped that Lu Yang might, like other boys, have feelings for her. If it were anyone else, It wouldn't matter, but if it were Lu Yang, she would be truly delighted. Alas, her hopes were destined to be dashed. Lu Yang, seemingly puzzled, responded, "Oh, this is kindness? I'm merely treating you to something to eat. Aren't we classmates?" Lu Yang was not pretending. He recognized Xia Youran's beauty and her unfortunate background, and he was aware of her feelings for him. Yet at this moment, his sentiments leaned more towards sympathy. He felt that this girl was quite unfortunate. Furthermore, he had the unsettling feeling that he had awakened to the very moment she had encountered her misfortune, and he was determined not to witness her downfall as he had in his previous life. This was a matter of life and death. Thus, he had chosen to help her. This didn't seem particularly noble, did it? Upon hearing his response, Xia Youran's eyes flickered with disappointment. Nevertheless, she earnestly stated, "Thank you for today. I will repay you. If you need any assistance, feel free to ask. I can run errands or anything else." Lu Yang had initially intended to decline, but upon meeting her hopeful gaze, he ultimately said, "I can't think of anything at the moment, but I'll let you know if something comes to mind." Indeed, the previously anxious girl unveiled a gentle smile. This was the first time Lu Yang had seen her smile since his return. Her beautiful features relaxed, her round eyes curving into crescent moons, and her delicate lips turned upward, revealing the faintest hint of dimples at the corners of her mouth. Lu Yang couldn't help but exclaim internally, "No wonder so many boys were enamored with her." Xia Youran had the face of a first love, pure yet alluring. She embodied a beauty that seemed to disregard the existence of other girls. Lu Yang averted his gaze, puzzled as to why this girl had set her sights on him. He began to doubt the accuracy of Qiu Ying's words. "Eat up. It will taste terrible if it gets cold," he said, diving into his meal. The 25 yuan stinky tofu was quite substantial, and, thankfully, they managed to finish it together. As Lu Yang prepared to accompany Xia Youran back, she hesitated. After all, she had arrived on the shop's electric scooter. Lu Yang glanced at the scooter and then at Xia Youran. "Can you carry someone?" Xia Youran looked uncertain. "I've carried my grandmother, but she's quite light," implying that Lu Yang, with his long limbs, appeared significantly heavier, and she was unsure if she could manage. She looked at Lu Yang and suggested, "If not, I can pay for you to take a taxi." Lu Yang clicked his tongue and gently tapped her helmet. "Get off. I'll drive." "You'll ride with me?" Her eyes brightened as she looked at Lu Yang. To be frank, that yellow, old helmet is rather unsightly. However, one cannot deny that the individual wearing it is quite attractive. At this moment, Lu Yang averted his gaze somewhat awkwardly and said, "All right, I'll give you a ride. I know how to drive." An electric scooter and a motorcycle should be similar, right? Surely, he could ride an electric scooter if he could handle Harley. 3 minutes later, he slammed the brakes suddenly, causing the girl's soft body to collide with his back, and Lu Yang realized that riding an electric scooter was indeed quite different from a motorcycle. After all, the brakes on his motorcycle were quite effective. The girl let out a soft gasp of pain, and he thought, Chapter 4. May I join you for a meal? Xia Youran instinctively covered her chest, where she had unexpectedly bumped into him. The boy was wearing a crossbody bag, not a traditional backpack. Even though she had placed her backpack in front of her, she was not cradling it against her chest. So she crashed into his back without any hindrance due to the sudden braking. At that moment, tears of pain threatened to spill from her eyes. But upon hearing her own sound of distress, she felt a wave of embarrassment and instinctively covered her mouth, murmuring an apology. "I'm sorry." Lu Yang found himself genuinely embarrassed as he felt the impact when a girl collided with him due to the abrupt stop. He and Xia Youran spoke "I'm sorry" almost in unison. He hadn't anticipated her apology and turned to meet her startled gaze. The words he had wanted to say caught in his throat. Was this girl a timid rabbit? Why did her eyes turn red so easily? No wonder she was often bullied. Lu Yang inhaled sharply, realizing, "No, it's my fault. I just wanted to ask, can't we take the main road?" Riding without a helmet while carrying a passenger could get us in trouble. Also, where's your shop? After saying this, he looked into Xia Youran's eyes, hesitantly adding, "You're not going to cry, are you? This really isn't your fault." "I didn't mean to." Seeing the boy's cautious demeanor as he apologized made Xia Youran slowly blink and respond, "Actually, I'm not about to cry. It just hurts a bit." Saying this to someone she liked made her cheeks flush again. "It hurts? What does it hurt?" Lu Yang's gaze dropped, then quickly shifted away. As a boy who had never been in a romantic relationship, Lu Yang remained rather innocent in such matters, and he too felt his face heat up. After all, even though he had been reborn, he was only 4 or 5 years older than Xia Youran. Wasn't he still a pure-hearted boy? Coughing, he redirected the conversation. So, how do we get there? He focused straight ahead, his eyes resolute, no foolishness allowed. The first day of his rebirth was meant to prevent Xia Youran from meeting her tragic fate, not to indulge in frivolities. Furthermore, having been suddenly reborn after a casual drink, Lu Yang felt as though he were in a dream, even if this wasn't a dream. Who has to say he wouldn't return to his original life one day? Thus, his sole focus remained on ensuring her safety. Noticing the boy's neck had turned crimson, Xia Youran couldn't help but smile, realizing that Lu Yang was quite naive. Let us take a shortcut. The shop is over by Xinzilu. I'll guide you. The electric scooter, aside from its faulty brakes, was otherwise in good condition. However, the pink scooter was somewhat small for Lu Yang, who stood at 183 centimeters tall, causing him to feel a bit cramped. Nevertheless, it did not hinder him. As they navigated the back roads, he noticed her familiarity with the route, which confirmed that she likely frequented it. Recalling what Xiao had said during the gathering about her often running errands, he surmised that this was indeed true. Lu Yang had limited knowledge of Xia Youran's family situation due to their previous lack of interaction. He was aware that her family was not well off, that she was beautiful, and that she studied diligently. Beyond that, he knew little. The stark reality was that they belonged to different worlds. He had only noticed her in the past because she was remarkably famous for her beauty, with boys jokingly referring to her as the real-life embodiment of a poor flower. Ji Xiang had also mentioned her, and, coincidentally, they were classmates in their senior year. To claim he had never paid her any attention would be disingenuous, but tragically, she had jumped off a building barely a month into the school year. Beyond that, Lu Yang was genuinely unaware. He accompanied her to the store to settle the payment. Upon hearing the circumstances, the shop owner kindly gave Lu Yang a discount, charging him only 20. Lu Yang still scanned for 25, saying, "Thank you, boss. And here's an additional 5 for our delivery person." Xia Youran looked up in astonishment. The owner, smiling, handed a 10 yuan note to Xia Youran, saying, "Here, Xia, this is your fee for running errands from your classmate." Xia Youran pursed her lips, saying, "Uncle Lin, I only need 5. You can give it back to him." Lu Yang chuckled at this. "Hey, why are you like this?" He turned to the owner, known as Uncle Lin, and asked, "Could you give her 2 5 yuan notes instead?" Uncle Lin, amused by the young pair, complied and handed over 2 5 yuan notes. Xia Youran happily accepted one and passed it to Lu Yang, who genuinely took it. Uncle Lin then reminded her, "Xia, it's getting late. Shouldn't you check on your grandmother and see if she needs her medicine?" Xia Youran glanced at her somewhat worn wristwatch. Lu Yang couldn't identify the brand and surmised it was likely a simple purchase from the shop due to her family's circumstances. "Yes, I should head back. Thank you, Uncle Lin." As she spoke, she hesitated to glance at Lu Yang. With an air of familiarity, Lu Yang waved goodbye to Uncle Lin, saying, "We're off now, Uncle Lin. Your stinky tofu is delicious. May I have your number for future orders? Or do you sell through a platform?" Uncle Lin pulled out a business card and handed it to Lu Yang, saying, "The platform takes too much commission. I don't sell through it. It's all business with regular customers. Previously, it was just Xia and me delivering. If you want some next time, just give me a call for a discount." "Thank you, Uncle Lin," Lu Yang replied with a smile, following Xia Youran out of the stinky tofu shop. Xia Youran was somewhat reluctant to part with Lu Yang, feeling as though today had been a dream. Talking to him and being this close felt surreal. However, Uncle Lin's words snapped her back to reality. "Are you heading back?" Lu Yang checked his phone. It was past 5, and she should be going home. Today, Lu Yang intended to stay by Xia Youran's side, as the reasons behind her tragic leap remained unclear. He needed to ensure she was safe tonight. "I'm not going back. There is no one to cook for me," he said, glancing at the 5 yuan bill in his hand. "Didn't you just say you wanted to repay me? Do you live around here? May I come over for a meal? 5 yuan for labor? I'll cover the cost of groceries, but 5 yuan might be a bit too little. Wait a moment. Let me find the boss to exchange for some cash." As he turned to leave, a cool hand grasped his wrist, the calluses on her palm brushing against him, sending a slight thrill through his heart. No need, it's enough. No, I want tea except money. My home is nearby, she said, though her face bore a hint of hesitation. But Lu Yong had already turned and walked away, glancing back to ask, which direction is the market? I'm not familiar with the area. He then noticed the dimness in her eyes brighten once more. Chapter 5. Entering the Inner Sanctum. Xia Youran had initially thought Lu Yong was leaving. After all, it is well known that Lu Yong hails from a well-to-do family. Though his temperament can be described as generally pleasant, he is not without his moments of irritation. In fact, she had previously overheard Ji Xiang lamenting about young Master Lu's temper. From Xia Yuran's perspective, having just pledged to repay him, she felt as though she was now making excuses to decline his requests, which would likely incite his displeasure. However, upon witnessing Lu Yong patiently waiting for her, she could not help but break into a light jog towards him. My home consists only of my grandmother and me, and it's quite small. I wonder if you would find it comfortable. What does comfort matter? As long as there is food to eat, it's fine. Come on, let us head to the market. Didn't Uncle Lin mention that you should return to remind your grandmother to take her medicine? Lu Yong remarked as he walked alongside her. Entering her abode, she sought a justification to linger a while longer, where she leapt from in her previous life. It seemed it wasn't from her home, but rather from the rooftop of a hotel or perhaps a shopping mall. Lu Yong couldn't recall the specifics, as he hadn't paid much attention back then. He only remembered contributing over 2,000 yuan to her family when the class organized the donation. Given the multitude of uncertainties, he found it prudent to stay close to her. May I ask, what illness does your grandmother suffer from? Lu Yong inquired, glancing at Xia Yuran's profile before adding. If you prefer not to disclose, I completely understand. There is nothing I cannot share. My grandmother has dementia. So, if she calls out names randomly or behaves in a way that might discomfort you, please do not take offense, Xia Youran replied earnestly, her eyes beseeching him not to lose his temper. If you find yourself unhappy, I will apologize to you. Observing her caution, Lu Yong began to understand why she initially wished to refuse his company. It's all right. My grandmother also has dementia and occasionally does not recognize people. I have some experience with it, he reassured her with a smile. As they entered the market, although Lu Yong was the one providing the funds, she initially attempted to stop him. However, she could not withstand his swift payment via scanning. Numerous patrons recognized Xia Youran, and her adeptness at selecting vegetables indicated she was no stranger to shopping there. She purchased only a few items, likely mindful of Lu Yong's generosity. Eventually, Lu Yong took it upon himself to buy beef and chicken, even opting not to haggle and simply paying the price. It was not until Xia Youran grasped the strap of his crossbody bag, halting his progress towards the seafood section, that she exclaimed, "That's enough. We cannot consume so much." Lu Yong turned to her, then glanced down at her hand holding his bag, ultimately conceding, "Very well, let us return. If you're unable to cook, I can manage it. I can cook. It's just unnecessary with so much food," Xia Youran asserted. "Both my grandmother and I eat very little." Lu Yong thought to himself, "I can see that. You are on the verge of becoming emaciated." He nodded, suggesting, "If there are leftovers, you could prepare bento boxes. Our cafeteria can reheat them." Xia Youran pondered this, wondering if Lu Yong was hinting at something. Perhaps she could wake up early on Monday to prepare bento for him. Lu Yong remained blissfully unaware of the thoughts swirling in her mind. He merely felt she was too thin, her wrist seeming fragile enough to break with the slightest pressure. The journey back to Xia Yuran's residential area was brief. The neighborhood was rather old, and given that it was mealtime, few people were visible. Those who were present merely cast a glance without engaging in conversation. Most residents were tenants who frequently changed, resulting in rather superficial relationships, as Xia Youran explained. "Are you also renting?" Lu Yong inquired. "Yes, we are not from here. My grandmother brought me here to attend middle school," Xia Youran replied earnestly, cautioning Lu Yong about the narrow staircase. He noticed she had never mentioned her parents, but had referenced her grandmother several times, leading him to form certain assumptions. Xia Yuran's home was on the third floor, secured by a rather flimsy anti-theft door. Upon entering, they were greeted by a small yet tidy living area. The modest one-bedroom layout included a balcony that housed the kitchen and bathroom, a common design for rental properties. "Please, come in," Xia Youran said, her demeanor slightly awkward. Lu Yang glanced down, realizing he did not need to change his shoes. "All right." As he stepped inside, a well-kept elderly woman emerged from the kitchen. "You're back, Youran." Upon seeing Lu Yang, she paused for a moment. "Is this your classmate?" Xia Youran felt relieved to see her grandmother in a somewhat coherent state. "Grandma, this is my classmate Lu Yang. He helped me today, so I invited him over for dinner." Lu Yang greeted warmly. "Hello, Grandma. I am Lu Yang, a classmate of Xia Youran." "Ah, Ido. You must be Lu Yang. You're quite handsome. Come in, and thank you for helping my Youran today," the elderly lady said, enthusiastically ushering him into the house. As Lu Yang settled onto the sofa, his gaze fell upon a family photograph on the television cabinet. The picture featured 5 individuals, a younger version of the elderly lady and an old man seated, flanked by a young couple with a beautiful girl around 10 years old standing in between. The girl bore a striking resemblance to her mother, unmistakably Xia Youran. Xia Youran placed a warm cup of water in front of Lu Yang. "Grandma asked me to come out and keep you company." Upon hearing this, Lu Yang stood up. "How can I let Grandma handle everything alone? I'll help." This time, Xia Youran did not attempt to grasp his hand. Instead, she opted to tug at the hem of his shirt. "No, it's all right. I've already been shooed out. If you go in, Grandma will surely send you out as well." She glanced towards the kitchen, adding, "Thank you, Lu Yang. You are my lucky star. Grandma hasn't been this lucid in quite some time." A lightness filled her voice, reflecting her joy and illuminating her eyes as they sparkled with delight. The breeze from the balcony carried the aroma of the cooking food, infusing the small space with a homely essence. Lu Yang regarded her smiling contenance, awkwardly touching his ears as they began to heat up. "Oh, your words made me a bit bashful." He observed how easily she found happiness in such small gestures. Could it be that she had truly contemplated ending her life over what today had transpired? Thus far, Lu Yang perceived Xia Youran as a remarkably optimistic and vibrant girl. Distinctly not someone who would take such drastic action over something so easily clarified. A hand waved in front of him. "Lu Yang?" "Yes," he replied, snapping back to attention. "Please, just sit tight for a moment. I'm going to help Grandma," Xia Youran said, her heart racing at the prospect of being alone with him. As she nodded, she retrieved an old mobile phone resembling a vintage Nokia, compact and somewhat thick, its black casing betraying its age. "Oh, so she has a phone," Lu Yang mused. Xia Youran plugged the charger in her phone, her fingers curling slightly. She dared not turn around, even though she was aware that Lu Yang was watching her. "Your clothing is rather thin. Perhaps you should change into something warmer." For Xia Youran, the encounter with Lu Yang today felt surreal. He had assisted her so much and even accompanied her home. It was all too incredible. Even after they had finished their meal and she had tidied up the dishes, she could still see her grandmother and Lu Yang engaged in conversation together. Lu Yang's smile was radiant. He must have always been the kind of boy that elders adore, sunny and sweet-tongued. Leaning beside the elderly lady, there was not a trace of impatience or disdain in his eyes. He praised Xia Youran, extolling her virtues and stating how much her classmates liked her. In truth, she knew that not many in her class held affection for her. Her frequent silence often drained others' patience, which was why, despite feeling nervous when Lu Yang approached, she made an effort to speak. She feared that he might perceive her as a dull individual and turn away. Lu Yang glanced at the girl standing by the door, the streetlight behind her casting a glow that obscured her expression for a moment. Yet he could still discern the smile at the corners of her lips. He reciprocated with a slight grin, observing the elderly lady, who was clearly delighted by his presence. Over the years, his charm had ensured that his red envelopes from relatives were always more generous than those of his cousins. He was quite skilled at charming the elderly. His phone vibrated in his pocket, while Xia Youran called her grandmother to take her medication. Initially, she had reminded her to take it earlier, but her grandmother had claimed that she had eaten lunch late and that it was not yet time. So, they waited until after dinner. Seizing the moment, Lu Yang glanced at his phone, noticing a flurry of messages from Ji Xiang, mostly consisting of emojis. One message asked why he was not home. Lu Yang did not reply immediately. Instead, he checked the time. It was already past 7. He would likely remain until 9, but judging by his grandmother's demeanor, she seemed rather tired, and after all, he hardly knew Xia Youran. It felt inappropriate to linger uninvited. As he tapped his phone, Xia Youran emerged, assisting her grandmother. Lu Yong picked up his bag and said, "I'll take my leave now, Grandma. It's getting late, and the meal was delicious. Thank you." When his gaze shifted to Xia Youran, he added, "Thank you, classmate Xia, for your hospitality." The elderly lady, clearly fond of him, chuckled, "Oh, little Lu, your words are indeed sweet. If you wish to dine again, simply come back with Youran, and I shall prepare a meal for you. No need to buy groceries. I will handle it." Having charmed the elderly lady, Lu Yong made his way to the door. Just before exiting, he suddenly remembered, may I have your phone number? Perhaps we could connect on WeChat or QQ. He recalled that she was not in their class group chat, hence he mentioned QQ. Xia Youran appeared flustered, exclaiming softly, and turned to fetch her charging phone, only to realize she had not powered it on. Lu Yong patiently waited as she turned it on. Although her phone was somewhat outdated, it still functioned adequately, albeit slowly. He saved her phone number and dialed it once, providing her with his own. "This is my number. Save it. Feel free to contact me if you need anything." When it came to adding him on WeChat, he noticed her delicate hand tremble slightly. Lu Yong chose to ignore it, completed the exchange, and turned to leave. Xia Youran offered to see him off, but he declined. "It's all right. I don't feel it's safe for a girl to accompany me alone." He glanced at the seemingly useless lock on the door and advised her, "Stay with your grandmother and remember to secure the door." With a wave, he departed. Xia Youran watched as the tall boy descended the stairs with a few strides, his figure appearing considerably larger than his peers. The old staircase lights, though worn, still illuminated the way, casting a long shadow of him that soon vanished from her sight. She felt as though she were in a dream, thinking of Lu Yong, the very boy she had secretly admired for so long. Once outside the community, Lu Yong turned right, recalling a nearby auto repair shop, unsure if it had a lock. He quickly returned, carrying a bag. As he passed a small supermarket, he hesitated, contemplating Xia Youran's shy demeanor. Ultimately, he decided to re-enter the community. He thought that buying her too many items might overwhelm her and could give the impression that he had ulterior motives, especially since they were not yet familiar. Lu Yong ascended the stairs once more, standing before Xia Youran's door as he sent her a message. "Are you there? Please open the door." The old building lacked soundproofing, allowing him to hear the coarse voices of their neighbors and the sounds of children playing upstairs. He patiently waited until the door opened swiftly. The girl stood with her hair down, still damp, and had changed out of her uniform. She likely had just bathed, and the t-shirt she wore appeared slightly worn, becoming somewhat sheer under the light shining from behind her. "Lu Yong, did you forget something?" Her voice brimmed with surprise. Lu Yong straightened, positioning himself so that he could shield her from anyone passing by. As she began to open the door wider, he quickly exclaimed, "You have no caution at all. You simply open the door upon seeing me? What if I were a bad person? What would you and your grandmother do?" Xia Youran gazed at him, bewildered. Confronted with her innocent eyes, Lu Yong found himself momentarily at a loss for words. He handed her the bag through the narrow gap of the door, saying, "Here, use this to secure your door. The lock looks rather ineffective. Given the mixed crowd outside, it was undoubtedly unsafe." Xia Youran's long lashes fluttered, concealing her emotions as she accepted the bag, murmuring her thanks. Lu Yong, noticing she had taken the bag, cautioned, "I checked to ensure all the keys are there, but you should take a look and lock the door securely." As he quickly scanned her face, his gaze traveled down her slender neck and petite frame, noting the slightly transparent fabric of her top. He swiftly averted his eyes, stating, "I'll take my leave now. If you need anything, feel free to call me. That's all." He gestured towards the interior, adding, "The shirt seems a bit thin. Perhaps you should change into something else." Xia Youran abruptly looked up at him, then quickly glanced down at her chest. Covering herself, she stepped back and shut the door, peeking out with just her head, which appeared quite cute. "Then goodbye, Lu Yong." Lu Yong smiled, responding, "See you tomorrow at school." Tomorrow was Sunday, and they would return for evening study. Xia Youran's face flushed, yet her eyes sparkled as she echoed, "See you tomorrow at school," before retreating behind the door, which closed softly. Lu Yong turned and walked down the stairs. Chapter 7. When curiosity arises towards the opposite sex, you may find yourself in trouble. After descending the stairs, Lu Yong did not leave. Instead, he sat on a stone bench across from Xia Youran's building. This vantage point allowed him to see the staircase of her building, as she could only descend from there. He glanced up again. The tallest building here had 7 floors. Xia Youran is unlikely to have been jumping within the community. Is she? He distinctly recalls that she was not. Moreover, given Xia Yuran's demeanor towards her grandmother, even if she were indeed contemplating such a drastic act, she would surely have sought to avoid her grandmother's gaze. Thus, Lu Yong exhaled deeply and retrieved his phone to respond to messages. His parents had informed him they would return tomorrow. His mother elaborated extensively on how adorable her cousin's little child was and suggested that he, too, should aspire to have such a delightful offspring in the future. Lu Yong mused to himself that it was largely due to his cousin's remarkable beauty that the boy resembled his mother. He, too, wished to have a strikingly beautiful wife to ensure the birth of equally attractive children. At this moment, Lu Yong had come to terms with the fact that, whether it was a dream or a true rebirth, he had returned to the beginning of his senior year, just a month into it. His senior year had been smooth sailing, and one might say that his life had unfolded without a hitch until the age of 23. The only exception was upon learning of Xia Yuran's circumstances. Was it truly she who had sent him that love letter in his sophomore year? The burgeoning fondness he felt for Bai Jingru had its roots in that very letter. Yet upon interacting with her, he consistently sensed a dissonance between her and the author of the letter. This misalignment perhaps explained why they had never ended up together over the years. If that love letter had indeed been penned by Xia Youran, Lu Yong lifted his gaze to the 3rd floor, where the balcony lights still shone. If it were truly Xia Youran, then the person he had always harbored feelings for was, in fact, her. Regardless of whether this was reality or a mere dream, Lu Yong resolved to alter her fate, to prevent her from succumbing to a tragic demise by jumping from a height. He could not bear to see such a beautiful girl lose her life at such a tender age. Thus, he remained seated below, reminiscing about various aspects of his senior year, ensuring he did not inadvertently reveal anything. Fortunately, this was a rebirth rather than a time travel. He retained the necessary memories. Lu Yong sat until 9:30 p.m., yet Xia Youran did not descend, and there was little to occupy his time. He opened their chat window and sent a message. "What are you up to?" After a while, a reply came through, getting ready for bed. "Is something the matter? Why are you staring?" JPG. Observing her awkward expression, Lu Yong couldn't help but smile. She was quite reminiscent of herself. "No. Have you finished your homework? Could you help me with some answers?" There was no immediate response from her. A few minutes later, she sent several photos. Perhaps due to her phone's relatively low pixel quality, the clarity of the images was not high, but they were still discernible. It was then that Lu Yong noticed that Xia Yuran's handwriting bore some resemblance to Bai Jingru's. Upon closer inspection, one could indeed discern similarities. Hence, he had never doubted Bai Jingru in his previous life. "Can you see it clearly? If not, I'll type it out." With so much homework, was she really going to type it all? Fearing she might actually do so, Lu Yong quickly replied, "I can see it well enough. You should get some sleep. Good night. See you tomorrow evening." Upstairs, Xia Yuran's eyes sparkled as she gazed at the good-night message from Lu Yong. Elated, she hugged her phone and rolled over on her not-so-new bed, which creaked in protest. She immediately froze, glancing over at her grandmother, who was still asleep. With a sigh of relief, she cautiously retrieved her phone and sent a good-night emoji. Lu Yong had mentioned seeing her tomorrow evening, and she began to anticipate returning to school. Lu Yong remained downstairs until 10 p.m. before heading back home. Upon arrival, he discovered that Aunt Lin, who usually helped with chores, had already left. Their family's maid did not live in, so Lu Yong often found himself alone at home whenever his parents were away. As he surveyed his familiar room, he collapsed onto his bed, feeling a wave of fatigue wash over him. So much had transpired in one day. Thankfully, Xia Youran was safe at home. Surely, everything will be fine now. A throbbing headache plagued Lu Yong, who had watched his fair share of novels and movies. Was this rebirth supposed to involve some unresolved regrets or the aftermath of an unexpected incident? Yet, he had merely indulged in a drink. However, he could not deny that upon hearing Chiong mention that those events had been orchestrated by Xia Youran and that she was indeed the author of that love letter. A fleeting image of the girl's blurred face had surfaced in his mind before a sudden pain struck, and he found himself back in the past. Was this rebirth or time travel? His thoughts were in disarray, resulting in a restless night. He dreamed of a door. The girl floated from the rooftop like a kite untethered by strings. Her gaze was tranquil, fixed upon the vast starry sky, surrounded by many people. Yet not a single soul reached out to pull her back. In the dream, Lu Yong dashed forward, extending his hand, only to feel her slightly calloused fingers brush against his, ultimately grasping nothing. The girl blossomed into a vibrant flower, a poignant symbol of her youthful 18 years, both dazzling and tragic. Startled, Lu Yong bolted upright in bed, his face betraying his lingering shock. After a moment, he regained his composure and glanced at the time. It was just past 9. He opened WeChat, ignoring all unread messages until he found Xia Youran's chat, where their last exchange had been her good-night emoji from the previous night. Lu Yong typed, "What are you doing?" Then, feeling a surge of urgency, he opened her profile and pinned their chat to the top. No, he could not allow anything to happen to Xia Youran now that he had returned. Otherwise, he feared he would be haunted by nightmares for the rest of his life. Just as he finalized the settings, Xia Yuran's message arrived. "I'm helping Aunt Xiao sell breakfast. What is up?" It was a relief to know she was alive and well. Lu Yong sighed in relief. Yet the thought of her selling breakfast piqued his curiosity. She seemed quite busy. He found himself genuinely intrigued about her family situation. Last night, it had been evident that she lived alone with her grandmother, who required regular medication. No wonder she had rushed out in her school uniform to run errands. He messaged, "Oh, nothing much. I have a question I don't understand. I'll just ask you when we get back to school tonight." Xia Youran likely went back to her duties and had not responded yet. Lu Yong opened another chat window, labeled Chickenhead, and typed, "Hey, didn't you mention that Xia Yuran's family situation was quite dire? What is the story?" Back then, you said we were boring for prying into others' private matters. And now you're curious? Don't say I didn't warn you. When you start to develop an interest in someone of the opposite sex, you're done for." Lu Yong thought, who could be this noisy? If you keep talking nonsense, I'll come to your house for lunch and tell your uncle you secretly bought a gaming console. 3 exclamation points followed from the other side. Then, Lu Yong's phone rang. Lying on his bed, he answered and set it aside, only to hear Ji Xiang's furious voice on the other end. After a moment of calling out, "Hello, are you listening?" Lu Yong finally brought the phone back to his ear. "I'm listening, get to the point." Chapter 8. "Your face is so red, Youran," Ji Xiang exclaimed, annoyed. "I can't stand pretentious people. Though, this is just what I heard. So it might not be entirely true," Lu Yong acknowledged with a hum, indicating he understood. Then, he listened intently to the general story of Xia Youran's family background. Her ancestral home was in a poverty-stricken village in a neighboring city. However, the family of Xia Youran was once rather well off. Her parents, both university graduates, had taken up positions as village officials. Upon their arrival in the village, they dedicated themselves to its development, and they were on the brink of eradicating poverty. Yet, it is said that when Xia Youran was around 9 or 10 years old, her parents were allegedly reported for corruption. Before any investigation could commence, they chose to take their own lives out of fear of impending accusations, leaving only her grandmother and herself behind. It is rumored that her maternal grandparents no longer acknowledged her either. Ji Xiang's voice carried a hint of lamentation, as he recounted hearing from Lin Zi and others that the boy had previously expressed a desire to pursue her. Upon inquiring about the situation, he learned the troubling details and subsequently withdrew, fearing that he might become a pariah. Lu Yong couldn't help but frown at the notion of corruption in a poverty-stricken village. It seemed implausible to him, yet who could truly know the details? Regardless, her parents were no longer alive, and she was left to be raised by an elderly woman while she pursued her studies. She was indeed a delicate flower struggling against the harshness of poverty. Frankly speaking, given her appearance and background, her future seemed bleak. Sometimes beauty can be a double-edged sword. Lu Yong had little inclination to discuss this with Ji Xiang and merely responded with a few affirmatives before attempting to end the call. Ji Xiang protested, suggesting they attend school together that evening. "Are you still in elementary school, that you need a companion to go to school?" Lu Yong retorted playfully. After ending the call, he lay on his bed for a while before finally rising. His parents, who had promised to return today, were delayed once again. Lu Yong had grown accustomed to this, and in the afternoon, he tidied his belongings, awaiting Ji Xiang to accompany him to school. Throughout the day, Lu Yong pondered when he and Xia Youran had crossed paths. To his recollection, they had only been in the same class during their senior year of high school. Prior to that, it seemed they were mere strangers, though he was aware of her existence and her renown. Yet, the love letter he had received in his second year had gone unsigned. It was only when he transferred from the sports class to a regular class in his senior year that he found himself sharing a classroom with Xia Youran. Despite contemplating this for an entire day, he could not recall any intersection between their lives. Lu Yong and Ji Xiang took the bus to school. Xiang, with a mischievous grin, teased Brother Yang, "What's wrong? Have you developed feelings for her?" Lu Yong rolled his eyes in response. "Get lost." Observing the younger Ji Xiang, Lu Yong felt a sense of unfamiliarity. He gazed at him for a moment as Ji Xiang playfully clutched his chest, exclaiming, "Are you smitten with me?" Nearby, a girl in their school uniform, carrying a backpack, couldn't help but chuckle. Embarrassed, Lu Yong distanced himself from Ji Xiang, who was still grinning at the girl. After 5 stops, they arrived at school. Ji Xiang continued to pester Lu Yong with questions about Xia Youran. His curiosity piqued. Previously, Lu Yong had shown no interest in such matters, and during their earlier conversations, he had hardly listened. He refused to divulge that his return was motivated by a desire for Xia Youran to live well, fearing nightmares for himself otherwise. However, Ji Xiang's incessant inquiries made it difficult to remain silent. Eventually, Lu Yong dismissively said, Yes, I'm interested. Now, please be quiet." Ji Xiang's expression shifted to one of knowing satisfaction, followed by deep contemplation. It was rare for his friend to take an interest in a girl, and he felt compelled to take action. As Lu Yong and Ji Xiang entered their classroom, they noticed Zhang Bo surrounded by several boys. He was speaking loudly, recounting an incident where a girl in their school uniform was accused of peeping by a group of boys, exclaiming, "My goodness, she's truly shameless." "Is that true? Peeping in the boys' restroom? No way. Did you see her face? Who was it?" Zhang Bo glanced towards Xia Youran, but she did not acknowledge him. He scoffed, about to say something when Lu Yong entered through the back door, bumping into his desk and fixing him with an impassive stare. "My apologies," Lu Yong said coolly. Zhang Bo, recalling the look Lu Yong had given him the previous day, felt a twinge of apprehension and mumbled, "It's nothing." Ji Xiang, following closely behind Lu Yong, chimed in, "Zhang Bo, if it weren't you, I'd be curious too. You saw your classmates surrounded and didn't help? Especially a girl? Who would be peeping at the boys' restroom in broad daylight? It sounds ridiculous." Lu Yong smirked slightly, adding, "Spreading rumors is illegal. I happened to see it yesterday, and the police were called in. Those were just a few thugs harassing a girl. Having someone like you as a classmate is quite embarrassing." The boys, who had been eavesdropping on the gossip, gasped in disbelief. "Zhang Bo, are you serious? You're spreading rumors? How utterly boring." Zhang Bo wanted to defend himself, but upon meeting Lu Yang's cold gaze, he fell silent, realizing it was unwise to continue. Lu Yang shot him a look, thinking that had he not arrived just in time, he would not have believed Zhang Bo's tale had any merit. Ji Xiang and Lu Yang shared a desk, seated diagonally behind Xia Youran and Xiaoying. Lu Yang approached Xia Yuran's desk, glancing at her seat. The girl, who had been silent and looking down upon his entrance, turned to face him. Clearly taken aback by his sudden gaze, her eyes showed a flicker of panic before she quickly turned away. Xia Youran had already turned when she heard Lu Yang's voice, witnessing his cold stare directed at Zhang Bo, as well as the contempt he displayed. She was indifferent to what others said. In fact, upon her arrival, Zhang Bo had already asked for her contact information, which she had declined. He had then claimed to have recorded the previous day's incident. Xia Youran merely shot him a glance and retorted, "So what? What relevance does yesterday's incident have for me? Can you use it to threaten me?" After that, Zhang Bo had left and started narrating the story to others. Xia Youran remained unconcerned. She had never cared about others' opinions of her. However, upon hearing Lu Yong defend her, she couldn't help but feel a surge of happiness. At that moment, she pressed her hand against her racing heart. Beside her, Xiaoying scoffed, That Zhang Bo must be sick. He does nothing but spread rumors. We're already in our senior year, and he must be truly bored. She added indignantly, but a petty person is always a petty person, regardless of age. Xiaoying turned to her deskmate. Isn't that right, Youran? By the way, Youran, your face is so red. Chapter 9, My Deskmates. Please take care of me in the future. Xiaoying's voice brimmed with curiosity, having known Xia Youran since freshman year and being well aware of her calm demeanor. She was usually unfazed by anything unless it was particularly embarrassing or involved Lu Yang. Remembering this, Xiaoying turned to look behind her. Lu Yang had just taken his seat, his gaze fixed on the high ponytail of Xia Youran, struggling to recall where they might have met before. He decided it was best to find an opportunity to ask her directly. As he stared, he noticed Xiaoying suddenly turn to him, and he saw Xia Youran, who had previously been like a quail, quickly divert her gaze upon meeting his eyes as Xiaoying pressed her head back down. The profile of the girl is indeed quite captivating. Her long, fluttering eyelashes are the envy of many girls, and her slightly pouted lips appear irresistibly kissable. Lu Yang hastily curbed his inappropriate thoughts. However, did Xia Youran just blush? A mere glance exchanged with him caused her to redden? This seems rather innocent, does it not? As Lu Yang contemplated stealing another glance, a beautiful face suddenly appeared before him. Bai Jingru was seated directly in front of him, holding out 2 pieces of chocolate towards Lu Yang, effectively obstructing his view of Xia Youran. Lu Yang, Ji Xiang, would you like some chocolate? Bai Jingru was well-liked in class. She was not only beautiful, but also possessed a cheerful disposition, always eager to assist anyone in need, be they boys or girls. Her personality starkly contrasted with Xia Youran's quiet demeanor, which sought to minimize her presence. Lu Yang gazed at the slightly younger, yet still enchanting face of Bai Jingru, feeling a tangle of emotions. Before his rebirth, he had already agreed to accompany her to the movies after their gathering. In his previous life, Bai Jingru had confessed to him right after high school, echoing the words of Xiaoying, laying claim to all the things Xia Youran had done in the past. Yet, Lu Yang remained uncertain about the veracity of these claims and intended to investigate further. Nonetheless, he was aware that both Xia Youran and Bai Jingru harbored feelings for him. The joy radiating from their gazes was unmistakable, as affection at this age is often quite transparent. His mixed feelings towards Bai Jingru stemmed from the fact that, after being rejected in his past life, she still attended the same university as him and ardently pursued him for 4 years. Even his roommates remarked that she could be considered a model girlfriend, and his parents were aware of her. Thus, he felt a sense of gratitude, occasionally contemplating the possibility of giving it a try. But before he could begin, he found himself reborn. Initially, her claims might have been genuine, yet the fervent pursuit over those 4 years was undeniably real as well. This complexity weighed heavily on Lu Yang's heart. However, such matters seemed to belong to a different life, one that had no bearing on the girl before him. Lu Yang shook his head. Thank you, but I am not particularly fond of chocolate. Ji Xiang, however, took a piece. By Marin, next time, could you perhaps place your hand between us when you offer? This is rather obvious, don't you think? He chuckled lightly, causing Bai Jingru to flush, and she tossed the remaining chocolates onto Ji Xiang's desk. Here, take them all. Just be quiet. With that, she quickly turned away. Just then, their homeroom teacher, Mr. Zhou, entered. All right, everyone, please settle down. As mentioned yesterday during our break, we will be changing seats today. I will give you 20 minutes to rearrange yourselves. You may also choose not to change, as this will only occur once this semester. Subsequent changes will only involve group arrangements. Mr. Zhou taught Chinese and was a rather gentle male teacher, speaking in a slow and deliberate manner. Lu Yang had completely forgotten about the seat change. He glanced at Xia Youran, intending to sit behind her. He wanted to see if she would still be bullied under his constant gaze. Moreover, after learning about Xia Youran's family situation, he increasingly suspected that the circumstances surrounding her death in his previous life were not as straightforward as they seemed. Ji Xiang, noticing Lu Yang's attention directed at Xia Youran, suddenly remembered that his friend had feelings for her. He stood up. Bai Jingru, sensing the movement, turned to them. Didn't we say we weren't changing seats? Ji Xiang thought it was a pity that Bai Jingru's friend wasn't interested in her. He chuckled before turning to Xia Youran, calling out, "Class monitor." Sitting behind Xia Youran was their class monitor, Li Lu. Hearing the voice, he glanced over, and before Ji Xiang could speak, Lu Yang interjected, "Class monitor, why not switch seats?" Li Lu hesitated, recalling that he had promised Xia Youran and Xiao Ying not to swap seats with anyone else. Xia Youran quickly turned her head towards Lu Yang, her heart racing, and her face warming. She began to feel anxious. Just as Li Lu was about to refuse, Xiao Ying quickly turned, exclaiming, "Class monitor, let us switch." Her tone was more enthusiastic than Xia Youran's. Li Lu looked at Xia Youran. He was aware of her introverted nature. Since learning about the seat change yesterday, 3 boys had approached him to switch. Zhang Bo had even been asking until just moments ago. However, Li Lu had declined their requests until now. He turned to Xia Youran. "What do you say, Youran? Shall we switch?" "Yes, if the class monitor is willing," Xia Youran replied softly, avoiding eye contact with Lu Yang before quickly turning away. Their class had an odd number of students, so Li Lu was seated alone. He stood up. "All right, let us switch." Lu Yang smirked, and Ji Xiang exclaimed, "Dude, you got game." Bai Jingru bit her lip, her hand still resting on Lu Yang's desk. "Lu Yang, I and my desk mate have gotten used to you two sitting here." Her desk mate nodded in agreement. "Yeah, Jigu, it'll feel strange if you leave." Lu Yang had already slung his crossbody bag over his shoulder, glancing at Bai Jingru's hand on his desk. "The classroom is quite spacious. I'll change my seat to enjoy a different view." Ji Xiang grinned. "I'm off to see a whole new scenery with our bro. Apologies, ladies. You'll get accustomed to it soon enough." Bai Jingru awkwardly withdrew her hand from Lu Yang's desk. Meanwhile, Xiao Ying, observing the exchange, whispered to Xia Youran, "Oh my gosh." Lu Yang rejected Bai Jingru, and she pulled her hand back. "How embarrassing." Xia Youran gripped her pen, feeling her palms grow sweaty. Hearing the sounds of desks and chairs shifting behind her, she noticed a boy slightly leaning over, placing several pieces of chocolate on their desk. "Hello, my dear desk mates. I look forward to our future interactions." Lu Yang glanced down, spotting the flushed neck of the girl, and a smile blossomed on his face. Beside him, Ji Xiang teased, "Ah, a peacock displaying its feathers, huh? And weren't you just saying you didn't like chocolate? What's this you're pulling out?" Chapter 10, with so many people around. "Why would I not kick you?" Xiao Ying was the only one privy to Xia Yuran's secret feelings, and she smiled as she turned to them. "Oh, no worries. Please take good care of us, handsome boys." Ji Xiang, who was already familiar with the classmates, pulled out a handful of snacks from his pocket and placed them on their desk. With that compliment, everything else is negotiable. Lu Yang watched as Xia Yuran silently retrieved a tissue from her desk, glancing at them before saying, "Hello." She then placed the tissue on Lu Yang's desk. "Lu Yang?" They all turned to see Xia Youran quickly look up at him, her expression earnest as she said, "Your desk is a bit dirty." The other 3 simultaneously glanced at Lu Yang's desk. It appeared quite clean. Then they observed Xia Youran, noticing that Lu Yang hadn't moved, picking up the tissue to wipe his desk. The focal point of the moment was where Bai Jingru had just rested her hand, and as she wiped it, her eyes would occasionally dart towards Lu Yang, betraying a hint of guilt. Lu Yang. On the side, Xiao Ying caught on, her little mouth agape, as if she wished to exclaim, "Are you feeling jealous?" Only Ji Xiang wore a bemused expression, yet it did not hinder him from cheerfully remarking, "You seem quite enthusiastic. Will you lend me a hand as well?" Xia Yuan paused her actions. Lu Yang snatched the tissue from her hand, giving an inconsequential wipe to the non-existent mess, before tossing the tissue onto Ji Xiang's desk, asserting that one should tend to their own affairs and not bully classmates. Ji Xiang. Lu Yang observed with a smile as Xiao Ying generously shared the chocolates she had placed on their table with Xia Yuan, even distributing 2 jellies Ji Xiang had given her. The remainder she kept for herself, playfully declaring, "These are all mine." Xian, in turn, produced the 2 jellies, saying, "This one is for you too," while carefully stowing away the chocolate Lu Yang had given her. Xiao Ying was not at all upset and accepted everything with a smile. Witnessing their camaraderie, Lu Yang found himself inclined to believe Xiao Ying's assertions from the gathering. Their relationship appeared so harmonious. No wonder she had been in tears that day. After they had settled into their new seats, Teacher Zhou instructed them to quiet down, signaling the commencement of evening study. Jixiang leaned closer to Lu Yang, playfully emitting a few sounds of inquiry. Why does it seem like Xia Youran has a different demeanor towards this guy? Bai Jingru cast a sidelong glance at Lu Yang, then at Xia Youran, who was still engrossed in her work. Zhang Bo's expression soured, and he shot a glare at Li Lu, feeling aggrieved that while Lu Yang could switch seats, he was denied the same privilege. Was it merely because Lu Yang's family was affluent? How superficial. Just like Xian, who barely spared him a glance, yet had just helped Lu Yang clean the desk. They were all so easily swayed by wealth. Lu Yang sensed something amiss and turned to Zhang Bo, only to catch him hastily averting his gaze. Lu Yang frowned. It was no wonder this fellow had poor social standing. His gaze was unsettling. Their senior year evening study sessions lasted half an hour longer than those of the first and second years, concluding around 9:30. For those boarding, it extended by an additional 10 minutes. Xiao Ying was a boarder, yet Xiaoyan left promptly after class every day, for her grandmother awaited her at home. Lu Yang diligently tackled a test paper, managing to complete a significant portion. He was grateful for the private tutor his parents had hired in his previous life. They were all high achievers. His mind, still sharp, retained a fair amount of knowledge, although some questions eluded him. Compared to his past life, when his parents had yet to hire a tutor, his current capabilities were certainly commendable, perhaps even surpassing those of his previous self. This realization brought him a sense of relief, ensuring he wouldn't expose his shortcomings. Thus, as soon as class ended, he began to gather his belongings. Jixiang inquired whether he wished to grab a late-night snack. At this age, boys had notoriously hearty appetites. Lu Yang, who had once been an athlete with significant caloric needs, would typically indulge in nightly snacks. Yet at this moment he declined, stating, "Not tonight. I have matters to attend to. You go ahead." He then rose and hurried after Xia Yun, who had just left with Zhang Bo in tow. After tidying up, Xia Yun turned to Lu Yang and said, "See you tomorrow, Lu classmate," before departing. Her grandmother wouldn't sleep until she returned home, so she was always prompt to leave after class. Lu Yang quickened his pace, soon spotting Xia Yuan ahead, with Zhang Bo walking beside her, engaged in conversation. It was evident that Xia Yuan was in a hurry, her strides quickening as she deliberately distanced herself from Zhang Bo. Lu Yang followed closely and overheard Zhang Bo say, "So you know Lu Yang's family is wealthy? What a pity that Bai Jingru is also pursuing him. How can you even compare? I've heard whispers about your family. Something unsavory about your parents." Xiaoyan, who had been walking without much expression, suddenly slowed her pace. Her eyes, often appearing pitiful, now bore a frosty demeanor as they fixed upon Zhang Bo. "The state hasn't passed judgment yet. How dare you condemn my parents?" Startled by her sudden engagement, Zhang Bo faltered. Wait, if it truly didn't concern them, why would they take such drastic measures? Lu Yang, noticing her frail hands clenching into fists, trembling slightly, and her eyes reddening, strode forward and delivered a swift kick to Zhang Bo's backpack, primarily targeting his backside, where there was more flesh and less risk of injury. Zhang Bo yelped, stumbling forward. The commotion attracted attention, with several onlookers pausing to witness Zhang Bo's startled fall. Lu Yang approached Xia Yuan's side, exclaiming, "Hey, Zhang Bo, did you offend me? Why am I the only one kicking you out of so many people?" Zhang Bo, struggling to regain his composure, pressed his hands against the ground, feeling a stinging pain in his palms and knees. He turned to Lu Yang, shouting in frustration, "Are you insane? Why did you kick me?" Lu Yang retorted, "What do you think? You must have done something wrong. Otherwise, why would I single you out?" Zhang Bo's mind raced back to the words he had just used to taunt Xiaoyan. They echoed eerily in Lu Yang's statement. Lu Yang stood beside Xia Yuan, eyeing Zhang Bo. "Do you have any objections? You mentioned that my family is wealthy, but I won't compensate you. Feel free to report me. Children love to tell tales, and I'll be waiting." Zhang Bo's face alternated between red and pale as he scrambled to his feet, cursing, "You're crazy," before turning to leave, his gait awkward. The crowd of spectators, unable to comprehend the situation, dispersed once Zhang Bo departed. Lu Yang turned to the now silent Xiaoyan, who was staring at the ground. "What are you dawdling about for? Shouldn't you return home? Isn't your grandmother waiting for you?" Chapter 11. A reluctant encounter with misfortune. Since leaving Lu Yang's presence, Xia Yuan had remained silent, her only thought being whether Lu Yang had overheard. Would he, like others, assume her parents were involved? This thought kept her from meeting his gaze, though her posture remained resolute. It wasn't until Lu Yang spoke that she realized he inquired about her parents. Xia Yuan looked up at Lu Yang. Why, you heard me, didn't you? Heard what? Those absurd rumors he was spouting? Lu Yang gazed at her, his tone unchanged. Didn't you say it yourself? There hasn't been a verdict yet, so they are merely fabrications. Xia Yuan replied, but no one can prove their innocence. Lu Yang observed her pale visage, a stark contrast to the anger she had displayed moments ago regarding Zhang Bo's remarks. He smiled slightly. You know, don't you? I have a remarkably formidable cousin. He is a police officer. He once imparted to me that if someone harbors suspicions of another being a murderer, it is incumbent upon the accuser to furnish evidence. In the absence of such evidence, they ought to seek it out. Prior to this, the individual being suspected bears no obligation to present proof of their innocence. For how can one search for evidence of their own innocence when they are unsure of the actions they are accused of? Ultimately, it is the responsibility of the accuser to substantiate their claims. Hence, it is apparent that no one can definitively prove them to be the murderer. Xia Yuran's eyes, which were already slightly reddened, deepened in hue, glistening with unshed tears. Her rigid shoulders, which stood tall, suddenly felt the weight of an invisible burden pressing down upon them. Lu Yang reached out, grasping her backpack and giving it a gentle tug upwards, insisting that her shoulders remain unbowed. You've been doing remarkably well. Let's go home now. Grandma must be worried. Xia Yuran opened her mouth, yet found herself at a loss for words. She averted her gaze, hastily wiping her eyes with her hand. Lu Yang remarked, such a tidy young lady, and you simply wipe away your tears like that? He rummaged through his pants pocket, but found no tissues. Ultimately, he unearthed a half-pack from his bag, presumably left there by Ji Xiang. Here, Xia Yuran glanced at it, wishing to assert that she had not been crying. Yet, this was a tissue offered by Lu Yang. After a moment of hesitation, she quickly accepted the half-pack, murmuring a soft thank you. She glanced at her watch. It was time to return. Lu Yang noticed this and said, let us go. Xia Yuran replied, then goodbye. Goodbye? We're headed the same way, Lu Yang countered. Xia Yuran looked at him in surprise. Your home is not on my way. Lu Yang, taken aback, inquired, how do you know where I live? Xia Yuran responded, it was in the enrollment materials. I have a good memory. I helped teacher Zhou organize them. As she spoke, she felt a pang of guilt and could not meet his gaze. Surely, she could not confess that she had stealthily followed him to the entrance of his neighborhood. How could she possibly articulate that? Lu Yang, however, found it hard to believe that someone could remember the addresses of all their classmates. He was more inclined to think that Xia Yuran had deliberately memorized his address. At that moment, he did not suspect that this girl had followed him home. I'm off to eat stinky tofu. It's on the way, Lu Yang stated, his mind still preoccupied with last night's events, wondering if the person had indeed refrained from jumping off a building. Thus, he decided to accompany her home for the next few days just to be cautious. Although Xia Yuran seemed untroubled at present, he thought it wise to remain vigilant. He held on to Xia Yuran's backpack, prompting her to move forward as he guided her along. Let go of my backpack, she protested. Xia Yuran was quite tall, likely around 165 centimeters or a bit more. Her lean frame made her appear even taller. Yet, walking beside Lu Yang, she seemed somewhat diminutive, primarily due to her slenderness. As they waited for the bus, the crowd was not overly dense. Although there were no seats, it was not cramped. Lu Yang recalled the earlier encounter with Zhang Bo. That Zhang Bo has been harassing you? Xia Yuran fell silent for a moment before replying, yes, since the second semester of my first year. Why haven't you told the teacher? Lu Yang inquired, frowning. Xia Yuran met his gaze. What would I tell the teacher? He just occasionally follows me around asking for my contact information and says some odd things. But it seems he hasn't done anything overtly wrong. If I told the teacher, they would only suggest we mediate, which would complicate matters further. Lu Yang replied, indeed, given Zhang Bo's character, who knows what he might do next? Don't worry. After tonight, he won't dare to bother you for a while, he assured her. Thank you for tonight, but we be all right? Xia Yuran's concern for him was evident. Lu Yang shook his head. No, it's fine. If he has the guts, he'll really go and call my parents. He smiled at Xia Yuran, adding, "What I mean isn't to boast about my family's wealth, but to let you know that you can reach out to me if you need assistance." "Why are you being so kind to me?" Xia Youran asked, puzzled as she regarded Lu Yong, a question that had been on her mind since the previous night. Before yesterday, he had treated her like any other classmate. So what had prompted this sudden change? Lu Yong observed her pale, somewhat unhealthy complexion. "Have we met before?" Xia Youran was taken aback, seemingly unprepared for his sudden inquiry. She looked up at him. Lu Yong was intently focused on her. At that moment, the bus, which had been running smoothly, unexpectedly slammed to a halt. Xia Youran lost her footing and collided directly into Lu Yang's embrace. Instinctively, he reached out to steady her, and she uttered a soft "ah." As the bus came to a stop, she covered her nose with her hand, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, appearing quite pitiful. Lu Yong exclaimed, "Oh no, you're not going to have a nosebleed, are you?" He reached for her wrist, and the girl obediently allowed him to pull her hand away, lifting her face to meet his gaze. Lu Yong noticed her reddened nose and her tear-filled eyes, which sparkled with moisture, giving her a round, innocent look that evoked sympathy. Her delicate features were smaller than his palm, undeniably exquisite. No one could resist the allure of beauty, except for those with peculiar preferences. Lu Yang's sense of aesthetics was quite ordinary. At that moment, he found himself captivated by her lovely visage, swallowing hard. Just as he was about to reassure her that everything was fine, the bus driver, perhaps an inexperienced one, lurched the vehicle forward again. They were already close, facing one another, one girl raising her face and the other bending down to check her nose for injuries. The proximity between them was palpable. Lu Yong had not noticed it before, but now, as the bus jolted, his lips brushed against the corner of her mouth. The thought that flickered through his mind was spicy kiss. It was an involuntary encounter. Chapter 12. That was also my first kiss. So we're even. In truth, the moment was fleeting. Lu Yong barely had time to process it before the bus steadied again. Xia Yuran's face turned slightly away, her back now to him, her body rigid and upright. This unintentional kiss went unnoticed by the other passengers, who remained engrossed in their phones, studying, or chatting. They stood in the rear section of bus. Lu Yong felt a ringing in his ears, as if the sounds of the bus had faded away, leaving only the sound of his heartbeat. No, it seemed to be two heartbeats. He glanced downward, noticing the girl's ponytail, her neck exposed beneath it, and her pearl-like ears flushed with color. Surely, her heartbeat must be racing just as fast as his. This route from school to the place where Xia Youran disembarked requires merely 3 stops. Xia Youran hurriedly exited the vehicle, her movements somewhat flustered. After alighting, she suddenly remembered something and turned to glance back. To her astonishment, she saw Lu Yong following her, which caused her face to flush even more. Just moments ago, she had shared a fleeting kiss with him. His lips were slightly chapped, and she quickly blinked, reaching up to touch her face, only to feel that such an action was overly conspicuous, prompting her to hastily lower her hand. Lu Yong observed her every gesture with keen interest. His pace slowed as he approached her, and Xia Youran dared not meet his gaze. Nor could she bring herself to mention what had just transpired. She had long since forgotten the incident of their noses colliding, let alone the question Lu Yong had posed before that. In truth, Lu Yong himself had forgotten as well. At that moment, Xia Youran kept her head bowed, fixated on her own toes, murmuring, "I'm heading back. Good night, Lu Yong." With that, she turned and dashed away. Lu Yong felt an urge to call out to her, yet he too was ensnared by a sense of awkwardness. After all, uttering such words would be somewhat embarrassing. It had been over 20 years, and that had been his first kiss. Well, if one could even classify that unexpected encounter as a kiss. In silence, Lu Yong trailed behind Xia Youran, their shadows elongated by the streetlight, maintaining a certain distance. The boy followed the girl, whose initial brisk pace gradually slowed until she eventually came to a halt. Lu Yong, lost in thought, was taken aback when she suddenly turned to face him, her cheeks still flushed. "Lu Yong," she stammered, her nervousness evident in her quavering voice. Lu Yong, gathering his courage, asked, Do you like me?" Upon uttering this question, Xia Youran felt as though her heart might give out. The rhythm of her heartbeat was so pronounced that she feared it could be heard echoing down the street. She gazed anxiously at Lu Yang, but as she discerned the confusion and hesitation on his face, the light in her eyes began to dim. Her heart, having raced 2 fervently moments ago, now ached. "I am sorry, I was just asking." "It's fine," she stuttered, her words tumbling forth in disarray. "I'm going back now, goodbye." This time, she turned and fled at an accelerated pace. Lu Yang watched her retreating figure disappear into the nearby community, remaining rooted in place. Did he truly harbor feelings for Xia Youran? Perhaps not, for he had only returned to this realm less than 2 days prior. His initial interactions with her were indeed influenced by Qiu Ying's words, and he felt an obligation to prevent a life from vanishing before his eyes. Even if it were someone other than Xia Youran, he would have intervened. But would he care for anyone else as he did for her? Most likely not. Lu Yang recalled the love letter he had tucked away in his drawer, received after he had sustained an injury during a competition. In truth, Bai Jingru had perhaps mischaracterized it. It was less a love letter and more a note of encouragement. In his previous life, it was this very note that had spurred him to return to school after his recovery, allowing him to participate in the college entrance examination like all his peers. Thus, the identity of the author of that letter was of significant consequence to him. Xia Youran was indeed unique, yet this uniqueness hardly equated to affection. Lu Yang Sigit, never having contemplated the prospect of romance in this life, he feared that one day he would return to his original timeline. Slowly, he made his way into the community and settled at the familiar spot from the previous night. He raised his gaze to the illuminated room on the 3rd floor. Xia Youran was a remarkable and beautiful girl, but at least from Lu Yang's current perspective, he felt he did not belong in this world, even though he was, after all, himself. The complexities of such emotions were overwhelming. "Damn it," Lu Yang muttered, smacking his forehead, yet his hand inexplicably found its way to his lips. Eventually, he languidly retrieved his phone and sent a message to the person he had conveniently pinned. "Actually, you don't lose out either. That was my first kiss." As he read the message he had just dispatched, he felt a twinge of regret. Just as he was about to retract it, he noticed Xia Yuran's reply, a series of 6 dots followed by, "That was also my first kiss. So we're even." The barrage of exclamation marks drew a smile from Lu Yang. Meanwhile, in her upstairs room, Xia Youran gazed at her grandmother, who had drifted into a peaceful slumber shortly after lying down. Wiping away her tears, she gently opened a drawer, revealing a substantial stack of letters inside. She placed the half-pack of tissues and the chocolate Lu Yang had given her within. Perhaps this was for the best. She could still remain friends with Lu Yang, and it was perfectly fine that he did not harbor feelings for her. However, she couldn't help but wonder why he treated her so kindly if he did not like her. Yet, Lu Yang was inherently a good person. At that moment, Xia Youran recalled the question he had posed to her. She had known Lu Yang for quite some time, during her middle school years. Their village would receive a donation annually. Her father had told her it was from a young man who was quite remarkable, participating in various competitions and donating his prize money to their village. Occasionally, he would send supplies, accompanied by a letter addressed to all recipients of his generosity. The letters were collected at their home. Although the boy's handwriting was rather poor, Xia Youran had always recognized his greatness. Her father had secretly informed her that this boy was named Lu Yang and had even pointed him out on television during a competition, saying, "That's Lu Yang, the boy who donates to us." From that point onward, Xia Youran had never forgotten him. She felt fortunate to have encountered him again in high school. He had grown up to be just as exceptional. "Lu Yang, we may not know each other well, but I remember you. I have always remembered," Xia Youran whispered, her gaze fixed on the somewhat unsightly handwriting on the envelope, her mind conjuring the brilliant smile of the boy. Chapter 13. It seems I understand how Xia Youran came to know him. Lu Yang lingered downstairs until 10:30, watching as the light in her room remained aglow until it finally extinguished around that time. It seemed she would not be venturing out tonight. Lu Yang looked up at the stars, though they were not particularly discernible. He sat there until nearly 11 when his mother's call came through. "Son, what are you doing? Aren't you coming home?" "Lu Yang," he responded, "I'm on my way back." He stood, the streetlight casting a slender shadow behind him. "I went out to eat. I'll be home shortly." He could still hear his father muttering on the other end before being chided by his mother. Lu Yong smiled faintly. He would be home in 10 minutes. Goodbye, Mom, he said before hanging up. He recalled that at this time, his parents would often argue about him. The previous Lu Yong had been annoyed by their disputes, particularly when they stemmed from his own actions. However, as he matured, he came to understand that they were merely expressing their love for him in their own ways. Lu Yong could be considered somewhat of an athlete. Had it not been for an incident during a competition at the age of 17, he would have been able to represent his country once he reached the appropriate age. However, the sport he practiced was a frequent source of contention between his parents. Lu Yong is a boxer, indeed the kind capable of winning a golden championship belt. His grandfather had once claimed numerous such belts, but eventually retired due to injuries. However, the old man harbored an obsession. Having fathered a son and a daughter without any discernible talent, he turned his hopes toward the next generation, specifically Lu Yong and his peers. One could say Lu Yong was rather unfortunate. His uncle had 2 sons and a daughter, none of whom possessed the aptitude for boxing. Lu Yang's parents had only him, and yet his grandfather insisted he was a promising prospect. Naturally, this did not sit well with his father, who questioned why such a young child should pursue boxing. Nevertheless, Lu Yang's mother, somewhat foolishly devoted, led to constant arguments between the two until Lu Yong was sent to live with his grandfather at the tender age of 5. The arduous journey of boxing training was fraught with challenges. Little Lu Yong, once a pampered child, cried daily, begging to return home, yearning for his father's rescue. His father visited a few times but failed to bring him back. It is likely that their relationship began to deteriorate from that point onward. As Lu Yong reached the age of 12, he began participating in juvenile competitions, progressing to the youth category by 17. His initial aversion transformed into acceptance and then genuine enjoyment. He competed in various tournaments, gradually building a reputation, with coaches eagerly awaiting his maturation to represent the nation. However, following a victorious match at 17, Lu Yong became increasingly reluctant to step into the ring again, which only intensified the disputes between his parents. With a sigh, Lu Yong hailed a taxi, glancing back at the darkened home of Xia Youran before exiting the community. Upon arriving home, he found the lights still on. As he opened the door, he saw Zheng Hui rise from the living room to approach him. "Where did you go for supper so late? Next time, let the auntie prepare something for you," she said. Lu Yong smiled slightly. "Mom, it's different. Eating out has its own charm, you know." Zheng Hui gazed at the smile on Lu Yang's face, momentarily dazed. Sensing that her son appeared far more cheerful than he had in a long time since the last competition, Lu Yong waved his hand in front of Zheng Hui's eyes. "What's wrong, Mom?" "Nothing." At that moment, Lu Tong, dressed casually, emerged from the study. Lu Yong was a blend of his parents' best traits, thus possessing a handsome appearance, though he always felt his cousin Lu Chuan had a more striking look. Yet, unlike Lu Yang's sunny disposition, Lu Tong bore a serious demeanor. Lu Yong stood a bit straighter. "Dad." Lu Tong nodded. Make sure not to come home this late again." Lu Yong acknowledged with a simple "oh," and silence enveloped the living room as father and son exchanged no further words. In his childhood, Lu Yong had resented his father for not rescuing him. But as he grew older, he began to understand him better. However, their relationship remained somewhat strained. Lu Tong, unlike Zheng Hui, was not one to vocalize his concern, resulting in a naturally stiff bond between them. Zheng Hui patted Lu Yong, and he headed toward his bedroom. "I'll take a shower and then go to bed." Suddenly, he recalled something. "Dad, are you aware of the situation in Mingwe Village?" Mingwe Village was where Xia Youran hailed from. Lu Tong paused at Lu Yang's unexpected inquiry. "Why do you ask?" "That village is impoverished. Something happened a couple of years ago. They've been investigating it, but it seems there are still no results." Given the prominence of the Lu family business, he naturally knew a bit about various matters. After contemplating, Lu Tong continued, observing his son. "What is on your mind regarding Mingwe Village? Wasn't it the village you donated to? You once said its name was quite lovely." Zeng interjected. "When did that incident occur?" "That matter was suppressed initially due to its severity. It involved loss of life," Lu Tong sighed, regarding his son. "Are you concerned about it due to your donation?" There still hasn't been any resolution. In truth, Lu Yong felt a jolt of surprise. He had forgotten the name of the village he had donated to, as he often asked his mother for assistance in such matters. Nonetheless, It was indeed a village he had selected to support initially. Lu Yang could vaguely infer how Xia Youran might have come to know him, though it remained mere speculation. At that moment, Lu Yang addressed his parents. I have a classmate from Mingyue village. I heard some discussions about her, which is why I inquired. A classmate? A girl? Zheng Hui's concern shifted. Lu Yang shot a bemused glance at his mother. Mom. Lu Tong glanced at his son, unusually inclined to ask more questions. I'm not particularly aware of it, but I can ask someone tomorrow. Thanks, Dad. I'll head to bed now. You both should get some rest too. With that, Lu Yang waved and turned to leave. Zheng Hui playfully nudged her husband. That classmate must be a girl. Just look at the way our son reacted. He didn't outright deny it. Lu Tong regarded his wife, recalling their earlier argument. You ought to refrain from discussing such matters with him. He is only 18. Do you truly believe he is ready for marriage and children like Lu Chuan? He sighed in exasperation, observing that ever since his wife visited his elder brother and saw his nephew's child, she had been incessantly urging for their son to marry and start a family. Is that reasonable? Lu Chuan is already in his 20s, while our son is still just 18. Well, it wouldn't hurt for our family to marry first and then focus on studies, Zheng Hui murmured. Lu Tong shook his head in disbelief, unwilling to engage further. Attempting to reason with women proved futile. Lu Yang was not particularly surprised by his mother's inquiry regarding whether his classmate was a boy or girl. Zheng Hui's progressive mindset often influenced Lu Yang's interactions with female classmates. In his previous life, he had been closely followed by Bai Jingru, leading Zheng Hui to mistakenly believe Lu Yang held special feelings for her. Reflecting on Bai Jingru, Lu Yang pulled out his phone. At 10 o'clock, she had sent him a message. Their conversation was quite simple, with Bai Jingru sending multiple messages while Lu Yang responded politely. Today, she inquired whether she had upset him and Ji Xiang, asking why they had switched seats, despite Ji Xiang previously stating they wouldn't. She even sent several pitiful emoticons. Lu Yang regarded the messages with mixed emotions, ultimately choosing not to reply. Though he felt somewhat like a cad, he was relieved to discover that the love letter had not been penned by Bai Jingru. He realized that her persistent pursuit in his past life had only stirred a slight affection within him due to his mother's pressure. This fundamentally indicated that he did not genuinely like her. Thus, it seemed best to limit their interactions moving forward. While Lu Yang refrained from responding to Bai Jingru's message, he noticed one from Xia Youran. What would you like for breakfast tomorrow morning? Perhaps fearing rejection, she added, I want to thank you for your help since yesterday. 3 minutes passed without a reply from Lu Yang. She sent an emoticon of a rabbit hiding under a bush from the rain, appearing quite pitiable. At that moment, Lu Yang found the adorable emoticon no longer awkward. In fact, a smile crept onto his face, though he remained unaware of it. He replied with an emoji, tapping his head in contemplation. If you truly wish to thank me, skip breakfast tomorrow and wait for me. Given her circumstances, she could barely afford to eat a single vegetable for lunch, let alone buy him breakfast. Would a single meal consume her entire day's allowance? Observing Xia Youran, who appeared to be severely malnourished, Lu Yang couldn't help but frown. After a minute, she responded with a nodding emoji, followed by a message, Good night, Lu Yang. See you tomorrow. Lu Yang leisurely typed back, See you tomorrow, Xia Youran. After that, there was no further reply. He then proceeded to take a shower. Later that night, he had the same dream again, this time managing to gently grasp her finger, but it was futile. The girl fell before his eyes. As Lu Yang abruptly sat up, his breathing was heavy, though his gaze quickly sharpened. He felt a peculiar sense that this dream was foretelling something. Would it not dissipate until he was certain he had saved Xia Youran? Perhaps the closer he got to her, or the more familiar they became, the more tangible she would be. If only he could hold her hand, he believed he could pull her back. With a sigh, he glanced at the time just as his alarm rang. Lu Yang promptly got up to wash up. When he emerged for breakfast, the auntie had already laid out the meal. As he had been an athlete in the past, his meals at home were meticulously balanced and appeared quite sumptuous. Upon glancing at the breakfast spread, he greeted, Good morning, Mom and Dad, and then turned to the auntie, Could you pack this up for me? I'll eat it at school. Zheng Hui stood up, questioning how he intended to eat at school. Lu Tong also looked at him. Lu Yang replied, I've noticed many classmates do this. We're in our senior year, after all. They often eat breakfast while studying, and I just wanted to see what it feels like. Eating while studying isn't good for your stomach, Zheng Hui murmured disapprovingly. However, Lu Tong had already asked the Annie to help him pack up. It's good that you're following your classmates. By the way, we need to find you a tutor. Lu Yang turned to Lu Tong. Dad, how much does hiring a tutor cost? Lu Tong glared at him, assuming he was reluctant again. Don't even think about that. Regardless of the cost, even though you've earned some extra points from your medals, the knowledge you gain is yours alone. Zheng Hui chimed in. Son, you should listen to your father on this. Lu Yang reached for the packed breakfast from the Annie. Sighing, I never said I wouldn't find one. I just think hiring a tutor costs a lot, and they might not be familiar with our syllabus. I could just ask a classmate for help. What classmate in senior year has time to tutor you? Don't be ridiculous, Zheng Hui retorted. Lu Yang mused that it might not be impossible. He could find someone. Besides, she had excellent grades and could easily get into a prestigious university. Just pay her what you were originally going to spend on a tutor. All right, I'm off. I'll miss the bus. With that, the dutiful Lu Yang left his parents behind. Zheng Hui sighed a few times but couldn't call him back. After all, the family had a rule established by his uncle that they spent a significant amount of money on charity each year. Given that, Lu Yang reasoned that helping Xia Youran's family could also be considered a form of charity. Direct financial assistance might be rejected due to her character. Lu Yang had just thought of this, persuading her to tutor him, while also ensuring he could spend time with her in the evenings, allowing him to keep track of her comings and goings. Plus, he could help her and her grandmother improve their living situation. Perfect. Lu Tong watched his son dash away as if chased by a dog, then turned to his wife. Well, he has gone. Zheng Hui returned to her seat, sensing that Lu Yang seemed somewhat different since returning. Lu Tong felt it too. Their relationship was no longer so strained. Wasn't that a good thing? The child was growing up. Lu Yang ran and just managed to catch the bus. He held a two-tiered thermos, prepared by the Annie for breakfast. Upon arrival, he bought a large jianbing, Chinese crepe, at the school gate and entered the school. Many students in the senior class had arrived early, and Xia Youran was already seated at her desk, her clean profile uplifting the mood of anyone who looked at her. She was focused on memorizing English vocabulary. Lu Yang took his seat, and the girl, who had been reciting smoothly, suddenly faltered. Beside her, Xiaoying glanced at Xia Youran and then at Lu Yang, internally clicking her tongue. Lu Yang waited a moment and, noticing her pause, decided not to continue. Instead, he placed his thermos on her desk. Xiaoying also ceased her studying, curious about the green thermos. What is this? Xia Youran turned to Lu Yang, who took a bite of his jianbing. Breakfast. Aren't you grateful to me? You need to finish it all. As he spoke, he remembered something and rummaged through his drawer, producing a box of pure milk to offer her. Lu Yang was quite unreserved in his actions, drawing the attention of several classmates who began to observe them discreetly. Chapter 15. Feeding the School Beauty. Xia Yuran's mouth slightly agape. She exclaimed, Huh? Lu Yang glanced at the clock hanging above the blackboard. Hurry up and eat, or the bell will ring soon. Xiaoying, looking at the two-tiered thermos, was momentarily silent. Is this breakfast? So much? Lu Yang replied, Is it too much? I've always eaten like this. After a moment of hesitation, he added, Feel free to eat. You don't have to finish it all. Xiaoying eagerly helped to open the thermos. Wow, this is quite a spread. But meat for breakfast? To supplement high-quality protein, Lu Yang explained, recalling the strict dietary requirements from his competitive days. He had once been robust enough to carry a 150-pound man like Ji Xiang with ease, indicating the intensity of his training regimen, which had necessitated a substantial diet. It took several years for him to alter his eating habits. At the moment, he clicked his tongue, realizing the amount of food was indeed excessive. He turned to the still unopened Xia Youran. You said you wanted to thank me. Xia Youran glanced at the thermos and then at the jianbing in Lu Yang's hand. Is that all you're eating? Yes. Breakfast at home has been the same for decades. If I don't eat, I'll get scolded. So, I'm relying on you. Lu Yang pointed to the beef sandwich. This one is tasty. Go ahead and eat it. He watched her intently. Xia Youran hesitated, but eventually reached for the sandwich. Meanwhile, Xiaoying had already opened the milk for her. I've always said Xia Youran eats too little and lacks nutrition. However, every time Xiaoying offered to treat her, Xia Youran would return the favor the next day, often opting for something even more expensive. This cycle eventually led to Xia Youran eating even less. After that, Xiaoying had refrained from offering. Now, she hoped that since it was Lu Yang who provided the food, Xia Youran would quietly eat without feeling the need to reciprocate. Watching her begin to eat, Lu Yang felt quite satisfied, though he wondered if it was indeed too much for her. Would she really be able to finish it? He turned to Qiuing. Did you have breakfast? It seems like a lot. Xia Youran, probably one tea be able to finish it. Why don't you have some too? Before she could finish her sentence, Xia Youran softly murmured, I can do it, with a hint of apology. She glanced at Qiuing, for this was something given to her by Lu Yang, and she was reluctant to share it with anyone. Surprisingly, Qiuing was not at all upset. Instead, she smiled and said, no need to be polite. I've had enough. You can take your time, Youran, just don't overeat. Many classmates nearby witnessed this scene, including Bai Jingru, who was just a walkway away. She observed Lu Yang, who was eating a jianbing guizi and watching Xia Youran as she ate. Her gaze eventually settled on Xia Yuran's lovely face, filled with disappointment. Ji Xiang arrived just in time. When he came in, Xia Youran had already packed away her thermal container, although there was still some food left uneaten, which she intended to keep. Concerned that she might overindulge, Lu Yang had taken some for himself. Xia Youran had mentioned she would wash it before returning it. Hence the thermal container remained with her. Ji Xiang, who had just sat down, still looked half asleep, remarked, Yang Ge, you're here quite early today. Indeed, Ji Ge. If you had arrived any later, you would have been late. Enough of that. Is there anything to eat? Yi Xiang sighed, lamenting he had woken up too late for breakfast. Lu Yang decisively shook his head. There's nothing left. It was true. Had he arrived a bit earlier, he could have had an egg and a substantial sandwich. Unfortunately, that food had just found its way into Lu Yang's stomach. At that moment, Bai Jingru across the aisle offered him a bag. Ji Xiang, I have a sandwich here. Would you like it? Ji Xiang happily reached out to accept it. Thank you, Bai Marin. Bai Jingru smiled faintly, glancing at Lu Yang. It's fine. I originally intended to share it with you both. Xia Youran momentarily paused her reading to glance in Bai Jingru's direction, their eyes meeting briefly. Meanwhile, Lu Yang, feeling somewhat drowsy after a satisfying breakfast, pondered how he might arrange lunch. He looked at Xia Youran, whose slender figure seemed as if it could be blown away by a strong gust of wind. At that moment, Lu Yang was entirely unaware of how long he had been back, his thoughts consumed by the girl before him. As the bell for the next class rang, the tension in the classroom heightened, with everyone becoming as alert as clockwork. However, there were exceptions, such as Ji Xiang, who had just returned from an exam abroad, and Lu Yang, who still felt somewhat out of the loop. The relaxed atmosphere around them was palpable. Nonetheless, Teacher Zhou announced that Zhang Bo was absent today due to illness. Lu Yang mused that his own kick had been controlled, so it shouldn't have resulted in an injury. Yet he wondered if Zhang Bo had really sustained any damage. The idea that Zhang Bo was unwell surprised Lu Yang, as Zhang Bo usually had decent grades and rarely missed class. Did I really kick him hard enough to cause a problem? Is he that fragile? This thought was shared by more than just Lu Yang. Xia Youran also expressed concern, and during the break, she turned to ask Lu Yang about it. At that moment, Bai Jingru tossed a piece of chocolate onto Lu Yang's desk, saying, Yang Ge, I bought too many. This is for you. Xia Youran watched as the chocolate landed softly on Lu Yang's desk, recognizing it as the same brand he had placed on their table the previous day. Lu Yang, initially feeling drowsy, was now somewhat irritated by the chocolate's sudden appearance. He pushed it away towards Ji Xiang. No, I don't want any of this junk thrown at me. I'm not a trash can. His tone bore impatience, sounding somewhat fierce. Ji Xiang chuckled, picking up the chocolate and addressing Bai Jingru. Don't mind him. He gets grumpy when he asks sleepy. Can I have it? Bai Jingru's expression faltered, her fingers nervously entwined. Okay, I still have some left. Do you want it? Although she was speaking to Ji Xiang, her gaze inadvertently drifted towards Lu Yang. Lu Yang genuinely felt a bit annoyed. He indeed had a significant case of morning grouchiness. However, as he noticed Xia Youran turning to face him, his irritation faded. Her hesitant and fearful eyes made him realize he wasn't angry with her. Taking a deep breath, he softened his tone. Is something wrong? Ji Xiang, observing this exchange, was taken aback, his smile faltering as he quickly glanced at his good friend. What was happening? Hadn't he just said Lu Yang was in a foul mood? The words he had spoken seemed to slap him back in the face. I'm trying to smooth things over, and you're throwing it back at me. Huh? Thought Lu Yang. Chapter 16. Your eyes are not innocent. Ji Xiang's gaze was ablaze, like a laser, making it difficult for Lu Yang to ignore. He was becoming more alert, meeting Ji Xiang's penetrating stare before glancing at Bai Jingru, who appeared distressed. Internally, he apologized to Ji Xiang for his earlier behavior. He had genuinely been half asleep. I just wanted to ask about what happened last night. Xia Youran spoke up, noticing Lu Yang's lingering gaze on Bai Jingru. Her voice was soft and unclear, as if implying they had shared something significant the previous night. Ji Xiang and Bai Jingru turned their attention to her, the latter's face paling further. Lu Yang, however, saw no issue with her inquiry, understanding she was referring to Zhang Bo's absence due to the kick he had given him. He waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing. It doesn't concern you. If there's an issue, it's mine. Yet, Xia Youran still seemed anxious to say something. Lu Yang rummaged through his desk and pulled out a few candies. Placing them before her, here, it's really nothing. The stark contrast in their interaction made Ji Xiang feel a pang of sympathy for Bai Jingru, who had already turned and left the classroom. Xia Youran, however, stared at the candies on the desk without reaching for them. Aren't these for you? Would it be inappropriate for me to take them? Ji Xiang was taken aback. What? Is this still the same Xia Youran who could barely speak a complete sentence? What do you mean they're for someone else? I just grabbed these from home. Don't you like candies? What about yesterday's chocolate? Lu Yang asked, surprised, as he usually haphazardly grabbed whatever snacks his mother had on hand. At that moment, Ji Xiang picked up a candy, noting that this brand of fruit gummies was quite tasty. Xia Youran quickly snatched the remaining candies away, her protective demeanor adorably charming. I love them. Thank you. She then turned away. Ji Xiang, glancing at Lu Yang, exclaimed, Wait, am I really competing with a child for her attention? Lu Yang's previously irritated mood softened, and a smile crept onto his face as he thought, why does Xia Youran seem so endearing? He looked at the candy Ji Xiang held. Isn't that stealing? I thought she wouldn't eat them. Ji Xiang defended himself, feeling somewhat wronged. Just then, Xia Youran turned back. Can I have it back? I want to eat it. Her voice, though softer than before, still carried a hint of formality. Ji Xiang offered her the candy. Oh, here you go. He watched as she genuinely reached out to take it, and Lu Yang couldn't help but chuckle at Ji Xiang's astonished expression. Upon hearing Lu Yang's laughter, Xia Youran felt her ears flush with embarrassment. However, it was gifted to her by Lu Yang, and she had no desire to part with it, even though such a sentiment might appear somewhat childish. This revelation rendered Ji Xiang momentarily speechless, shattering the idealized image he held of Xia Youran. He sighed and turned to Lu Yang, lowering his voice to inquire, Be honest with me, have you two already become involved in something more? He couldn't help but wonder if he was simply an outsider in this budding romance, while still preoccupied with thoughts of safeguarding love. After all, wasn't he the one still yearning for the author of that love letter from their sophomore year? Was it truly the case that Xia Youran had developed feelings for Lu Yang? Ji Xiang's tone conveyed his astonishment. He was the sole individual privy to Lu Yang's earlier melancholy, which had stemmed from that letter he discovered tucked away in his desk. He had assumed his friend was on a quest for pure love, tirelessly searching for the girl who penned that note, only to find that he had now embarked on a relationship with Xia Youran. Lu Yang wished to articulate that Xia Youran might indeed be the person he had been searching for all along. Furthermore, he had harbored a genuine curiosity about the author of that letter and had wished to express his gratitude in person, for it was that encouragement that had bestowed upon him newfound courage. Yet, he did not want to suggest that he had fallen for someone he had never met simply because of a letter. What are you thinking? Lu Yang remarked, somewhat exasperated. I told you to stop overthinking things. In any case, I will find the person who wrote that letter and thank her. If only you had shown it to me earlier, perhaps I could have identified her by her handwriting, Ji Xiang replied, genuinely intrigued about the contents of the letter. Lu Yang scoffed, I don't need your help. I'm close to finding her. Ji Xiang opened his mouth to ask another question, but the school bell rang punctually, and the teacher arrived right on time. Any further inquiries were met with Lu Yang's indifference. The morning classes passed swiftly, and by midday, Lu Yang began to feel a twinge of hunger. As soon as the lunch bell rang, Ji Xiang leapt to his feet, declaring, Let us go eat. Lu Yang was contemplating how to entice Xia Youran to join them for lunch, as she seemed to be growing increasingly weary of the same old meals. To his surprise, Xia Youran had already turned to him, saying, "Lu Yang, I brought you lunch." She held 2 bento boxes, her expression slightly shy. I made it myself. We can heat it up in the cafeteria." Ji Xiang, alongside Qiuing, raised an eyebrow. "Are you two dating?" Lu Yang, taken aback, quickly smiled. "Sure. Let's head to the cafeteria together." Hearing Lu Yang's enthusiastic agreement, Xia Youran visibly relaxed. Typically, she would dine with Qiuing, yet this time, the 4 of them proceeded to the cafeteria together. The 2 girls walked ahead, with Qiuing whispering something into Xia Youran's ear, causing Xia's ears to flush a rosy hue. Ji Xiang glanced at Lu Yang and then at Xia Yuran's retreating figure. "Are you two really dating?" "Lu Yang, something is off. We've grown up together. You wouldn't keep secret from me, would you?" Lu Yang finally turned his gaze back to Ji Xiang, insisting, "We're not dating, truly." Yet, the moment he uttered the word "just," he caught himself, hastily retracting, no, just. Ji Xiang found himself at a loss for words. "Fine, but you're definitely acting strange." Lu Yang shot him a questioning look. "In what way am I strange?" "Just look at the way she looks at you. It's anything but innocent," Ji Xiang scoffed. "I've navigated the dating scene for years. Surely I can recognize a budding romance." Lu Yang remained silent, nodding impassively. "How can not be wrong? You're pursuing someone who has already been broken up with. You might as well give it up." Ji Xiang's face turned a shade of green with frustration, and at that moment, Qiuing turned around, her expression brimming with curiosity. "Who is in such a sorry state?" Their voices were rather loud, not that they intended to eavesdrop on the conversation. Xia Youran also turned around, her gaze devoid of gossip, instead fixed intently on Lu Yang. "Lu Yang has dated and broken up?" She bit her lip as she stared at him. This was not exactly a flattering reputation. Without hesitation, Lu Yang pointed to Ji Xiang. "Don't look at me. It's not my fault." Ji Xiang called out, "Lu Dog, I'll take you on." He lunged forward, but Lu Yang nimbly dodged, and as he sprinted away, remarked with just one hand, "You would stand a chance." Lu Dog. Chapter 17. More guidance from Teacher Xia. Ultimately, Ji Xiang stood no chance of catching Lu Yang. Lu Yang graciously apologized, promising to treat him to a week's worth of late-night snacks, and the matter was laid to rest. Having grown up side by side, their bond was indeed strong. It is worth noting the fateful connection they shared. When Lu Yang was sent to live with his grandfather, he resided next door to Ji Xiang's family. Years later, when Lu Yang returned home as a teenager, Ji Xiang's family had expanded their business and moved back into the neighborhood, leading to the 2 boys embarking on countless misadventures together. Lu Yang often felt that Ji Xiang understood him better than his own parents did. At that moment, Ji Xiang and Qiuing headed to get their meals while Xia Youran went to heat hers up, leaving Lu Yang to save seats. The line for heating food was short, allowing Xia Youran to return quickly. She opened both bento boxes and pushed the meat-laden one toward Lu Yang, her eyes sparkling with anticipation as she said, "Give it a try, but I don't think it's as delicious as what my grandmother makes." Lu Yang glanced at her plate, noticing she had only saved vegetables and 2 pieces of meat for herself. He couldn't help but suspect that she had only put it there because her own box could not accommodate anymore. He placed some chicken and beef in her bento, saying, "I haven't even started eating this yet. It's all clean." "No, it's for you," Xia Youran protested, reaching for her chopsticks to block him. "You probably won't have enough, right? Given how much you ate for breakfast, is what you prepared sufficient?" Lu Yang shook his head. "I'm fine. I ate a lot for breakfast, and I'm not hungry. You should eat more." Without waiting for Xia Youran to respond, he shifted the conversation. "Are you looking to thank me for helping you?" Xia Youran nodded. "Yes, I want to thank you. One meal doesn't feel like enough. All right, then, do me a favor," Lu Yang said cheerfully, placing another piece of meat in her bowl. "You know my grades are pretty average. Could you help me with some tutoring? It won't take up much of your time. During school, I can ask you questions. And after evening study, could you help me for 40 minutes? Xia Youran exclaimed. "But after evening study, I'll walk you home first so your grandmother can see you. And then once she's asleep, you can tutor me. Okay? I remember there's a 7-Eleven convenience store across from your neighborhood. I'll wait for you there." Lu Yang looked at her. "Is that all right?" Xia Youran's first thought was that this would allow her to spend more time with Lu Yang. Why 7-Eleven? We could just go straight to my house. She blinked at him. It's more convenient. Are you foolish? You're just a girl. Do you realize how easily I could carry you away? It's not safe. I'm an adult male. Lu Yang sighed. Please don't do this in the future. It could disturb your grandmother's rest. The house is small, and even if they try to be quiet, there will still be noise. Elderly people already have poor sleep quality. By the way, I'll pay you the market rate for tutoring. I don't want your money. Xia Youran retorted without a second thought, looking at Lu Yang with a serious expression as she reiterated, I don't want your money. And it's not that I lack caution. It's just that because it's you, Lu Yang, it feels different. Lu Yang looked at her, and the words he had on the tip of his tongue shifted. All right, then I'll take care of your breakfast, lunch, and dinner from now on. Otherwise, I want to feel at ease. Fearing that she might decline, Lu Yang remarked, if you refuse, I shall have no choice but to seek someone else. I promise you. Xia Youran immediately retorted, I cannot allow Lu Yang to find another. Moreover, dining with him also brought her joy. Only then did Lu Yang smile with satisfaction, first offering her food, and, at the end of the term, he directly handed her the money, claiming it was a gift from his parents. With nourishment provided and funds secured, it was a flawless arrangement. The two reached an understanding. Thus, from this evening forth, they would embark on this journey together. Please guide me, Teacher Xia. The way teacher rolled off his tongue rendered Xia Youran's cheeks a shade of crimson. Ji Xiang returned, holding a plate filled with meat. What are we doing tonight? What teacher? We're going to study diligently. Are you joining us? Lu Yang cast a glance at him. Ji Xiang immediately shook his head. Not me. I am destined to be sent away regardless. I refuse to pressure myself. But Lu Dog, that meat looks delectable, he said, already snatching a piece of chicken and tossing it into his mouth. Silently, Xia Youran took 2 pieces of meat from her bento and offered them to Lu Yang. Lu Yang shot Ji Xiang a bewildered glance before taking an untouched fried chicken leg from Ji Xiang's plate and placing it in Xia Yuran's bowl. As Qiuing approached with a puzzled expression, she wondered, is this some sort of real-life romantic comedy? Both Ji Xiang and Qiuing were cheerful and engaging. So despite it being their first meal together as a quartet, the atmosphere remained light and unembarrassed. In fact, Lu Yang felt as though he was listening to a comedic performance. After the meal, Ji Xiang dragged Lu Yang to buy milk tea while the 2 girls returned to the classroom. Although there was a milk tea shop on campus, they opted for one off campus. The place was bustling with patrons at this hour. Ji Xiang spotted Bai Jingru approaching and nudged Lu Yang, saying, your romantic interest is here. Lu Yang looked up and saw Bai Jingru, who, on this rare occasion, was alone. She strode directly to Lu Yang and asked, Lu Yang, my birthday is Saturday night. Will you come? It's my 18th birthday. She emphasized the significance of turning 18. Lu Yang's initial response was, but we still have classes on Saturday, right? This situation had not occurred in his previous life, but recalling that Xia Youran had just encountered her troubles around that time, he acknowledged that Bai Jingru's personality would not typically prompt a birthday invitation. Ji Xiang stifled a laugh, realizing that Bai Jingru was clearly anxious. In the past, Lu Yang had maintained a consistent demeanor towards the opposite sex. Bai Jingru, who often sat in front of him, had exchanged a few words with him, making her one of the more familiar females in his life. Thus, she was not overly eager. However, with Xia Youran now present, their newfound intimacy was undeniable, prompting Bai Jingru's evident urgency. But we have classes on Saturday. I won't go. Happy birthday in advance, Lu Yang said, glancing back at Ji Xiang, who was still watching the exchange. Aren't you leaving yet? Ji Xiang called out, quickly following Lu Yang. As they passed Bai Jingru, he whispered, forget it, Bai Jingru. Lu Yang has someone he likes now. After saying this, he hurried to catch up with Lu Yang, attempting to cover for him. At this moment, boys often displayed such restless and immature behavior. Lu Yang, noticing Ji Xiang's approach, evaded him with a sidestep, causing Ji Xiang to nearly stumble. He began to curse at Lu Yang. Lu Yang, uninterested, thought to himself that such childishness persisted even into their 20s. There seemed to be no hope for him. Lu Yang, Bai Jingru likes you, don't you know? Ji Xiang inquired, curiosity evident in his tone. I didn't know before, but I do now, Lu Yang replied, casting a weary glance at him. I don't like her. I have no romantic interest in anyone, not even among the same sex. You're speaking nonsense. You clearly admitted that you liked Xia Youran before. Ji Xiang's loud proclamation drew the attention of their classmates. Lu Yang thought, is it too late to silence him? Chapter 18. What kind of girl do you like? Lu Yang was quite well known at school. After all, many had likely seen him compete, and he had amassed numerous accolades. Most notably, everyone was aware of his affluent background and his handsome appearance. Therefore, a young man like him would inevitably attract attention in any school. At this moment, Lu Yang seized Ji Xiang by the throat, gritting his teeth as he warned, if you keep talking nonsense, I swear I'll end you. His strength was no joke. Ji Xiang felt the pressure and exclaimed, Grandpa, I was wrong. Lu Yang released his grip, glancing around to see the onlookers quickly avert their gazes. He turned to head back to school, dismissing the notion of buying milk tea altogether. Sooner or later, he would deal with Ji Xiang. Ji Xiang hastily caught up with him, saying, Grandpa, since we're here, let me treat you. He glanced at Lu Yang and quickly added, and let's invite our front row girl. Girls love milk tea, right? Only then did Lu Yang look at the milk tea shop, noting that indeed, there were more girls in line. Finally, he looked at Ji Xiang and asked, what did I ever say I had someone I liked? When I asked if you liked Xia Youran, you didn't deny it. Ji Xiang's voice dropped slightly as he pulled Lu Yang toward the queue. This is you, bro. You never hesitate to say you don't like someone. Your silence means you do like her, right? Lu Yang found himself somewhat persuaded by Ji Xiang's logic, almost convinced that there was some merit in it. Sighing, Lu Yang regarded Ji Xiang. I truly do not. I feel a bit differently about Xia Youran, but there are reasons for that. It's not as you think. He certainly could not divulge to Ji Xiang that he felt as if he had been reborn or had traversed time. Given Ji Xiang's nature, he would likely be the first to suggest a mental health facility. However, Ji Xiang clearly did not believe Lu Yang's words. Based on Lu Yang's current demeanor towards Xia Youran, Ji Xiang was convinced that a denial was simply not credible. He felt as though he could practically claim her as his own. Ji Xiang remained oblivious to Lu Yang's inner turmoil. He genuinely wanted to spend every hour with Xia Youran, at least to hold her hand in his dreams. He needed to ensure that she successfully entered university before he could rest easy. Lu Yang found his inexplicable sense of responsibility somewhat perplexing and utterly difficult to articulate. The line moved swiftly, and soon it was their turn. Lu Yang had never bought this kind of treat for a girl before, but fortunately, Ji Xiang was quite experienced. After asking the staff a couple of questions, he procured drinks for the two girls. He and Lu Yang ordered their usuals. In truth, Lu Yang was not particularly fond of milk tea. It was a tad too sweet for his taste. After purchasing the drinks, the two returned to the classroom. As class was about to commence, upon seeing the milk tea on her desk, Xia Yuran's eyes sparkled as she looked at Lu Yang. Did you buy this for me? Yes, for you both. Ji Xiang bought them. Lu Yang replied as he sat down and stretched, suddenly feeling unaccustomed to sitting in high school for an entire day. Hearing that it wasn't Lu Yang who bought the drinks, Xia Yuran's expression dimmed slightly, yet she still thanked Ji Xiang along with Qiuing. Ji Xiang cheerfully remarked, "It's my honor to serve beautiful ladies." At that moment, Qiuing chimed in, "Now I believe, Ji Gu, that you've truly dated many girls." Ji Xiang looked utterly exasperated, correcting her, "I haven't dated many, just two, and both ended with me being dumped. Ugh, I don't want to talk about it. Exceeding one is already too many. How old are we, anyway?" Qiuing spoke, glancing at Xia Youran before turning her gaze to Lu Yang. "Brother Yang, have you ever been in a relationship? Surely you have many admirers. What kind of girl do you fancy?" Xia Youran, gently nibbling on her milk tea straw, also turned her round little face towards Lu Yang. He had been intently watching her as she drank. He had previously noticed that Xia Youran ate like a little squirrel. Her cheeks adorably puffed, no matter what she consumed. Perhaps it was due to her petite mouth and face, but she was undeniably charming. At that moment, his eyes roamed over the straw she was holding, her delicate white teeth lightly grazing it. Upon hearing Qiuing's question, Lu Yang quickly diverted his gaze back to her, his heartbeat momentarily faltering. "What? Have you ever dated?" Qiuing probed again. As today she assumed the role of a love guardian for a friend. "What type do you prefer?" If it had been anyone else asking, Lu Yang would have been disinclined to answer such an inquiry, while Ji Xiang began to chuckle at the side. "He has never dated. He is a pure-hearted youth. Ji Xiang remarked with a teasing tone, mocking Lu Yang for always being the one to be rejected. Surprisingly, Lu Yang admitted quite candidly, "No, I haven't tea." As for the type of girl he liked, Lu Yang gazed at Xia Youran, who was anxiously biting the straw, and felt a pang of sympathy for it. "Perhaps I like a girl who can express that, no matter what you are like, you shine brilliantly." This statement seemed somewhat obscure. Yet Lu Yang's tentative inquiry had already yielded an answer. Xia Youran's eyes darted in panic, unable to meet his gaze, her heartbeat quickening, and her lips twitching slightly. He had read the letter she wrote. What did he mean by that? Did he like girls who wrote such words? Did that imply he liked her? But she had been too timid to sign her name, as if she never believed Lu Yang would see that letter. The girl's flustered demeanor was unmistakable, and Lu Yang's previous suspicions no longer required direct inquiry. That letter had indeed been penned by Xia Youran, and she truly harbored feelings for him. Lu Yang furrowed his brow slightly. Why would she like him? At this moment, Ji Xiang and Qiu Ying exchanged puzzled glances. Qiu Ying scoffed. "So you like her just because she can write?" Ji Xiang chimed in. "No, he likes the girl who wrote him a love letter back then. I bet that anonymous girl knows how to write well and struck a chord with her brother Yang." Lu Yang observed Xia Youran swiftly glance at him upon hearing this remark, only to quickly avert her gaze and turn away. He chuckled lightly. "I'm just joking. It was a love letter, merely a note of encouragement. I wanted to thank her." Xia Yuran's heart, once soaring, suddenly plummeted. So it was love after all. Indeed, it was a love letter back then. She grasped the pen from the table, yearning not for Lu Yang's gratitude, but for his affection. The moment this thought crossed her mind, her cheeks flushed. "Your innocent demeanor is so endearing that even I, as a girl, find it appealing," Ji Xiang teased. Lu Yang rolled his eyes, while Qiu Ying regarded Xia Youran thoughtfully. Just then, the class bell rang. Across the aisle, Bai Jingru inscribed a phrase on the paper before her. "No matter what you are like, you shine brilliantly." Chapter 19. I've hired myself a little tutor. On the evening that Lu Yang declared his intention to enlist Xia Youran as a tutor, he commenced the following night. He didn't require an excuse to follow her home, waiting for her beneath her building until she descended. They would then head to the nearby 7 to 11 to study together. This also provided Lu Yang with the perfect opportunity to treat her to an extra meal, purchasing milk or snacks under the pretense of having bought too much to consume alone. For several consecutive days until Friday, their innocent teacher-student relationship persisted. However, Lu Yang discovered that while Xia Youran appeared somewhat pitiable, she was not entirely docile. Even a rabbit could bite when provoked, and Xia Youran was certainly no rabbit. Otherwise, the two of them would have been bullied long ago. Xia Youran confided to Lu Yang that her family had some wealth, but she needed to save the money for her grandmother's medication, which was why she took on odd jobs to earn enough for her meals. Grandma's medicine is more important. Once I graduate from high school, I can work. If I perform well on the college entrance exam, I might even be able to offer tutoring, and then I can earn money, she said, her eyes gleaming with hope as she spoke of her future. How could such a girl easily contemplate suicide? Moreover, Lu Yang had learned from his father that the incident in Mingyue village had occurred 3 years prior, precisely when Xia Youran was transitioning to high school. The case remained unresolved because Xia Yuran's parents left behind a suicide note out of guilt. Yet their bodies were never found. It was said they drowned, but no remains were ever recovered. Lu Tong had mentioned that the case was sealed and information was scarce, with even the absence of bodies being internal knowledge. Currently, most people were only aware of the rumor surrounding the suicide of Xia Yuran's parents. Only those within the circle knew that no bodies had been located. Instinctively, Lu Yang felt that Xia Yuran's previous suicide was far from simple. He had grown increasingly curious about what had transpired in her life that could compel such a hopeful girl to take that drastic step. His interest in Xia Youran deepened. Among their classmates, it seemed that Lu Yang's rapport with Xia Youran had flourished. He brought her breakfast daily and shared meals with her. Whispers began circulating that Lu Yang was pursuing Xia Youran, and many believed he had a good chance, especially as it was evident that Xia Yuran's attitude towards him was markedly different. This made Zhang Bo hesitant to approach her, while Bai Jingru felt increasingly restless. On Friday night, After evening classes, Ji Xiang pulled Lu Yang aside. You must treat me to a late-night snack tonight. You've been running off after class lately. Where do you go? Ji Xiang was unaware of Lu Yang's routine of accompanying Xia Youran home. As Xia Youran was packing her things, she slowed her movements and asked, Lu Yang, are you going back with me tonight? Lu Yang, looking at Ji Xiang seriously, replied, I'm going to tutoring after class. My grades are terrible. Ji Xiang raised an eyebrow, skepticism written all over his face. You? Tutoring? Have your parents hired a tutor for you? Something like that. I've hired myself a little tutor, he said, glancing at Xia Youran, who was still tidying up. Ji Xiang groaned, feeling suddenly desolate. He sighed. Why don't you ask your tutor if she can teach one more? I'm feeling quite lonely. Let us study together. Lu Yang rolled his eyes. If I'm going to eat dung, do you want to taste too? Thanks, but I'll pass on that. You can eat it by yourself, Ji Xiang hurriedly declined. At that moment, Huang Qi, a classmate with whom they often played basketball, walked by and called out, Brother Yang, Jigu, want to grab a late-night snack together? Ji Xiang immediately abandoned Lu Yang. You go to your tutoring. I'm off for a late-night snack. Remember to ask your tutor. I want need much guidance. It'll be free money. Lu Yang couldn't be bothered to respond and waved goodbye to him. Turning her head to check if Xia Youran had finished tidying up, she instead caught sight of Bai Jingru standing beside Xia Youran, smiling and engaging her in conversation. Xia Yuran's expression was rather neutral, merely shaking her head in silence. At that moment, Su Jiao, who was seated in front of Xia Youran, turned around and earnestly suggested, Why not join us, Youran? Many people from our class are going. Bai Jingru, still wearing a smile, kindly added, I'm genuinely happy if you can come, Youran. There's no need to bring gifts. It's just a meal I'm treating everyone to. After all, we're classmates. At this point, Qiuing could no longer hold back, remarking with that said, It would seem rather impolite if we go without bringing something. A hint of panic crossed Bai Jingru's face as she quickly clarified, That's not what I meant. Bai Jingru had always been well-liked in class. And now, someone chimed in, Qiuing, your words suggest that Jingru is asking us for gifts. She merely wishes to treat us to a meal to celebrate her 18th birthday. And besides, aren't we free this Sunday afternoon? Though directed at Qiuing, the remark was in fact aimed at Xia Youran, who had just declined the invitation. Xia Youran gently tugged at Qiuing's shirt, signaling her to cease her comments, then stood up, her backpack slung over her shoulder as she earnestly told Bai Jingru, Happy early birthday, but I truly need to work this Sunday afternoon. I'm very sorry. Bai Jingru's face showed no trace of embarrassment as she listened, despite hearing murmurs suggesting she was intentionally making things difficult for Xia Youran. Bai Jingru had noticed Ji Xiang leading Lu Yang out earlier, mistakenly believing they had already left. She then exclaimed, But Lu Yang is going too. Everyone from the class is attending. Are you really not coming? It's just one afternoon. It should interfere with anything. Upon hearing that Lu Yang would also be attending, Xia Youran was momentarily taken aback. After all, Lu Yang had clearly stated he was going to the library for self-study with her that Sunday afternoon. How could he agree to Bai Jingru? Lu Yang, who had been standing at the back door, was confused, wondering when he had made such a promise. Had Ji Xiang spoken on his behalf? He entered the classroom. His curiosity piqued and asked, What did I agree to? Where are we going? Both Bai Jingru and Xia Youran turned to look at the suddenly appearing figure, while the onlooking classmates shifted their attention to Lu Yang. Su Jiao eagerly explained, It's Jingru's birthday on Saturday, but since we have classes then, she wants to treat us to a meal on Sunday. Lu Yang, are you going too? Bai Jingru's expression turned sour, indeed somewhat awkward. Initially, she had hoped that by persuading Xia Youran to attend, Lu Yang would also agree, as it was evident to all that he held a special regard for Xia Youran. However, the current situation was undeniably uncomfortable. I don't know about this. I haven't agreed to anything. I have plans on Sunday afternoon, Lu Yang stated bluntly, leaving no room for Bai Jingru's feelings. The surrounding classmates and Su Jiao felt the awkwardness permeating the air. Xia Youran stood tall, glancing at the time before addressing Lu Yang. I need to head back. My grandmother is waiting for me at home. At this point, Bai Jingru interjected with her characteristic cheerful demeanor. Oh, I thought Ji Xiang had informed you. He knows about it, and even agreed, so perhaps I misunderstood. Since Ji Xiang had not yet returned, Bai Jingru concluded that Lu Yang must be waiting for Xia Youran. She approached the two and looked up at Lu Yang with her lovely face. Objectively speaking, while Bai Jingru's features did not surpass Xia Youran's in beauty when standing together, Bai Jingru's complexion and attire vastly outshone Xia Youran's. Currently, Xia Youran appeared somewhat pale and unwell, making her less appealing. Thus, Lu Yang found himself glancing at Bai Jingru, wondering if he should inquire about her dietary habits, as he noticed Xia Youran's lack of vitality. Ultimately, he decided to discuss it with his mother later. Lost in thought, Lu Yang's gaze lingered on Bai Jingru, which Xia Youran misinterpreted as him daydreaming about her. Bai Jingru also perceived it this way, believing that Lu Yang might have some interest in her as well. Her heart raced as she recalled overhearing a conversation the other day, and she ventured, "Lu Yang, I know you're looking for someone. If you come to my birthday gathering, I'll tell you who that person is. I know who placed those items in your drawer during sophomore year." This revelation caught both Lu Yang and Xia Youran's attention. Lu Yang was genuinely curious about how Bai Jingru had learned of the letter, wondering if she had indeed seen it. However, Xia Youran frowned, knowing she and Lu Yang had not been in the same class during sophomore year. She had taken the opportunity to visit when they were all in gym class, and at that time, the classroom had been deserted. Furthermore, Lu Yang had been in a class for athletic students until his senior year, and Bai Jingru had not been there. As her mind raced with fragments of plots from novels involving misappropriation, she wondered if Lu Yang would even believe her. Yet Lu Yang, unconcerned with their inner thoughts, replied, "No need, I already know who it is. I'm leaving now. Aren't you heading home?" He tugged at Xia Youran's backpack. Xia Youran responded with an "oh," turning to exit, with Lu Yang following closely behind. Bai Jingru's voice had been soft, and onlookers only perceived the three of them huddled together before Xia Youran and Lu Yang departed. Xiao Ying had also finished packing her belongings. The extra 10 minutes of self-study time passed in the absence of a teacher allowed everyone to gather naturally, and she too paid them no mind as she shouldered her backpack and left. She genuinely found the perpetually smiling Bai Jingru quite unsettling, viewing her as insincere and unlikable. Su Jiao gazed at Bai Jingru and asked, "So, are we still having the gathering?" The others turned to Bai Jingru, who cheerfully replied, "Of course we are. They probably just have prior commitments." "All right, I'm heading back now. I'll send the address in the group chat, so remember to come." Her demeanor suggested that the earlier incident had not affected her in the slightest. The other students responded with smiles. As they watched her walk away with her backpack, someone called out, "Bao, are you Jingru's desk mate? Does she have feelings for Lu Yang? I feel like Lu Yang likes Xia Youran instead." Su Jiao inquired of Bai Jingru's deskmate, Bao Wenjing. Bao Wenjing glanced at her and replied, "I don't know. You should ask her." With that, she gathered her things and departed. Wasn't this rather obvious? Su Xiao feigen in godang, atking de liberten. At that moment, an unidentified boy remarked, "Honestly, if I were to choose, I'd also like Xia Youran. A beautiful girl who is so quietly captivating, being special to just me. How delightful that would be. And if we set everything else aside, Xia Youran is indeed more attractive than Bai Jingru," another agreed. Otherwise, why did someone create a poll on the school forum where Bai Jingru's popularity merely matched Xia Youran's? The poll, as title specified, to judge solely by looks, suggesting that Bai Jingru's votes were likely inflated. Meanwhile, the usually quiet and reserved Xia Youran surprisingly garnered a high number of votes. At that moment, Zhang Bo, carrying his backpack, muttered as he walked out, "No matter how beautiful, they wouldn't look your way." With that, he exited. The group of boys who had just complimented Xia Youran rolled their eyes. Who among them was akin to a toad dreaming of swan meat, persistently trailing after her even after being rejected? Unbeknownst to them, there were crickets lurking behind. As soon as they stepped outside, rain began to fall, prompting Lu Yang to hail a cab. Once inside the vehicle, Xia Youran whispered, "It's raining. We can't linger by the 711 anymore." Cautiously, she glanced at Lu Yang and added, "You can head home first tonight." Lu Yang regarded her with curiosity. "Why do you seem particularly apprehensive around me?" he inquired, noting her ease around others. Surprised by his assumption, Xia Youran lifted her gaze to meet his. They sat in the back seat with an empty space between them, a distance that was not particularly close. Yet, Her mind raced back to the kiss they had shared on the bus. Unable to bear the tension, she quickly turned her head away. "I'm not afraid of you. You're a good person," she insisted, though it was evident that her nerves betrayed her. Lu Yang chuckled. "So, I've been issued the good guy card. You are indeed a good person," Xia Youran emphasized earnestly. "Helping you twice qualifies as being good. If someone had ulterior motives and assisted you a few times, would you consider yourself sold out while still counting the money?" Lu Yang was genuinely intrigued. But Xia Youran fell silent, pondering whether he viewed her as a naive and innocent girl. In truth, her feelings for Lu Yang were unique. She was not one to easily place her trust in others. "Anyway, you are different," she retorted, a hint of displeasure in her tone, her cheeks slightly puffed. Resembling a petulant child, she was still too slender. Lu Yang resolved to ask the aunt to prepare a nourishing soup for him the following morning, for he believed she needed proper care. "What makes me different?" Lu Yang asked, then casually posed. "Have you known me for a long time?" Xia Youran turned to him. "You remember? I used to live in Mingwe village." Indeed, it seemed Xia Youran had known of him long before, though unfortunately, Lu Yang had been unaware of her existence. His previous charitable deeds had merely stemmed from familial influence. He was only responsible for delivering the rewards to his mother, who would add a bit more, while he occasionally penned encouraging letters. He had heard that some children from that village would reply, yet he had never actually seen any responses. Chapter 21. The First Hand Holding. At that moment, Xia Youran looked at Lu Yang with eyes brimming with hope. In truth, when she had sent that letter without a signature, a part of her had secretly wished he might recognize her handwriting. She had indeed written him a reply, sending it through her father along with some local specialties as tokens of gratitude from the village. Even though he had never responded, Xia Youran still felt there was a connection between them. However, it was evident that Lu Yang did not recognize her. Back then, she had convinced herself that perhaps her handwriting had changed slightly, that her current script was a tad better than before. Yet, now hearing Lu Yang's inquiry about any prior acquaintance, a flicker of hope reignited within her. These past days, she had failed to muster the courage to tell Lu Yang that she was the one who wrote that letter. She felt embarrassed. This is what unrequited love feels like. One wishes for the other to discern the truth without uttering a word. How fanciful! Yet, that is the essence of secret affection, longing for someone who is inherently unattainable. Lu Yang was that impossible person in Xia Yuran's heart. As Lu Yang met her hopeful gaze, the rain outside poured heavily, with the occasional streetlight casting reflections inside the dimly lit cab. In such an atmosphere, her eyes sparkled even more brightly. The anticipation in her gaze made Lu Yang feel uneasy. He had no recollection of Mingwe village, nor did he remember Xia Youran. Were it not for his rebirth, he would have little impression of her at all. At that moment, his silence spoke volumes. The light in Xia Yuran's eyes flickered and dimmed under the fleeting glow of the streetlights. It was inconsequential if he did not remember. "I apologize for my earlier behavior. I spent a lot of time training, and my mother handled these matters," Lu Yang confessed. "I merely felt your demeanor towards me was different from that of others, which prompted my inquiry." Xia Youran shook her head. "You needn't apologize. You did a good deed. Many in our village hold gratitude for you and the donors." This was the first time she mentioned her village. Even in past conversations with Lu Yang, she rarely brought up Mingwe village or her parents. Lu Yang paused, "But donations are anonymous. How do you know about me?" "My father was responsible for distributing the supplies and the funds," Xia Youran replied softly. Yet the driver glanced at her through the rearview mirror. This girl seemed to come from humble beginnings. Shouldn't those distributing donations be better off? Lu Yang understood and sensed the driver's gaze. He retrieved a chocolate from his backpack and handed it to her. "Here, take this chocolate." There's no need to delve further into this topic. Xia Yuran's spirits sank, yet she reached out for the chocolate he offered. In the dim light of the car, their hands inadvertently brushed against one another. He had felt the calluses on her hand before, but her fingertips were soft and delicate, barely grazing his. This sensation resembled the nightmares he experienced every night, where he could never grasp her, feeling her hand slip away from his fingertips. Those dreams haunted him, leaving a shadow of dread. Instinctively, as her fingers began to pull away, Lu Yang reached out and grasped her small hand. He finally held on to her. The girl's slender hand, cradling a piece of chocolate, now rested within his warm palm. His hand enveloped hers, a gentle yet reassuring grip. The moment he clasped her hand, a sense of comfort washed over him. He had finally captured her, but then he realized what he was doing. The atmosphere in the car seemed to freeze. He felt her cool hand warming in his palm until it matched his own temperature. His body stiffened, and he reluctantly released her hand. Her delicate fingers seemed to linger, gliding lightly over his palm, sending a tingling sensation through him. "I apologize. It was merely a reflex," Lu Yang stammered, wishing he could question his own foolishness. Fortunately, Xia Youran appeared unconcerned. "It's all right," she replied calmly, though only she knew that her hand, clutching the chocolate, trembled. Had they just held hands? How delightful. "No misunderstandings, please. I assure you, I am not being forward. It's just that your hand felt a bit cold. Were you caught in the rain?" After saying this, Lu Yang wanted to slap himself for his own blunders. Could he not refrain from mentioning hands? Did he not already appear overly forward? Xia Youran tore open the chocolate wrapper and stuffed it into her mouth, her slightly trembling form seeming to calm down. The subtle bitterness of the chocolate, mingled with its sweetness, melted smoothly in her mouth, soothing her somewhat agitated and anxious emotions. Perhaps that was the case. The two once again fell into silence. Lu Yang felt awkward, while Xia Youran was tense. At that moment, the driver spoke up, asking whether he should stop in front of the community gate or at the nearby 7-Eleven. "Let us stop at 7-Eleven. Thank you, driver," Lu Yang said sincerely. He was relieved that the driver had broken the silence. Otherwise, they would have been engulfed in embarrassment. Neither of them had an umbrella, so Lu Yang planned to get off at the convenience store to buy one. Before exiting the car, he extended his hand towards Xia Youran. The lights inside the vehicle had been turned on by the driver, illuminating the interior brightly, allowing Lu Yang to see that Xia Youran's face was flushed. She blinked slowly, gazing at the hand he offered. Hesitantly, she raised her hand and placed it in his. She couldn't help but feel that her hand appeared rather unappealing, too slender, with visibly deformed knuckles from frequent work, and not sufficiently fair. A fleeting thought of Bai Jingru and her friend's delicate, fair hands crossed her mind. Lu Yang paused for a moment, realizing that he had intended to take the chocolate wrapper from her hand, which he could discard immediately upon exiting. Watching her hesitate and then place her hand in his palm, he sensed a glimmer of insecurity in her eyes. Looking at her hand resting in his, he recognized it as the hand of someone accustomed to labor. It seemed he had discerned the origin of her self-doubt. He gently closed his hand, momentarily enveloping hers before saying, "All right, it's not so cold now. Let us get out. Give me the trash in your hand, and I'll dispose of it." Lu Yang naturally released her hand. Xia Youran then realized she might have misunderstood the situation. Chapter 22. A Hint of Ambiguity. The driver, however, had no time for their youthful musings. Noticing they hadn't yet exited, he couldn't help but inquire, "Shall I drop you off at the community gate instead? It's just a slight detour." Lu Yang quickly replied, "No need, driver, we're going to buy an umbrella." He then turned to Xia Youran, who, at that moment, wished she could simply vanish. She couldn't bear to look at Lu Yang, hastily opening the car door to exit. "I'll throw it away myself," she exclaimed, her voice nearly breaking beneath the sound of the rain. Humans are indeed fascinating beings. Lu Yang had felt a twinge of embarrassment earlier, yet instinctively grasped her hand, despite the lingering discomfort from the nightmares that haunted his nights. However, now, seeing Xia Youran flustered, he felt reassured. He thanked the driver and stepped out of the car. Xia Youran stood at the entrance of 7-Eleven, her hair inevitably dampened, and her school uniform slightly wet. Lu Yang strode over and said, "I'm going inside to buy an umbrella." Xia Youran thought that she could easily run back from the community gate, but she worried that Lu Yang might return without an umbrella. Accompanied by the awkwardness from earlier, she responded with a soft "oh." A group of men approached from a distance, cursing loudly. Lu Yang glanced at them and said, "You should come in with me." Xia Youran, noticing the group of men evidently seeking shelter from the rain, didn't refuse Lu Yang's offer to enter together. Lu Yang intended to buy 2 umbrellas, but Xia Youran insisted that one would suffice for home use. Ultimately, he purchased just one, along with a bottle of milk. which he had the cashier heat up before handing it to Xia Youran. "Drink this," he urged. Xia Youran looked at the steaming milk and replied, "I don't need it. You drink it. I don't like this stuff. You'll catch a cold, and seeing a doctor costs more," he countered. The mention of expenses prompted Xia Youran to accept the warm milk. In truth, she wasn't too fond of plain milk, but she always finished whatever Lu Yang provided her. Lu Yang watched contentedly as she drank it, handing the bottle back to the cashier. "Hey, save 50 cents, he remarked. He then grabbed a few boxes of packaged milk. Upon seeing the AD calcium milk on the shelf, a memory flashed through his mind of Ji Xiang drinking calcium milk with a cheeky remark about trying to grow from A to D. Lu Yang felt a bit absurd but still took a few boxes, paying for everything before unzipping Xia Youran's backpack to stow the items inside. Xia Youran remained still, saying, "I'll bring it to you tomorrow. Why take it over? It's for you. Enjoy it. Let us go. Otherwise, Grandma will worry," he said, picking up the umbrella and heading outside. Xia Youran followed, feeling a sense of security from the boy's reassuring presence. As they stepped out, the three drenched men at the entrance turned to look at them, a faint scent of alcohol wafting from their clothes. One man's gaze fixated on Xia Youran's face, creating an uncomfortable atmosphere despite his inaction. Lu Yang instinctively pulled Xia Youran closer by the strap of her backpack, glancing at the man staring at her. Though still in high school, Lu Yang's physique surpassed that of many adult men, thanks to his previous training. Thus, even when the man noticed Lu Yang in his school uniform, he quickly averted his gaze. Lu Yang felt the area was too unsafe. He opened the umbrella and said, "I'll walk you home." Xia Youran didn't protest, as the man's gaze had unsettled her. The umbrella wasn't very large, being one of those transparent white types, so they had to stand quite close together, with Lu Yang tilting it to shield her. After all, Xia Youran's appearance suggested she would easily fall ill if drenched. Meanwhile, Lu Yang was in good health, capable of running 5 kilometers in the rain and feeling invigorated the next day. Xia Youran found herself nearly cradled in Lu Yang's embrace. Though his hands never actually touched her, they jogged towards the community, splashes of water soaking their school uniforms. Xia Youran glanced up at him. His profile was quite handsome, his lips pressed together in a serious expression, with long, curled eyelashes. Lu Yang had a pure, innocent look about him, resembling the image of a well-behaved child. Yet, he could be fierce during competitions. Rainwater, illuminated by the streetlights, appeared orange, falling in lines upon the transparent umbrella before being dispersed. The pair, dressed in school uniforms, moved in synchrony, running forward under the umbrella, their shadows elongated on the ground, occasionally intertwining in a manner that hinted at ambiguity. After the passing of her parents and her grandmother's illness, Xia Youran once again felt the warmth of being protected, stemming from her affection for Lu Yang. The awkwardness she had previously felt seemed to have vanished, leaving only pleasant feelings behind. Although they were running quickly, their clothes inevitably became wet. Lu Yang stood at the base of the building, saying, "You should go up now." Xia Youran observed his half-drenched shirt and insisted, "You're soaked. Come up, and I'll get you a towel." Lu Yang initially intended to decline, thinking he could simply return home to shower. However, he recalled the lock he had bought for her last time and wondered if she had used it. Nodding in agreement, he ascended the staircase. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, he noticed the lights illuminating Xia Youran's residence, the door ajar, with her grandmother waiting at the threshold. The lock purchased by Lu Yang secured the iron gate, preventing the elderly lady from exiting. A heaviness settled in Lu Yang's heart as he observed this scene. Was it truly necessary for Xia Youran to confine her grandmother within the house in her absence, merely due to a lack of supervision? At that moment, Xia Youran hurried over, retrieving her keys while exclaiming, "Grandma, I'm back. Why are you standing here? It's raining, and I feared you might not have an umbrella. I wanted to bring you one, but I can't remember where you said the key was. You're soaked. Come inside and take a shower." The elderly woman's dry palm gently caressed her granddaughter's cool cheek. Xia Youran pulled open the iron gate and asked, "Are you all right, Grandma? Did Uncle Lin bring you lunch today?" "Yes, he did. He even remembered to lock the door on his way out," her grandmother replied with a smile, squinting slightly as she looked at Lu Yang. "Oh, you must be Xiao Lu. It's rather late. Did you accompany Yuran home? Why are you all wet? Come in." Lu Yang felt a pang of sorrow as he observed the tender interaction between the two. He yearned for them to relocate to a safer, more convenient place, at the very least, somewhere with guaranteed security. He forced a smile, saying, "Grandma, I won't intrude any further. Please lock the door behind you. My parents will worry if I'm late. I need to head back." "Wait a moment," Xia Youran called out, rushing inside to fetch a towel. Her movements were so swift that Lu Yang couldn't call after her. Standing at the staircase, he felt the occasional breeze, and the elderly lady, concerned for his comfort, gently pulled him indoors. The imposing figure of the young man was guided into the cozy living room by her warm, dry hands. "Xia Youran, there are large bath towels in the cabinet. One should fit Xiao Lu," her grandmother called out. "Okay," came Xia Yuran's reply from the only room in the house. Lu Yang considered himself fortunate. Both times he had visited, the elderly lady had been lucid. Yet, as he gazed at her kind face, he recalled the distressing image of her being locked out, which made his heart ache. "Grandma, when Youran is at school, do you often stay locked inside the house?" he inquired, his heart heavy with concern. The elderly lady chuckled softly. "About 2 years ago, I fell ill. I can't recall exactly when. I even got lost once. But Youran found me." Cry her heart out. "She rarely cries, you know. Given our circumstances, there's no one to look after me. So I asked her to lock me in. That way, I wouldn't want her off during my episodes." Lu Yang felt a lump form in his throat. "But what about meals? Do you know old Lin, the one who runs that tofu shop? Yuran often helps him out, and he brings me lunch every day. Both he and his wife are kind-hearted people. They've taken care of us quite a bit over the years." The elderly lady looked at Lu Yang and added, "Xiao Lu, you're also a good person. I often see Yuran watching television, and there you are on screen. She mentioned something about a competition. I'm afraid I've forgotten the details. I didn't recognize you the first time you came. It was only later that I remembered." Grasping Lu Yang's hand, she expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Xiao Lu. Yuran seldom brings classmates home. You must be a wonderful person." Lu Yang had always sailed smoothly through life, with the majority of his hardships confined to practice and competitions. Blood and pain were inevitable in boxing, yet such agony was distinct from the emotional discomfort he felt now. While he had many friends, encountering someone like Xia Youran and her grandmother was a first for him. He felt a blend of sadness and relief that Xia Youran had grown up so well. At that moment, Xia Youran emerged, towel in hand. "Here you go, Lu Yang. Wipe yourself off and hurry home. We don't have any clothes that would fit you." Lu Yang accepted the pale yellow towel, carrying the familiar scent of laundry detergent reminiscent of Xia Yuran's clothing. The elderly lady chimed in, "You should go home now. Your parents will worry." Lu Yang observed the elderly lady seated on the sofa while he stood, inhaling deeply before smiling. "I'll take my leave now, Grandma. Please rest well." She nodded in response. "All right. Come visit again, Xiao Lu." "Of course," he replied with a smile, as Xia Youran accompanied him to the stairs. He stopped her, saying, "You don't need to walk me down. I'm a grown man. You should lock the door, take a shower, and get some sleep." Xia Youran gazed at the tall figure standing at her doorway and suddenly asked, "Lu Yang, are you this kind to everyone?" It was a question she seemed to have posed before. He couldn't quite recall. Looking at her, he thought, surely not. Her face appeared smaller under the soft light. Yet she continued, "But you treat me so well, it sends the wrong message." Though she didn't specify what kind of message, Lu Yang understood. He took a small step back. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to imply that." Xia Youran smiled. "I know. I just wanted to say, don't be so kind to everyone." Lu Yang sensed that even though she was smiling, it seemed she might burst into tears at any moment. Xia Youran took a step back, saying, "You should head home. Good night." "Good night. See you tomorrow," Lu Yang replied, averting his gaze as he softly added, "Lock the door and go inside." This time, Xia Youran did not hesitate. She nodded in agreement, locking the door before glancing at him and closing it. The lights within the house flickered out with the closing of the door. Lu Yang lingered at the entrance for a moment before turning to leave. It seemed everyone assumed he had feelings for Xia Youran, and perhaps even she had misconstrued his intentions. However, Lu Yang was aware that he had not yet developed feelings for her. What he felt now was primarily concern, along with the haunting remnants of a dream that seemed to ensnare him in Xia Yuran's orbit. Yet, she had undeniably become the female acquaintance he had interacted with most over the years. It appeared he had failed to maintain the necessary distance. Frustration bubbled within him as he exited the neighborhood. He spotted 3 individuals from the convenience store dashing through the rain, heading to their own building, but not the same one as his. His mood soured further. Upon arriving home, he found his brother, Lu Tong, already back. Their mother, Zheng Hui, followed closely behind, chiding him to wash up and drink ginger tea. After finishing a large cup of tea, Lu Yang turned to his father and asked Dad, hypothetically, if you had a friend who only had her grandmother at home, and their living situation lacked safety, how would you help her? Both Zheng Hui and Lu Tong turned their attention to Lu Yang. He felt he had been quite clear about his intentions. Surely his father would have some advice. Yet, he was evidently inexperienced in this matter. You could simply give her money to help her relocate, Zheng Hui suggested straightforwardly. Is she your girlfriend? Lu Yang shot his mother an incredulous look. Mom, a normal person wouldn't be able to handle such a generous offer. She is not my girlfriend. She is just a friend. Xia Youran would definitely refuse. Zheng Hui, however, was unconvinced. If a regular friend can't accept it, then transitioning to a girlfriend seems reasonable. Lu Yang found himself somewhat persuaded by her logic, quickly glancing at his father, fearing he might be led astray. The significance of the friendship in question is contingent upon its depth, whether it pertains to renting an apartment or owning one, and the neighborhood in which it resides. Lu Tong, exhibiting a marked level of rationality, considered the matter. Lu Yang reflected for a moment, acknowledging the importance of the situation regarding the rented accommodation on Hsinchu Road. That area, being quite old, indeed raised safety concerns. Zheng Hui expressed her apprehension, suggesting that if it became too precarious, the young lady could stay at their home instead. Mother. Lu Yang was at a loss for words, adopting a more serious tone. Zheng Hui fell silent, acknowledging his discontent. Lu Tong thoughtfully remarked that in approximately 6 months, there would be a development plan, and if Lu Yang's friend had financial means, she could purchase the apartment she occupied, which would likely not be exorbitantly priced. They could simply await the planned developments. Yet, Lu Yang sighed, stating that 6 months felt like an eternity and the area was genuinely unsafe. Lu Tong, now regarding his son with newfound seriousness, questioned, "Why are you so concerned for her? What is your relationship?" Chapter 24. The Emergence of Unrecognized Affections. Lu Yang was momentarily rendered speechless by his father's inquiry. He glanced at his parents, both of whom were intently awaiting his response. He explained, "She is truly just a friend. Her family circumstances are complex, and she is currently facing significant challenges." Lu Yang recounted everything he knew about Xia Youran and her grandmother, realizing there was no need for secrecy. Although he felt his own capabilities might be lacking, he believed his father could assist. Thus, leveraging available resources seemed the most straightforward and effective approach. Zheng Hui, who was naturally inclined to empathy, furrowed her brow upon hearing the situation. "Your classmate's grandmother is left alone at home while she attends school? How is that?" She sighed, unable to finish her sentence, contemplating the absence of better alternatives. After all, confinement was preferable to the risk of her going missing. Lu Tong, with a probing glance at Lu Yang, refrained from further commentary, instead asking, "How are your classmates' academic performances? I could arrange a scholarship at your school. She could use the funds to rent a better apartment." Lu Yang's eyes brightened with hope, affirming that a business-minded approach was indeed clever. However, he soon doubted whether Xia Youran would be willing to use that money for rent, given her character. After a moment of silence, Lu Yang replied, "Father, while your suggestion is excellent, her disposition makes it uncertain. Do you think if I approach her landlord to terminate the lease and offer her a small compensation, I could help her find a new place?" Lu Tong's expression softened with a hint of amusement, recognizing his son's growing maturity in thought. Zheng Hui, hearing his proposal, smiled approvingly. "Well done, my son. I will assist you in contacting the landlord. At your age, I fear the landlord may not be inclined to negotiate with you. By the way, I have already looked into new housing options for you. Mother, please don't go overboard. Find something closer to the school with reasonable rent." Prioritizing safety above all, Lu Yang cautioned anxiously, recalling his mother's tendency to be somewhat excessive. He vividly remembered the parent-teacher conference in his second year of high school. where Zheng Hui had donned an extravagant outfit that drew the attention of the entire class. That image lingered in his mind until his university graduation, leaving him quite concerned for her. Rest assured, go back and get some sleep. I will take you to view any suitable places once I find them. Zheng Hui reassured him, casting an incredulous glance at her son. Do you think your mother lacks decorum? The two exchanged a meaningful look, reluctant to speak further. Ultimately, Lu Yang left feeling content with a potential solution. Observing her son retreat, Zheng Hui confidently remarked, when did he become so invested in a friend's affairs? There must be more to it. This time, Lu Tong did not refute her, but advised, do not continually bring these matters up with him. He has yet to come into his own. Oh, if our son were to mature as late as you did, would he ever marry and have children? I pursued you through college until graduation, and even for 2 years afterwards. You were already in your mid-20s when you finally came around. Look at how much younger Lu Yang is compared to Lu Chuan. It's a 10-year difference. I just worry he might follow in your footsteps. Lu Tong fell silent, resigned to the notion that their child's romantic dilemmas should remain untouched, pondering if his father wished for Lu Yang to compete in some event. At the mention of this, Zheng Hui's expression dimmed. I have declined that opportunity. That night, Lu Yang dreamt once more. A recurring dream where he failed to grasp her hand, yet he distinctly perceived her lips forming the words, "Save me." Awakening with a dazed gaze, he contemplated the necessity of consulting a psychologist or perhaps even a sage for insight. As he pondered this, he emerged from his thoughts to find the housekeeper had prepared breakfast for him. Suddenly recalling a task, he said, "Auntie, could you prepare some soup starting tomorrow? Just the kinds my mother usually enjoys, like herbal soups or sweet soups." Zheng Hui looked up, questioning, those are typically for women to replenish their vitality. Why would a young man like you want them? Lu Yang reached for the thermos she held, replying, I just want to give it a try. I'm heading out now. He added hurriedly, not wanting to hear her further admonitions. The housekeeper chuckled, observing Lu Yang's retreating figure, and inquired of Zheng Hui, Madam, do you think he is preparing this for a girl? Zheng Hui smiled with satisfaction. Then ensure you have it ready for him. This son cannot afford to be like his father, maturing too late to lose the girl he fancies. It seemed her son might possess more promise than his father. But he is still quite young. The housekeeper nodded in agreement, indeed. Lu Yang awoke late that day, arriving at class with only 15 minutes to spare. He placed the thermos on Xia Youran's desk, saying, I overslept today. Please eat quickly. Xia Youran stared at the thermos before her groggy mind beginning to clear. Slowly, she responded with a weak thanks. Lu Yang was preoccupied with unpacking his belongings and eating his own breakfast, momentarily oblivious to her state. However, Xiaoying, concerned, asked, Yuran, are you all right? Xia Youran shook her head. No, I just have a slight cold and took some medicine. Xiaoying noticed the hearty breakfast Lu Yang had brought. Well complimented, but perhaps unsuitable for someone unwell. You shouldn't eat this. Let me get you some congee instead. Lu Yang overheard and questioned, is today's meal unappetizing? Eating only congee lacks nutrition. Just as Xiaoying was about to respond, Xia Youran tugged at her shirt, insisting, no, I'll eat. At that moment, Lu Yang sensed something amiss. He stood up, looking at Xia Youran. What is wrong with your voice? I just have a bit of a cold. I'll be fine after taking some medicine, she replied, her tone diminishing as she sensed his seriousness, sounding almost pitiful. I promise I won't waste food. Lu Yang was concerned about this aspect, closing the thermos. If you're unwell, you shouldn't eat this. It's too late to make it to the cafeteria now. I can order takeout for you. Or perhaps you should take the day off to rest. Xia Youran shook her head. No need. A cold can be managed with medication. She had always persevered through her illnesses by taking medicine, not wanting her grandmother to worry, and knowing the added responsibility of care. Xiaoying, noticing her flushed face, reached out to touch her forehead. You have a fever. You should see the school nurse. At that moment, Su Jiao and her deskmate turned to look, exclaiming, Yuran, are you running a fever? Shouldn't you see a doctor? Su Jiao's voice was notably piercing, drawing the attention of many onlookers, which only heightened Xia Yuran's embarrassment. Some individuals shifted back slightly, as many were particularly wary of falling ill during their senior year, fearing any disruption to their studies. Xia Youran noticed this, her complexion waning, her lips parched from fever, The frail girl pressed her lips together and murmured, "I didn't realize I had a fever. I'm so sorry." After all, she only felt a slight dizziness. Gathering her strength, Xia Youran stood up. Lu Yang, who had been standing right behind her, observed how thin she was. Her effort to stand made it appear quite laborious. Both Lu Yang and Xiao Ying instinctively reached out to assist her. At that moment, Bai Jingru hurried over, exclaiming, "Let me help you to the nurse's office." However, her abrupt and hasty movements caused her to collide violently with Xia Youran, sending both girls tumbling backward. Lu Yang reacted swiftly, extending his hand. Chapter 25. Like the stray cat he intended to bring home. Until Xia Youran fell into his embrace. Lu Yang's body barely shifted, a testament to her slightness. A girl of around 10 years old, standing at approximately 165 meters, likely weighed less than 100 pounds. Lu Yang frowned it. Meanwhile, Bai Jingru crashed into a nearby desk, the loud thud echoing in the room. The commotion was significant enough to draw the attention of nearly everyone in the class, even those passing by from other classes. Whispers filled the air. Lu Yang looked down at the girl in his arms. "Are you okay? Can you walk? Should I carry you?" Carrying someone in a princess hold seemed rather inappropriate at school. Just then, Ji Xiang walked in, munching on a piece of bread. "What happened? Are they fighting?" He glanced at Lu Yang, who was supporting the visibly weak Xia Youran, then at Bai Jingru, who was clutching her waist with a distressed expression. Xiao Ying, ignoring the murmurs, approached and grasped Xia Yuran's arm. "Are you all right, Youran?" Xia Youran was acutely aware of her own deteriorating condition. Dizziness and fever left her feeling feeble. Although she cherished physical proximity to Lu Yang, this was certainly not the way she wished to collide into him. Xia Youran waved her hand, striving to stand upright, and apologized to Lu Yang. "I'm sorry." Bai Jingru's face was pale, on the verge of tears. "I'm sorry. I just wanted to help her to the nurse's office." "Lu Yang, I think I twisted my ankle. Could you carry me to the nurse's office?" Bai Jingru's voice was pitiful. The effort Xia Youran had mustered to stand upright seemed to dissipate, and she leaned back against Lu Yang. Lu Yang frowned and decisively lifted her into his arms, eliciting gasps from onlookers. He turned towards the gathered crowd. "Someone help Bai Jingru to the nurse's office." Xiao Ying almost burst into laughter, quickly saying, "I'll do it. I'm strong." Ji Xiang, looking bewildered, approached. "Can you walk?" "If not," he glanced at Chun-Li, "their class's sports representative. Can you assist?" Chun-Li came over. "Let me carry you?" At that moment, Lu Yang was already carrying Xia Youran out of the classroom, feeling the heat radiating from her body. The weather in September was still quite warm, and their summer uniforms were not thick, allowing Lu Yang to sense her feverish temperature. Xia Yuran's face was flushed. She was aware that her blush was not solely due to the fever, but also because Lu Yang was holding her. "I can walk by myself." Xia Yuran's voice was heavier than usual due to her cold. Lu Yang responded with an "oh," maintaining his pace. As they descended to the first floor, the sound of class resuming echoed. "You certainly can, like a noodle, all limp and swaying, right? Who knows? You might collapse onto someone along the way." Although Lu Yang's words were somewhat trivial, they made Xia Youran feel uneasy. She had leaned against him again after hearing Bai Jingru mention needing Lu Yang to carry her to the nurse's office. Soon, Xia Youran realized they were not heading to the nurse's office. "You took a wrong turn." "I didn't tea," Lu Yang replied, glancing at her. "I'm taking you to the hospital." He added, "Do you still have the strength? Wrap your arms around my neck. I need to make a call." Carrying someone with one arm requires not only the strength of a boy, but also the core strength of a girl. Lu Yang contemplated this, but decided against it. Striding forward, they passed by the basketball court, where the class bell had already rung, leaving the area deserted. With only a few students hurrying back to class in the distance, Lu Yang set her down on a stone bench and took out his phone to call their teacher. But no one picked up, likely due to class. He then called the headmaster directly, who answered promptly. Lu Yang succinctly explained the situation, stating that Xia Youran had a fever and needed to be taken to the hospital, thus requesting leave. Coincidentally, the headmaster recognized both students. One was an exemplary student receiving scholarships, and the other had brought numerous honors to the school, notably for her father's donation of their library. After the call, Lu Yang prepared to lift Xia Youran again. She, feeling embarrassed, protested, "I can walk. I'll be at the school gate soon." She had just heard that the headmaster would send her to the hospital. Considering this, she grasped the hem of Lu Yong's shirt and looked up at him, asking, "Will you accompany me?" Lu Yong, holding his phone in one hand, looked down at the girl seated before him. Behind her lay the empty basketball court, and the girl in her school uniform raised her pale face to meet his gaze, her frail hand gently tugging at his shirt, her eyes filled with trepidation. In that moment, she reminded him of a stray cat he had once fed during college, which he later brought home. Xia Youran, at that moment, felt like that stray cat waiting for him to take her home. Lu Yong sighed, returning his phone to his pocket. "I can't let you go alone. Let us go. Can you walk? If not, don't push yourself. After all, so many people have already seen me carry you." He added, "What is one more school officer or headmaster?" This remark made Xia Youran flush with embarrassment as she stood up. Lu Yong opened his arms around her, cautious that she might collapse again. "Take it slow." Ultimately, Xia Youran held onto Lu Yong's arm, and they made their way out together. The muscles on the boy's arm reminded her of the strength with which he had held her. It felt both firm and effortless. "Thank you. Was I heavy just now?" Xia Youran inquired as they walked. Lu Yong pondered her weight in his arms. "With you like this, I could carry 3 of you and run. Don't you think?" This girl was so thin that holding her felt like cradling nothing but bones. To be frank, she was so slight that it seemed she had barely any curves at all. The last time he saw her in his clothes, he noticed only the slightest rise. However, such thoughts were rather improper, and Lu Yong usually wouldn't mention them. Yet, when he had held her close, that was the only part of her that felt remotely fleshy. Lu Yong cursed inwardly, unconsciously rubbing his warm ear with his free hand, reflecting on the jumbled thoughts swirling in his mind. The distance from the basketball court to the school gate was not far. The headmaster, a somewhat slender middle-aged man who taught mathematics, stood at the gate with a worried expression. "Ah, Summer, you have arrived. How have you been? The teacher sent you to the hospital, and you, Lu, should." Before Director Li could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Lu Yong. "Teacher, I will also go to the hospital. My back has been bothering me." Director Li's words faltered. After all, Lu Yong was a boxer, and he undoubtedly bore old injuries. He quickly added, "Have you contacted your parents?" "It's fine, teacher. I'll just take a look in return, and I'll go with Xia Youran," Lu Yong replied. In Chapter 26, "Lu Yong, you are so adorable." Eventually, Director Li escorted them to the hospital. The director was quite busy, and after a few exchanges with Lu Yong, he mentioned that his family would arrive shortly to help look after Xia Youran. After receiving 3 phone calls, Director Li left, reminding them to call him if they needed anything and to remember to collect a leave note for their homeroom teacher upon their return. He was off to inform Teacher Zhou. Xia Youran, who had been issued an emergency number, was now lying in bed receiving an 4 drip, to which Lu Yong had readily agreed. Director Li departed swiftly. Lu Yong pulled over a chair and sat beside the hospital bed, marveling at Xia Youran's fortitude. Despite her fever soaring to 40 degrees, she had not uttered a word of discomfort. It wasn't long before she drifted into sleep, though her brow remained furrowed. Lu Yong was in good health. Although he sustained injuries during training and competitions, he had no significant old wounds. His parents and grandfather were vigilant, ensuring prompt treatment for any injuries, preventing them from becoming chronic. Thus, Lu Yang's earlier statement had merely been an excuse. At that moment, he took out his phone and glanced at the 4 drip. It was still the first bottle. The emergency room was always bustling, filled with patients receiving drips, some alone and others accompanied. Among the crowd, Lu Yong and Xia Youran in their school uniforms stood out distinctly. Beside them, an aunt lying on an adjacent bed, likely bored, stared at Lu Yong for a while before saying, "Hey, young man, you look very familiar." Lu Yong, momentarily distracted from teasing his cousin, looked up at the aunt and smiled. "Perhaps I resemble many high school students?" "Not quite. There's something about you that I feel I've seen before, but I can't quite place it. Is this girl lying down your sister?" The aunt inquired, her curiosity piqued. "You both are quite good-looking and bear resemblance." Lu Yong glanced at Xia Youran. Did they really look alike? It was the first time someone had said that. "We aren't siblings, we are classmates. She's running a fever, and her family is busy." The aunt exclaimed, "What do you mean busy? The child is sick, and they aren't here? Her face is so pale." Lu Yong thought that if her parents were watching from above, they would be frantic with worry. How could they not care? However, there was little that could be done. This thought unsettled him. Fortunately, the aunt had only half a bottle left, and she soon finished her 4 and prepared to leave. Before departing, she handed Lu Yang an unopened pink hand warmer, saying, "Use this for your classmate. Just squeeze it, and it will warm up. She's so thin. Her hands must be freezing after the drip." Lu Yang had not expected this gesture, but he accepted it and replied, "Thank you, Auntie. How much is it? I'll pay you back." "There's no need. It's a trivial item. Thank you for keeping me company," the aunt said with a smile before leaving. Lu Yang examined the hand warmer. He had never used one before, but he recalled seeing girls use them during winter. He squeezed it a few times and then gently touched Xia Youran's hand, which was indeed icy cold despite the summer heat. He carefully placed the hand warmer on her forehand, at which point her hand lightly grasped his, lacking strength. As he looked at her hand, he exhaled slowly, gently pulling away, and tucked the warmer into her grasp. Observing her still troubled expression in slumber, Lu Yang felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Since returning, he had been seeking clues regarding Xia Youran's past, specifically her suicide. Initially, he speculated that it might have been related to the peeping incident, but after spending time with her, he understood that even if no one had helped her, she was genuinely wronged. There was no way she would take her own life over that. Xia Youran was not that kind of person. Thus, her death must have stemmed from another reason. Upon learning that her parents' bodies had not been found, Lu Yang's instinct told him it was connected to them. Consequently, he reached out to his cousin Lu Chuan, a distinguished detective stationed in B City. However, Lu Chuan had yet to respond, likely busy with work. Lu Yang sent a brief message to Ji Xiang, informing him of Xia Youran's fever and their presence in the hospital, asking him to relay the message to Qiuing. Xia Youran's little desk mate genuinely cared for her. Lu Yang even ordered takeout, waiting for her to wake up and eat. However, after 2 bottles of water had been replaced, Xia Youran remained in slumber. Worried, Lu Yang called for a nurse, who promptly fetched the doctor. After examining Xia Youran, the doctor informed Lu Yang that her fever was beginning to subside. Given her frail condition, it was likely she was simply exhausted, hence her prolonged sleep. "There is nothing to worry about," the doctor assured. Lu Yang responded with a grateful "Thank you, doctor." The doctor then inquired, "Why haven't her parents come? This girl is showing signs of severe malnutrition. This cannot continue. Her family is a bit busy, but I will inform them." "Thank you, doctor," Lu Yang replied. Xia Youran had just opened her eyes and heard Lu Yang's voice. When she looked up, she saw the tall boy in a school uniform standing beside her bed, politely conversing with the doctor and inquiring about how to help her regain her strength. Xia Youran's throat was sore and her lips felt dry. Seeing Lu Yang like this brought a warmth to her eyes. In moments of despair and hardship, clinging to a lifeline becomes paramount, and one would rather sink together than let go. Lu Yang was the lifebuoy Xia Youran held on it tightly. Regardless of his motives for being kind to her, she yearned for him to desire something from her, something that would justify her continuous attachment to him. At this moment, letting go was the last thing on her mind. "Oh, the young lady has awakened," the nearby nurse exclaimed upon noticing Xia Youran's opened eyes. Both Lu Yang and the doctor turned to look, prompting Lu Yang to shift aside. "Doctor, please check on her," he urged. Yet, as he moved slightly, he felt a tug on his shirt. Looking down, he gasped softly as he gently pulled her hand away. "Don't grip so tightly. Your hand needs to recover," he advised, glancing at the visibly weak Xia Youran. "I'm not going anywhere. Let the doctor examine you." Xia Youran finally released her grip, and the doctor conducted a brief examination, asking her a few questions before concluding that there was nothing amiss. "Just ensure you rest well and maintain proper nutrition. You can go home once the 4 is finished." After the doctor and nurse departed, Xia Youran gazed down at the hand warmer beside her, still adorned with Hello Kitty. She lifted her eyes to Lu Yang, who was pouring water for her. "Lu Yang, you are so adorable." "Lu Yang, how does that even relate to being adorable?" He thought he could be described as fierce, but calling him adorable seemed rather excessive. Chapter 27. Damn, we kiss again. Twice now. Lu Yang handed her the warm water, pondering. How does this relate to being adorable? I could be called fierce, but adorable is a stretch, isn't it? Then he observed Xia Youran gently shaking the pink warming device in her hand. while her other empty hand took the water from Lu Yang and drained it in one go. It was evident that she was genuinely thirsty. Lu Yang noticed a rebellious droplet of water slip from the corner of her mouth, cascading down her pointed chin and landing on her collarbone, which was partially exposed due to her slightly askew school uniform. The girl was exceedingly slender, her collarbone prominent and pale. Lu Yang quickly averted his gaze to the sun outside, which was somewhat blinding. However, it seemed that the moment he had glimpsed her collarbone was even more dazzling. Xia Youran remained oblivious to his actions, feeling considerably more comfortable after her fever had subsided. Yet, her throat was still sore, making her reluctant to speak. Lu Yang regarded the pink warming device, a gift from the woman in the adjacent bed, which he had never used before. His body was like a furnace year-round, rendering such items unnecessary. Xia Youran responded with an "oh" and nodded in agreement, acknowledging the warmth of his hand. Their gazes simultaneously fell upon Lu Yang's hand, recalling the unintentional moments they had held hands. A hint of color returned to Xia Yuran's pale face. Lu Yang reached for the cup in her hand, saying, "I ordered kanji for you. Have a bit." He then adjusted the table beside the bed and opened the takeout box, revealing pork rib kanji. Finally, Lu Yang leaned down to assist her in sitting up. Though Xia Youran had strength, she allowed Lu Yang to support her, somewhat enchanted by his warmth and scent, perhaps that of his body wash. Lu Yang felt her breath, warm against his neck, likely due to her fever. He helped her sit up, placing a pillow behind her. She felt so light that it gave him the impression of being able to crush her easily. As Lu Yang turned to speak, he felt her dry lips brush gently against his cheek. Lu Yang gazed at the girl before him, her lovely and innocent visage, her eyes still bearing a hint of bewilderment. Abruptly, he leaned back, pulling her up much like one would yank a carrot from the ground, and placed her onto the pillow. "All right, sit up properly," he instructed, swiftly standing upright. "Damn it, we kissed again for the second time." Lu Yang watched Xia Yuran's bewildered expression as she gazed at him, the frail girl on the hospital bed, her eyes innocent. The doubts that had just arisen in his mind dissipated. She was likely so feverish that she had no idea what had just transpired. "You should eat something. Your face is still so flushed." "I'll go get your medicine," he said as he turned to leave. "Finish your food, and I'll be back to clean up." As he strode out of the ward, Xia Youran felt her cheeks gradually heat up. She had kissed him. Lu Yang's face felt soft. Next to Xia Youran was another girl in a school uniform, whose mother had just stepped out a short while ago. The girl whispered, "Sister, was that just now your boyfriend?" Xia Youran turned to the girl, meeting her curious gaze. She didn't deny it. Instead, she merely smiled. Then she lowered her head and began eating the pork rib kanji. Not yet, but soon. She intended to pursue Lu Yang. If he was oblivious, she would gradually nudge him along. Since he had been kind to her, he ought to be so for a lifetime. While waiting in line for medicine, Lu Yang suddenly sneezed. The man in front of him quickly sidestepped. Lu Yang rubbed his nose, wondering if he might be catching a cold himself. His phone had been vibrating incessantly. The morning hours were nearly over. He estimated they would only have time for afternoon classes upon returning from the hospital. Lu Yang glanced at the message from Bai Jingru. She had indeed twisted her ankle and sent him a photo showcasing her long, fair legs. With her ankle wrapped in gauze, though it did not detract from their beauty. Regrettably, Lu Yang merely glanced at it, not even opening the image. He replied, "Maybe you should get that checked to the hospital. Generally, a twist from that angle wouldn't be so severe. The school nurse might not be reliable." Lu Yang was all too familiar with how to fall in a way that would minimize injury. From the angle and force Bai Jingru had described, it should have only resulted in a minor twist, not necessitating such extensive wrapping. Meanwhile, Bai Jingru, in the school infirmary, had pulled her school pants up to her thighs, searching for the right angle to take a photo, spending 10 minutes editing it before sending it to Lu Yang. She scowled, feeling like throwing her phone away. Their school nurse, a woman, entered at that moment, advising, "Once your blood sugar stabilizes, you should return to class. Remember to eat breakfast in the future." She glanced at Bai Jingru's ankle. "You really don't need to wrap it like this. It will hinder your walking. Just rub some medicinal alcohol on it for a couple of days, and it will be fine." Bai Jingru offered a sweet smile. "Sister, I was just trying to see if I could wrap it nicely. Thank you for the gauze. I'll let my desk mate see it before I take it off." The nurse, Pleased to be called sister, smiled back. All right, you can head back now. Bai Jingru nodded, then glanced at her phone, wondering if Lu Yang was a blockhead. Perhaps she should just confess outright. Meanwhile, Lu Yang was tidying up, having disposed of the trash. When he returned, he found Xia Youran had already removed her for, even put on her shoes, and was standing by the bed, still clutching the pink warming device. She looked quite obedient standing there, ready to leave. As they walked out, no one mentioned the unexpected kiss. The emergency room was on the first floor, and as they exited, Lu Yang asked, "Are you heading home?" "Oh, back to school." "Back to school. I'm fine now, and I took my medicine earlier," Xia Youran replied. "My grandmother will worry if I go home." Lu Yang did not insist and called for a car. Xia Youran suddenly remembered. How much was the emergency visit? "I'll pay you back." Although Xia Youran had a phone, she rarely used it, and if it weren't for Lu Yang chatting with her on WeChat, one might think she was a primitive person. "Don't worry about it. It wasn't too much. If you really want to repay me, you can cook when I come over next time." Lu Yang understood her well. She wouldn't agree unless he made no demands. As expected, after a moment of contemplation, she said, "Then I'll pay for the groceries." Lu Yang nodded. "That works." They reached a pleasant consensus. Once in the car, Lu Yang noticed that Xia Youran's seating position was different from the previous night. Instead of sitting on opposite sides, she was much closer this time. It wasn't that Lu Yang was fixated on the distance. Rather, it felt a bit too intimate. He looked at Xia Youran, who still appeared pale and fragile, as if she might faint at any moment. "Maybe you should rest a bit," he suggested. Xia Youran maintained her innocent demeanor, glancing at her arm resting against Lu Yang's. "I'm sorry, I'm just a bit tired. I'll sit further away." "No need for that. Just sit comfortably," Lu Yang replied, observing her swaying slightly. He took a deep breath. The driver chimed in. "I'm driving as steadily as possible. Miss, don't try to pull a fast one on me." Chapter 28. Let it be known that Xia Youran is no mere little rabbit. Lu Yang may be somewhat slow to grasp emotions, but he is no fool. Xia Youran still appeared weak in the car, unable to sit upright. After they alighted, she seemed much better, walking steadily without swaying. "Wasn't that a bit too obvious? Next time, perhaps you should act sick for a while longer. It would feel more authentic." Lu Yang walked alongside her into the school, earnestly offering suggestions. Xia Yuran's body felt somewhat rigid as she turned to glance at Lu Yang, only to find him gazing ahead, oblivious to her presence. It was the first time Xia Youran had feigned vulnerability in front of others, and she felt as if she had unwittingly revealed her true self. A touch of embarrassment washed over her, prompting her to speak. "I'm not usually like this. Perhaps it's due to being unwell. In the past, I always managed on my own." Her voice was soft, tinged with a hint of sorrow. Indeed, Lu Yang cast a sidelong glance at her and sighed. "It's all right. Let's go. Class will be over soon. Are you planning to head to the cafeteria?" Xia Youran wasn't hungry, having just consumed some rib congee. She shook her head, and at that moment, the bell rang to signal the end of class. Lu Yang quickly sent a message to Ji Xiang and then handed Xia Youran the medicine he was carrying. "You should rest for a bit. May I pack some food for you later?" "Thank you," Xia Youran replied, retrieving her meal card. "Can I treat you with this?" Lu Yang glanced at the card, noting its unadorned state. Unlike many girls' cards adorned with colorful stickers, it still bore the image of their school's entrance. Accepting it, he nodded. "All right, you head back now." Xia Youran nodded and turned against the flow of students heading toward the teaching building. Lu Yang watched her retreating figure, noticing that while everyone else rushed out, she alone walked back, evoking a sense of solitude within him. Ji Xiang, who had been wondering why Lu Yang hadn't returned yet, sprang into action upon receiving his message. He dashed to Lu Yang, exclaiming, "Dude, everyone is saying Bai Jingru and Xia Youran got into a fight because of you. That's impressive." Lu Yang, taken aback, looked at Ji Xiang, who was clearly reveling in the gossip, pondering how this incident had any relevance to the current situation. Yixiang left heartily. "Thanks for providing some interesting topics for our otherwise dull academic life." Lu Yang felt there was simply not enough homework to occupy their minds. As they conversed, they made their way to the cafeteria, where the meal card recharging station was located on the first floor. Ji Xiang observed Lu Yang approaching the recharge window and teased, "You recharging your card? Call me Brother Ji, and I'll treat you. Come back when it's less crowded next time." "Brother Ji, I want clay pot rice. Could you please queue up for me?" I'll find you shortly, Lu Yong replied without looking back. Grandson, Ji Xiang muttered in jest before heading upstairs, realizing that the appetite of high school students was quite insatiable. If he delayed, there might be nothing left to eat. After a 5 or 6 minute wait, Lu Yong finally reached the front of the line. He placed Xia Youran's meal card on the recharging machine, which displayed a balance of 473 yuan. Sighing, he requested, "Please recharge it with 1,000. The attendant at the window raised an eyebrow. "Young man, that's quite a sum. What if you lose the card?" "It won't happen, Annie. We don't eat much for 2 people." Lu Yong smiled, confident that Xia Yuran's nature made it highly unlikely she would misplace it. Hearing this, the attendant ceased her inquiries and recharged the card with 1,000. Lu Yong completed the payment via QR code and then ascended to the 3rd floor to find Ji Xiang, who had secured a seat and greeted him with a playful scolding, "Young master, when has it been that a meal card cannot be recharged? Wait, didn't you recharge it with 500 last time?" Lu Yong pulled his own meal card from his pocket and said, "Here, my card is lost now." Ji Xiang stared at the card Lu Yong tossed in front of him, bewildered. "Wait, you're giving me the card you just recharged?" "No, that's from last time. It should have about 250 yuan left," Lu Yong replied with a subtle smile. Ji Xiang cursed under his breath. "Are you insulting me?" But then his curiosity piqued. He inquired, "So, who did you help recharge a meal card for earlier?" Lu Yong ignored him. However, Ji Xiang soon found out, for upon returning to the classroom, he saw Lu Yong placing a meal card along with the soup he had packed for Xia Youran on her desk. "Here, by the way, my card is lost. I added some money to yours. Mind if I borrow it for a while?" Ji Xiang felt the warmth of the 250 yuan card in his pocket. Xiao Ying, nearby, chimed in, "Why didn't you just put it on Brother Ji's card?" She had a feeling that Xia Yuran's secret admiration might not be one-sided. Ji Xiang quickly responded, "That wouldn't be appropriate. I only share a meal card with my girlfriend." This remark prompted Xiao Ying to join in, so Brother Yang and Xia Youran. Xia Youran felt the meal card in her hand grow warm, yet she tightened her grip. "No," Lu Yang interjected. "Oh, it's not that. It's mainly because Ji Xiang would likely deplete my funds within 2 or 3 days. My money is still money." Ji Xiang chuckled. "Look at you trying to act cool. You clearly want to help someone with their meal card." The 2 girls, upon hearing Lu Yang's explanation, exchanged glances, realizing the situation was not as it seemed. However, Xia Youran earnestly insisted, "You should keep the meal card." She extended it to Lu Yang, who had already settled into his seat, engrossed in searching for a book. "I'll just lose it. You keep it. I can find you if I need it," he replied. With that said, Xia Youran hesitated for a moment, but ultimately accepted it back. At that moment, Bai Jingru entered, supported by Su Jiaojiao and Bao Wenjing. Lu Yang glanced at her wrapped ankle, noting her resilience. "Aren't you going to see a doctor?" Ji Xiang and the others were taken aback. "Is it that serious?" Xia Youran also looked over, frowning at the sight of Bai Jingru's injured ankle. "Is it really that bad?" Bai Jingru smiled reassuringly. "It's fine, Youran. It has nothing to do with you, so you needn't worry." Although it had initially been unrelated to Xia Youran, her words seemed to twist the narrative. Many eyes turned towards Xia Youran, all aware that Bai Jingru had injured herself while trying to assist her. Now, Xia Youran appeared unscathed, while Bai Jingru's ankle seemed to be quite serious. Slowly, Xia Youran responded, "Thank you for this morning, even though you nearly knocked me over. Your intentions were good. And how is your ankle? You should really see a doctor. Are you feeling faint?" Everyone was stunned, as it was rare for Xia Youran to speak so extensively in one breath. Lu Yang couldn't help but chuckle, appreciating her well-crafted retort. It was clear that Xia Youran was no timid rabbit. Lu Yang added, "If you have low blood sugar, remember to have breakfast." Ji Xiang expressed his confusion. "When I took you to the infirmary, didn't the school nurse say it wasn't serious?" Bai Jingru replied, "Why is everyone acting so unexpectedly? And why is Xia Youran so articulate all of a sudden?" At that moment, Zhang Bo interjected, "Regardless, Bai Jingru was trying to help Xia Youran. She may seem fine now, but Bai Jingru's ankle is indeed injured." Lu Yang's expression darkened as he cast a wary glance at Zhang Bo. The latter instinctively recoiled, feeling a twinge of pain in his backside. However, the crowd was too large for him to appear cowardly. Xia Youran turned to Zhang Bo. "As I mentioned earlier, I express my gratitude because I know she meant well, even if she bumped into me it wasn't intentional. I even showed concern for her ankle. At this point, Bai Jingru interjected, I'm fine, everyone needn't worry. It just seems that today, on my birthday, my luck isn't the best. With that, the class chimed in to wish her a happy birthday. At this moment, Bai Jingru turned to Xia Youran and inquired, so Youran, would you and Lu Yang join me for my birthday dinner tomorrow? Consider it my apology for nearly colliding with you. Ji Xiang couldn't help but exclaim softly, remarking to Lu Yang how clever her tactic was. Lu Yang glanced at Xia Youran, who happened to be looking back at him as well, with a slight acknowledgement. He agreed, then let us go. Bai Jingru's eyes sparkled with delight, and she turned to Xia Youran, her expression full of consideration. If you're busy, I won't force you. After all, her primary intention was to invite Lu Yang. To her surprise, Xia Youran replied, I'm free. Let us go. As the school bell rang, the group dispersed. Ji Xiang, entertained by the unfolding drama, mused that this was far more thrilling than his own romantic endeavors. He leaned closer to Lu Yang and remarked, both girls seem to harbor a certain intensity, all because of you. Lu Yang, slightly annoyed, pushed Ji Xiang's face away. He was well aware of the affections directed towards him. After all, he knew both girls had feelings for him. Sighing, Lu Yang reflected that as long as he could identify the dangers surrounding Xia Youran and ensure her safety, perhaps he could find a way back. The thought left him momentarily empty. He gazed at the girl seated ahead of him, hoping for her well-being. That evening, since Xia Youran was unwell, the two did not attend supplementary classes. After escorting her home, Lu Yang indicated he would take his leave and chose to remain downstairs instead. He then answered a call from his cousin. On the other end, Lu Chuan, having listened to his younger brother, replied, since the case remains unresolved and is in a semi-closed status, there's little I can do. These matters typically involve some hidden truths. Brother, can't you come back and help investigate? Lu Yang pressed. Lu Chuan, exasperated, replied, do you think the police station is my personal playground? I am merely a detective. Lu Yang internally questioned whether his brother was just an ordinary detective. Is there really nothing else you can do? I could call Dad before he could finish. Lu Chuan sternly interrupted. Your uncle is a businessman. There's no need to involve him in this. Don't stir trouble. Lu Yang sighed in response. Lu Chuan, despite his stern demeanor, still indulged his younger brother. I'll see if I can find some leads, but don't hold out too much hope. All right, brother. I trust you. Lu Yang raised his gaze to the still-lit upstairs window, realizing how significant this was for him. It might impact his return. Suddenly, Lu Chuan added, you're not developing feelings for that classmate of yours, are you? Is it that crucial? Lu Yang denied it. Is she pretty? She must be, right? You feel sorry for her and want to help? She truly is unfortunate. It's just her and her grandmother left in her family. Brother, you don't know. She is even malnourished. I feel like I could lift her with one hand. Lu Chuan chuckled on the other end. Oh, my dear brother. It seems you've taken a liking to her. Does this mean I should send my son to you? His wife's voice could be heard scolding him in the background. Thank you. You're the best brother. Keep your son to yourself. I don't want him. Lu Yang was at a loss for words as the two brothers chatted for a while before ending the call. After hanging up, Lu Yang looked up again. The upstairs light had been turned off, indicating she should be resting. Reflecting on Lu Chuan's words, he considered that while he could dismiss others' opinions, his cousin had a knack for understanding people's emotions. If his cousin believed he liked Xia Youran, could it be true? Lu Yang stood up and exited the community, unaware of the girl standing on the balcony where the light had just been turned off. She watched his retreating figure until it disappeared from view before returning to her room. Xia Youran pondered, perhaps he does have some feelings for her? Seated in the living room, Xia Youran placed the meal card on the table. Ji Xiang had mentioned that one would only use the same meal card with their girlfriend. She gently pressed the card to her heart, contemplating how to pursue Lu Yang and claim him for herself. The following day was Sunday. They had classes in the morning and were then free in the afternoon. The seniors had a half day, with only one day off of the month. Bai Jingru's gathering was planned for after school. So many were expected to attend. Most of the class would be there, as it was just a meal. After class, Bai Jingru turned to Lu Yang, saying, Lu Yang, let us share a ride. My foot isn't well. This hinted that perhaps he could carry her as he had carried Xia Youran the previous day. Lu Yang, busy packing his things, replied, I'll come over in a bit. You go ahead. Ji Xiang cheerfully added, "I haven't bought you a gift yet." Bai Jingru was somewhat pleased, saying, "I told you no gifts were necessary," yet she still cast a hopeful glance at Lu Yang. Lu Yang glanced at Ji Xiang, who was looking back at him expectantly. Bai Jingru quickly joined the others and left. When Xia Youran returned from the restroom, Lu Yang said, "Let us go to the bookstore. We plan to buy some tutoring books today." Ji Xiang interjected, "Hey, have you prepared gifts? Aren't we supposed to avoid gifts?" Xia Youran questioned, puzzled by the idea of spending money on a meal for someone she didn't know well. At that moment, Lu Yang reassured her, "It's all right. I've thought of something to give." Ji Xiang, curious, asked, "What is it?" "We'll get one together. Xia Youran can choose the books, and I'll buy them as a gift." Lu Yang said as he slung his bag over his shoulder, "I'll give her a beautiful future." The group behind them gasped, "What? A beautiful future as a gift? That's incredible." Xiaoying linked her arm with Xia Youran's and whispered, "Lu Yang is definitely an exception for you." Chapter 30. Lu Yang would not give gifts to other girls. Xia Youran observed the two boys walking side by side, a gentle smile gracing her lips as she thought, "I know." Xiaoying, surprised, looked at Xia Youran, who had previously avoided eye contact when Lu Yang was mentioned, now radiating a different aura. "Youran, that letter Lu Yang spoke of, you wrote it, didn't you?" Xiaoying had been pondering this for days. When she first heard Lu Yang mention it, it sounded familiar. Later, she recalled that when Lu Yang abruptly announced his retirement, many at their school discussed it. Some boys behind her had been bitter, saying Lu Yang could no longer compete, that without matches he was just an average boy, not remarkable at all. At that time, Xiaoying thought those boys were being overly obvious in their jealousy. Then she heard Xia Youran, who usually ignored such matters, pause her writing and quietly state, "No matter what he looks like, he shines brightly." From that moment, Xiaoying surmised that Xia Youran likely harbored feelings for Lu Yang. Now, as Xia Youran's cheeks flushed, she did not deny it but softly affirmed with a gentle mm. This revelation left Xiaoying breathless. She had actually admitted it? As Lu Yang and Ji Xiang walked a few steps ahead, they noticed the two girls hadn't followed and turned back, asking, "Aren't you coming?" Coming. Xiaoying quickly pulled Xia Youran along, whispering, "If you like him, go for it. I sense there is potential between you two." Xia Youran responded with another soft prompting Xiaoying to want to squeal with excitement. However, the moment didn't seem right for such exuberance. The four of them, indeed, ventured to the bookstore. And it was true that Lu Yang intended to purchase some books. After tutoring him for a while, Xia Youran realized that Lu Yang's academic performance was considerably better than she had initially anticipated. His foundational knowledge was quite solid. In fact, she felt he might not require any additional assistance at all. However, she refrained from sharing this sentiment with Lu Yang, harboring her own selfish motives. Ji Xiang and Xiaoying pondered whether they should also present books as gifts, thus choosing not to accompany the others to the bookstore. Instead, they meandered to a nearby boutique, searching for suitable items to serve as gifts. The boutique offered an array of items favored by young women, such as accessories and aesthetically pleasing merchandise. Purchasing a few items from there would surely be appropriate. Once Lu Yang finished his selection, he turned to Xia Youran and suggested, "Why don't you pick a couple of books for Bai Jingru as well? We could present them to her as a birthday gift." Upon hearing this, Xia Youran glanced at him, the sunlight streaming through a large floor-to-ceiling window, illuminating them both. The sunlight cast a delicate glow on her pristine uniform, making it appear slightly translucent, and her face radiated with a purity and beauty accentuated by the sun's rays. At that moment, Lu Yang couldn't help but think to himself, "Wow, Xia Youran is truly stunning. Why are you looking at me?" Lu Yang stepped back a pace, mentally dousing himself with cold water, reminding himself that perhaps he would return to his old life one day. "Do you really have to give her a gift? Can't I just buy it and present it myself?" Xia Youran's tone carried her signature nonchalance, though it softened considerably in Lu Yang's presence. It was evident that her demeanor differed from how she interacted with other classmates. Lu Yang hesitated, thinking it wouldn't be quite right to arrive empty-handed. Xia Youran let out a soft "oh" and proceeded to choose 2 sets of practice exercises. However, when it came time to pay, Lu Yang watched as she reached out her small hand and took the 2 sets into her possession. "What are you doing?" Lu Yang inquired. "Since it's a joint gift, it's only fair that I pay too," right? Xia Youran looked up at him, her dark eyes concealing her emotions. She was determined not to let Lu Yang give gifts to other girls, not even workbooks. Then what should I contribute? Lu Yang asked, perplexed. You're already here with me. Consider it a shared gift, Xia Youran asserted confidently. The cashier observed them. Have you two come to an agreement? Should these be included with what this student has in hand? Lu Yang didn't quite grasp Xia Youran's thought process, but remembered how financially constrained she was. Let me handle it, he said, reaching for the items. Yet, Xia Youran playfully hid the books behind her back. No way. There are people waiting behind us. Lu Yang remarked, noticing several pairs of eyes fixed on them. Xia Youran's cheeks flushed, yet she remained resolute in preventing Lu Yang from covering the cost. With a sigh, Lu Yang conceded, fine, you can pay. He then extended his payment code for the cashier to scan. Afterward, he stepped aside, clutching his books. As Xia Youran stood before the cashier, satisfied, she rummaged through her backpack for her wallet. Lu Yang, with his long arms, offered his phone from the side. The cashier chuckled, perceiving them as a young couple playfully bickering, and proceeded to scan Lu Yang's phone. The sound of payment notification echoed. Xia Youran, upon hearing it, glanced over but found herself a moment too late. Lu Yang, lifting the books, said, let us not obstruct the customers behind us. Xia Youran followed him a few steps, clutching her backpack to allow others to check out. Just as Lu Yang was about to suggest they find Ji Xiang and the others, a voice interrupted, wait for me, and she dashed back inside. Lu Yang, holding 2 bags of books, was unable to stop her in time, watching as she ran back. A mere 2 minutes later, she rejoined the queue. With a sharp eyesight, Lu Yang clearly saw the 2 books in her grasp were the very ones he had just paid for. He approached her just as she reached the cashier again, and with newfound seriousness, she stated, I'll pay. The cashier, somewhat awkward, responded, all right, that LLB 385. Xia Youran produced 2 20-yuan notes, and the cashier glanced at Lu Yang standing nearby as she accepted the payment. Why are you buying 2 identical workbooks? Lu Yang questioned, eyeing her. Xia Youran shot him a look, then stood beside him, handing him the bag he had just paid for. A gift for Bai Jingru. She then placed the bag Lu Yang had purchased in her backpack and pulled out a bottle of AD calcium milk, offering it to him. Want some? Lu Yang, bewildered by her sudden actions, asked, what on earth are you doing? He casually took the straw and poked it through the lid, pushing it towards her, indicating she should drink it herself. The young girl obediently took the straw, saying it's all the same. You could just hand it over like that. The items Lu Yang had bought were practically a gift to himself. Lu Yang. Huh. Chapter 31. This girl seems to possess an inexplicable sense of possessiveness towards him. Lu Yang was not oblivious. At first, Xia Youran's peculiar behavior left him bewildered, but he soon realized her intentions were crystal clear. Unable to suppress a smile, he observed her shyly looking down, and he turned away, feeling a little guilty. Let us go find Xiao Ying and the others. Just moments ago, she had acted so confidently, but now she appeared bashful. Lu Yang, carrying 2 bags of books, chose not to confront her thoughts, instead contemplating how she had spent over 30 yuan, money that could have been used for numerous takeout meals. To be honest, the old Lu Yang had never lacked money, thus his perception of it was somewhat casual. After all, over 30 yuan was merely the cost of a couple of cups of milk tea. However, things had changed. As Xia Youran pulled him toward the boutique, Lu Yang's mind was occupied with thoughts of what she might originally have intended to do with that 30 yuan and how he could return the favor. Upon their arrival, they found Ji Xiang waiting at the entrance, holding a pink bag, while Xiao Ying stood nearby, browsing through a selection of hair accessories. Ji Xiang displayed no impatience, clearly accustomed to accompanying others on shopping trips, and remarked to Xiao Ying, this pink one might suit you better, especially with your fair skin. I thought the blue one looked lovely on you earlier. Xiao Ying, hearing this, was not annoyed. Instead, her eyes sparkled with delight as she replied, wow, your taste is quite impressive, Jiga. Ji Xiang, proudly straightening his posture, replied, I've accompanied my sister and mom shopping since I was little, and later my godmother. So I've gained some experience. Lu Yang and the others arrived just in time to overhear this exchange. Ji Xiang, noticing Lu Yang, emphasized, my godmother is Lu Xiao's mother. He always loses patience and runs off midway. In truth, Lu Yang often found himself too busy to accompany his mother shopping in the past, which made Ji Xiang's role as a godson quite significant. Qiuing turned her attention to the approaching duo, noting the distance they maintained while walking side by side, yet still observing the appropriate social space. Jigo, if you were in a novel, you'd fit the bill of a genuine young master, Qiuing stated earnestly. The other three exchanged puzzled glances at her comment, but Qiuing made no attempt to clarify. Instead, she held up the pink hairpin in her hand and gestured towards Xia Youran. This one would be perfect for you. I knew it at first glance. No girl is indifferent to exquisite trinkets. Lu Yang observed as Xia Youran reached out to take the hairpin, only to be playfully urged by Qiuing to go check herself in the mirror. It indeed suited her well. The pink hue, which Lu Yang perceived as somewhat childish, complemented Xia Youran beautifully. Her complexion, inherently cool and fair, had taken on a waxy pallor due to malnutrition. Nevertheless, it was fitting. He watched as Xia Youran tried it on, glancing at the price before returning the hairpin to its place. Qiuing blinked gratefully, as if to say, "Remember how you helped me with my studies last time? My grades have improved. Let me gift you this one, all right? I'll get a blue one, and we can have matching ones." As she spoke, she moved to grab the blue and pink hairpins, but Xia Youran gently pressed her hand down, saying no need. "You already bought me snacks last time as a thank you." Qiuing was about to argue further, but was silenced by the clarity in Xia Youran's eyes, which spoke volumes. She understood that Xia Youran had a strong sense of pride and was quite sensitive. With a sigh, Qiuing relented. "All right then. I won't take it either. Let us go." With a hint of regret, she cast one last glance at the hairpin before turning to leave with Xia Youran. Ji Xiang opened his mouth to comment, but was halted by Lu Yang's grip. It was only after the two girls had walked a fair distance that Lu Yang glanced at the pink hairpin and decided to purchase it. Ji Xiang exclaimed, "You didn't just say that. If this is how you pursue someone, you might as well not bother." He picked up both hairpins to pay for them. Lu Yang followed closely behind. The two girls turned around, and Qiuing asked, "Where's Jigo?" "He went to the restroom," Lu Yang replied, maintaining his composure. His phone vibrated, revealing a message from Ji Xiang with a payment screenshot. 2 hairpins for 120. No wonder Xia Youran was reluctant to part with it. Lu Yang transferred 250 yuan to Ji Xiang, who promptly sent a middle finger emoji in response, followed by a quick acknowledgement of the payment. Typical Ji Xiang. The journey to the dining venue required a car ride. Ji Xiang sat in the front, while Lu Yang and the two girls occupied the back seat, with Xia Youran in the middle. Lu Yang felt exasperated. He would have been the most suitable choice for the front seat, given his sturdiness compared to Ji Xiang, who was as agile as a monkey. Ji Xiang glanced in the rearview mirror, noticing Xia Youran's arm resting against Lu Yang's. Sighing, he thought to himself that he was indeed a good brother. His phone chimed with a message from Bai Jingru asking when they would arrive. Ji Xiang felt a fleeting pang of sympathy for the beautiful Bai, lamenting that his bro was currently preoccupied with thoughts of Xia Youran, even if he wouldn't admit it. However, this sentiment was evident to anyone with their eyes open. Upon disembarking, Ji Xiang walked behind the two girls and handed the hairpins to Lu Yang. Lu Yang only took the pink one, leaving the blue untouched. Ji Xiang raised an eyebrow. Perplexed, what is the meaning of this? I reckon the girl wanted matching ones. Lu Yang replied, I'm giving this one to Xia Youran. You should gift the blue one to Qiuing to strengthen your bond as classmates. If you're feeling particularly enterprising, you might even sell it to her for a profit. He mused, reflecting on the inexplicable possessiveness she seemed to have over him. Ji Xiang, observing Lu Yang placing the box into his bag, wore a quizzical expression. So you spent 250 yuan on a hairpin? Why not just give it to Qiuing directly? Lu Yang looked at him, a sigh escaping his lips. It's only because you mentioned it that I realized I've never truly taken my mother shopping. This is a way to express gratitude. With that, he turned and walked away. Ji Xiang muttered, thanks for the 250? You're truly something else. Lu Yang had already entered the private room with the two girls. The room was spacious, featuring 2 tables occupied by familiar classmates. Most were still in their school uniforms, making Bai Jingru, sitting in a short skirt, quite conspicuous. She had been watching the entrance and stood up with a smile as Lu Yang entered. You're here. Qiuing, not particularly fond of Bai Jingru due to her perceived pretentiousness, still politely handed over the casually purchased gift. Happy birthday. Bai Jingru smiled as she accepted it. Thank you, Xiaoying. I said you didn't need to bring a gift. Just your presence is enough. A classmate chimed in. We can't just come and eat for free. Exactly, we should at least bring something. Sitting nearby, Zhang Bo deliberately spoke up. Xia Youran, you didn't forget a gift, did you? Chapter 32. Xia Youran felt a weight on her back, as if she were carrying an exceptionally heavy burden. Zhang Bo's comment drew the attention of the entire class towards Xia Youran. Many were aware of her family as challenging circumstances. Su Jiao interjected, oh. But Jingru said no gifts were necessary. Li Lu added, right, is everyone here? I'm starving. Xiaoying shot a glare at Zhang Bo. He was truly shameless. Bai Jingru reached out to take Xia Yuran's hand, reassuring her, it's all right. Lu Yang deftly dropped a book from above Xia Yuran's head, landing it perfectly between the two girls, thereby blocking Bai Jingru's attempt to grasp Xia Yuran's hand. This is a gift from Xia Youran, he stated. Bai Jingru froze momentarily, looking at Lu Yang. You really don't have to do this. Just give a gift to her. I genuinely don't mind. No, this really is from her. See the bookstore's packaging? It doesn't resemble something I would purchase, Lu Yang insisted, nudging it forward. Bai Jingru reluctantly reached out to accept it. This represents a beautiful future for you, Lu Yang proclaimed earnestly, albeit nonsensically. Xia Youran couldn't resist glancing at him. Those were not her words. Though she lacked high emotional intelligence, she certainly wouldn't gift someone exercises on their birthday. Bai Jingru's expression wavered, her confusion evident as she stared at the book in her hands. Ji Xiang beside Lu Yang stifled a laugh. The surrounding classmates wore expressions of bewilderment, with some regarding Xia Youran with a mixture of admiration and respect. No wonder she ranked first in the year. Such awareness. Remarkable. Xia Youran felt a weight on her back, as if she were carrying an exceptionally heavy burden. At that moment, Ji Xiang also presented his gift. Gorgeous lady, happy birthday. Bai Jingru felt a sense of relief as she accepted Ji Xiang's gift. Thank you, Ji Ge. She then turned to Lu Yang with a smile. Lu Yang, where's my gift? Her tone carried an air of expectation and intimacy. However, Lu Yang was already preparing to take a seat, contemplating where to sit when he heard her question and turned back, puzzled. Didn't you say gifts weren't necessary? I didn't prepare anything. Xiaoying beside Xia Yuran stifled a laugh, truly amused. How had she never noticed Lu Yang's talent for dealing with green tea and white lotus types? It was utterly hilarious. At that moment, the atmosphere in the room grew somewhat tense. Bai Jingru gazed at the other bag in Lu Yang's hand. This is my practice book, which I asked Xia Yuran to pick out for me. Lu Yang glanced at the book he was holding, wondering if she also wanted it. Bai Jingru's smile widened. Are we going to do the same exercises? At this moment, Xia Yuran spoke up. It's different. Your exercises are not the same. I deliberately avoided selecting them. Li Lu cleared his throat a few times and said, I'm really hungry. Then everyone, please take a seat. I'll call the manager to serve the dishes. Bai Jingru truly felt that today, after 18 years, was the most embarrassing day of her life. Although she couldn't quite pinpoint the source of her embarrassment, it was palpable. The very thought of confessing to Lu Yang had faded away. At this age, one still cares about their dignity. Previously, Bai Jingru had intended to confess publicly, but given the current dynamics between Lu Yang and Xia Youran, she did not wish to humiliate herself in front of everyone. Before long, everyone was seated. Lu Yang took a position beside Xia Youran, while on his other side, he pulled Ji Xiang to sit down, fearing that Bai Jingru might occupy the seat next to him. Observing that both sides of Lu Yang were occupied, Bai Jingru had no choice but to sit opposite him. Fortunately, the atmosphere during the meal was quite lively. Lu Yang was indeed hungry and ate diligently. Meanwhile, Xia Youran was attentive to Lu Yang's preferences in dishes, making a mental note of the flavors, perhaps envisioning that she might recreate them herself someday. After the meal, it was time for singing the birthday song and enjoying the birthday cake. As they were in their senior year, the arrangements were not overly exuberant. The singing and cake eating proceeded smoothly. Everyone had brought gifts, except for Lu Yang. Many cast glances at him, yet Lu Yang remained unfazed. Initially, he had intended to present exercises, But given Xia Youran's assertive actions, he decided against it. He was thick-skinned and had not truly wanted to attend in the first place. Xia Youran, unable to contain herself, whispered, "Are you really not going to give a gift?" At that moment, Bai Jingru was surrounded by others as they cut the cake. Lu Yang and Xia Youran were seated nearby with few distractions. Lu Yang glanced at her and remarked, "Did you not take it away?" Xia Youran, feeling a twinge of guilt, bit her lip and suggested, "How about I step out to buy you another one?" It seemed she was somewhat reluctant about the notion of buying it herself and having Lu Yang give it to her. However, Lu Yang replied. She said no need to give a gift. "Never mind, I won't get involved. It's sweltering outside." Xia Yuran's eyes brightened at this. Lu Yang noticed and smiled. "Could you pass me your backpack?" Xia Youran, somewhat puzzled, handed it over. Lu Yang opened her backpack, retrieved a bag of books, and casually flipped through them when Xiaoying called out to Xia Youran. As she turned, Lu Yang swiftly tossed a hairpin inside. By the time Xia Youran returned with the cake, Lu Yang had zipped up her backpack and set it aside. He looked up to see her approaching with 2 pieces of cake, offering him the larger piece with a smile. "This one's for you. It even has a cherry on top." Lu Yang's heart raced uncontrollably, his hand twitching slightly at his side. The girl's innocent and beautiful smile struck him deeply. Some thoughts he had been trying to convince himself about, believing that by repeating them, they might materialize, remained untrue. It was as if Lu Yang had denied countless times his unique feelings for Xia Youran, even as they had reiterated that Lu Yang felt differently about her. The lines between truth and falsehood blurred. Only he knew if his heart fluttered. Lu Yang reached out for the smaller piece, saying, "I can't eat anymore. You have it." Xia Youran blinked and replied, "Oh," before obediently sitting beside him to enjoy her cake. Bai Jingru, holding the most beautiful piece of cake, turned to see Lu Yang quietly conversing with Xia Youran. They sat on the sofa, tranquil and harmonious, creating a picturesque scene. She quickly glanced at the cake in her hand, feeling as if she had missed her chance. Ji Xiang, standing nearby while eating cake, glanced between Bai Jingru and Lu Yang, internally sighing. Ultimately, Bai Jingru faltered. She had intended to confess but ended up saying nothing. In their senior year, they had only one afternoon off, and after finishing their meal, they returned to school. Xia Youran, however, made a brief trip home to visit her grandmother. Upon arriving home and opening her backpack to retrieve her books, she was startled to find the pink hairpin. She picked it up, noticing there was no note, just a neatly packaged hairpin alongside the practice book that Lu Yang had purchased. At that moment, Lu Yang was seated at his desk in class, his phone vibrating a few times. Chapter 33. Did you not say you wouldn't date? Lu Yang looked at the message from Xia Youran, asking if her grandmother had made sweet soup and whether he would like her to bring some. The accompanying emoji was particularly adorable. Lu Yang, who indeed had a slightly larger appetite than the average boy, patted his belly and replied, "Sure." He then reminded her, "Don't be late for school." She responded with an okay emoji. Bai Jingru had changed her clothes and approached. She stood by Lu Yang's desk. "Lu Yang." He looked up at her. "What is it?" Bai Jingru hesitated before saying, "I've gathered the courage to ask you for a birthday gift. Can you accompany me to the supermarket to buy an ice cream? Just one." She gazed at him earnestly. Lu Yang, holding his phone and looking down, eventually stood up, deciding it was time to clarify things with her. Although Bai Jingru's previous confession had been laced with untruths, her 4 years of pursuit had been genuine. Lu Yang thought she was a good girl. Unfortunately, in matters of affection, there are many admirable girls in the world, yet fondness cannot be forced. Liking someone is one thing, but not liking someone is another. Emotions are uncontrollable. The two walked out of the classroom, one behind the other. The evening sun painted the clouds in hues of crimson, and Bai Jingru gazed at Lu Yang's tall figure. She recalled how she had become curious about him after learning there was a boy at their school who boxed, searching for his name and discovering Lu Yang's face. She had even attended several of his matches. The boy in the ring exuded charm. Loving someone seems to require no special reason. Bai Jingru quietly spoke, "Lu Yang, I watched many of your matches. Whenever there was a holiday during your competitions, I attended. If I couldn't make it in person, I watched the replays." Lu Yang's footsteps did not falter. Had the 18-year-old Lu Yang heard someone mention the matches, he might have felt differently. But the current Lu Yang was no longer 18. He merely replied, "Thank you." Bai Jingru, have you never doubted that letter was written by me? Did you truly not sense how I feel about you? The girl's voice trembled slightly. Lu Yong finally halted, with the sports field nearby, students training, and others strolling. Occasionally, passers-by glanced at them. Lu Yong turned to face Bai Jingru. She was indeed a beautiful girl, and her family was well off, her parents quite open-minded. Yet, Lu Yong felt a sense of regret. He simply did not like her. He could never develop feelings for her in 2 lifetimes. As he looked at Bai Jingru, his thoughts drifted to Xia Youran, the image of her lying in a pool of blood and her radiant smile in the sunlight. Lu Yong sighed, uncertain why she had chosen this moment to voice her feelings. Nevertheless, his answer remained unchanged. "I'm sorry, but many things you should also be able to sense. My attitude should be quite obvious, wouldn't you agree? As for that letter, do not be swayed by Ji Xiang's words. It is not a love letter, and I have already discerned the author." Bai Jingru's eyes were slightly red, yet I genuinely penned a love letter to you, containing the very words you mentioned. Lu Yong felt a sense of disorientation, but had it not been for his whim that day, he would never have laid eyes on that letter. This implies that perhaps Bai Jingru was not lying after all. She had indeed expressed similar sentiments in her own love letter, albeit regrettably, she never read it herself. Lu Yong gazed at her and simply stated, "I'm truly sorry. Regardless of the existence of that letter, my answer remains unchanged. I do not cherish it, and I currently have no intention of pursuing a romantic relationship. Who writes letters for affection? What a foolish endeavor. Does he even like her?" Nevertheless, he would still offer assistance to the writer of that letter, as that is the kind of person Lu Yong is, which led to his repeated acts of kindness towards Xia Youran. Is there truly no chance left? When it comes to matters of the heart, perhaps we should simply observe our interactions. Bai Jingru, clearly unwilling to concede, implored, "Lu Yong, may I request another birthday gift? Could you be my boyfriend for a week? Or perhaps just 5 days?" "Absolutely not. I am off to buy you ice cream." Lu Yong promptly rejected her. "Bai Jingru, I cannot fathom your thoughts. Life is neither a drama nor a novel. I do not wish to engage in a temporary relationship. It feels rather trivial." With that, Lu Yong turned and walked away. Bai Jingru hastily wiped her tears, watching his figure recede into the distance. She tugged at the corners of her mouth and softly murmured, "Happy 18th birthday, Bai Jingru. The courage you displayed on your 18th birthday ultimately did not culminate in a perfect conclusion, yet your bravery was indeed genuine." Lu Yong went to the supermarket and purchased a large bag of ice cream, while Bai Jingru did not follow him. Uncertain of her preferences, he opted to buy a substantial assortment for her to choose from, leaving the remainder for their classmates. However, he thought of Xia Youran and deliberately retrieved a box of strawberry chocolate ice cream for her. This girl was sensitive and cared deeply about certain matters. At that moment, Lu Yong was still oblivious to how instinctively he acted and how much he thought of her. Upon arriving in class, Xia Youran had already arrived. She noticed Lu Yong passing by the window and joyfully turned, only to see him carrying a large bag towards Bai Jingru. "Happy birthday. Choose what you like, and please share the rest with your classmates," he announced, placing the hefty bag of ice cream on the table with a resounding thud. Bai Jingru, who had been teary-eyed, was taken aback, staring at the ice cream on her desk before looking up at Lu Yong. He had already returned to his seat. Many classmates were curiously observing. Those who were close to her chuckled, "Jingru, hurry and choose. Otherwise, the ice cream will melt." Lu Yong is indeed generous. Haha, indeed. Lu Yong settled into his chair, while Ji Xiang whispered, "Did she just come back crying?" "Yes, she said a few things which I rejected. I have no other plans at the moment. She mentioned wanting ice cream as a birthday gift, so I want to buy some," Lu Yong replied, knowing Ji Xiang's nature well enough to speak candidly. Xia Youran, who had been looking down, caught the words "no other plans" and glanced at the thermos in her hands. Oh, so that means no confession. Yet, Lu Yong had purchased a large bag of ice cream for Bai Jingru. Lu Yong gently prodded the person in front of him with his pen, inquiring, "Where's my sweet soup?" Xia Yuran's hairpin was a gift from Lu Yong. He gazed at it, finding it quite beautiful. The pink color was acceptable. Xia Youran did not turn around, but replied in a muffled voice, "Aren't you going to eat the ice cream?" At that moment, Ji Xiang had already received his ice cream and asked them, "Do you want some?" Bai Jingru also approached with her bag. "Do you want some?" The sting of rejection was palpable, yet it did not warrant tears. Seeing Lu Yang still made her want to cry, but she held back. Xiao reached out to grab one and asked Xia Youran, "Why Youran, do you want some?" Xia Youran shook her head. Lu Yang had already stood up, bent over, and took the mint green thermos from Xia Youran's hands, saying, "This is for my grandmother." He then placed the strawberry chocolate ice cream he had specifically bought for her on her desk. "You don't want it. You already have one." The other three exchanged glances, and Bai Jingru felt even more grieved, exclaiming, "Did you not say you weren't dating?" Chapter 34. She cherished this little kindness and did not want to leave school prematurely. Xia Youran stared at the additional bag of ice cream on her desk, momentarily stunned. Ji Xiang, observing from the side, thought to himself, retracting his earlier assertion that Lu Yang would not pursue anyone. Was he not doing just that? Bai Jingru, with her lips pressed together, turned and took her large bag of ice cream away. The contrast was stark, and her heart felt heavier. Amidst the distant sounds of classmates expressing their gratitude, Xia Youran turned to Lu Yang. He was opening his thermos, enjoying sweet soup. It was a simple concoction of white fungus and red dates, perfect for this weather, still warm. It seemed that his grandmother was in good spirits today, even managing to make sweet soup herself. Lu Yang recalled his mother mentioning that the landlord would soon approach Xia Youran about moving out. This thought brightened his mood even more. As he savored his soup, he noticed Xia Youran staring at him without uttering a word. "Your ice cream is going to melt," he remarked. "Aren't you going to eat it?" Xia Youran inquired, glancing at his desk, which held nothing but sweet soup. Lu Yang replied, "Did you not bring me sweet soup? I cannot eat anymore. There's only one strawberry chocolate left." He pointed at her desk. "It's right there." It was not that the supermarket had only one strawberry chocolate flavor. Rather, Lu Yang had chosen to take just one. That was more than sufficient, at least for Xia Youran. The corners of her mouth lifted slightly as she softly exclaimed, "Oh." As she turned back, she quickly added, "Thank you, Lu Yang. I really appreciate it, both the hairpin and the ice cream you bought just for me." Lu Yang's lips curled upward as if hooked by an invisible line. Beside them, Ji Xiang could only tisk in disbelief, thinking, "How can you say you don't like her?" At that moment, Xiao finally noticed the hairpin atop Xia Yuran's head and cheerfully pointed to her own. "Why Youran? Is yours also from Jiga?" She then turned to Ji Xiang with a smile. "Jiga, now I understand why you had a girlfriend before." "Had a girlfriend?" Ji Xiang bit into his ice cream. "Thanks a lot. Keep talking and you'll have to return my hairpin." Xiao immediately turned away. Private matters. Xia Youran looked at the blue hairpin on her head, realizing that Xiao Ying's was a gift from Ji Xiang, while hers was from Lu Yang, truly unique. Her mood brightened, and she even found it within herself to comprehend why Lu Yang bought ice cream for Bai Jingru as a birthday gift. He had even bought some for everyone else. However, hers was one of a kind. Xia Youran quickly cheered herself up. During evening self-study, their homeroom teacher, Mr. Zhou, was on duty. He did not remain in the classroom that night, but called students one by one to his office. Lu Yang understood that this was to encourage heart-to-heart talks and to inquire about their aspirations. This had occurred in his previous life as well, after Xia Yuran's incident, but it had been a considerable time since then. This time, nothing had gone awry, and many matters were addressed sooner. Lu Yang was among the first batch to be called. At the commencement of the academic term, Lu Yang's performance in the examination was rather unsatisfactory. At this moment, he found himself seated opposite teacher Zhou, a kind-hearted middle-aged man who was smiling warmly at him. "Lu Yang," he inquired, "how is your back since you were feeling unwell last time?" This referred to the excuse Lu Yang had concocted while accompanying Xia Youran to the hospital a few days prior. Feeling somewhat guilty, Lu Yang managed to smile and replied, "It's nothing, teacher. I'm fine." Teacher Zhou expressed further concern before asking, "Do you have any particular university in mind for your future?" He chuckled, adding, "It's merely casual conversation, so don't feel pressured." In his previous life, Lu Yang's college entrance examination results were not particularly poor. His parents had enlisted an exceptional tutor who had managed to elevate his scores to a prestigious level, enabling him to enroll in a key university's management program. Although he had no genuine interest in the field, he felt compelled to comply as his cousin had become a police officer, and both his uncle and father were keeping a watchful eye on him. At that time, Lu Yang harbored no strong aspirations. He was indifferent about his studies and simply followed his family's wishes. Thus, when he heard teacher Zhou's comment, he candidly stated, "I'll see what my family says. I don't have any particular thoughts." Teacher Zhou was taken aback. Typically, children of this age resisted their family's plans, so why was Lu Yang different? "You don't have any ideas of your own?" he queried. Lu Yang, lacking any direction, sighed deeply. "I am devoid of ambition." Teacher Zhou waved his hand dismissively. "All right, but you really need to improve your grades. Otherwise, your options for schools will be limited." Lu Yang nodded. "Understood, teacher." As Lu Yang was about to leave, Teacher Zhou requested, "Please call Xia Youran for me. That child is being quite troublesome." Upon hearing Xia Yuran's name, Lu Yang hesitated for a moment, looking toward Teacher Zhou. "What happened to her?" Teacher Zhou looked up. "Who? Yuran? I have managed to secure a recommended admission quota for her, and she had previously agreed, but now she suddenly says she doesn't want it. I am perplexed by what this child is thinking." Every year, their school typically had 2 or 3 recommended admission slots. Although this year's quotas had not yet been finalized, it was a consistent pattern with few surprises. Xia Youran had consistently ranked first since her enrollment, so it was unlikely anyone would contest her claim to a spot. However, Lu Yang was astonished by her refusal, and a frown creased his brow. Teacher Zhou also frowned, gesturing for him to leave while summoning her. Upon returning to class, Lu Yang gently tapped Xia Youran on the shoulder. "The teacher is looking for you." She did not return until after evening study hours, appearing unchanged and continuing her routine of packing up and leaving immediately after class. As they walked out together, Lu Yang could not resist asking, "Why have you decided against the recommendation?" Xia Youran looked at him in surprise. "How did you find out?" Lu Yang fixed his gaze on her. "I know, but why?" Xia Youran met his eyes, pondering the implications. If she secured the recommendation, it seemed there would be no reason to return to school. She had previously thought this arrangement was beneficial, allowing her to seek work and earn money sooner, and even take her grandmother to acclimate to university life. But now everything had changed. She had Lu Yang. He was exceedingly kind to her, and she cherished that kindness, not wanting to leave school prematurely. After all, once at university, their paths might diverge completely. "Xia Youran?" Lu Yang frowned, noticing her lost in thought, and called her name. She seemed to snap back to reality and smile because, "I suddenly want to participate in the college entrance examination." She declared earnestly, "I believe I can perform exceptionally well. But wouldn't it be easier not to take the exam?" Lu Yang countered, "Yes, but if I don't take it, I'll have less time with you," she retorted without hesitation. Chapter 35. Beauty in Adversity is No Blessing. The sincerity in her eyes met Lu Yang's gaze. They held each other's eyes for a moment before he gently averted his gaze, baffled by her thinking. Isn't there a saying that brief separations are meant for better reunions? He turned a stride toward the bus station, adding, "However, I've heard that this year, the rewards for the top 10 scorers in the college entrance examination are quite substantial. You should strive for it." "Huh? The top 10? But in previous years, it was only the top 3. This year, they changed it." "How do you know?" "How do I know?" "Because I plan to ask my father to sponsor it." Lu Yang thought to himself, fully aware that Xia Yuran's family was in dire need of financial support. While he could not provide direct assistance, he had various means to help. The top 10 was within her capabilities. If she succeeded, her university experience would be significantly less burdensome. That evening, Lu Yang did not return home until he had completed his tutoring session. He continued to observe the lights in her home until they extinguished before he left. Upon arriving home, he found Zheng Hui applying a facial mask. "Son, you're back. I've sorted out your classmate's situation. I've devised a better plan. I spoke with the landlord about telling that girl that the current rental is unavailable, but that the landlord's friend has a property ready for her to move in, which should be easier for your classmate to believe, right? It's better than your introduction." As she peeled off the mask and gazed at Lu Yang, she exclaimed, "Oh, I've checked. That girl is quite beautiful." Lu Yang settled onto the sofa and thanked her. "Thanks, Mom. She's indeed quite lovely. Oh dear, I'm tempted to go see her myself. Previously, you were in a sports class, surrounded by boys, so there weren't many pretty girls. By the way, after the midterms, or finals, don't you have a parents' meeting?" Zheng Hui asked eagerly. Lu Yang, feeling exasperated, replied, "Mom, I'm only 18. You'd think I was much older." "Well, You may not realize this, but at your age, when a girl likes you, it's genuine affection. Once you enter society, girls will have many more considerations. However, we certainly have no shortage of options. Thinking of it this way, there's no rush. Lu Yang found himself disinterested in his mother's musings, as she seemed eager for him to marry and provide her with a grandchild. Grabbing his bag, he stated, "I'm going to sleep. Be sure to let me know when she agrees." Suddenly recalling something, he turned to his mother. "The friend the landlord mentioned 1 TBU going, will it? And which house is it?" No wonder they were so alike. Zheng Hui nodded with a smile. "Of course, I'll be going. It's the house in Bayern Garden near your high school that your dad bought for you. Mom, please send someone else, otherwise. You want to be able to attend the parents' meeting?" Lu Yang warned, "Don't do this. I just want to help her. You've heard her family's situation, right? Don't add any pressure." Zheng Hui sighed. "All right, I'll ask your dad's assistant to go." Lu Yang finally felt relieved and retreated to his room. Zheng Hui watched her son's retreating figure, thinking he was oblivious to the situation. Why only help her? There are so many others in need, she mused, feeling compelled to meet the girl herself to ensure her son's judgment was sound. That night, Lu Yang dreamt once more, a routine he had grown accustomed to since his return. However, this time, the girl who fell in his dream wore the hairpin he had gifted her, her voice trembling as she cried out, "Lu Yang, save me." This time, Lu Yang managed to grasp her hand, but someone struck his wrist from behind with a stick, the sickening crack of bone accompanied by a surge of excruciating pain. The girl's desperate cries faded into the distance. Lu Yang jolted upright, exclaiming, "Damn it. Just as I was getting accustomed to this dream, it takes on a new twist." Yet who was the person behind him? Lu Yang flexed his uninjured wrist, his brow furrowed. While it was difficult to articulate, his dreams often left him with a sense of foreboding. He exhaled deeply, hoping he wouldn't have to confront whoever was lurking behind him. Damn it. In the ensuing days, they resumed their intensive study routine. On Thursday afternoon, Xia Youran told Lu Yang, "We might have to move." Lu Yang turned to her, puzzled. Was it merely his illusion? Or had her complexion improved slightly after nearly a month of his attention? Xia Youran continued, "The previous landlord suddenly decided not to rent anymore. So I found a new place." Lu Yang smiled faintly. "Where's the new place?" "Not too far, I hope." "Not far, still in the same community." Xia Yuran's words caused Lu Yang's expression to freeze, his mind swirling with questions. What? Still in the same neighborhood? This was not what they had agreed upon. Xia Youran nodded, her lovely face slightly creased with concern. "The landlord mentioned that a friend had a property to rent, but when I met that man, the landlord treated him with great deference. He said the apartment was in Bayun community, which fell off to me, so I declined." Lu Yang thought to himself that she was quite astute. This was something he had not anticipated. Ji Xiang, who had been listening intently at the table, chimed in, "You're quite cautious." Having encountered such individuals before, Xia Youran spoke in a flat tone when someone offers a seemingly great apartment for an incredibly low price. Either the property is problematic, or the person is. However, the two boys gazed at her strikingly beautiful face, as if they understood. Beauty in a deprived environment was not necessarily a blessing. Her calm demeanor in discussing such matters suggested she had likely experienced similar situations. Yet Lu Yang could not allow her to remain there. Otherwise, would have been the point of all his efforts. An idea struck him, and he glanced at Ji Xiang. "Wasn't your previous neighborhood also unsafe? By the way, Ji Xiang, didn't you mention that your aunt had a small apartment available for rent?" Ji Xiang replied incredulously. "What nonsense! His aunt lives 100 miles away." Nevertheless, he looked at Lu Yang and nodded. "Hey, Yuran, why not rent my aunt's place? It's just sitting empty, right? How big is it?" He turned to Lu Yang. Lu Yang maintained a stoic expression. "It's a one-bedroom apartment. Didn't you say it was too small to rent out?" Ji Xiang nodded. "Exactly. So what do you think? I can rent it to you for a lower price. Honestly, it's a waste for it to stay empty. If I rent it out, I can earn some pocket money. My aunt said I should rent it out. Otherwise, it'll just sit there. You can pay just a couple hundred, and I won't include utilities." Ji Xiang's candidness caused Xia Youran, who had initially harbored some doubts, to reconsider. "But isn't that a bit inappropriate?" "What's inappropriate about it? Let's go check it out together tomorrow afternoon. Really, if you don't like it. You can always look at Lu Yang's place. He has plenty of options." Lu Yong raised an eyebrow at Xia Youran. Are you interested in checking it out? She pursed her lips and replied, let's visit Ji Xiong's aunt's apartment first. Chapter 36. Is it difficult to fall for Xia Youran? Xia Youran had relented, and Ji Xiong pulled Lu Yong outside, whispering, what's going on with you? Where am I supposed to find a place? You know my dad isn't like yours. His hobby is buying properties. I have one, Lu Yong retorted, watching as Ji Xiong playfully swatted him. This lad had recently been pressured by his father to quit smoking, and it seemed he was itching for a puff again. Ji Xiong sighed, retracting his hand, and produced 2 candies, offering one to Lu Yong. Initially reluctant, Lu Yong glanced at the strawberry-flavored sweet and took it, though he did not unwrap it. Why not just be straightforward about your intentions? Why the need for anonymity in your kindness? Ji Xiong, with a mouthful of candy, mumbled, haven't you ever liked someone? If you need help from someone you admire, doesn't tea that weigh on your conscience? At their age, emotions were delicate. Ji Xiong immediately nodded. It's painful, especially regarding housing. But wait. He turned to Lu Yong. You know she likes you, yet you don't reject her kindness, treat her well, and then claim you don't have feelings for her. Aren't you just playing with her? What a scoundrel. Lu Yong. He stared at Ji Xiong. Me? A scoundrel? The class bell rang. Ji Xiong glanced at the candy wrapper in his hand. This ISN tea lemon flavored. Why does it taste a bit sour? He looked at Lu Yong and continued. You know she likes you, yet you don't refuse her kindness and even treat her well, while claiming you don't like her. This is just fishing for compliments. Scoundrel. Lu Yong, we mustn't become scoundrels. After delivering the last remark, he playfully slapped Lu Yong before turning to enter the classroom as the teacher arrived. Lu Yong stood in place, staring at the candy in his hand. Xia Youran had a fondness for sweets. Was this truly a sign of being a scoundrel? Should he cease his kindness towards Xia Youran? He couldn't afford to give her any more mixed signals. Initially, he had merely sought a reason to follow her, hoping to uncover the reasons behind her suicide attempt. When had his intentions shifted, Xia Youran sensed something was amiss with Lu Yong. How to articulate it? He appeared the same as before, yet there was a distance growing between them. Previously, she could distinctly feel that Lu Yang's feelings for her were different. Now, however, it seemed he was deliberately creating space between them. Yet on Friday afternoon, Lu Yong still accompanied her to view the apartment. Naturally, they needed to go together, for this apartment belonged to Lu Yong. Xiaoying had also joined in on the excitement. Lu Yong had given the keys to Ji Xiong in advance. Ji Xiong opened the door, saying, feel free to look around. The one-bedroom apartment included a kitchen and a small balcony, located on a high floor with excellent lighting. Neat and cozy, equipped with all the essentials. Xiao Ying's eyes sparkled, exclaiming, this is like a dream home. She linked arms with Xia Youran, adding, and this community is so close to our school. You can visit your grandmother during lunch breaks. Among the 4, Ji Xiong was unaware of Xia Yuran's grandmother's illness and curiously inquired, why do you need to visit your grandmother? Lu Yong tugged at his collar, urging him to be quiet. Xia Youran smiled lightly, nonchalantly explaining, my grandmother has dementia and experiences episodes, so she needs to take her medication regularly. Ji Xiong fell silent. Having previously gathered some information about Xia Yuran's situation, he was aware that she had only her grandmother left. He then expressed his apologies. Sorry about that. So, what do you think of this place? How does 500 yuan a month sound? After all, if the person next to him could occupy it without charge, he would gladly forego any rent. Xiaoying and Xia Youran exchanged surprised glances. 500? Isn't that practically free? Xiaoying remarked, this apartment would typically rent for over 2,000. Well, let me be frank, Ji Xiong confessed. My aunt is somewhat superstitious. She believes it's bad luck for a place to remain empty. However, she doesn't want to rent to strangers. I assured her that Youran is a top student and a nice girl. My aunt insisted on renting it to you. You can pay just a couple hundred. For 500, I'll even include utilities. What do you say? It also allows me to earn a little on the side. Ji Xiong's candidness and genuine expression left Xia Youran and Xiao Ying somewhat astonished. Had it not been for Lu Yang's awareness of its falsehood, he would have almost believed it. Thus, Xiao Ying and Xia Youran also fell for it. In the end, it was indeed 500 a month, which included utilities and internet. He had even brought the contract. Once signed, she could move in tomorrow. Therefore, since the afternoon would be devoted to self-study anyway, I'll ask for leave with Brother Yang to help you move. Ji Xiang handed a pen to Xia Youran. Yet, Xia Youran still felt a tinge of disbelief. Had it been someone else, she would have certainly thought it was a scam. However, at that moment, she glanced at Lu Yang standing beside Ji Xiang, took the pen, signed her name, and thanked Ji Xiang. No need for that. I should be the one thanking you. I'll have an extra 500 each month. Ji Xiang replied with a smile. It's what Lu Dog said. This 500 is his. Lu Yang sighed in relief as he watched her sign. Finally, she was moving out. Xiaoying joyfully twirled around the house with Xia Youran. Ji Xiang interjected. Hey, this place is furnished and stocked with necessities. You've really gone above and beyond. And you still say you don't like her? Lu Yang added in a hushed tone. Ji Xiang glanced at the two girls who had run to the balcony and whispered, Lu Yang, to be honest, if you don't like her, you shouldn't be so nice to her. How will she find a boyfriend later? Having like such a wonderful guy, how will she ever find someone else? Lu Yang fell silent and shot a glance at Ji Xiang. Dude, we're in our senior year. Is that all you think about? No wonder my godmother called you a blockhead, Ji Xiang retorted, gazing at Xia Youran when she suddenly piped up. You really don't like her? I'll pursue her before he could finish. Lu Yang cut him off, gripping his throat. You're graduating soon and going abroad. Don't delay her studies. Ji Xiang hurriedly reached out to pull his arm. No, dude, I was just joking. Once Lu Yang released him, Ji Xiang muttered, Can you really protect her for a lifetime? Lu Yang clicked his tongue, feeling slightly annoyed with him. Why couldn't I? If I wanted to, I could certainly protect Xia Youran. But when would he return? Would there still be a Lu Yang in this world? Or would he be gone forever? As Lu Yang pondered this, he grew even more irritated with Ji Xiang, reaching out to smack his head again. Ji Xiang covered his head and exclaimed, You better be genuinely okay. I'm telling you, Lu Yang. The two girls turned to look at the commotion. Sunlight illuminated their faces, and their school uniforms and smiles outshone the sunlight outside. As long as I'm here, I can protect her. Ji Xiang turned in astonishment to Lu Yang. You can't really have developed feelings for her, can you? He initially thought it was just Lu Yang's game of rescue. But what did his words mean? Is it truly so difficult to like Xia Youran? Lu Yang retorted. Ji Xiang observed Xia Yuran's face, paused for a moment, and replied, Not at all. Chapter 37. The pure love warrior is right beside me. Lu Yang said this, yet he still consciously distanced himself from Xia Youran. The next day was Saturday, and the three of them indeed took leave to help Xia Youran move. Xiaoying also wanted to take leave, but her family wouldn't allow it, so she had to say she would join them after school. Xia Youran didn't have much to move. She had already packed everything, so their visit was merely to assist in bringing things down. This was Ji Xiang's first time at Xia Youran's house, and he quickly understood Lu Yang's intentions behind this arrangement. Today, Grandma had a fit and didn't recognize anyone, even when faced with Xia Youran. She suspiciously asked multiple times, Who are you? Yet she was much more affectionate towards Lu Yang, grabbing his hand and repeatedly thanking him, calling him a good boy. Originally, Lu Yang and the others planned to help move things so that Xia Youran could accompany her grandmother. But it ultimately turned into Xia Youran and Ji Xiang moving while Lu Yang stayed with Grandma. The few of them hopped onto a small truck they had called. After all, they didn't have much to carry. On the way, Ji Xiang stared at Lu Yang's face, perplexed. Hold on, I've always been more likable than you. He simply could not comprehend why the old lady favored Lu Yang. Lu Yang scoffed. I just don't have her knack for flattery. As Xia Youran handed them water, she casually remarked, Maybe it's because Grandma had gone missing once before, and Lu Yang helped her. Both Lu Yang and Ji Xiang turned to look at her. Lu Yang's eyes filled with surprise. When did that happen? He truly had no recollection of it. However, he remembered Grandma mentioning that she had gone missing during one of her episodes, which led to Xia Youran locking her in at home later on. You probably don't remember. It was during the summer between our first and second year of high school. Xia Youran was hardly surprised that Lu Yang wouldn't recall it. How could she possibly have developed feelings for him otherwise? She had always held a fondness for him, especially when she saw him at the police station, his hand wrapped in bandages, patiently comforting Grandma. That was when her heart truly fluttered. In that moment, the tension in her chest eased, transforming into a fervent heartbeat. It was at that instant that she fell for him. The boy she had feelings for had brought her most important person back. No one knew that at that moment, it felt as if someone had suddenly pulled her back. Lu Yang appeared bewildered. After all, that summer felt quite distant. However, he had been busy with training and competitions every day. It was indeed fate that led him to encounter Grandma when she was lost. Ji interjected, I remember that summer. Lu Yang was quite busy. To have run into her was something else. It was right after he came out of the base with an injured hand and stayed home for a week. He still managed to find Grandma? Xia Youran glanced at Lu Yang's left hand. Yes. That day, I had just finished my statement at the police station when Lu Yang left, and I didn't get the chance to thank you in person. That day, Lu Yang had found the lost elderly woman amidst a pile of rubbish at the dumpster and had taken her to the police station. Lu Yang sighed. Please don't bring that up now. It makes me feel quite awkward. Xia Youran smiled. All right, I won't mention it. After all, she had other ways to express her gratitude. Ji felt a bit out of place beside them, while Grandma babbled on about her son needing to pick her up from school and prepare a meal. She seemed to be in decent spirits. But those suffering from such episodes often had muddled memories, which was heartbreaking to witness. Unable to hold back, Ji asked, How do you and your grandma manage to live like this? Lu Yang rolled his eyes and smacked him lightly. Is that an appropriate question? Ji hastily replied, Sorta. It's just how I speak. It's fine if you don't want to share nothing that can't be said. You've probably heard bits and pieces. I do some errands and have also taken notes for others. Xia Youran spoke candidly. My tuition fees are waived. And my grandma had some savings. She used to be a skilled embroidery artist, but later she smiled slightly. As long as the savings cover grandma's medication. I just need to earn enough for both of us to eat. Wow, what an inspirational persona, Ji thought, having never faced much hardship himself. The greatest suffering he had encountered thus far was the pain of love. He looked at Xia Youran and said, their scholarship application for needy students at school? Lu Yang also turned to look at Xia Youran. She had indeed never appeared on that list. After a brief silence, Xia Youran smiled at them in the dimly lit compartment, reflecting on the few spots allocated to their school. Some of her classmates were orphans, enduring harsher conditions. Her voice was soft. My parents are still alive. Lu Yang recalled the news he had received earlier, that Xia Yuran's parents had not been found. Ji exclaimed, but they're not. Before he could finish, Lu Yang covered his mouth, urging him to be silent. Realizing his mistake, Ji laughed awkwardly and added, well, tonight your home counts as a housewarming. Shall we eat at home? I'll cook for you, and I'm not exaggerating. His cooking is terrible. Lu Yang interjected. Hey, why are you undermining me? I actually cook quite well. It's really awful. The vehicle came to a halt. The compartment door opened, and the light from outside illuminated the two bickering youths. Xia Youran smiled. She had once briefly succumbed to darkness. But Lu Yang's arrival had pulled her back. He had helped her time and again. Xia Youran thought to herself, Lu Yang is so wonderful. She wished for him to always treat her so kindly. If only he could be good to her alone. Lu Yang sensed something and turned to meet Xia Yuran's gaze. He awkwardly averted his eyes, but found it impossible to control his racing heart. It was disastrous. He seemed to have developed a genuine affection for Xia Youran. Ultimately, it was Ji and Lu Yang who moved the items, while Xia Youran took her grandmother upstairs for a nap. The elderly lady had a habit of napping, but in this unfamiliar environment, she felt uneasy. Thus, Xia Youran stayed with her for quite some time. When she emerged from the room, Lu Yang and Ji had already finished moving. The two had even bought drinks for themselves, 2 bottles of chilled cola beside a bottle of milk. Hearing the noise, Lu Yang glanced over from his game and pointed to the milk beside his cola, saying, That's yours. It's still cool. Ji taking a moment to survey the two, leaned closer to Lu Yang and whispered, If you treat me this way, even if I were a girl, I would like you. Lu Yang's grip loosened, causing his game character to miss a shot and get instantly killed. Ji exclaimed, What? I should have kept my mouth shut. I didn't expect you to be so innocent. An innocent lover right beside me? Chapter 38. Lu Yang, do you like me? Amid Ji exclamations, Lu Yang looked up to see Xia Youran take the milk that had seemed out of place beside his cola. She unscrewed the cap and took a sip, the coldness providing a refreshing comfort, causing her beautiful eyes to narrow slightly with delight. Lu Yang had never realized that merely purchasing milk could be an act of flirtation. Though Lu Yong had never pursued anyone, he had been pursued before. Bai Jingru had chased him for 4 years. However, they were in different majors at university, limiting their interactions. The occasional lunchboxes sent over, the takeout he ordered, the invitations for meals and movies, the holiday gifts, all these memories made him sigh. It seemed that aside from not explicitly asking Xia Youran out for dinner or a movie, he had done everything else. His actions appeared to be indeed flirtatious. "What do you want to eat later?" Xia Youran asked from his sofa beside Lu Yong. Although there was space next to her, her positioning was quite deliberate. She was close to Lu Yong, yet avoided direct contact. This was certainly not a social distance. With a slight movement, their legs and arms could easily brush against each other. Ji Xiong, still engrossed in his game, replied without looking up, "I'm fine with anything. I'm not picky. I'll eat whatever Lu Yong eats." Xia Youran turned to Lu Yong. "Would you accompany me to buy groceries? I heard there's a market nearby, but it's my first time here." Her voice softened as she spoke to Lu Yong, and her delicate face was close enough for him to notice. He swallowed, retreating slightly. "All right, but Ji Xiong and your grandmother will be at home. Grandma won't wake up so soon. We can hurry there and back." Xia Youran observed his slight retreat, her smile growing wider. She was relieved that Lu Yong seemed to notice her actions. Ji Xiong still hadn't looked up. "You guys go. I'm really good at taking care of elders. I'll watch Grandma at home. You two hurry up." Chioing said she would come over after class. Finally, Lu Yong and Xia Youran left together. The environment around them was pleasant. This neighborhood was quite upscale, and there were relatively few rentals available. The community bore an unflattering name, Little 3 Rooms, as most residents owned their homes outright. This apartment complex belonged to Lu Yong's family. His father had routinely set aside a small apartment for him. His parents' habit was to reserve a place for Lu Yong in any new development. As his father would say, it was to ensure that Lu Yong would never starve, even if he became a landlord renting out rooms. Lu Yong had never imagined that his first tenant would be Xia Youran. In the elevator, it was just the two of them. Since he had sensed something, Lu Yong felt a bit awkward around Xia Youran. She seemed oblivious, continuing, "You can come up for tutoring after school. The soundproofing here is excellent, and we can go to the small balcony without disturbing Grandma." Ding! The elevator arrived, and she looked up at Lu Yong. "We're on the 20th floor. You can't see it from below." Bang! Lu Yong felt his heart racing loudly in his ears, unable to help but gaze at her, locking eyes with her smiling ones. When had she figured it out? "You have arrived." Xia Youran stepped out of the elevator first. Lu Yong felt utterly embarrassed but followed her, attempting to speak. "I was just..." Xia Youran turned back. "I know. You're worried about me, right? Lu Yong, is this apartment yours? Or is it really Ji Xiong S&S? Her voice was soft and sweet, leaving Lu Yong momentarily speechless. He was aware of Xia Youran's intelligence, but had never anticipated she would be this perceptive. Silence enveloped them as they walked through the community, traversing the garden and exiting through the gate. "How did you figure it out?" she asked. "The landlord's friend gave me a business card with your father's company name on it. Your family is too famous," Xia Youran said, turning to Lu Yong, her eyes sparkling. "So, did you arrange everything? From the landlord to the apartment?" At that moment, they stood at the roadside by the community gate. Just a short walk across the intersection led directly to their school. The location was excellent. Not just anyone could rent a place here. How could Xia Youran not understand? She had always been clever. "It was me. I didn't mean anything else. I just thought it wasn't safe for you and Grandma to live there." Lu Yong sighed, wanting to explain, but before he could finish, the girl suddenly stepped forward, her slender frame colliding into his embrace. Lu Yong raised his hands, allowing her to hold on to him, awkwardly saying, Xia Youran's voice was soft, yet imbued with a sense of joy. "Lu Yong, thank you. If it were someone else, I might not have accepted it, but because it is you, I feel genuinely happy." This reaction diverged somewhat from Lu Yang's expectations. "No, you should let go first." He fidgeted for a moment, attempting to push her away, but for reasons he couldn't quite fathom, he refrained from touching her shoulder. The girl was indeed slender, yet it seemed she had gained a little weight. Even the frailest of girls possessed a certain softness in their physique. Lu Yong felt his heart racing slightly. At around 3 or 4 in the afternoon, the streets were sparsely populated. The boys stood rigidly beneath a tree. his hand raised awkwardly, while the fragile girl clung to his waist. Their indistinct shadows intertwined beneath the tree's shade. "Lu Yang, do you like me?" The girl finally looked up, her eyes gleaming with an astonishing brightness, as if filled with hope, gazing directly at Lu Yang. Her seemingly brave inquiry, however, belied the tremor in her body. His hand finally rested on the girl's shoulders, and with a gentle push, he distanced himself from her. "Xia Youran, I initially assisted you solely out of gratitude for the encouraging letter you wrote me. And during the time in sophomore year, when trouble came from those delinquents at another school, you were the one who called the school police, weren't you?" With each word Lu Yang uttered, the light in Xia Youran's eyes began to dim, her smile becoming increasingly strained. "You figured out. Yes. I recognize your handwriting." Lu Yang sighed. "I hope you focus on your studies and gain admission to the university of your choice, allowing you and your grandmother to lead a better life. You encouraged me during my low points, and I wish to extend a helping hand to you as well." What he feared most was waking up one day to find himself having returned to the past. He believed that liking a girl should not entail giving her false hope while she waited indefinitely. One of the lessons he had learned since childhood was the importance of closure. In his current situation, he couldn't even comprehend his own feelings, let alone make promises to someone else. Chapter 39. I confessed, he declined, but that's all right. I had no intention of giving up. When Xia Youran's small face was devoid of a smile, it appeared not just indifferent, but rather serious. Before, when Lu Yang only knew of her existence, he would often hear others exclaim, "Look, it's Xia Youran," whenever he encountered her at school. Yet, that expression had never been revealed in his presence. Having said everything, Lu Yang took a small step back. "I apologize if my actions led to any misunderstandings. I will be more mindful in the future." "It's all right." Xia Youran felt her hands trembling at her sides. She gently clenched them, offering Lu Yang a renewed smile. "Can you forget what I just said? We can still be friends, just like before, right?" Her eyes clouded with mist once more, appearing as the pitiful girl she was. "You know, I don't have many friends, and losing you would mean having even fewer." Lu Yang's emotions were complex. "Hey, please don't cry. All right, let us pretend nothing happened. Come on, let us head to the market." He turned to walk ahead. Xia Youran watched his retreating figure, blinking softly, the mist in her eyes dissipating to reveal a mix of infatuation and a hint of madness. "It's all right, Lu Yang, as long as I remain by your side. Unique and irreplaceable, I refuse to believe you are truly empty-hearted." She placed her hand gently over her heart. "Your heartbeat was quite rapid just now, Lu Yang." She released the grip of her earlier clenched hand, the deep impressions in her palm signifying how tightly she had held on. Xia Youran hastened to catch up to Lu Yang. "I'll pay." "All right." The boy's voice held a hint of awkwardness, yet the girl's tone remained as cheerful as ever. "What do you want to eat? If there's too much, I can bring you leftovers tomorrow, as a token of gratitude for the breakfast you bring me every day. It's not specifically for you. I just don't want to eat it myself." "I know. Lu Yang, there's no need to be so tense." "I'm not tense." "Okay. Your face is a bit flushed." During dinner, Lu Yang's grandmother seemed considerably more alert after waking up. At that moment, Xiaoying arrived after her class. Her parents had not facilitated her absence earlier in the day, but she was free for the evening study session. In the cozy apartment, 5 individuals enjoyed a lively meal, celebrating the occasion of a new home. The elderly woman beamed, admiring the petite yet splendid residence, her joy rendering her speechless. Under the table, Lu Yang discreetly stepped on Ji Xiang's foot, and the preoccupied Ji Xiang suddenly recalled, "Oh, Youran, the community here has an activity center for the elderly. Those over 60 can access it for free. It's essentially a place for a bunch of old folks to gather and engage in activities, with property management overseeing it. Once school starts, you can send your grandmother there, and they even provide meals. In the evening, you can simply pick her up after your classes." Xiaoying exclaimed, "Wait. The property management helps look after the elderly? How impressive." Xia Youran cast a glance at Lu Yang, who pretended not to notice as he sipped his soup. Of course, the property management did not offer such services. It was an initiative conceived by Zheng Hui, funded on a temporary basis. Prior to this, a survey had indicated a significant elderly population in the area. Although it was dubbed a 3-room apartment, it was unlikely that all residents were indeed miscreants. Zheng Hui had asserted that establishing such a learning center for the elderly was preferable to confining them alone at home. What if something were to happen, and they couldn't escape? Although the likelihood was low, it was always prudent to prepare for the unexpected. Lu Yang found this arrangement quite commendable. At that moment, Ji Xiang silently pondered how Lu Yang was aware of all this, concluding that the Lu family's real estate was indeed exceptional. The grandmother, somewhat taken aback, remarked, "This place is quite nice, Yuran. It must cost a considerable amount each month." "Don't worry, Grandma. It's not expensive at all. I have money." Xia Youran served her grandmother a piece of meat. "Rest assured, once I finish my college entrance exams, I will work hard to earn a great deal of money. Our Yuran is simply wonderful. Thank you all for coming to help today. You are all such good kids, and I appreciate how you take care of our Yuran." "It's nothing, Grandma. Yuran is already quite remarkable." Xiao Ying's sweetness, combined with Ji Xiang's talent for charming elders, made the grandmother exceedingly happy. After dinner, Ji Xiang and Xiao Ying announced their intention to leave. Lu Yang also picked up his backpack, prompting Xia Youran to ask, "Aren't you attending class tonight?" Ji Xiang and Xiao Ying exchanged glances, puzzled. "Wait, are you two engaging in some teacher-student roleplay?" Lu Yang replied, "Oh, I'm not going tonight. My mom asked me to come home early." It was indeed slightly awkward. Xia Yuran's eyes reflected disappointment. "Then I'll walk you both down." Ultimately, they only allowed her to accompany them to the elevator, as they were concerned about leaving the elderly woman alone in a new environment. Xia Youran watched the elevator doors close. Meanwhile, Xiao Ying, typing in a corner, overheard Ji Xiang ask Lu Yang, "Wow, you're such a dog. Don't tell me your teacher is Xia Youran. I wanted your teacher to help me with tutoring, and you outright rejected me. Well, considering your grades, your family doesn't seem to care, so why would you burden someone with more work?" Lu Yang shot him a glance. Xiao Ying chimed in, "Besides, Yuran might not even agree to help you." Ji Xiang gasped, turning to her. "Hey, why are you stabbing my heart like that?" Ding! The elevator doors opened. Xiao Ying's phone lit up. She received a reply to the message she had sent to Xia Youran. "Are you tutoring with Lu Yang? I can't shake the feeling that something's off between you two tonight." Xia Yuran's response was straightforward. "Yeah, you might find it strange because I tentatively confessed during the day. He rejected me, but that's all right. I have no intention of giving up." Xiao Ying paused in her steps, her eyes widening as she read the message. The two boys ahead noticed her lagging and turned back, urging, "Hurry up, Xiao Ying. We need to see you get on the bus before we leave." Xiao Ying retracted her phone and replied, "Coming." She sensed a change in Yuran, all because of Lu Yang. Watching Lu Yang's silhouette as he focused on his phone, she couldn't bring herself to believe he felt nothing for Xia Youran. She swiftly sent a supportive emoji. "I believe you two will make it. Go for it." "All right, Lu Yang will only be mine." Xia Youran glanced at her message and quickly retracted it, sending a more demure nodding emoji instead, as if that suited her better. She picked up the half-empty cola left by Lu Yang, twisted the cap, and took a large sip. The flat soda was overly sweet and less than palatable. Yet the corners of Xia Yuran's mouth lifted slightly, and a flicker of infatuation danced in her eyes, making her seem almost unrecognizable to those who knew her well. Chapter 40. Why did she go straight for it? Lu Yang had little on his agenda today. He simply felt that after the events of the afternoon, being with Xia Youran seemed utterly wrong. Thus, he concocted an excuse to return home. That night, sleep eluded him. After finally drifting off, his dream morphed again. This time, it transformed into a scene where, after rejecting Xia Youran, she turned and jumped away. What the hell? Lu Yang was speechless, thinking this dream was relentless. Now, he even felt an odd illusion that the dream was pushing him closer to Xia Youran. On Sunday, even the seniors had classes. Lu Yang sat on the balcony, staring vacantly outside. The early rising Zheng Hui was startled to see him. "Son, what are you doing up so early?" Lu Yang raised his hand, holding a book of essential English vocabulary, and turned to Zheng Hui. "Mom, could you arrange for me to see a psychologist?" Zheng Hui's words trailed off as she recalled that Lu Yang had previously had a regular psychologist for counseling, but things had soured after a particular incident. However, that wasn't the main concern at the moment. She observed Lu Yang's demeanor. "What's wrong? I've been having nightmares frequently. I feel I need psychological counseling." Lu Yang's tone was somewhat weary. Zheng Hui found this odd. She disregarded her image and squatted beside her son. To put it simply, Lu Yong had an exceptionally good mindset. Even during competitions, whether he won or lost, he rarely needed psychological support. The team psychologist had once joked that sometimes it felt like Lu Yong was counseling him instead. "Son, what kind of nightmares? Who are they related to?" Zheng Hui inquired, gazing at Lu Yang's face. Lu Yong met her gaze, slowly blinking, the rising sun illuminating the gossip on his mother's face. Zheng Hui felt a twinge of guilt under his silent scrutiny, awkwardly touching her nose. "I'm just concerned about you." With a sigh, she conceded, "All right, I'll find you a capable psychologist." Standing up, she couldn't help but turn back to ask, "Is it related to that girl?" "Mom," Lu Yong elongated his tone, then stood up himself. Zheng Hui sighed a few times. "You've grown up, and now you want to share anything with your mother." With that, she walked inside. Lu Yong silently chuckled. The family atmosphere was always warm. He glanced at the vocabulary book in his hand, realizing he hadn't absorbed a single word all morning. If it were a spoken English test, Lu Yong wouldn't need to study. However, it was well known that the English used in exams was entirely different from everyday conversational English. With the monthly exam approaching, he sighed again, but at least there would be a break afterward. As Lu Yong left the house in the morning, the housekeeper called out, "Xia Youran, your lunchbox." Lu Yong hesitated mid-motion of changing his shoes, not taking it today, and no need to prepare it anymore. He casually sent a message to Xia Youran. "I want to be bringing you breakfast today." After a minute or two, she replied, "Okay." Lu Yong recalled the slight flush on her face and felt a pang of regret. However, since he had no intention of accepting her feelings, he truly shouldn't convey any misleading signals. This wavering thought crumbled upon arriving at school. As he saw his lunchbox on his table alongside the school's 50-cent porridge on Xia Yuran's desk. Yet, Xia Youran wore a warm smile. "I prepared a bento for you. I don't know if you'll like it." She hesitated for a moment before cautiously adding, "You would not want to eat it, would you? It's not that great." Nearby, Chiao Ying, munching on a bun, remarked, "No, Youran. The tea flavor is a bit strong." Only Lu Yong, observing her cautious demeanor and glancing at the porridge, thought, "Lu Yong, you really should be ashamed." He looked at the porridge on her desk and asked, "Is this what you're eating?" Xia Youran casually glanced at it, seemingly unconcerned. "It's fine. This is enough for me. I don't eat much." Although there was still money on her meal card, Lu Yong sighed, seeing her smile, and reached out. "Give me your meal card." Xia Youran handed it over, watching him turn to leave. "Where are you going?" "To buy you breakfast," Lu Yong replied, already at the door. Xia Yuran's lips curled into a smile. "See, Lu Yong, you say you don't care about me?" Beside them, Chiao Ying thought, retracting her earlier opinion that Yuran's tea was too obvious, realizing it was just Lu Yong who didn't mind. When Lu Yong returned with breakfast, there were only 5 minutes until class. He handed it to Xia Youran, urging, "Hurry and eat. Class is starting soon." Ji Xiang, seeing the large bag, reached out. "Give me one, will you?" However, Xia Yuran swiftly gathered everything. She smiled at Ji Xiang just a moment. Ji Xiang assumed she wanted to choose first. After all, it was meant for her, which was reasonable. Then he watched as Xia Youran rummaged through her desk, pulling out several boxes of milk and a few breads. These items were left on her desk by someone, appearing almost daily without any signatures, making it impossible for her to return them. Each time, she would place them on the empty desk at the front, where other students also left snacks for anyone who was hungry. Today, she didn't need to put them up there. She could simply give them to Ji Xiang. Ji Xiang was surprised as she placed the items on his desk. Wow. So much. Being good-looking really pays off. He casually picked up a small cake. By the way, I must mention back when Lu Yong was in his second year, someone sent him small steam buns for about 2 weeks. Unexpectedly, Xia Youran chimed in, "Oh, that was me." I heard him say he wanted to find the taste of his childhood in those buns. Lu Yong, initially wanting to stop Ji Xiang from talking, recalled Chiao Ying mentioning that breakfast was also provided by Xia Youran. Alas, she simply could not find the time to intervene. How could she have been so straightforward? Ji Xiang turned to Chiao Ying in bewilderment. Even Bai Jingru, who was seated across the aisle, cast a glance in their direction, along with Lu Yong. For pairs of eyes simultaneously fixated on Xia Yuran's face. Xia Youran maintained her innocent expression. "It was during that period when Lu Yong had assisted me in locating my grandmother. I wished to repay him." yet feared that a direct gesture might lead to an awkward situation if he were to decline. Ji Xiang uttered a sound of realization. Oh, I thought it was a suitor. Upon witnessing the corners of Xia Youran's mouth lift, Lu Yang observed the subtle movements of her lips, deciphering the unvoiced message. Indeed, it was about a suitor. His heart raced, accompanied by a foreboding sense that she might adopt this mannerism in the future. Chapter 41. Psychological Counseling. Fortunately, the school bell chimed just in time to rescue Lu Yang from the awkwardness, and Xia Youran refrained from saying anything further. Ji Xiang and the others did not dwell on it, allowing Lu Yang to evade considerable embarrassment. He glanced at the back of Xia Yuran's head, sensing a subtle change in her demeanor. Breakfast had been prepared for Lu Yang by Xia Youran: sandwiches, steamed buns, and sweet soup. It was a delightful medley, for both she and her grandmother possessed culinary skills that were quite commendable. Moreover, the buns were of the soup-filled variety, which was rather fortuitous. However, her earlier admission had caused Lu Yang to connect all the dots to what Xiaoying had mentioned in their previous life. Sundays typically consisted of morning classes, with the afternoon free. Zheng Hui, known for her efficiency, arranged for Lu Yang to see a psychologist that very afternoon. He had been contemplating how to inform Xia Youran that he would not be joining her for lunch, but before he could speak, she inquired if he would like to have lunch at her home, which was conveniently close. Lu Yang waved his hand. I have something to attend to this afternoon. Xia Youran paused momentarily. Will you still attend tutoring this afternoon? The monthly exam is next week. As he packed his belongings, Lu Yang replied, I'm sorry. I genuinely have something to do. I won't be attending tutoring. I will put in my best effort for the exam. With that, he slung his bag over his shoulder and prepared to leave. See you later, bye. Ji Xiang, with his backpack slung over his shoulder, hurried to catch up. Wait for me. Let us go together. Once the two boys had run off, Xiaoying leaned closer to Xia Youran, whispering, You said you wanted to pursue Lu Yang, didn't you? Her voice was low, but Su Jiaojiao, seated in front, turned around, curious. Pursue? Who's pursuing whom? Her eyes sparkled with a thirst for gossip. Xiaoying sighed. Oh, don't take everything I say so literally. Xia Youran tidied her belongings and glanced at the bento box that Lu Yang had rinsed clean. It seemed as though he was evading her. However, it mattered not, as she had other methods. It's nothing. I'll be off now. With that, she waved to the two and departed. Su Jiaojiao continued to press Xiaoying. Who is pursuing Youran? Are you Ran and Lu Yang together? You're truly insatiable for gossip. As Xia Youran walked away, her voice gradually faded from earshot. Upon exiting the school, she took out her phone and noticed several unfamiliar numbers had been blocked. Without further inspection, she opened WeChat and sent Lu Yang a message. Are you still bothered by what happened yesterday? Didn't you say you would treat it as if it never occurred? QEQ. At that moment, Lu Yang was dining with Ji Xiang. Since they still had time, and Ji Xiang insisted on tagging along for a meal, they decided to eat together. But why aren't you having lunch with Xia Youran today? Ji Xiang inquired, his mouth full of chicken leg. I can't just keep crashing at her place for meals, Lu Yang replied, somewhat exasperated. Besides, I truly have something to do later. Oh, right. By the way, after the monthly exam, there's a 3-day vacation during National Day. Want to hang out? Everyone says you haven't been out in ages. You didn't even show up for basketball last time. Ji Xiang enthusiastically remarked. It's been almost a month. Lu Yang frowned involuntarily. He had no inkling of Xia Yuran's predicament. He glanced at Ji Xiang and replied, I'm not going to the races. My parents would break my legs. I'm just going to KTV for some fun, a normal social outing for high schoolers. Ji Xiang chuckled. Lu Yang nodded. We'll see when the time comes. After finishing his meal and bidding farewell to Ji Xiang, he finally noticed Xia Yuran's message, which was pinned and thus easily visible. His fingers hesitated before he ultimately tapped a reply. No, I genuinely have something to do. He looked at the QAQ, realizing it suited Xia Youran quite well. Zheng Hui had scheduled Lu Yang's appointment with a private clinic located in the city center, not too difficult to find. Arriving a bit early, he was instructed by a nurse to wait. It was then that he spotted Zhang Bo exiting. A woman seated nearby stood up, concerned, and approached the doctor. Doctor, my child isn't ill, right? Honestly, I've told you I'm not sick. You must be the one with issues, Zhang Bo retorted sharply. pushing the woman slightly. The male doctor restrained him, urging, "Zhangbo, calm down and speak to your mother respectfully." Lu Yang observed the scene unfold, noting the woman's reprimand. "I am your mother, and you think you can act out?" After a few calming words from the doctor, Zhangbo was led away by his mother. Before exiting, he caught sight of Lu Yang seated in the waiting area, his tall figure hard to miss, especially with the sparse crowd at that time. Zhangbo's face betrayed a visible panic, yet he hesitated to greet Lu Yang, ultimately being pulled away by his mother. The young nurse muttered, "That boy is really..." but was cut off by the male doctor's admonition. "Xiao Lu, don't speak out of turn." Then, noticing Lu Yang in the waiting area, he paused briefly, glanced at the time, and walked over. "You're Lu Yang, aren't you?" Lu Yang stood up. "Hello, doctor. I am Lu Yang. You're quite punctual, arriving early. Sorry for the wait. Please come in." "I am Dr. Wu, the psychologist you scheduled to see today," Dr. Wu said with a warm smile. He appeared to be a gentle middle-aged man. Lu Yang returned the smile. "No, I just happened to be nearby and came over." Following Dr. Wu into the consultation room, Lu Yang was well acquainted with the procedures of psychological therapy and cooperated fully. The session lasted over an hour. As he was about to exit the consultation room, Dr. Wu remarked, "You are quite perceptive. With a little time, you will come to understand things on your own. You may just be feeling a bit restless. No worries. Take your time to reflect, and it will all become clear." Lu Yang managed to smile. "Thank you, doctor." When Lu Yang exited the psychological clinic, it was past 3 in the afternoon, and he intended to head home for a shower. However, he found himself confronted by Zhangbo, who appeared quite agitated. Raising an eyebrow, Lu Yang asked, "What do you want?" Zhangbo's expression was grim as he warned, "If you disclose what you saw today, I will tell all our classmates that you're a pervert who needs to see a psychologist. I have a photo of you exiting the clinic." Lu Yang replied, "But really, seeking psychological counseling isn't something to be ashamed of, is it? Why are you so anxious? Many people seek counseling due to stress." Moreover, had Zhangbo not suddenly appeared, Lu Yang might have nearly forgotten about seeing him inside. Nevertheless, Lu Yang found Zhangbo's smug demeanor grating. Glancing at the phone in his hand, he smiled. Taking a step closer, Zhangbo instinctively covered his lower back and stepped back. "What are you doing?" "We're on the street." Lu Yang came to a halt, his gaze dripping with disdain. "What are you afraid of? If I were to strike you, could you escape? Threatening me is futile. Have you forgotten that I once participated in competitions? Isn't it entirely reasonable for me to provide psychological counseling? Rather, it is you." As Lu Yang spoke, he noticed the unpleasant expression that crossed the other's face and smiled slightly. "Don't provoke me." With that, he turned on his heel and departed, unwilling to engage with a lunatic. Chapter 42. Lu Yang, are you taking advantage of others? Did you forget to pay for the tutoring? Lu Yang dismissed Zhangbo's words entirely. After all, his previous psychological and physical states were largely public knowledge. What was there to conceal? On his way home, he found himself ruminating over some of Dr. Wu's remarks. Whether it be reincarnation, time travel, or merely a dream. Do you wish to return? But Lu Yang, have you considered that, regardless of the circumstance, your present existence is indeed real? Before you awaken, this life is yours. The moment you hesitate, the answer resides within you. You simply lack the desire to acknowledge it. From the heart, even if it is merely a dream, one can craft a beautiful fantasy. Cannot one? I cannot define whether the world you inhabit is real or false. That is for you to determine. Regardless of the situation, Lu Yang, living well in the present is the truest existence. Suddenly, Lu Yang's eyes flew open as he gazed out at the scenery beyond the window. In truth, he longed to return quickly, for he bore no regrets from his previous life. He had no need to be reborn or transported through time to make amends. His arrival here was merely the result of a single drink, leading Lu Yang to feel as though his current existence were but a dream. Yet, if it were indeed merely a dream, then he ought to be able to effect numerous changes. In this dream, he harbored regrets. He wished to see Xia Youran and her grandmother thriving. He wanted to witness this vibrant and exceptional young woman's stride toward a brighter future, hoping she would await the return of her parents. Lu Yang exhaled deeply, his hands clasped tightly together. If this were merely a dream, Then cherishing someone and engaging in a passionate romance was not out of the question. Was it? Lu Yang was not a twisted individual. Those who were excessively so led truly exhausting lives. Thus, by the time he reached the entrance of his community, his spirits had lifted considerably. Upon arriving home, he found Zheng Hui absent, having gone to the beauty salon, a regular occurrence for her. The housekeeper was preparing a meal for Lu Yang, and as he stepped into the bathroom, he recalled something. "Hey, Andy, did my mom make soup today?" "Madam is making bird's nest soup today," the housekeeper replied. Lu Yang responded with a casual "oh," adding, "Please pack me a portion. I've heard it's good for girls." With that, he turned and headed into his bedroom. The housekeeper called out, but she didn't have time to mention that Madam only prepared a single serving each time. Ultimately, she dialed Zheng Hui's number. Zheng Hui fell silent for a moment, muttering a curse under her breath. This boy is going to be of no use in the future. He must have forgotten his mother in favor of a wife. Just indulge him for now, and perhaps prepare more dishes that are beneficial for girls. She sighed regardless. Let us first ensure we bring him back. After an afternoon, it seemed Lu Yang's attitude towards Xia Youran had reverted to its former state, surprising her. Such a single message has such a significant effect. Lu Yang truly has a soft heart. On Monday, they had their monthly exam. The test spanned 2 days, followed by a 3-day break for the National Day holiday. For high school seniors, 3 days was quite generous. During the monthly exam, they did not need to change classrooms, but they had to clear their desks. Lu Yang watched as Xia Youran struggled to carry a hefty stack of books with her slender arms and legs. "Just leave it. I'll help you." Earlier, some boys had offered to assist her, but Xia Youran had declined directly. However, upon Lu Yang's suggestion, she obediently set down her books. All right. Bai Jingru's books had already been moved by someone else. She observed the two, averted her gaze, then could not resist approaching them. "Do you need help?" Xia Youran politely declined. "No, thank you." Lu Yang glanced at the books in his hands, all of which had been thrust upon him by Ji Xiang. He regarded Bai Jingru. "Are you capable of handling these?" Bai Jingru nodded. "Rest assured, I'm not that fragile." Without hesitation, Lu Yang transferred the books he had been cradling into her hands. "I thank you on behalf of Ji Xiang." He then picked up the books from Xia Yuran's desk and headed out. Bai Jingru exclaimed, "Wait, is Lu Yang doing this on purpose?" Xia Yuran blinked in surprise, her previously pursed lips relaxing as she reached for Lu Yang's water bottle and a few notebooks from his desk, earnestly telling Bai Jingru, "Ji Xiang will thank you." She then jogged after Lu Yang. Bai Jingru was left in shock. Xia Youran is being intentional as well. Before the morning study session, they managed to move all their belongings outside, and the exams commenced. Just before the test, Xia Youran pulled a milk candy from her pocket, grasped Lu Yang's hand, and placed the candy in his open palm. "Thank you for helping me with my books." As her slender fingers departed, whether intentional or not, they brushed lightly against Lu Yang's palm. He felt a tickling sensation and instinctively tightened his grip, but could only grasp at her retreating fingertips as the girl quickly withdrew her hand. She hid her hand behind her back and smiled at Lu Yang. "Good luck on the exam." Lu Yang held the milk candy tightly, his gaze fixed on the girl's smiling face. Her fair complexion now tinged with a hint of pink. He returned her smile. "All right, little Xia." They found themselves seated in front and behind each other during the exam. The monthly exam for the seniors was quite stringent. This was Lu Yang's first test since returning. To put it simply, Lu Yang felt he performed adequately, especially since Xia Youran had previously predicted the questions. After 2 days of testing, once the papers were collected, they heard jubilant cheers from the adjacent sophomore class, celebrating their break. Hooray! National Day holiday. This transformed their previously morose classroom atmosphere as if water had been dropped into hot oil, igniting a burst of excitement. Finally, a holiday. I'm alive, someone exclaimed. At this moment, a voice chimed in, "But when we return from the holiday, we'll be receiving our grades." Who is being such a killjoy? You're really annoying. The atmosphere became lively, and Lu Yang leaned back in his chair as Ji Xiang bounded over like a monkey, reminding him, "Remember, keep your schedule clear." Understood, Lu Yang sighed. "Do you want to smack too? You're really bothersome." "Damn, don't be too much," Ji Xiang retorted, attempting to grab him by the throat. At that moment, Xia Youran turned to Lu Yang. "Are you going to attend tutoring during the break?" Her cheek was puffed out, as though she had something in her mouth. Lu Yang stared, itching to poke it. He withdrew his gaze. What are your plans? Xia Youran hesitated. I want to earn some money. If they're part-time jobs, let me know. Then go ahead. I was just thinking of taking a break for these 3 days. We can continue when you return, Lu Yang replied. Xia Youran nodded happily, all right. She then turned away. Ji Xiang leaned closer, lowering his voice. Lu Yang, are you taking advantage of her? Aren't you paying her for tutoring? Otherwise, how could someone as generous as his godmother allow Xia Youran to work part-time? Chapter 43, I told you not to provoke her, didn't I? Lu Yang sighed, giving Ji Xiang a light slap. Can you speak properly? Ji Xiang swiftly attempted to block the blow, but it proved futile. The individual before him was as formidable as a raging bull, delivering a powerful slap to the back of his head. Ji Xiang let out a cry, drawing the attention of his classmates, who turned to glance at the commotion. He forced a smile, dismissing the incident with a nonchalant, "It's nothing, really." As he spoke, he nudged Lu Yang, exclaiming, "Let us go, Lu Dog. It's rare to have a holiday, and some have already taken off." Lu Yang rose to gather his belongings, though he had little to pack, merely slinging his bag over his shoulder to accompany Ji Xiang. Su Jiao turned around cheerfully, asking, "Yuran, Qiaoying, care to join us?" Xia Youran shook her head, replying, "I'll pass. You all go ahead." With a smile and a wave, she stood and departed, saying, "See you after the break." Su Jiao watched her hasten away, curiously inquiring of Qiaoying, "Is Yuran off to work again? Isn't that quite normal?" Qiaoying said as she shouldered her backpack, adding, "My dad is here to pick me up, so I must leave." With a wave to Su Jiao, she hurried off, leaving Su Jiao feeling somewhat dejected, ultimately setting off alone. She happened to fall in line behind Zhang Bo, a rather peculiar individual whose social standing in class was less than stellar, often associating with a few underperformers from the adjacent class. It is a common occurrence in schools to find students who struggle academically. After all, there must be those who bring up the rear. Su Jiao wished to quicken her pace, but 4 boys were blocking the path, ambling sideways. She overheard one of them tauntingly ask, "Zhang Bo, didn't you say you could definitely win over Xia Youran?" Another chimed in, "Right? You claimed that since her family is poor, if you were to give her something, she'd surely be touched." A third voice added, "So what is the status now? She is still ignoring you. Isn't she?" Their laughter echoed mockingly. Zhang Bo scoffed, "It's my lack of wealth that's the issue. Did you not see her glued to Lu Yang's side? It's clear she's enamored with his riches." Indeed, Lu Yang was affluent. Besides, Zhang Bo continued, "I've said it before, Yuran is not that easy to pursue. I once witnessed someone from a wealthy family try to court her, and he failed miserably. So you're just bragging, huh? Do you really believe Xia Youran is surprised? She appears aloof, but who knows what part-time job she is secretly working." At that moment, Su Jiao hastily ran past them, and the boys turned to make way for her. One of them remarked, "Hey, what about your classmate? Aren't you worried she might spill the beans?" "She wouldn't dare," Zhang Bo scoffed, glancing at Su Jiao's retreating figure. What could she possibly say? For all we know, Yuran might just be selling herself for money. Lu Yang could no longer contain himself. With a swift kick, he sent Zhang Bo flying, who had been standing straight off his feet. Thankfully, Su Jiao was quick on her feet, narrowly avoiding a collision. Lu Yang was trained, and that kick was no trivial matter. The other boys gasped in shock, turning to witness the spectacle. Zhang Bo's cries of pain and curses attracted a crowd of students leaving school. Su Jiao stood frozen, watching as Zhang Bo was sent sprawling before her, landing with a thud that echoed painfully. Ji Xiang, standing beside Lu Yang with his phone raised, remarked, "Well done. Had they not been detained by Teacher Zhou just before, they might have missed Zhang Bo's earlier barbs." Ji Xiang was incredulous. Was it really necessary to malign someone simply because one couldn't win their affection? Lu Yang had initially intended to storm over, but Ji Xiang stopped him, suggesting they document the incident for evidence. After all, high school was not the time for disciplinary records. They observed as Su Jiao hurried past, seemingly lacking the courage to confront or interrupt the boys' taunts. Yet, this was likely a shared experience for many. Frustration simmered within Lu Yang as he marched towards the groaning Zhang Bo. The crowd swelled, curiosity piqued. One of Zhang Bo's companions called out, "Lu Yang, what are you doing?" You can't fight here. Lu Yong shoved him aside, who, feeling embarrassed, attempted to retaliate. Ji Xiang blocked him, inquiring what? Do you wish to take on Lu Yong? The boys exchanged glances, hesitating. After all, this was Lu Yong. A single punch could easily take them down. Lu Yong approached Zhang Bo, who lay on the ground, still unable to rise. Did I not warn you? Do not provoke her, he declared, raising his fist to strike. Lu Yong was genuinely furious. He could not fathom why Zhang Bo harbored such malice towards Xia Youran. She had merely rejected him, yet he felt entitled to spread rumors about her hard-working life. Please, I'm sorry, Zhang Bo pleaded, fear evident in his eyes. In the face of undeniable strength, he could only intimidate those weaker than himself. Zhang Bo, now stripped of his pride, no longer cared about dignity. He genuinely feared Lu Yang's punch, which could very well end him. Lu Yang. Teacher Zhou's voice interrupted, halting Lu Yang's fist midair. Zhang Bo's eyes glimmered with hope. Yet Lu Yang's fist still struck Zhang Bo's face, albeit with less force. However, as a trained boxer, even a restrained punch was sufficient to knock out 2 of Zhang Bo's teeth. If one could not communicate civilly, they must face the consequences. Li Lu, having summoned Teacher Zhou, exclaimed, No, dude, the teacher is here, and you're still going to hit him? Ah, it hurts. My teeth. Zhang Bo wailed, tears and blood mingling in a pitiful display. Amidst the murmurs of the onlookers, Ji Xiang subtly tugged at Lu Yang's sleeve, indicating the teacher's arrival. Call an ambulance. Lu Yang stood tall, surveying the other 3 boys. Their expressions were grim, and one quickly spoke up, We didn't say anything. Lu Yang shot a glance at the furious teacher Zhou approaching, remarking to the trio, You should consider yourselves fortunate that you remained silent. They stepped back, inwardly acknowledging the truth in Zhang Bo's words. At the very least, it was evident that Lu Yang's relationship with Xia Youran was not straightforward. What are you doing? Lu Yang, is Zhang Bo all right? Someone call an ambulance. Teacher Zhou's voice was laced with panic. Several teachers from other classes emerged from the office. Lu Yang and Ji Xiang stood by, observing Zhang Bo in a state of distress, tears streaming down his face, mixed with blood. Ji Xiang recorded a video, quipping, You're done for. Your parents are definitely going to be called. Lu Yang replied, I have no regrets. Ji Xiang chuckled, True, I wanted to intervene as well. Upon learning of Xia Youran's family circumstances, Ji Xiang felt a pang of sympathy for the diligent young woman, who constantly faced unwarranted disdain. Chapter 44. Lu Yang fought for her. Half an hour later, Lu Yang, Ji Xiang, and the 3 boys stood in the administration office awaiting their parents. Director Li's expression was grim, as was Teacher Zhou's. Zhang Bo had already been taken to the hospital, and his parents had been notified, accompanied by their mathematics teacher. Teacher Zhou glared at Lu Yang. Lu Yang, the school has surveillance. How could you so recklessly resort to violence? Ji Xiang couldn't help but interject. So if there were no cameras, it would be acceptable to hit someone? The others exchanged dubious glances. Everyone, please adopt a more serious demeanor. Who among you is being playful? Director Li's countenance was stern. At this moment, Lu Yang spoke up, asserting, It was I who took action. It has nothing to do with Ji Xiang. Ji Xiang, pulling out his phone, chimed in, Indeed, I am innocent. However, I am here to present evidence. That faulty surveillance didn't capture the audio, but I have it right here. The 3 boys exchanged glances, their expressions betraying a hint of guilt. Teacher Zhou regarded Lu Yang and Ji Xiang from their class, noting that the one who had been assaulted was Zhang Bo, also from their class. The teachers of the other 3 students had been notified and were en route back, despite it being after school hours. Director Li seized Ji Xiang's phone, stating, The school prohibits the possession of mobile phones. But school is over, Director. Ji Xiang retorted defiantly. Nonetheless, you are still on school grounds. If it were any other day, Director Li might have turned a blind eye. But today, he was infuriated and his head was buzzing with anger. Ji Xiang subdued his attitude, replying amiably, Oh, understood. In that case, Director, I will say some things shortly and leave my phone with you. His demeanor was notably polite, considering he had a backup device. Ji Xiang chose not to inform his parents, as he genuinely had neither participated nor laid a hand on anyone. Upon viewing the video, Director Li and Teacher Zhou's expressions darkened further. The words spoken were undeniably humiliating for a female classmate. Not to mention, they were also aware of Xia Youran's family circumstances. However, that does not justify your actions. Even when the teacher arrived, you still resorted to violence. Lu Yang, you are truly out of control. Director Li glared at the three boys, his disappointment evident as they cast sheepish looks towards Lu Yang. Yet, Lu Yang defiantly declared, I have no regrets. He deserved the beating. Had I not seen Teacher Zhou approaching, it would have been more than just losing a couple of teeth. This statement infuriated both Director Li and Teacher Zhou. Ji Xiang lamented as he gazed at his phone, thinking how he wished he could have recorded the incident, capturing both video and audio to send to Qiuing, who would undoubtedly share it with Xia Youran. In fact, he had already sent her a wave of messages. What was Lu Yang's pursuit of that girl even about? Should he not take things up a notch? If Lu Yang were to end up with Xia Youran, he insisted he would need a separate table. No joking. When Xia Youran finally received the video from Qiuing, it took a while to load. She hurriedly informed Uncle Lin that she was rushing back to school. Upon her arrival, she discovered Li Lu waiting outside the door. Noticing Xia Youran, who had arrived with damp hair, she halted her, saying, Don't go in. The parents are arguing. Xia Youran paused, concerned. The parents are here? She glanced anxiously inside. Li Lu hesitated, then reassured her, Don't worry. Lu Yang and the others are fine. In reality, it was Mrs. Zheng against 4 others, with Ji Xiang fanning the flames nearby. Mrs. Zheng, typically a refined lady, was fierce in her maternal instincts. Feeling guilt for sending her son to his father's side when he was so young, she had always been protective of Lu Yang, prioritizing him above all else. When she heard that her son had been involved in a fight, she rushed over, indignant. Initially, the parents of the other 3 students seemed understanding upon learning the details, but that changed drastically when Zhang Bo's mother arrived, furious that her son had been assaulted and lost teeth. She arrived shouting, and after watching Ji Xiang's video, she made a scene, questioning, why did my son only speak of her? Perhaps she was the one misbehaving. The last remark was directed at Lu Yang, who retorted, I don't discriminate when it comes to hitting, male or female. Mrs. Zheng, equally incensed, snapped back, what kind of upbringing do you have? If my son didn't hit you, I would. Had it not been for a female teacher intervening, she might have actually struck someone. Teacher Zhou chimed in, bewildered. What is going on with this mother-son duo? Ultimately, they had to call Lu Tong again, who had yet to arrive, and the commotion inside escalated. Zhang Bo's mother hurled insults, and Mrs. Zheng lost her genteel demeanor, responding with childish, infuriated retorts, leading to utter chaos. Lu Yang felt a twinge of regret. Had he known, he should have called his father. He might have remembered how his mother had once gotten into a fight with another mother when he was called in for a similar incident. They all proceeded to the police station to await his father's arrival, driven by impulsive emotions. Lu Yang sighed, turning his head to see a girl standing at the entrance. Her large eyes filled with anxiety as she gently bit her lip upon meeting Lu Yang's gaze. What is Xia Youran doing here? Ji Xiang, who had been stirring the pot, turned to follow Lu Yang's gaze and exclaimed, Oh, that's the girl Lu Yang fought for. Teacher Zhou and Director Li were both sweating profusely as they urged the parents to calm down and converse rationally. Suddenly, Mrs. Zheng fell silent, turning to face Xia Youran. Her initial reaction was, well, my son has good taste. Yet, she couldn't help but notice how fragile the girl appeared. The thought of this beautiful young girl being bullied ignited Mrs. Zheng's anger once more. I stand by my words. My son did nothing wrong. He was merely holding back. Otherwise, your son wouldn't stand a chance against him. I just don't understand. As a woman, do you think it's acceptable for your son to insult a girl? Zhang Bo's mother, visibly flustered, retorted, So what? He just said a few words. Does that equate to losing a piece of flesh? Your son sent mine to the hospital. I will definitely call the police. No need. I've already brought the police and a lawyer with me. A man's voice echoed through the room. Xia Youran turned to see a man accompanied by several officers and a man carrying a briefcase entering the office. The man bore a striking resemblance to Lu Yang. Qiuing, who had just arrived, remarked, Wow, Lu Yang's family knows how to make an entrance. She then glanced at Xia Youran, pondering the stark contrast between them. Upon seeing his father arrive, Lu Yang gestured to Xia Youran, mouthing, It's fine, just go home. However, Xia Youran gently shook her head. She felt a sense of concern for him, knowing he had fought for her sake. Yet more than that, she was exhilarated. Lu Yang had stood up for her. Chapter 45, Mom. Someone is trying to scam us. In Xia Yuran's eyes, there was only Lu Yang. Despite the crowd in the office, her focus remained solely on him. Following the tragic events involving her parents, she had matured overnight. Beautiful and youthful, with her grandmother aging and ill, she persevered through the turmoil, growing with a fierce vitality. She was not defenseless. In fact, during the earlier part of the video that Xiaoying sent, as she listened to Zhang Bo and his friends casually discussing her, Xia Youran maintained a calm demeanor. Their words held no power over her. She was indifferent to their opinions. However, upon witnessing Lu Yang's silhouette in the video, her tranquil heart shattered alongside Zhang Bo's assault. Xia Youran bestowed a smile upon Lu Yang. In the office, Lu Yang thought to himself, "What is wrong with this silly girl? Why is she smiling now? Is this really the time to laugh?" Lu Tong arrived assertively, accompanied by the police and the lawyer. He first glanced at his wife and son, and he felt reassured. They seemed unharmed. Then he turned his attention to the group opposite, led by Zhang Bo's mother. "You called the police, did you? I have already reported this matter." Director Li and teacher Zhou were both drenched in sweat. Everyone here knew Lu Tong. He was frequently seen on the television news. The basketball court at their school, soon to be rebuilt, had been funded by Lu Tong's generous donations. "Mr. Lu," sighed Director Li, "this situation has its antecedents." Zhang Bo's mother became subdued upon seeing the police and the lawyer. The cramped office was now filled with people. Director Li handed Lu Tong Jixiang's phone. After reviewing it, Lu Tong passed it to the lawyer and the accompanying police officers. The lawyer adjusted his glasses and remarked, "With this evidence, I am confident of winning the case. Young Master Lu has indeed performed admirably." Lu Yang felt somewhat embarrassed. The scene made his family appear ostentatious. "What victory are we discussing? This is merely a childish altercation. Your son assaulted mine, resulting in hospitalization. This is a fact, is it not?" Zhang Bo's mother's expression darkened. Previously, she had spoken boldly, but Lu Tong's presence had made her cower. Lu Tong replied affirmatively, "Indeed, it is a fact. My son's actions were justified. Your child is still a student. Is it appropriate to label this as mere play among classmates?" However, she countered, "But what if it's not your child?" The other attendees were left baffled by her reasoning. At this point, Ji Xiang interjected, "Let me clarify, Zhang Bo has been spreading rumors, not just this time, but repeatedly. There are numerous posts on our school forum where he has slandered others. We can trace these back through IP addresses. Defamation is a crime. How can a few words from children be considered criminal?" Zhang Bo's mother retorted, her agitation palpable. Teacher Zhou then spoke. In truth, Zhang Bo was at fault initially. The girl he mentioned is a good student from a modest background, diligent and academically strong, not to mention quite attractive. Perhaps this has given Zhang Bo some misguided thoughts. Nonetheless, Lu Yang, your act of violence is indefensible. It seems both parties must face consequences. Director Li nodded in agreement, asserting that a balanced approach was necessary. Since both boys were at fault, they would each write a reflective essay of 3,000 words upon returning from the National Day holiday. Lu Yang agreed, "All right." Zhang Bo's mother was evidently dissatisfied. No financial compensation for the assault. However, Director Li shot her a warning glance, reminding her that they were in their final year. Any blemish on their records could have lasting repercussions. It was a subtle admonition. She should consider the individuals accompanying Lu Yang. Pursuing this matter further would only invite trouble. Eventually, Zhang Bo's mother begrudgingly nodded. As for the three boys who had accompanied Zhang Bo but did not engage in the fight, they were merely tasked with writing 3,000 words, exempt from any oral presentation. Thus, the confrontation concluded with Zhang Bo hospitalized, having lost 2 teeth, and both boys required to submit reflections. Lu Yang's sole consequence was the assignment of a 3,000-word essay, a task he was no stranger to, though he had never encountered such a situation before. As Zhang Bo's mother stormed out, she glared at the 3 waiting by the door. Xiaoying and Li Lu rolled their eyes, muttering their discontent at such behavior. No wonder Zhang Bo was so anxious. His mother was no better. Yet, Xia Youran did not acknowledge her. Her gaze was fixed on Lu Yang in the office. One by one, The others began to depart. Liu Yang's parents lingered with Ji Xiang and Liu Yang, engaging in polite conversation with Director Li. Liu Yang glanced at his parents, still chatting amiably with the director and teacher, then turned to the door where Xia Youran stood. "What brings you here? Aren't you supposed to be working?" Liu Yang asked, looking down at her. She was still clad in her school uniform, gazing up at him with a somewhat pitiful expression. Xia Youran observed how he occupied most of the office space. His indifference to Qiu Ying and Li Lu as he approached her was undeniably impressive. "I heard you got into a fight for my sake, so I came," she said, her eyes falling to his hands resting at his sides. "Your hands are meant for competition, not for striking Zhang Bo and his ilk. They aren't worth it." Liu Yang lifted his hand, glancing at it with a smile. "My teacher said my hands are also meant for protection." He raised his hand, intending to ruffle Xia Yuran's hair, but the combined scrutiny of Qiu Ying, Li Lu, and his mother, along with Ji Xiang's penetrating gaze, dissuaded him. Ultimately, he lowered his hand. "It's nothing. You should head home early." Xia Youran smiled, her dimples adding a sweetness to her expression. "Liu Yang, I don't mind what they say about me. To me, it means nothing." She glanced at his lower hand, then stood on her toes, gently patting his head. "But thank you for fighting for me. It makes me really happy." Behind Liu Yang, Zheng Hui squeezed Ji Xiang's hand, stifling a silent cheer. "Our son is remarkable." Ji Xiang gasped, "Ouch, ouch, ouch, godmother, that hurts." Lu Tong noticed the commotion beside him and cleared his throat softly. Zheng Hui immediately straightened, donning a suitable smile as she stood by her husband. Liu Yang was momentarily taken aback by the unexpected head pat, while Qiu looked on, thoroughly amused. Li Lu adjusted his glasses, exasperated. How had he never realized the lack of decorum between the two? "This is the teaching office," he interjected. "Xia Youran, boys don't appreciate having their heads patted." Liu Yang clicked his tongue, lightly flicking her forehead to distract himself from the rapid beating of his heart. However, he was surprised to see her forehead redden even without much force. "Mom, someone's trying to set me up." Chapter 46. A commitment so stimulating? Liu Yang withdrew his hand, glancing at the blush, seeing her reach out to touch him again. Qiu finally spoke up cautiously, "This is the teaching office." Li Lu chimed in, "The teachers are coming over." Liu Yang felt they hadn't done anything wrong. Let them look if they wished, yet he felt an inexplicable sense of guilt. He glanced at the three of them. "You should head back. Really, it's nothing." Just as Lu Tong was about to call out, Liu Yang quickly interjected, "I'm going back. I think my parents will take me home right away. You all can go ahead." He turned back into the office, where the gazes of the people inside fell upon him. Lu Tong and Zheng Hui's attention was focused on Xia Youran, who stood there looking a bit pale, somewhat shy. Nevertheless, she held his gaze steadily for a moment before Lu Tong averted his eyes. Qiu linked arms with Xia Youran. "Let's go. Standing here isn't ideal." She whispered, "What if the teacher really thinks you two are dating?" Xia Youran pursed her lips. "If they really think so, then so be it." The issue was that Liu Yang was currently unwilling to pursue a romantic relationship with her. This thought left her feeling somewhat dejected. Liu Yang was pulled by his parents towards Director Li and teacher Zhou to express their gratitude, regardless of the circumstances. Today, as events had resulted in Liu Yang putting someone in the hospital. If this information were to leak, it would not reflect well on him. After all, he was a fighter who had hospitalized a classmate. No matter the reasoning, those with ulterior motives would likely blame him. Ultimately, the resolution they reached today could be considered quite favorable. Zhang Bo's mother was indeed intimidated by Lu Tong's grandiosity, which made the situation relatively easy to resolve. After the family of three, along with Ji Xiang, exited the office, Zheng Hui began to scan the vicinity, inquiring eagerly, "Where's that beautiful classmate from earlier? I must see her." Her tone was positively brimming with excitement. Liu Yang shot a glare at Ji Xiang, who, feeling guilty, averted his gaze while clutching his phone. "Zheng Hui," Liu Yang called out, "That's enough. She's gone home." Lu Tong glanced at his son and noted that it was getting late. "I've made a reservation. Let's go out for dinner tonight. Ji Xiang can join us." Ji Xiang responded with an enthusiastic, "Sure thing, godfather." Liu Yang sighed and trailed behind his parents, while Ji Xiang busily fiddled with his phone. Soon, Liu Yang's phone vibrated, revealing a new group chat entitled "Lu Gu Charging Forward in Anger for a Fair Maiden." The group comprised 4 members: Lu Yang, Ji Xiang, Qiao Ying, and Xia Youran. At that moment, the other 3 had sent smiling emojis, while Lu Yang remained silent. Ji Xiang messaged, "Youran, are you touched? If I encounter a guy like that, I would marry him on the spot." Qiao Ying chimed in, "Is offering oneself so thrilling? Exciting JPG." Lu Yang, irritated, punched Ji Xiang on the arm and demanded, "Withdraw that message. We can't let Youran see it." He snatched Ji Xiang's phone and promptly retracted the message. Ji Xiang protested, Hey, why are you getting shy all of a sudden?" Observing Ji Xiang's retraction, Qiao Ying followed suit and withdrew her own message. When Xia Youran checked the chat, she only noticed 2 retracted messages. She was quite busy and, merely glancing at the notifications, set her phone aside, intending to find Lu Yang afterward. Meanwhile, the 4 of them proceeded to dinner, with Lu Tong continuing to lecture Lu Yang and Zheng Hui about the importance of not acting impulsively. Zheng Hui retorted, "Oh, so you're reprimanding my son? I won't remain calm about that. The fact that I didn't slap her is already a testament to my composure." "That's not what I meant," Lu Tong replied, exasperated. "There are alternative solutions. Just look at how awkward the teacher felt." Zheng Hui quipped, "Alternative solutions? Like my son and I hiding in an alley with a sack." Ji Xiang stifled a laugh and whispered to Lu Yang, "My godmother is amazing. Even my godfather doesn't dare to speak up." Lu Yang, unfazed, replied, "What is there to be surprised about? I'm used to it." Zheng Hui, having finished her retort, turned to her son. "Son, why don't you invite that classmate to dinner? I can have your father pick her up." "Mom, please. You're being quite intimidating," Lu Yang pleaded, desperation lacing his voice. Ji Xiang interjected, "Come on, godmother. She's the pure love warrior. If she says she doesn't like her, it just means she's silently caring for her." His tone was tinged with sarcasm. Lu Yang clicked his tongue in annoyance. "Ji Xiang, are you trying to get yourself killed?" Lu Tong, maintaining his composure, advised, "Son, if you've done something, you should admit it. Doing a good deed anonymously is commendable, but it isn't necessary to leave it unacknowledged." Lu Yang retorted, "Seriously, do you all hear yourselves? Is it really appropriate for you to say such things?" He was on the verge of laughter from frustration. Why did everyone seem to be eager for him to enter a romantic relationship? After all, they were in their senior year of high school. So it seemed he was the only one concerned about the upcoming college entrance examination. Lu Yang chose to remain silent, tuning out their chatter like a monk ignoring a sermon. Yet, the image of Xia Youran standing on her toes to touch his head lingered in his mind, causing his heart to race uncontrollably. The changes in his heartbeat were undeniable and impossible to conceal. Lu Yang sighed, pondering whether the girl was being intentional or merely playful. Ultimately, Lu Yang isolated himself from the conversation, refusing to engage in any discussions regarding Xia Youran, thus redirecting the topic. His parents made no remarks about his altercation. Ji Xiang's video had captured everything clearly, and they understood Lu Yang well enough. Even if the discussion was not about the girl he cared for, he would still have acted if he had overheard them talking about another classmate. As parents, they did not see any issue with his actions. Their son was simply being a good Samaritan. If they reprimanded him, what sort of parents would they be? After dinner, the family first dropped Ji Xiang off at home before heading back. On the way, Lu Tong asked, "Son, do you truly not like that girl? If not, that's fine. She doesn't seem very suitable for our family." "What do you mean by not suitable? They're just a boy and a girl, a perfect match." Before Lu Yang could respond, Zheng Hui rolled her eyes and countered, "Don't give me that nonsense about social standing. That boy's family doesn't have that many issues." "Lu Tong, you've run a business. Are you losing your mind?" Lu Yang thought to himself, "Wow, my mom is fierce." Lu Tong clarified, "That's not what I meant. Whether her family is wealthy or not is irrelevant. They certainly aren't wealthier than ours. But primarily, this girl is Xia Youran, right? We still don't know the ins and outs of her family situation. Is that a good thing? I hope it doesn't negatively impact the elder brother's family." Lu Tong sighed. "What do you think I was implying?" Lu Yang interjected, "Hold on. What are you two even arguing about? This is an unfounded issue, and you're still bickering over it?" Chapter 47. The measurements taken from others can never compare to one's own. Lu Yang was accustomed to his parents' arguments, knowing full well that his father would always lose. Despite being quite smooth in social situations, He had never won a debate against his mother at home. In his younger years, he didn't grasp this dynamic. But he understood it now. Parents are true loves, while children are mere surprises. As they approached their home, Liu Yang's thoughts were still occupied with the image of Xia Youran watching him at the door. That look, he sighed. Zheng Hui noticed his distraction and inquired, "What's wrong, son?" Liu Yang shook his head. "Nothing, just reflecting on today's events." Zheng Hui reassured him, "Oh, today, this incident was entirely your classmate's fault. Just look at her parents. It's evident how that boy must be. You did nothing wrong today." Lowering her voice slightly, she added, "However, son, if it had been someone else, you probably wouldn't have thrown that punch, right? After all, the teacher's voice did momentarily halt your actions in Ji Xiang's footage. Yet, in the end, he still struck." This was not typical behavior for Liu Yang. Zheng Hui understood her son well. He usually had a good sense of propriety. Had he not thrown that punch, it likely wouldn't have led to parents being called. Liu Yang fell silent, not directly addressing her concern. Instead, he murmured, "I'm sorry, Mom, for causing you trouble." "It's fine. I'm not troubled. What trouble could I possibly have? It's just a hassle for your dad to come rescue us," she replied, smiling as she linked her arm with his, leading him forward. Just then, Lu Tong, who had parked the car, chimed in, "How presumptuous." Meanwhile, Xia Youran had made several trips running errands and helped at the store, earning 35. The store owner, concerned, offered 40 and asked, "Where are you headed, Youran? If you're in a hurry, you can ride the store's bike." Xia Youran hesitated before shaking her head. "No, thank you, boss. The bike needs to be used for deliveries." The owner handed her a helmet, insisting, "We want to be using it for deliveries tonight. Just come by tomorrow and ride it back. Riding a bike costs money, and you've only earned this much today." At that moment, the boss's wife emerged from the kitchen, carrying a bag of vegetables. "Oh, take these home. They won't last long. Be careful on your way back." Xia Youran accepted the dishes handed to her by the proprietress. The variety was abundant, and the freshness was undeniable. There was no reason for them to be inedible. This was merely an act of kindness on their part. After a moment's hesitation, she took the offerings, bidding farewell to the owners. "I shall be on my way now. See you tomorrow. Take care, and do bring the old lady along tomorrow. She must be quite bored at home." "We can keep her company," the proprietress advised. Xia Youran blinked and smiled. "Understood. I'm heading back now." Taking a deep breath, she turned and exited the shop. Liu Yang had often questioned why she did not consider moving elsewhere. The reasons were twofold. She genuinely lacked the means, and more importantly, she had encountered much benevolence in this place. The uncles and aunties here had been of great assistance to her, and in truth, she harbored a fondness for this community. As she observed Xia Youran's frail silhouette disappear into the dimming twilight, the proprietress sighed. "If she were my daughter, I would surely feel heartache from above upon witnessing her struggles." This girl was indeed exceptionally considerate, evoking a sense of sympathy. The owner playfully tapped her shoulder, chiding, "What nonsense are you speaking? Let her be safe." "Indeed, may she remain safe," she echoed. Xia Youran rode her electric bicycle against the evening breeze, weaving through the streets illuminated by countless lights. Her previous destination had always been her grandmother's home. However, at this moment, her heart longed for Liu Yang's presence. The sight of him standing in the guidance office, confidently asserting his innocence to the parents across from him, was undeniably handsome. Nevertheless, Xia Youran maintained her usual composure and emotional stability, even as a strong desire to see him surged within her. Ultimately, she rode back home, for her grandmother awaited her return. Today, her grandmother seemed particularly well. She was alert, having returned from the senior activity center, and managed to wash up independently. Upon entering the kitchen and spotting Xia Youran baking a small cake, her grandmother smiled. "You appear quite cheerful today, my dear." Xia Youran turned to her grandmother, her eyes sparkling. "Grandma, today Liu Yang got into a fight because someone spoke ill of me." A look of surprise crossed the elderly woman's face. Observing the radiant smile on Xia Youran's face, she too smiled. "That young man seems like a good boy. The first time I met him, I took a liking to him. You should express your gratitude." Xia Youran nodded enthusiastically. "He is exceptionally kind. You may not recall, but it was Liu Yang who helped you when you got lost." The surprise on her grandmother's face deepened. "I truly do not remember." She glanced at the small, cake Xia Youran had placed nearby. Is this for young Lu? Xia Youran affirmed. Yes, I plan to deliver it to him shortly. Her grandmother nodded. Very well, I shall not disturb you further. But do return early, understood? Xia Youran replied, of course, Grandma. I'll be quick. Her grandmother reached out, and Xia Youran bent down to allow her to gently pat her head. In her grandmother's presence, she remained the bright young girl she always was. The elderly woman returned to her room, opened the cupboard, and retrieved the topmost qipao, which had only been partially embroidered. This was intended as a graduation gift for Xia Youran, but age had slowed her down, and sometimes she forgot things. After a moment's reflection, she took a sticky note and wrote a line. However, the medication soon made her drowsy, and she ultimately fell asleep. After packaging the cake, Xia Youran quietly entered the room. Her grandmother had already succumbed to slumber, and the half-finished qipao lay on the table. As she approached, she noticed a piece of paper atop it. It read, Youran, ask about Xiao Lu's measurements. Grandma wishes to make him a garment, hoping he won't mind. Xia Yuran's gaze fell upon the tape measure nearby. The measurements obtained through inquiry could scarcely match those taken with her own hands. She carefully folded the qipao and took the tape measure with her. The route from her home to Lu Yang's was one she knew well. Having accompanied him many times before, on several occasions, he had turned to glance back, yet perhaps due to her wearing a school uniform and being a girl. He never seemed to suspect her presence, merely giving her a cursory look each time, as if he had never truly remembered her. This thought left Xia Youran feeling somewhat disheartened. She opted not to ride her electric bicycle and instead took the bus. After bathing, her hair was still damp, cascading down her back. She held the neatly packaged cake on her lap, her beautiful visage cast downward in contemplation, her expression sweetly serene. Chapter 48. Is this considered an indirect kiss? Lu Yang had already lain on his bed, engrossed in 2 rounds of a game. He had anticipated that Xia Youran would reach out to him tonight, yet after her return, he received no word. The group chat was filled with messages, though they were of little consequence. His focus waned on the game as Ji Xiang and 2 other friends frequently played together, exchanging banter. Eventually, Lu Yang declared, I'm done. I'm logging off before exiting the team and shutting down the game. He stood to fetch a glass of water. Ji Xiang quickly messaged him. Are you sulking because you played poorly? Lu Yang, exasperated, responded with a voice message, get lost. I'm not in the mood anymore. It's pointless. I'd rather do some homework. Ji Xiang sent 3 question marks in reply. Just then, who called Lu Yang, launching into a tirade without giving him a chance to speak. You should be the one to roll, you fool. Tomorrow night at 8, at the Royal Court KTV. Anyone who doesn't show up is a dog. With that, he hung up, throwing in a parting insult, you dog, before ending the call in a juvenile manner. Lu Yang shook his head in disbelief. He set his phone down and poured himself a glass of water. His parents' door was closed. Past experiences had taught him the wisdom of not disturbing them at such times. Fortunately, the soundproofing in their home was excellent. As he returned to his room, he noticed his phone vibrating. Picking it up, he saw it was a call from Xia Youran, and his lips involuntarily curled into a smile. Hello, he answered. The voice on the other end was clear, laced with a cheerful tone. Lu Yang, can we meet? Lu Yang responded with an O, moving to his wardrobe to pull down a t-shirt and a pair of pants. Where are you? I'll come find you. He refrained from asking why they needed to meet, for he realized that upon receiving her call, his spirits had lifted. After a brief silence, she replied earnestly, I'm at the entrance of your community. I can't get in. She did not know which building Lu Yang resided in, only that he lived there. Lu Yang paused in his motions, uncertain, and asked, You're at the entrance of our community? Yes, I'm at the entrance of your neighborhood. Can you come out for a moment? Xia Youran smiled at the security guard who was watching her closely. Given the high cost of living here, the security must be quite stringent. Lu Yang replied, Wait for me for 5 minutes before hanging up. Xia Youran wanted to assure him there was no rush and that she could wait, but he had already ended the call. Standing there with her phone, the security guard couldn't help but peek out and ask, Miss, have you been here before? You were wearing the affiliated school uniform back then. Xia Youran, what a coincidence. Previously, her following Lu Yang had been purely impulsive, lacking any discernible pattern. Yet, it is rather curious that each time, the same security guard happened to be on duty. Xia Youran felt a twinge of embarrassment, Yes, she had been here a few times. Just as Lu Yang emerged, he overheard the security guard, with genuine enthusiasm, inquire of Xia Youran, "I always thought you must have a fondness for that boy you follow. Have you caught up with him?" Lu Yang casually replied that it had only been 5 minutes. In actuality, he had dashed out in no more than 3. The awkwardness on Xia Yuran's face was palpable as she noticed him, slightly breathless, approach her, his eyes brimming with curiosity. This curiosity likely stemmed from the guard's earlier comment. A rare fluster appeared on her face. No. Unfortunately, the security guard had already caught sight of Lu Yang and exclaimed, "Oh, you really did catch up?" Lu Yang raised an eyebrow at the guard. "What?" Xia Youran hastily grasped Lu Yang's wrist and pulled him away in the opposite direction, her demeanor resembling that of a headless chicken. It was already past 9, nearing 10. Where could they possibly go? Lu Yang decisively led her back into the community. The security guard made no attempt to stop them. The warmth of the boy's palm was significantly higher than her own. Xia Youran tightened her grip on the wrist she had anxiously held on a moment ago, only to feel Lu Yang's hand wrap around her wrist. Given the guard's earlier remark and her flustered demeanor, Lu Yang likely did do something. He guided Xia Youran towards a nearby pavilion, asking, "What brings you here?" Xia Youran gazed at Lu Yang's hand, recalling that these very hands had defended her against those who sought to malign her. Contemplating this, a slight smile graced her lips. Though her voice remained steady, "I made some little cakes to share with you. You can have them tomorrow, too. It's rather late now." Lu Yang's words were cut short by her interjection. "Tomorrow may be fine, but I wanted to see you tonight." At that moment, they stood at the entrance of the pavilion. Lu Yang looked at her, noticing that she was fixated on the hand that held her wrist. Feeling a sudden awkwardness, he retracted his hand. "I apologize. I just saw you running about in a rather frantic manner." Xia Youran felt the warmth of his hand slip away, chilled by the night breeze, prompting her to hide her hands behind her back. "It's all right. It's my first time here," she said, walking to the table in the pavilion, placing the small box on the surface, then turning to Lu Yang, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. "This is my second attempt at baking. The first time, my grandmother said it was too sweet. Do you think you'll dislike my baking?" As she spoke, she bit her lip, appearing quite nervous. "Would you like to try?" The girl spoke the last sentence with great caution. Lu Yang, he was someone who preferred gentle persuasion over forcefulness. With a sigh, he replied, "It's fine. I'm not picky. Shall I get a taste?" To her delight, Xia Youran eagerly opened the box. "You must try this." She presented him with the one adorned with the largest strawberry. "This one is the most beautiful," like a child sharing her favorite toy with someone she cherished. As Lu Yang reached out, his fingertips brushed against her hand, causing her to tremble slightly, yet she did not withdraw. The light in the pavilion was dim, but to Lu Yang, it paled in comparison to the brightness of her eyes. The delicate cupcake did not require a fork. He took a bite directly, convinced that Xia Youran was not being truthful. She had indeed done remarkably well. "It's delicious," he remarked objectively. Then he noticed that the girl, who had been 2 steps away, suddenly drew closer, raising her hand to gently wipe away some cream from his lips. She quickly concealed her hand behind her back. Xia Yuran's heart raced. She had lied. There was no cream on Lu Yang's mouth. Lu Yang was aware of her deception. He knew whether his lips bore any remnants. The sensation of her fingertip grazing his lips lingered. He gazed at her, remaining silent, watching as her face flushed deeper. He suddenly blurted out, "You're blushing." The already ambiguous and awkward atmosphere thickened as the girl hurriedly covered her face with her hands. Lu Yang observed her thumb, which had brushed against his lips, now gently placed on her own. The girl believed her actions to be discreet. However, Lu Yang had witnessed everything. Was this, in a sense, an indirect kiss? Chapter 49. Lu Yang. "No, you little rogue." He watched her fingers softly graze her rosy lips, words forming on his lips yet remaining unspoken. He merely averted his gaze and casually wiped his mouth. "I can manage on my own. Why come out so late just to deliver cake?" Xia Youran felt a pang of regret at his gesture. How she wished she could assist him in wiping it away, or that he might allow her to share a bite. The thought struck her with surprise, and her cheeks flushed. She cleared her throat. "I just wanted to thank you. I know everything that happened today." Lu Yang replied with a casual, "Oh," adding, "If it were someone else, I would have helped too." Before he could finish his sentence, the girl suddenly opened her arms to embrace him. Lu Yang barely had time to raise the cake in his hands, finding himself enveloped by her soft form. The girl was slender, and the sensation of her fitting snugly into his embrace was surreal. He hesitated for a moment, then instinctively attempted to push her away. "You don't need to." He had previously stated that he preferred gentleness over force, while he intended to create some distance. He heard her softly murmur, "Since my parents passed away and my grandmother fell ill, it has been a long time since anyone has held me like this." Her voice was small, imbued with fragility, effectively halting his desire to push her away. He awkwardly held his hands aloft, allowing her to maintain the embrace. "It's all right. Can you touch my back like my father used to?" She looked up at him, her small face filled with hope. "Just for a moment. No one will see." She reached for the cake, placing it on the nearby table before quickly wrapping her arms around him again. The series of movements was so swift that Lu Yang felt her hold on him tighten, sensing something soft against him. The girl even took his hand and placed it on her back. "Lu Yang, can you move a little?" Her words held no ulterior motive. Yet Lu Yang felt an inexplicable sense of discomfort, his face growing warm. He lacked experience with such intimate gestures. He had encountered confessions before, but this direct embrace was a first. "It's all right. If you find yourself in such a situation again, seek a teacher, or just come to me." Lu Yang's voice had softened considerably. Earlier that day, Li Bo's mother had placed the blame squarely on Xia Youran, which had vexed Lu Yang. In his past life, he had never paid heed to such matters. Was it possible that Xia Youran frequently faced such situations? Merely contemplating this made Lu Yang feel that his punch towards Li Bo had been rather lenient. As Lu Yang pondered, he suddenly felt a hand graze his waist and backside. "What on earth? Are you a rogue?" he exclaimed. He grasped the slender shoulders of the girl and gently pushed her away, fixing her with a glare. "What do you think you're doing?" Xia Yuran's face flushed slightly, yet she appeared somewhat innocent. "Oh, I just wanted to measure your waist," she replied, pulling out a small tape measure from her pocket. "My grandmother said she wanted to thank you by making you a tailored outfit. She's quite skilled. Many used to seek her services. However, she fell ill later, and I didn't want her to exhaust herself anymore. It was too tiring." At that moment, Lu Yang grasped the nature of the relationship between the elderly woman and the young girl. It was evident that their livelihood depended on the grandmother's craftsmanship. But with her illness, it was no wonder Xia Yuran's life had become so arduous. With her cheeks still tinged pink, Xia Youran shook the tape measure. "Can I measure you?" Lu Yang stepped back slightly. "I could just tell you my measurements directly." However, Xia Yuran's expression fell. "Are you worried about me? I won't take advantage of you." She raised 3 fingers solemnly. "I swear." Truthfully, there was a certain charm about Xia Youran in that moment. Lu Yang noticed she seemed more lively in his presence than before. Previously, she had always appeared timid and somewhat pitiable. Yet now, she radiated a refreshing vitality. Still uncertain, he decided to observe further. He pressed down on her 3 fingers. "There's no need for oaths. Who knows who is taking advantage of whom? Do you perhaps harbor some misperceptions about your own appearance? Then I'm not afraid of you taking advantage of me." "Please, let me measure you," Xia Youran insisted, holding up her tape measure earnestly. Caught off guard by her quick retort, Lu Yang found himself momentarily at a loss for words. It was not his intention at all. In the evening's pavilion, it was just the two of them, and their proximity felt quite intimate. The cake sat untouched on the table, while the girl persistently held the tape measure aloft, gazing earnestly at the boy. The scene hung in the air, suspended in tension. Ultimately, Lu Yang relented, opening his arms. "All right, go ahead, but are you sure you can manage?" "I can. I learned from my grandmother when I was very young. She said I have a natural talent." Xia Youran responded, her face lighting up at his concession. She unfurled the tape measure and encircled Lu Yang's waist. In order to measure, they had to stand quite close. Lu Yang could see her long black hair cascading down, and he caught a whiff of the fragrance lingering in her hair. She must have just washed it. Her unbound hair wasn't entirely straight. It had subtle curls near the tips, whether by her own doing or nature's design. He could not tell. Lost in thought, Lu Yang was suddenly jolted back to reality as the girl looked up. "All set. Now we measure the hips. Please stand straight with your feet together." Her voice was soft and gentle, Yet Liu Yang's mind wandered back to the earlier incident where he felt a hand on his backside. His nature, unable to contain itself, blurted out, "Did you just touch my butt?" The girl holding the tape measure froze momentarily, then looked at him with wide eyes. "What are you talking about? I didn't tee." Her swift denial seemed suspect, especially with her darting gaze. Liu Yang reached for the tape measure in her hand. "I'll do it myself." "You won't measure accurately," Xia Youran protested, refusing to let go. "I promise I won't touch your backside again." Raising an eyebrow, Liu Yang replied, "Again?" Xia Youran. "Liu Yang, are you trying to trap me in words now?" She pouted, looking at him with a pitiful expression. "I truly just brushed against it accidentally. Otherwise, would you like to touch mine in return?" Chapter 50. Liu Yang thought to himself, "Sometimes I really consider calling the authorities. Touch it back." He was taken aback by her suggestion, his gaze instinctively drifting to her backside. Yet, to be honest, suggesting such a thing in this little garden felt utterly inappropriate. Clearing his throat, he leaned slightly forward, scrutinizing her wide, glistening eyes that held no hint of remorse, and chuckled, "I am nothing like you, you rogue. Hurry up. It's getting late." The distance to her home was not insignificant. Time was indeed slipping away. Xia Youran felt a tinge of disappointment at his refusal. Perhaps it was her backside that lacked allure? She seemed rather slender. Lowering the tape measure, Xia Youran bent slightly, encircling Liu Yang's hips. Given the necessity of measuring, they were uncomfortably close. Liu Yang glanced down and realized that her lowered head was positioned right above a rather sensitive area. He couldn't shake the feeling that her breath was brushing against him. Gritting his teeth, he resolved to endure. Yet, he found it curious that while measuring the waist had been swift, the process for the hips felt agonizingly slow. "You needn't be so tense," she said, her delicate breaths wafting over Liu Yang's sensitive spot. Feeling awkward, he considered retreating. An ominous premonition loomed over him. "Are you finished?" "The outfit isn't essential. I could let your grandmother take a break." Just as Liu Yang was about to suggest they abandon the measure, Xia Youran retracted the tape measure. She stood up, casting a glance toward a certain spot, her face flushed even deeper. Liu Yang breathed a sigh of relief and stepped back. He observed her standing there, her gaze flickering, and the atmosphere between them felt undeniably awkward. Looking down, he noted that her black pants concealed much, yet she had been so close just moments ago. He inhaled sharply. "This clothing, all that's left, is the shoulder width." "My grandmother is quite eager," Xia Youran interrupted, making it sound like emotional blackmail. However, Liu Yang, undeterred, settled onto a nearby stone bench. "Go ahead and measure. I might as well sit. Surely nothing could go awry." Yet Liu Yang was overthinking. As they faced each other, one seated and the other standing, creating an oddly intimate visual. The closeness was overwhelming. Liu Yang felt as if the very air he breathed was tinted with Xia Yuran's essence. To his astonishment, she seemed blissfully unaware of how suggestive their position had become. As she leaned in closer, it felt as if she were enveloping him in an embrace. The tip of Liu Yang's nose brushed against her delicate collarbone. She was so slender that her collarbone stood out prominently, the indentation small, yet her skin remarkably fair and smooth. Liu Yang's head instinctively tilted back. Yet Xia Youran gently pressed him down. "Don't move." Perhaps she and T controlled her strength well, for the result was that Liu Yang's face was entirely buried against her. Xia Youran is quite slender, possessing hardly any flesh on her entire body. However, she embodies all the qualities a girl should have. Though petite, her attributes are undeniably genuine. Liu Yang mused, "Is it truly his fault for being unintentionally flirtatious?" It seemed that Xia Youran had finally realized the awkwardness of the situation as the boy's breath quickened against her chest. Summer attire is generally not very thick. Thus she loosened her grip on a measuring tape and swiftly retreated, stammering, I've finished measuring." Liu Yang, seated on a stone bench, dared not move. The atmosphere between them grew increasingly awkward. He observed her delicate, pale fingers gently twirling the soft tape, occasionally stealing glances at him, only to quickly avert her gaze. The girl's shyness was unmistakable. She held an affection for herself. Liu Yang recognized this with clarity once more. But did he harbor feelings for Xia Youran? It was undeniable. His heartbeat affirmed his fondness. A girl like her is effortlessly endearing from the very start. Lu Yang averted his gaze, letting out a soft sigh. His eyes landed on the cake on the table. Hadn't Tishi returned from her part-time job that evening to bake it for him? Well, I should head back now, Xia Youran said. Let us meet after the National Day holiday. Mentioning this, Xia Yuran's expression soured slightly. It was her first realization that an excessively long vacation could be rather disheartening. Lu Yang looked up at her, the light from behind her head creating a somewhat blinding effect as he squinted slightly and offered, I'll walk you back. No need, it's not far. I could just take one bus, she replied, putting away the tape measure, which had just measured Lu Yang. She intended to store it in a small box. How wonderful it would be if the tape could freely touch Lu Yang, while she herself was forced to concoct various justifications. It's not safe, Lu Yang insisted, glancing at the cake on the table. Just come upstairs with me to put the cake away. Xia Youran seemed taken aback by Lu Yang's invitation to ascend at that moment. Had it been anyone else, she would have outright declined. But faced with Lu Yang, she hesitated, wondering if it was inappropriate. Lu Yang assumed her hesitation stemmed from concerns about the safety of being alone with a boy, so he reassured her. My mom is home, so don't worry. I'll just place the cake down. Xia Youran responded. Is this a chance to meet your parents? She remembered Lu Yang's mother, a woman who exuded an air of affluence and sophistication. Such women could be rather daunting, couldn't they? Lu Yang had already begun to tidy up the box containing the cake, looking towards her as he said, Let us go. Xia Youran wished to refuse, yet found herself utterly unable to deny Lu Yang. When she found herself hesitantly standing at his doorstep, she finally suggested, How about I wait for you outside? You won't take long, right? The uncertainty and panic in her eyes were genuine, reminiscent of a frightened kitten afraid of abandonment. At times, Lu Yang truly felt she resembled a stray animal, easily drawn to warmth from others. He sighed, Fine, you wait here. Then, as he pressed his fingerprint to unlock the door, a head covered in a facial mask suddenly popped out from behind it. Son, just in time. The rest of her words faltered. Lu Yang exclaimed. Xia Youran nervously called out, Auntie, I'm Lu Yang's classmate. Only to see the masked woman excitedly turn her head. Old Lu, your son has brought a girl home for the night. Lu Yang thought to himself that sometimes he really wanted to call the police. Mom. Chapter 51. The sole direction my gaze pursues is that of Lu Yang. Lu Yang's call mom was rather loud. However, Zheng Hui seemed to ignore her son's voice, instead reaching out to pull him aside and grasping the bewildered Xia Youran's wrist. You come here, you must be Youran, right? How come you came over so late? Come in and sit. The warmth of a mother's hand briefly left Xia Youran in a daze. For a fleeting moment, she felt as if she were seeing her own mother again. Zheng Hui ushered Xia Youran inside, tearing off her facial mask. Oh dear, I didn't know you were coming. I hope I didn't scare you with this mask. It's black after all. Xia Youran instinctively remained silent, her eyes pleading for help as they fell upon Lu Yang, who still stood at the door with the cake in hand, completely overlooked by his mother. Lu Yang noticed the confusion and helplessness in Xia Youran's eyes. He sighed, stepped inside, and shut the door, striding over to pry his mother's hand away. Mom, you scared her. She's just here to express her gratitude and deliver the cake. It's getting late. I need to walk her home. Only then did Zheng Hui take a proper look at the cake in Lu Yang's hand. Glancing at the time, she acknowledged it was indeed late. While she was pleased her son had brought a girl home, their family upheld certain standards. The girl appeared quite nervous. Surely she and T frightened her. Had she? Zheng Hui took the cake from Lu Yang's hands. All right then, it is indeed getting late. She turned to Xia Youran, smiling warmly. You sit for a moment. I'll have Lu Yang walk you back. By the way, I have some things here for you to take back to your grandmother. Be good and wait for me. With that, she hurriedly dashed into the kitchen. Xia Youran stood in place, momentarily bewildered. Did it imply that Auntie was aware of her family situation? She glanced at Lu Yang, asking, Does your family know about mine? Upon reflection, it made sense. Lu Yang's family was local. What could they possibly be unaware of? Xia Youran had already grasped the formidable nature of the Lu family, and hearing Zheng Hui mention her grandmother directly caused her to retreat slightly. She liked Lu Yang. He was exceptional. Yet, if his parents disapproved, her efforts might be in vain. Lu Yang caught her gaze, discerning the trepidation within her eyes. Are you worried about your family situation with just you and your grandmother? My mom attends my parent-teacher meetings every year, even when we were in different classes. You were the template for all the home roacher speeches. Your photo is on the school's honor wall. He fixed his eyes on Xia Youran, suddenly smiling. Did you think my parents knew something? You're so outstanding that I reckon many parents at our school are aware of you. Xia Youran exhaled sharply, a smile tugging at her lips. I'm merely trying to live life as best as I can. She playfully winked. I study hard for the sake of money. Her candidness about studying for financial reasons was refreshing. She genuinely needed the scholarship to sustain her living. The smile in Lu Yang's eyes remained unchanged as he gently pressed his hand atop Xia Yuran's head. Thus, you are indeed remarkable. As Xia Youran felt the reassuring weight of his palm on her head, a sense of safety enveloped her. She laughed. Well, might this impressive version of me also capture your attention, just as your remarkable self has always captured mine? The sole direction my gaze pursues is that of Lu Yang. Lu Yang hadn't expected their conversation to take such a direct turn. He suddenly felt that his gesture of patting her head might have been somewhat ambiguous. Zheng Hui emerged, bags in hand, to find her eldest son withdrawing his hand from a pretty young girl who was smiling up at him. A wave of excitement surged through Zheng Hui. Wasn't this far more intriguing than the melodramatic soap operas she watched with her friends? The innocence of young love at this age was truly enchanting. I brought some things, she exclaimed with a smile. Upon hearing her voice, both Lu Yang and Xia Youran instinctively stood up straighter. Zheng Hui feigned ignorance of their reaction and handed the items to Lu Yang for his grandmother. Xia Youran quickly declined, saying, Auntie, you shouldn't have, this is too expensive. The lavish packaging suggested as much. However, Zheng Hui seized the opportunity to grasp Xia Yuran's hand, reassuring her, it's nothing. These are just gifts from your father's business associates. Take them home for your grandmother and yourself. One tea cost you a dime. Now, off you go. She then handed a set of keys to Lu Yang. Drive Xia Youran home. Otherwise, her parents will worry. Lu Yang glanced at the keys. Mom, we could just take a cab. But he was met with a sharp glare from Zheng Hui. You cheeky boy. Have you no idea how to charm a girl? She then tugged at Lu Yang's free hand, insisting, driving is much quicker. There's no traffic. Why take a cab for such a short distance? With a gentle push, she urged him forward. Lu Yang, somewhat resigned, was led outside, while Zheng Hui sweetly said to Xia Youran, feel free to visit us more often. I adore having young friends come over play with Xiaoyang. Eventually, Lu Yang and Xia Youran found themselves in the garden at the entrance of the villa, exchanging awkward glances, the atmosphere thick with unspoken tension. Meanwhile, Zheng Hui dashed to the surveillance room, murmuring to herself, such a perfect match. Lu Tong had just come down from a shower. Dear, did you call for me? Zheng Hui pulled him over to the monitor, pointing at the screen. Look, our son is doing far better than you. That girl is truly beautiful. Lu Tong replied objectively. Given their proximity, they're likely just ordinary classmates. Zheng Hui retorted. After tonight, they'll at least be classmates who have embraced each other. At that moment, Lu Yang hesitated, looking at the keys in his hand, and suggested, how about I take a cab to send you back? Xia Youran, intrigued, inquired about the keys. Aren't you supposed to drive? Do you have a license? I got it as soon as I turned 18, Lu Yang replied candidly, then asked, would you like to ride on my motorcycle? The girl's eyes sparkled at the proposition. Although she didn't answer directly, her expression said it all. Lu Yang, amused, remarked, what's with that? Preferring a motorcycle over a car? Eventually, he led Xia Youran to the adjacent garage. Upon seeing the motorcycle, she thought, isn't that a Harley? Even better. Now I have a perfect excuse to cling to Lu Yang. Lu Yang rummaged through the garage and handed her a white helmet. This was my mother's. She only wore it once. I'll buy you a new one next time. Zheng Hui had only ridden with him once. Chapter 52. If I don't stop her soon, will she reach further down? Xia Youran beamed at the mention of next time, responding, no need for that. This one will do just fine. Lu Yang, observing her struggle to fit the helmet properly, set his belongings on the motorcycle and stepped closer. Let me help. The girl lifted her fair face to meet his gaze. Xia Yuran's beauty leaned towards the innocent, and as she looked up at Lu Yang, her hair cascaded down her shoulders. The garage lights were dim, casting a soft yellow glow on her features. As Lu Yang adjusted the helmet straps, he noticed her delicate face seemed even smaller than his mother's. Just as he intended to withdraw his hand, Xia Youran grasped his wrist, asking, "Could you please help me adjust the strap?" "Sure," Lu Yang replied, almost reflexively. The girl smiled, inching closer. She had always been astute, aware of her charms, and was now skillfully employing them to entice the boy she fancied. This wasn't merely a ploy, was it? Lu Yang became slightly clumsy with his movements under her unabashed gaze. He diligently ignored her eyes as he finished adjusting the strap. "All done," he said. Xia Youran smiled brightly. "Thank you." "Not at all," Lu Yang thought to himself, relieved. It was challenging to remain unaffected by such an intense stare. Yet, he soon realized that once they were on the motorcycle, their proximity was far too intimate, almost as if they were destined to be pressed against each other. He began to understand why Zheng Hui insisted he drive. Turning to face Xia Youran, he noticed her gripping the back of the motorcycle. "This isn't very safe. You should hold on to my waist." He hesitated. "Unless you prefer otherwise." Before he could finish, the girl wrapped her delicate arms around his waist. Though not tightly, the gesture ensured that she would be closely pressed against his back. "I'm all set," Xia Youran declared, her cheeks flushed with a mix of shyness and excitement. She had to exert immense effort to control her hands from wandering. With the situation as it was, Lu Yang could hardly voice any objections. "All right then, I'll drive." The motorcycle roared to life and sped out of the garage. In the villa's surveillance room, Zheng Hui wore a satisfied smile, admiring the sight of the girl embracing the boy. Lu Tong, compelled by his wife, glanced at the monitor, recalling their agreement not to interfere in Lu Yang's choices or disrupt his life. In their earlier years, they had misguidedly enrolled him in martial arts classes, which led to tears and protests, ultimately resulting in Lu Yang quitting. They had since resolved not to meddle in their son's affairs, as long as he stayed on the right path and pursued the life he desired. After all, wasn't the purpose of their efforts as parents to allow their child to live the life he wanted? Zheng Hui, hearing this, turned to her husband. "Of course, I remember. Do you think I intend to interfere with Lu Yang?" "Not at all." She gazed at the monitor and then back at her husband. "Have you forgotten how much he treasures that motorcycle? Apart from me, she is the only girl to have ever sat in the back." With that, Zheng Hui hummed a tune and left, thinking to herself, "Look at that. He is my son, after all. Surely I know him well enough." Lu Tong paused, realizing, well, that does seem to be the case. It is not permissible. If the son truly harbors affection, he must inevitably uncover the intricacies surrounding this young lady's family. At that moment, Lu Yang was driving alongside the enchanting girl. Despite the blustery wind, he found himself inexplicably warm. Perhaps it was due to her proximity, for he felt as though he could even discern the rhythm of her heartbeat. Strangely, his own heartbeat seemed to synchronize in response. Lu Yang's body tensed, rendering him acutely sensitive to his surroundings. For instance, he could not shake the feeling that the small hand encircling his waist was not entirely innocent. Lu Yang pondered, "Surely this is merely a figment of my imagination?" While she had inadvertently brushed against him in the pavilion, it did not denote any true mischievous intent. Nevertheless, the sensation was too palpable for him to dismiss. The boy's voice, carried by the wind, reached the somewhat smug ears of Xia Youran. "What is your hand doing?" Xia Yuran's body stiffened, instinctively wishing to retract her hand, which had been engaged in a secret mischief. Yet, Lu Yang's voice halted her. "Hold on. Don't fall off." Xia Youran felt the warmth of his hand gently pressing down on her retreating hand. She let out a soft, dazed sound, not responding to Lu Yang's earlier inquiry, pretending she had not heard. Fortunately, Lu Yang did not pursue the matter further, wary that she might leap from the vehicle in a fit of excitement. The girl's modesty was evidently delicate. Driving at such a speed, it was rather perilous. Unbeknownst to him, his silence was fostering a misunderstanding in the young lady behind him. Truth be told, Xia Youran's logical reasoning was quite adept. However, when it came to matters concerning Lu Yang, her logic appeared to falter. Lu Yang's lack of further inquiry seemed to tacitly affirm her ability to act recklessly. Did it not? The summer attire was light, and Lu Yang's well-defined abs were distinctly noticeable to her touch. His physique diverged from that of the average boy his age, Having trained extensively for competitions, he boasted a physique that surpassed many of his peers. His abdominal muscles were evident even when seated. How she wished for an opportunity to explore them further. Xia Youran's thoughts began to wander, but the pressure on her hand returned. Lu Yang's voice emerged, almost squeezed through his teeth. Don't push your luck. Your hand is dangerously close to my lower abdomen now. If I don't intervene, will you dare venture lower? It was unfathomable for Lu Yang to consider that one day a beautiful girl would take such liberties with him. Judging by appearances, others might conclude he had gained rather than lost in this encounter, which was perplexing. Chapter 53, Good Night, Little Tease. The motorcycle, which had been steadily moving, came to a halt by the roadside, with Xia Youran's residence not far ahead. At this moment, one of Lu Yang's hands still rested upon the troublemaking little hand. He gazed down at the small hand pressed against his abdomen, completely obscured by his palm, yet the gesture was undeniably intimate. After all, it had ventured to his lower abdomen. Lu Yang turned his head. Both donned helmets, yet they could still meet each other's gaze. Although her face was hidden, he could discern the fluster in her exposed eyes. He felt her little hand subtly attempting to withdraw, but his grip was too firm for her to escape. What are you doing? He inquired, the sound muffled by the helmet. Lu Yang's eyes crinkled in amusement as he finally loosened his hold, lightly tapping the helmet a few times. How is it that you are so unfazed when taking advantage of someone? The boy's clear voice resonated within Xia Youran's ears, causing her hand, initially poised to retract, to impulsively glide up and down his abdomen. With a swift motion, she extended her long legs and dismounted the motorcycle. A girl with such beautiful long legs looked quite graceful as she stepped down. Lu Yang found it quite pleasing to watch her stand before him, declaring earnestly, I did not. Lu Yang teased, of course you did not. Yet when he got down, you did touch a few times. He felt his abdominal muscles flush with warmth. Observing an electric bicycle parked nearby, he decided to remove his helmet, looking at her seriously. If you're not feeling guilty, then why not take off your helmet? Xia Youran replied, No way, I'd be blushing in an instant. I'm cold. This helmet shields me from the wind. I'll return it to you next time. As she reached for the gift box hanging from Lu Yang's motorcycle, she intended to slip away. However, Lu Yang dismounted, standing tall, and firmly pressed down on her helmet. The helmets were quite heavy, and with her slight frame, she found herself unable to move under his grip, her small hands flailing about. After all, she had intended to retrieve something. Lu Yang, finding her comical struggles endearing, could not help but laugh. He then bent slightly, reaching to unfasten the straps of her helmet, finally lifting it off her head. The wind tousled her slightly disheveled hair, brushing against Lu Yang's face in a ticklish manner. He gently rubbed his cheek, watching as she hurriedly attempted to tidy her hair, stealing furtive glances at him, her cheeks reddening. See? Without a barrier, she was clearly flustered. Lu Yang, in high spirits, delighted in watching her blush deepen. With a playful tone, he inquired, Do you wish to continue your exploration? There's no one around. Xia Youran retorted, Does that mean I can do whatever I please since no one is watching? She blinked at him, prompting Lu Yang to realize that her bravado was merely a fade. Yet, he soon discovered that her confidence was fleeting. Puss, Lu Yang, in a jovial mood, nodded, Indeed, there's no one here. If you were to act recklessly, no one would know. The question is, would you dare? Before he could finish, the girl suddenly leaned in, swiftly rising on her toes to plant a quick kiss on the corner of Lu Yang's lips. Her action was rapid, and as she turned to flee, she even forgot to collect her belongings. Everything transpired too swiftly. Lu Yang, who had intended to tease her, was left holding the helmet he had just removed from her head. Had his first kiss just been so effortlessly claimed? He gasped, turning to catch only a glimpse of her swiftly retreating figure. She was remarkably fast, nearly vanishing from sight. Lu Yang, realizing the gravity of the moment, touched his lips, astonished. Did you truly dare? She had indeed acted with audacity. Moreover, as she dashed away, it seemed she had uttered a soft, Thank you, Lu Yang. Was a mere reprimand enough to earn such a sweet kiss? What would happen if he saved her once? Would she then owe him her heart? Lu Yang's thoughts took an unexpected turn. Suddenly, he remembered her forgotten belongings and hastily secured the helmet, locking the bike before chasing after her. Xia Youran had never run so fast in her life. Though she possessed decent athleticism, having grown up in the countryside, she had never experienced such speed. The metallic taste of blood filled her throat, and it felt as if her heart might leap from her chest. The soft sensation of his lips lingered. It had seemed to dissipate with the wind. She dared not look back, fearing that Lu Yang had caught up to her. Courage, it seems, is but a fleeting moment. Just moments ago, she couldn't fathom why she felt an impulsive bravery to plant a kiss on his lips upon seeing the smile on his face. In that instant, she was utterly bewildered. Consequently, she fled in a panic, harboring a hint of regret. At that moment, Lu Yang appeared not to have registered her action. Perhaps she ought to have kissed him once more. It wasn't until she entered the solitary elevator that she finally breathed a sigh of relief. She rushed through the door, locked it behind her, and leaned against the door, panting. Stopping so abruptly left her somewhat disoriented. The lights were still on in the room, left by her grandmother, and Xia Youran felt her legs turn to jelly. She heard the chime of the elevator arriving outside. Lu Yang stepped out of the elevator, one hand carrying a gift bag and the other busy texting Xia Youran. "Open the door, you forgot something. I know you're inside. If you could be mischievous, you can certainly open the door." Knock knock, JPG. Standing at the door, Lu Yang could even hear the vibrations of her phone behind the door. He had forgotten to knock and simply stood beside the door, watching as the chat bubble indicated that she was typing. The indication lingered for quite some time until she finally sent a message. "Leave it by the door. I'll fetch it later. It's getting late. Good night. Lu Yang." Lu Yang stared at her message, a look of confusion washing over his face. Eventually, he couldn't help but chuckle, amused by her antics. "Well done, Xia Youran." She appeared timid and mouse-like, yet had learned to kiss and run. Who had she learned such teasing from? He glanced at the gift box in his hand before placing it by the door and snapping a photo to send her. "I'm heading back now. Good night, little rascal." Lu Yang made his way to the elevator, pressed the button, and heard the doors slide open. The sound of the doors closing soon followed. He pressed the button for the next floor and, after exiting the elevator, took the stairs up through the emergency exit. They had learned the story of the patient hunter in elementary school. Sure enough, he waited by the door of the stairwell, and soon he saw a timid figure peeking out. Lu Yang watched her carefully as she retrieved her belongings, but she hesitated to step out, seemingly afraid of startling him. In Chapter 54, she had kissed Lu Yang. He lingered in the stairwell, observing her as she prepared to enter. Just before stepping inside, she suddenly turned her head in his direction, as if she had sensed his gaze. Fortunately, Lu Yang reacted swiftly and stepped aside. He wasn't sure if she had seen him, but after hiding for a while without hearing any sound, he looked again only to find that she had vanished from the doorway. His phone vibrated, revealing a message from Xia Youran, a photo of the items she had placed on the dining table at home. Lu Yang smiled at her adorable rabbit emoji, waving goodnight. Surprisingly unbothered by the label of little rascal, the girl possessed a surprising amount of spirit. Stretching lazily, he contemplated returning home. Just as he was about to decide whether to ascend or descend the stairs and catch the elevator, he heard footsteps echoing from below. The pace was neither hurried nor brisk, but rather slow and deliberate. Lu Yang frowned slightly at the oddity. Who would be taking the stairs at this hour? Given that he was on the 8th floor, even the ascent to that level was quite exhausting. Curious, he stood still, waiting to see who would dare to climb the stairs at this late hour. Soon, a figure clad in a delivery uniform, helmet in place, approached, carrying a bag. Upon spotting Lu Yang behind the door, the delivery man seemed taken aback, his phone still lit up in his hand, his steps faltering as his eyes widened in surprise. Lu Yang straightened, offering a smile to the man still lingering on the stairs without uttering a word as he descended. The delivery man glanced back at him, and once Lu Yang's footsteps faded, he typed a few words into his phone, stealing a last look at Lu Yang's previous position. Lu Yang continued down a flight before listening intently to the sounds above. The man's footsteps continued to ascend. He remained in the stairwell for approximately 10 minutes. Yet no one descended. He took out his phone and sent a message to his father before exiting the stairwell and summoning the elevator, which was functioning perfectly well. Why would a delivery person choose to take the stairs? The previous individual had not seemed hurried at all. Lu Yang had never encountered a delivery person who was so leisurely. Something about that man felt amiss. Lu Yang texted Summer Yuran, "Are you asleep?" He then waited patiently. At that moment, he was near the elevator entrance on the 8th floor, able to see the door to Summer Yuran's home. He still hadn't unraveled the mystery of her previous life's demise. The deeper his interactions with her grew, the more implausible the narrative of her demise, due to embarrassment for being caught peeping, seemed. She simply was not that kind of person. Setting aside the fact that the claim of her peeping was entirely false, she would never allow anyone to slander her. Summer Yuran appeared quiet and pitiful, yet her inner strength was formidable. She would never abandon her ailing grandmother to take her own life. Even if one were to assume the most extreme scenario, these baseless accusations would merely lead her to dismiss all rumors, focusing on her studies to gain admission to a better school. She would never concede defeat. Summer Yuran was not a delicate flower nurtured in a greenhouse. She was a wildflower thriving in the open, radiant and resilient. Thus, suicide was out of the question. It could only be murder. Someone intended her harm, the reasons for which remained unclear. At that moment, Summer Yuran's message arrived simultaneously with one from the property manager. She mentioned having just taken a shower and inquired about his well-being. Knowing she was safe at home put Lu Yang at ease. He replied, "Nothing much. Just feeling like I might have been taken advantage of tonight. Have you been taking advantage of me?" Summer Yuran had yet to respond. Lu Yang opened the surveillance footage sent by the property management, revealing the delivery man arriving at the building and taking the stairs. Wearing a helmet, only half of his face was visible. Lu Yang frowned. Their stairwell had a single camera covering 3 floors. Not every level was monitored, and some buildings had no cameras at all in the staircases. Fortunately, despite only having 1 camera for 3 floors, it was operational. But none of the footage clearly captured the man's face. Upon reaching the 9th floor, he exited the stairwell. If one were to assume he planned to deliver to the 9th floor, they would be mistaken. As soon as he stepped out, he took the elevator down instead, always looking down at his phone, his face never fully visible to the camera. Had Lu Yang not been reviewing the footage in sequence, he might not have considered it strange. After all, people often walk while engrossed in their phones nowadays. As Lu Yang stood at the entrance of the elevator on the 8th floor, a delivery person in uniform glanced at the floor indicator before quickly averting his gaze. Lu Yang observed him as he descended to the 1st floor and walked away. This footage had been edited and provided to him by the property management. Lu Yang replied, "Send me the complete version." His intuition suggested that this individual was likely searching for Xia Youran. Although the surveillance had not captured a clear image of the person, Lu Yang remembered him distinctly. If this person was indeed looking for Xia Youran, then this place was no longer safe. He cast a glance at the tightly shut door and the chat window that had been in the process of being typed for over 10 minutes. What had initially been a pleasant mood for Lu Yang was now tinged with complexity. After all, no one wishes to dream every night of familiar faces tragically plummeting before them. Indeed, he knew he would surely dream tonight. Lu Yang lingered on the 8th floor for a while longer. The other party was still typing, and finally sent a good night emoji before pretending to be asleep. It was evident that they had struggled to find an appropriate response. At that moment, Xia Youran was blissfully unaware that the person she longed for was outside guarding her. Sitting at her desk with her phone clutched in hand, her cheeks flushed, she touched her lips, recalling that she had kissed Lu Yang today, and his reaction seemed far from disapproving. A lack of disdain could only mean affection, and if they liked each other, perhaps they could be together. She pondered whether their future child would be a boy or a girl. Finally, Xia Youran covered her face with her hands, questioning her own thoughts. Would confessing to Lu Yang now affect his academic performance? Although she felt that Lu Yang was performing adequately, she yearned to attend the same university as him. A sweet smile graced her lips, but it quickly faltered when she stumbled upon an article shared by an unannotated friend on her social media feed, titled "Beware. A man who neither accepts nor rejects your flattery may very well consider you a backup option." Wasn't Lu Yang also exhibiting such indecisiveness? At that moment, Lu Yang, who had just ascended the stairs, suddenly sneezed. Chapter 55. Yes, I can't, but Xia Youran can. Lost in thoughts of Xia Youran, Lu Yang was completely oblivious to the fact that he had just become the target of a metaphorical bullet. Upon returning home, he found his parents still awake. To be precise, it was his mother, Ms. Zheng Hui, who was reluctant to sleep while his father was likely compelled to wait up with her. Upon seeing Lu Yong return, Zheng Hui promptly stood up, exclaiming, "My dear son." Her radiant smile prompted Lu Yong to instinctively take a few steps back, wary. "Mom, please speak properly." Zheng Hui's smile faltered as she rolled her eyes, grasping his wrist. "Since you're on break, come over and chat for a bit." Lu Tong glanced at their son and then at his wife, ignoring Lu Yang's helpless plea for assistance as he continued to respond to work messages on his phone. Lu Yong thought to himself. It was evident that whenever his mother was causing a stir, his father turned a blind eye. Their relationship had always been harmonious, attributed to Lu Tong's easygoing temperament. It was rumored that he had only lost his temper with Zheng Hui once in over 20 years, and that was when she sent little Lu Yong to stay with his maternal grandparents. However, that incident was long past. Now, seated on the sofa, Lu Yong inquired of Zheng Hui, "Has Yuran come home and gone to sleep? She should be, or perhaps still studying. You know how they are, those overachievers." Zheng Hui replied. Lu Yong looked at his mother and remarked, "Mom, you're a bit intimidating today." Zheng Hui playfully swatted him. "Who am I doing this for?" "No, Mom. Don't joke around. There's nothing between me and Xia Youran. At least not yet. We're merely friends, right? After all, someone took advantage and ran off without even defining the relationship." Although Lu Yong hadn't inquired further, his mind was somewhat in disarray. Zheng Hui exclaimed, "Is that what you call nothing? What would qualify as something, then? I may have to scold you for being a scoundrel." She clicked her tongue. "Son, isn't a girl's body softer than that of you rough boys? What are you saying, Mom? Is that appropriate to say to a young man?" Zheng Hui observed Lu Yang's face gradually reddening, reveling in her amusement. "You rascal, you must have feelings for her. As far as I'm concerned, your father and I have no objections to young love. It's not too early for you now that you're an adult." Finally, Lu Yong turned and fled, sensing that if the conversation continued, his mother might start asking him what name he intended to give their future child. He simply couldn't endure it. Watching her son dash upstairs, Zheng Hui's smile was impossible to conceal. She turned to her husband, who had remained silent. "Lu Tong, did our son just ask for some surveillance footage?" Lu Tong nodded. "Yes, it was from the property management concerning that girl surnamed Xia." "Then you should ask the management to investigate further. If necessary, share it with me as well. It wouldn't hurt to review the footage, would it? I can't help but worry. It's rare for our son to develop feelings for someone. As a mother, I must protect him." Lu Tong quipped. "Perhaps we should find something for him to do instead. He has too much time on his hands and is starting to overthink things." The next day, despite not having school, Lu Yong woke up early, feeling somewhat disoriented and overwhelmed. Who wouldn't feel a bit mad after being awakened daily by nightmares? After getting up, he chose to indulge in a brief nap. After all, high school students are notoriously sleep-deprived. Fortunately, this time, his nap was free of nightmares. When Lu Yong finally emerged from his slumber in the afternoon, Ji Xiang had already arrived at his home. Having grown up together, Ji Xiang was as familiar with Lu Yang's house as if it were his own. In fact, he called Zheng Hui godmother. Technically, Ji Xiang could be considered Lu Yang's older brother, being a year his senior, although he had repeated a year in middle school, resulting in them being in the same grade now. Upon finishing his grooming, Lu Yong found Ji Xiang sitting next to Zheng Hui, seemingly engrossed in a lively gossip session. His expression one of astonishment. It was evident that they were exchanging juicy tidbits. Why was a young man so keen on gossip? How had he never noticed this before? Ji Xiang himself wasn't particularly fond of gossip, but if the subject was Lu Yong, it became an entirely different matter. Now, with an astonished face, he turned to look at Lu Yong, his gaze tinged with curiosity. "Oh, discussing his gossip, are we? When did you arrive?" Lu Yong asked, glancing at Ji Xiang before turning to Zheng Hui. "Mom, why are you home today?" "Well, since little Ji is here, of course, I must be at home," Zheng Hui replied cheerfully. Ji Xiang quietly corrected her. "Godmother, you could just call me Xiao Xiang." Little chick, how awkward that sounds. Besides, I'm not so little anymore." "Oh, I'm used to it," Zheng Hui chuckled. Observing Ji Xiang's disgruntled expression, Lu Yong couldn't help but laugh. "What brings you here, anyway? Didn't you say you had plans tonight with friends?" Ji Xiang looked at Lu Yong incredulously, who has a gathering in the afternoon. Lu Yong boldly declared, "I do. I have to keep an eye on Xia Youran tonight. I don't have time." Ever since suspecting that Xia Youran might be in danger, Lu Yang had resolved not to allow her to be alone in the evenings. As for why he didn't find someone to keep watch, he feared being discovered by Xia Youran, and more importantly, his father would undoubtedly find out. How could he possibly explain this? Surely, he couldn't admit to being a pervert who hired someone to stalk a girl. Furthermore, Lu Yang felt a sense of unease. Indeed, without witnessing it firsthand, Lu Yang could not quell his concerns. Ji Xiang sighed, remarking how it seemed he had suddenly changed. This observation was voiced without any attempt to lower his tone. Lu Yang was taken aback. Zheng Hui, however, interjected, "Oh, that's normal. After your godfather got together with me, he also became quite different." Ji Xiang exchanged a knowing glance with Zheng Hui, as if a light bulb had gone off in his head. Oh, so being in love makes one different. After all, what girl would be inclined to pay attention to him otherwise? A romantic partner is entitled to certain privileges. After all, I see, godmother, you certainly understand these matters well. Lu Yang, uninterested in their banter, walked away to grab some food. The aunt was busy in the kitchen. After finishing his meal, Lu Yang was pulled out the door by Ji Xiang. The afternoon sun was quite blinding, prompting Lu Yang to squint. Ji Xiang was busy hailing a cab. Lu Yang inquired, "Why aren't you driving anymore?" "Oh, didn't I crash into a guardrail last time? My dad won't let me drive now." The mention of this incident elicited a sigh from Ji Xiang. Lu Yang didn't recall the event, as it had been quite some time ago. Yi Xiang, with a teasing tone, suggested, "Why not let your brother Lu Yang ride me?" Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Yang retorted, "No way, get lost. That is my primary partner. A gift to myself for adulthood. Can I just take anyone along?" Ji Xiang seemed to have anticipated this response, chuckling, right? "I can't, but Xia Youran can." Lu Yang paused, glancing at him. Indeed, Xia Youran could. In chapter 56, Xia Youran is inherently different in his eyes. If one were to ask why Xia Youran is special, Lu Yang would instinctively know the answer. She is unique. Since his return to this life, or perhaps his rebirth, Xia Youran has always been distinct to him. It feels as though he has returned for her, thus rendering all impossibilities in her presence into possibilities. It is a peculiar feeling, yet Lu Yang finds no fault in it. Ji Xiang merely observed his friend's slightly dazed expression, chuckling softly without comment. As someone who has been in a couple of relationships, albeit both ending in heartbreak, he understands certain things. If Lu Yang claims to have no feelings for Xia Youran, he would turn upside down to wash his hair. However, if Lu Yang chooses to deny it, let him. He will inevitably confront his own contradictions. The two took a cab to the KTV. Upon arrival, several boys were already seated inside, along with 3 girls, 2 of whom were the partners of his friends, whom Lu Yang recognized. One couple had even gotten engaged after graduating college, while another had split up in their freshman year. However, Lu Yang was surprised to see Bai Jingru there. Ji Xiang was equally taken aback. The gathering today consisted of friends from middle school who had played basketball together. Although they were in different high schools, they still met occasionally. Ji Xiang was also puzzled by Bai Jingru's presence. As they entered, a burly boy stood up and approached them. "Yanggu, Xianggu, you're here." The boy, Yang Pengcheng, lowered his voice and added, "That girl, Bai Jingru, she is from your class, right? I've been pursuing her for a while. Finally got her to come out today, so please bear with me." Lu Yang responded with a nonchalant "oh" as he moved aside to sit down. Ji Xiang sighed, patting Yang Pengcheng on the shoulder, saying meaningfully, "Should I commend your taste?" Or, "Yang Pengcheng, look bewildered, huh?" Ji Xiang whispered, "Bai Jingru, he has pursued her before, or rather, he is still pursuing your brother Yang." He gestured with his chin. Yang Pengcheng turned to look, and indeed, the spot where Lu Yang had been sitting was now occupied by Bai Jingru, who had moved closer to him. Yang Pengcheng exclaimed, "Wait, am I now the fool?" Ji Xiang chuckled, "Not really. Your brother Yang probably doesn't like her, so you might still have a chance." With that, Ji Xiang walked over. Lu Yang regarded Bai Jingru, who had now settled beside him, her smile radiant as ever. Whether in his past life or this one, Bai Jingru's persona appeared almost flawless in Lu Yang's eyes. She has always been well-liked, principled in her dealings, seemingly adored by all. Yet, Lu Yang felt she was too perfect, somewhat unreal, which is why he could not develop feelings for her in his previous life and found the same to be true in this one. Bai Jingru smiled and said, I didn't expect to run into you here. In truth, she was not being entirely truthful when Yang Pengcheng had called to invite her. She had overheard the other boys mentioning that Ji Xiang and Lu Yang would be arriving soon, which prompted her acceptance of the invitation. She had come here specifically to wait for Lu Yang. Lu Yang replied, I didn't expect to see you either. I wish you all the best with Pengcheng. He lifted a bottle of cola, raising it without opening it. Bai Jingru paused momentarily, then quickly clarified, No, you've misunderstood. Yang Pengcheng and I are just friends. Ji Xiang and Yang Pengcheng, who had just approached, overheard this. Yang Pengcheng, looking exasperated, exclaimed, Not cool, sister. You're using me as a stepping stone to pursue my buddy. Is that fair? He was somewhat at a loss. He had initially harbored some affection, but that was now gone. However, since they had organized this outing, he simply laughed and said, Yang Ge, you can't say that. She's just a regular friend. We invited her to hang out. It's been a while since we all got together. Come on, let us go throw some darts. Lu Yang agreed, standing up to follow him. Throughout the exchange, neither of them glanced at Bai Jingru, who noticed that Yang Pengcheng seemed upset. However, Lu Yang's indifference stung her even more. Ji Xiang took Lu Yang's former seat and called out to Bai Jingru, Bai Dajia, chasing after someone isn't what a beauty should do. Bai Jingru turned to him, smiling. What are you talking about, Ji Xiang? Ji Xiang replied with a grin. Neither Lu Yang nor Yang Pengcheng would appreciate a girl who plays mind games. Besides, you should be able to tell that Lu Yang doesn't feel that way about you, so why bother? His bluntness caused Bai Jingru's smile to falter. She glanced at Lu Yang, who was surrounded by others, and said, It's only natural for girls to like a guy like Lu Yang as long as he is single. Regardless of his character, just the family he comes from would attract many girls. Bai Jingru was quite rational. She liked Lu Yang for who he was, but also for his family background, so she saw nothing wrong in pursuing him. Ji Xiang shook his head. Let me give you one last piece of advice. Lu Yang has someone he likes. If you persist like this, and he eventually makes it clear he is not interested, it won't end well. He pondered for a moment, sighing softly. If you find yourself enamored with his family background, perhaps you could approach it from the angle of those he holds dear. Becoming a close friend of his favorite companion might just yield you some unexpected assistance. Upon finishing his statement, Ji Xiang stood and walked away. Bai Jingru remained on the sofa, her expression contemplative, lost in her thoughts. Lu Yang observed Ji Xiang's approach and glanced at Bai Jingru's vacant spot. What were you up to just now? Playing the role of a compassionate confidant for a lovesick girl? Ji Xiang chuckled. Yang Pengcheng draped an arm around him, saying, Offer me some advice as well. I've just suffered a heartbreak. Brother Yang, your charm remains unparalleled. Lu Yang smiled, replying, One might say I possess charm simply due to my surname, Lu. The dart he threw struck the bullseye. Several boys nearby immediately burst into applause and whistled Brother Yang. Impressive, Lu Yang chuckled. He had long known his surname conferred him an abundance of friends. Thus, he was acutely aware that Bai Jingru held affections for him, Lu Yang, with his surname leading the way. After a while, he found the amusement rather dull and settled onto the side. He was uncertain about what Ji Xiang had discussed with Bai Jingru, as she had not returned but was instead fiddling with her phone. Approximately 10 minutes later, Lu Yang surmised what she was up to as he spotted Xia Youran delivering takeout. Lu Yang mused, Chapter 57. You can't be doing this on purpose, can you? Generally speaking, it would be unusual for someone like Xia Youran to deliver takeout to a KTV at night, given that she was not a professional courier. Typically, she only delivered orders from nearby establishments. It would be unreasonable to expect a young girl to deliver to KTVs or bars late at night. However, during the day, staff occasionally called for deliveries, which Xia Youran often handled. Today's order, however, was not from staff, but rather a customer requesting delivery to a KTV private room. Xia Youran had initially intended to hand it off to a familiar waitress. Yet, moments before leaving, the waitress was called away by the manager, who said, It's a group of students. Don't worry, we're a reputable KTV. You can take it up yourself. Little sister, I've got something to attend to. With that, the waitress departed, leaving Xia Youran with little choice. Today, she was delivering beef offal. After a moment's hesitation, she decided to take the elevator to the third floor. The KTV was indeed reputable, so she felt secure. At that moment, all she could think about was completing the delivery swiftly to return and assist her family. After all, during a National Day holiday, she could earn around 100 yuan in a day and return home early to spend time with her grandmother. As Xia Youran pushed open the door, she immediately spotted Lu Yang amidst the crowd, one hand holding a card and the other a drink. Ji Xiang was beside him, while Bai Jingru sat across from them. The room was bustling with laughter, a stark contrast to her hurried demeanor. In that instant, Xia Youran clearly recognized the distance between herself and Lu Yang. While she labored to navigate her existence, he effortlessly received all that he desired, just by sitting still. A girl seated by the door was the first to notice the doors opening. Upon seeing Xia Yuran's face, she paused, then inquired, "Who are you looking for?" Her voice was loud enough to draw everyone's attention. All eyes fell upon the girl who had entered. Lu Yang had initially thought this gathering rather unremarkable, but upon seeing Xia Youran, a smile instinctively appeared on his face, his eyebrows slightly arched. "Oh, is this the girl from last night's escapade? Today, she's been caught." Ji Xiang exclaimed, "What? How did Xia Youran end up here?" Bai Jingru had already risen and walked over, smiling. "You're here to deliver takeout, right? I didn't expect it to be you." She explained to the others, "I just ordered beef offal. I heard from classmates that this place has the best, and the delivery girl is a beauty. Who would have thought she's a classmate?" The girl who first spoke seemed somewhat taken aback. "Oh, delivering takeout while still in school?" Most in the room were Lu Yang's middle school classmates, and, aside from Ji Xiang, they were from different high schools, primarily private institutions, and had no connection to Xia Youran. It was entirely plausible they wouldn't recognize her. One boy named Wang Jie, intrigued by Xia Yuran's beauty, eagerly asked, "Is she your classmate? Jingru, can you introduce us?" Xia Youran was unaccustomed to being the center of attention, yet she calmly placed the takeout on the table and addressed Bai Jingru earnestly, "Hello, here is your delivery. The total is 68 yuan. Ah, still counting like a student. Are we?" Wang Jie remarked, holding out his phone. "Add me on WeChat, and I'll give you 100. How about that?" Bai Jingru chuckled from the side. "You should take it easy." Lu Yang had initially felt pleased to see Xia Youran, but witnessing the others gawk at her, while Bai Jingru, who had orchestrated this scenario, showed no intent to intervene, made him stand up. He approached Xia Youran, saying, "You might want to tuck your phone away. Your little scheme is quite apparent." Standing beside Xia Youran, he cheerfully reintroduced her. "Allow me to present our school's top scholar, my little Xia teacher. Be mindful with your jokes. If I fail the monthly exam, you all will bear the brunt of my wrath." Though his introduction was lighthearted, the seriousness in his tone deterred Wang Jie and the others from continuing their teasing with Xia Youran. Ji Xiang laughed, swatting Wang Jie's hand away. "You must be joking. Do you have any idea how many people want our Xia Genius' WeChat? You'll be waiting in line." Yang Pengcheng, observing from the sidelines, quipped, "Oh, you all know each other? How could you not recognize her? But she's the exemplary student, while I'm the poster child for mediocrity." Ji Xiang chuckled. Ensuring the atmosphere remained lively despite Xia Yuran's silence and Lu Yang's sudden intervention. Lu Yang turned to the quietly observant Bai Jingru. "You owe her for the delivery." "You know," Bai Jingru offered a somewhat awkward smile, "I'm not used to carrying cash." She glanced at Xia Youran, sincerely stating, "Shall I transfer the money to you?" Then, as if struck by inspiration, she glanced at Lu Yang. "Or perhaps, Lu Yang, you could cover me for now? I'll find cash to repay you later." Her tone bore a familiarity and affection. However, Lu Yang was not inclined to play along. He glanced at Bai Jingru, fully aware of her obvious intentions. He replied directly, "I want to be dining with you later." Afterward, he turned to the still silent Xia Youran. "This is from Lu Shu's place, right?" Xia Youran nodded. "Yes." Lu Yang pulled out his phone, searching for a photo. "Scan this." The room fell silent as everyone stared at the photo of the QR code. Xia Youran looked at Lu Yang, recalling that he had once accompanied her to Lu Shu's. She remembered him wandering around the shop, but she had no idea when he had taken the picture. At that moment, Xia Youran had no intention of pulling out her own QR code from her bag. She appreciated Lu Yang's gesture as if they were part of the same team. Bai Jingru silently observed the QR code photo and ultimately scanned it, transferring 70 yuan. With a smile, she remarked, "Next time, I'll remember to bring cash." Lu Yong casually remarked, "If you wish to go next time, just head to the shop. After all, the food there is far superior." Who enjoys singing while snacking on beef offal? After saying this, he turned to Xia Youran and asked, "Have you delivered everything? I want to eat beef offal too. Let's head back together." Ji Xiang interjected, "Are we done playing?" While Yang Pingxing inquired, "But it's just begun. What is the name of this beauty again? Are we going together?" Xia Youran shook her head. "No need. I still have several deliveries to make." Lu Yang had already grabbed her backpack and was pulling her towards the exit, asserting, "We're done playing. I'll cover today's expenses because I have something to attend to. Let us go." He pulled Xia Youran along without casting a glance at Bai Jingru. At that moment, the first girl to notice Xia Youran looked at them as they exited the private room and spoke up, "Bai Jingru, you can't be doing this on purpose, can you?" Chapter 58. It was hard won, and now you've delivered yourself to my doorstep. I shan't let you escape. The girl's words drew the attention of everyone in the room towards Bai Jingru. She gasped, her beautiful eyes widening in panic and confusion. "What are you talking about? Could it be that both Lu Yang and Youran have misunderstood me? No, I must go clarify this." With that, she hurriedly dashed out after them. The remaining few were left bewildered, and the two girls exchanged glances. Another girl, who had remained silent, chuckled. "We're all seasoned players here. What kind of tales are you trying to spin for us? We're all girls, and it's clear to see her little crush on Lu Yang. Of course, it's equally evident that Lu Yang has little interest in her." Ji Xiang burst into laughter. "All right, let us continue the fun. Enough of this topic." The other boys joined in. "Exactly. Let us enjoy ourselves. We're in our senior year. There are fewer holidays ahead." Yang Pengjing Nud Ji Xiang. "What is going on with Lu Yang and Yangge?" Ji Xiang glanced at him. "What do you think?" Wang Jie lamented. "Wait, doesn't T that mean I'm doomed? Lu Yang isn't as petty as you think." Ji Xiang kicked him lightly. "All right, let us go have fun." The crux of the matter is that Lu Yang is stubbornly denying it. At that moment, Lu Yang and Xia Youran had just descended to the first floor of the KTV. During the day, the KTV was indeed quite empty. Xia Youran slowed her pace. Turning to Lu Yang with a serious expression, "You can continue playing with your friends. Beef offal can be eaten anytime." Lu Yang stared at her. "Do you really think I just want beef offal?" Xia Youran blinked. Today she was finally not wearing her school uniform. She sported a white t-shirt emblazoned with a large Pikachu, looking somewhat adorably childish. Her lower half was clad in loose, light blue jeans, and her hair was tied back in a high ponytail, presenting a clean and youthful appearance. Primarily, she was beautiful, which made her look even more attractive. Though she was rather thin. "What do you want to eat? I can bring it to you later. Your friends are waiting for you. It wouldn't be right to leave with me." At first, Xia Yuran's words seemed perfectly normal, but for some reason, Lu Yang felt something was off. He couldn't quite pinpoint what felt amiss. If only Lu Yang had spent more time watching television with his mother, he would have discerned that her tone carried a hint of sarcasm. Yet, at that moment, Lu Yang simply held her backpack and walked on. "I'm going to eat beef offal right now." Neither of them mentioned the incident from the previous night when Xia Youran had kissed Lu Yang before leaving. As Bai Jingru chased after them, she witnessed Lu Yang carrying Xia Yuran's backpack, while Xia Youran looked up at him, speaking, and Lu Yang gazed down at her. His expression focused. In Bai Jingru's eyes, even the Pikachu on Xia Yuran's shirt seemed to mock her with a smirk. Bai Jingru bit her lip, but she hastened her pace to catch up Lu Yang. Lu Yang was asking Xia Youran if she could skip the deliveries and instead tutor him for a while, offering 300 for the day, whether in cash or through Alipay or WeChat. Xia Youran firmly rejected him, stating she could never accept money from Lu Yang. Lu Yang felt the heat of the weather. Her face and neck were slightly flushed from the sun. He had ridden that electric bike before, and it was indeed quite slow. As he pondered how to persuade her, Bai Jingru's voice interrupted. They both turned simultaneously. Upon seeing Bai Jingru, dressed in a short skirt that accentuated her long legs, running towards them while still looking stunning, Xia Yuran's expression darkened slightly. However, her face revealed no unusual signs. Bai Jingru approached them, first smiling at Xia Youran before looking up at Lu Yang. "Lu Yang, it wouldn't be appropriate for you to leave now. Everyone has been waiting for you for so long. How about you, Youran? Join us for a meal." Her tone suggested that Xia Youran was somehow different from them. Before Xia Youran could respond, Lu Yang interjected, You were originally invited by Yang Pengcheng. So don't meddle too much. They can have a great time without me. We can always arrange another outing. He looked at Bai Jingru. We often keep in touch anyway. You should head back up quickly. Pengcheng will likely start asking questions if he can't find you. Bai Jingru gazed at Lu Yang, her smile faltering. She glanced at Xia Youran, still holding on to some hope. Can I talk to you for a moment? Just then, Xia Youran checked the time. Lu Yang, I need to go back. The shop is quite busy during the holiday. Lu Yang acknowledged with an O, then said, let us go. Suddenly recalling something, he turned to Bai Jingru. If you have anything to discuss, just message me on WeChat. We're leaving now. With that, he grabbed Xia Youran's backpack and started walking. Xia Youran responded with an O, trailing beside Lu Yang. As if unconsciously, her beautiful eyes turned to meet Bai Jingru's. A faint smile appeared on her pure face, innocent yet seemingly laden with deeper meaning, her eyes sparkling with amusement. Bai Jingru's eyes widened. She wanted to scrutinize further, but found that Xia Youran had already turned her gaze forward. Bai Jingru watched their retreating figures, her face filled with reluctance. Yet, she refrained from calling out to Lu Yang again, admitting defeat. Xia Youran had been intentionally summoned by her. She merely sought to confirm whether Lu Yang held Xia Youran in a different regard. The answer was now glaringly apparent. Ji Xiang might have been right, but she couldn't accept it. After all, she wasn't inferior to Xia Youran, was she? Moreover, did Lu Yang know about Xia Youran's family circumstances? With this thought, Bai Jingru bit her lower lip, uncertainty clouding her eyes. Meanwhile, Lu Yang and Xia Youran stood before the small electric bike, and Xia Youran, looking conflicted, said, last time, the boss told me not to carry anything too heavy. Lu Yang stared at her, pointing to himself. Something too heavy? Me? An object? Xia Youran tilted her head, gazing innocently, her tone equally so. Aren't you an object? Not at all. Why are you insulting me? Lu Yang couldn't help but laugh. What should I do then? The two exchanged playful stares for a while before Xia Youran hesitantly suggested, then, perhaps you should just go back to have fun? Lu Yang chuckled, swinging his long legs over to sit on the bike seat, playfully tapping Xia Youran's head, adorned with a rather unflattering yellow helmet. Did you think I forgot about the advantage I had last night? It's not every day you deliver yourself to me. I want to let you escape. Chapter 59. She selfishly desired to keep the sunshine to herself upon hearing his words. Xia Youran's eyes widened in astonishment, and she instinctively took a significant step back. Indeed, had no one mentioned it, she had planned to attribute the incident to the dark and windy night, blaming the intoxicating breeze for her actions. However, she was caught off guard when Lu Yang suddenly brought it up. She was utterly unprepared for such a confrontation. Her panicked gaze darted around. Lu Yang appeared unfazed, even contemplating what excuse she might concoct. For convenience, Xia Youran had parked her little electric bike by the roadside. Delivering food wouldn't take long anyway. Thus, when she hurriedly dashed forward and boarded the bus, Lu Yang was genuinely taken aback. The bus stop was merely a short distance ahead, and the crowd waiting was sparse. Did that girl in the yellow helmet just run on? Lu Yang turned just in time to see the bus doors close. Lu Yang mused, she is quite considerate. She left me the keys. However, the helmet was certainly lost to her. He hoped not to encounter a traffic officer. Amused yet resigned, Lu Yang started his vehicle and slowly followed the bus from behind. Once aboard, Xia Youran's heart raced. The bus was not crowded, and she settled into a window seat, unable to open the window, uncertain if Lu Yang had followed. Removing her helmet, she recognized that her actions were somewhat akin to burying her head in the sand, yet she could not devise another excuse at that moment. Her backpack remained in Lu Yang's possession. The girl with the helmet sat at the rear door, lost in thought while gazing out the window. Then, she spotted the boy riding his electric bike, swaying as he approached the bus. The road was lined with trees, their shadows and sunlight dancing upon the ground. Although the bus air conditioning was on, she still felt a touch of warmth. Her heart raced as she observed the boy's hair tousled by the wind. Tall and leggy, he was undoubtedly less striking on the small bike than on his Harley motorcycle. Yet, his demeanor was relaxed, and he even looked up at the window, likely searching for her. When their eyes met, Lu Yang formed the shape of "wait for you" with his lips, prompting a radiant smile from Xia Youran. The autumn afternoon sun illuminated his face, and despite being abandoned by such an irresponsible girl, he wore a gentle, relaxed smile, his eyes sparkling as they locked onto Xia Youran's. In the years that followed, whenever someone asked Xia Youran when she realized she couldn't live without Lu Yang, she would recall this moment. It was an ordinary afternoon, with the boy, a child of destiny, riding her old, dilapidated electric bike, standing beside the bus and smiling at her, bidding her to wait. At that instant, Xia Youran thought, "Lu Yang, you're the one waiting. I will, without a doubt. Have you?" It was about possessing him, not merely pursuing him. The sun, once seemingly out of reach, now bathed her in its warmth. She selfishly wished to hoard the sunlight. At that moment, her racing heart and thoughts made Xia Youran acutely aware of her darker instincts and those base, selfish desires. Yet, she faced them with equanimity, asserting that it was acceptable. Whatever she aspired to achieve, she would succeed. Diligently studying was one such goal. Providing for herself and her grandmother was another. Thus, monopolizing Lu Yang would follow suit. With 2 stops remaining, Xia Youran noticed that Lu Yang was no longer in sight, as he had paused to purchase something. Truth be told, that yellow, unattractive helmet severely detracted from her appeal. Consequently, upon seeing a store selling helmets, he stopped to buy a new one. When the shopkeeper saw him, he was momentarily taken aback, asking, "What can I do for you, handsome? A bike or a helmet?" "A helmet, something cute, for a girl," Lu Yang replied. The shopkeeper, with a knowing smile, responded, "Oh, I see. Check these out. Couple styles that many girls adore. Quite charming. My daughter thinks so too. But don't let their cuteness fool you. They meet international safety standards, safety first." Lu Yang pondered the notion of a pair of helmets and decided he didn't need one for himself. He pointed to a pink helmet adorned with a bamboo dragonfly, saying, "I'll take this one." The shopkeeper, surprised, asked, "What about the Doraemon one?" After some thought, Lu Yang reached up to touch his head and replied, "All right, I'll take both." Ultimately, he donned the Doraemon helmet. Before paying, he recalled Xia Youran's Pikachu outfit and inquired if the shop had any Pikachu helmets. Regrettably, the shopkeeper said they did not. Thus, he settled for the Doraemon helmet, which was still quite appealing. The pink helmet, with its bamboo dragonfly, perfectly suited Xia Youran's face. Due to the delay in shopping, Lu Yang spotted Xia Youran standing pitifully at the street corner, clutching her helmet. Her backpack was still with him, and her phone was likely there too. As he rode up to her, her eyes lit up upon seeing the adorable helmet atop his head. She earnestly exclaimed, "Lu Yang, you look so cute." As Lu Yang removed the helmet and casually tousled his hair, he chuckled, "I doubt any boy would appreciate being called cute. Why didn't you go inside?" Xia Youran replied earnestly, "I was too afraid. I thought you might ride off, so I wanted to wait. Who knows? Maybe your conscience would kick in, and you'd come back. See, I was right to wait." Lu Yang couldn't help but laugh at her words, marveling at how someone who always appeared so serious could joke around. He lifted the charming bamboo dragonfly helmet and placed it on her head, nodding seriously, "Perfect. It suits you well." The shopkeeper hadn't lied. Feeling the weight on her head, Xia Youran instinctively reached up to touch her new helmet. "Is this for me?" Lu Yang chuckled, "No, it's for myself. I adore pink. What do you think?" As he dismounted from his electric bike, they found themselves in the old street, bustling with people enjoying the National Day holiday. Standing there, they attracted quite a few curious glances. Upon hearing his words, Xia Youran laughed foolishly, raising her face to look at Lu Yang. "Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. If you feel embarrassed in the future, I can help you buy pink things." Upon hearing her playful banter, Lu Yang playfully tapped her again. As he watched her silly smile, he found it impossible to conceal his own delight. At that moment, Xia Youran appeared entirely different from the girl he had returned to. The name and symbol that had once been a mere memory now seemed vibrantly alive. Chapter 60. Lu Yang felt like the pitiful boy ensnared by the adorable temptress. Lu Yang gazed at Xia Youran's smile, which caused her face to flush and her demeanor to grow bashful. Her gaze became somewhat evasive. "I must return to the shop now to see if anything needs my assistance." In a hurried manner, she instinctively reached out to assist with the vehicle. Though it was not hers to keep, Lu Yang slightly shifted aside, observing the girl, whom he still deemed too slender, as she squeezed past him. It was inevitable that she would brush against him, The heat of the day rendered even the slightest contact to be a source of warmth. Lowering his gaze, Lu Yang inquired, "Are you still delivering takeout later? If you refuse to assist me with tutoring, I shall follow you relentlessly." The thought of enduring such sweltering weather left him frowning. Xia Youran, who had already seated herself on the electric scooter, lifted her gaze at his words. There was always a gentle undertone in her eyes when she looked at Lu Yang, distinct from how she regarded others. With sincerity, Xia Youran replied, "But Lu Yang, I understand your intentions to help, yet this is my life. I have lived this way long before we became friends, and I may continue to do so for a while. You can assist me temporarily, but no one is obligated to provide support for a lifetime." Her smile bore a maturity that belied her age. An inappropriate metaphor might be that teaching someone to fish is more beneficial than merely giving them a fish. Wouldn't you agree? Lu Yang, after she finished speaking, fastened the strap of his new helmet and earnestly said, "Can this be considered a gift from you to me? It's beautiful, and I truly like it." Her eyes swept over the dorymen he held, and the fact that they were a matching set only heightened her affection for it. Lu Yang sighed. Otherwise, he might have found himself captivated by Xia Youran. Initially perceiving her as a mere pitiful girl, he soon discovered her inner strength, revealing she required no charity from others. "Go ahead. I will catch up with you shortly," he said. Xia Youran nodded, but then recalled something. "I may not be free no matter. I have time," Lu Yang replied, lifting her backpack as he walked ahead, oblivious to the faint smile that had crept onto Xia Youran's lips behind him. He watched as her scooter zipped past him, his pace leisurely, even allowing himself the luxury of checking messages on his phone. Sure enough, there was a message from Bai Jingru, yet Lu Yang did not open it immediately. Instead, he perused Ji Xiang's messages, which were few in number. "Still claiming you're uninterested in anyone? Oh, Lu Yang, so pure and innocent, aren't you? Given your family situation, you could afford to have a few more." Haha. Lu Yang mused, "Is this guy out of his mind?" It seemed Ji Xiang's thoughts were consumed solely by matters of romance. He then opened the group chat for their gathering that day, noting the absence of any girls. Wang Jie apologized for his earlier lightheartedness, unaware of the relationship between Xia Youran and Lu Yang, while Yang Pengcheng criticized Bai Jingru. Lu Yang refrained from responding. After all, in their previous lives, following high school graduation, this group had mostly gone abroad for further studies. Aside from maintaining a close bond with Ji Xiang, his relationships with the others had become rather superficial. He was well aware that many had become entangled in various issues. Fundamentally, they were not on the same path. After glancing through the messages without replying, he finally opened Bai Jingru's message, which was an invitation for dinner that evening or the next. She was quite persistent, but her determination was not surprising. Had it not been for her tenacity, she would not have pursued Lu Yang for so many years. With a moment of hesitation, Lu Yang typed out a response and sent it before putting his phone away. Upon entering the bustling beef offal shop, he noted the crowd. Many patrons came to check in at this popular dining spot, as Bai Jingru had not exaggerated its reputation. Xia Youran was assisting with the preparations, and since it was a family-run establishment, their college-age son had also come to lend a hand. However, Lu Yang observed that the son's assistance seemed rather superficial, as his gaze frequently wandered towards Xia Youran. Another delivery order came in, prompting Xia Youran to volunteer, "I'll go deliver it." Before the owner could speak, the son interjected, "Dad, let me go. Youran just got back." The owner's wife, while preparing the offal, cast a glance at her son and acquiesced, "Then go ahead." The owner merely smiled, leaving Xia Youran somewhat flustered as she stood aside. "But I came to help with deliveries. Helping in the shop is fine too. It's so hot outside. By the way, there's some sweet soup in the fridge. You should take some for yourself," the owner said with a smile. The son had already eagerly opened the fridge and retrieved a bowl, handing it to her with a smile. Xia Youran wanted to protest, but the owner's wife urged her to take a break while it was still quiet. Lu Yang observed, recognizing that Xia Youran was indeed encountering many kind-hearted individuals. Finally, Xia Youran approached Lu Yang with the sweet soup and placed it before him, whispering, "The owner's wife used to run a sweet soup shop. Her soup is delicious. You should try it." Lu Yang caught a glimpse of the heartbroken expression on the young owner's face. Yet the oblivious Xia Youran focused solely on him. Truthfully, Lu Yang felt a sense of satisfaction at that moment. How to put it? This feeling. Only those who experience it would understand. He looked at Xia Youran and asked, "Aren't you going to eat?" Xia Youran shook her head. "You eat. It's really good." Just then, the young owner approached with another bowl of sweet soup. Placing it on their table. "Youran, is this your classmate?" Xia Youran straightened her posture slightly, adopting a serious demeanor akin to a student addressing a teacher, and replied, "Yes." "He is a very good friend." She referred to him as a friend, a very good friend, not simply a classmate. The young owner felt his heart shatter. Meanwhile, Lu Yang pondered, "Wait a second, you've kissed me, yet you tell others I'm just your friend? What kind of callousness is this? How could someone be this charmingly unkind?" Her earnest introduction of him as her good friend resembled the innocence of a kindergarten child, truly endearing. If Ji Xiang had been present at that moment, he would have asked Lu Yang, "If you find someone adorable, you're doomed. If you continue to find her adorable, can you still claim you're uninterested?" Unfortunately, Ji Xiang was not there, leaving Lu Yang to feel like the unfortunate boy ensnared by the charms of a delightful yet heartless girl. Chapter 61. Youth, Summer, Sunset. Only when the owner called the young man away for another delivery did he turn to leave. Both Lu Yang and Xia Youran had sweet soup in front of them. On such a hot day, enjoying chilled sweet soup while basking in the air conditioning was indeed a refreshing experience. Lu Yang watched her as she obediently ate the soup. Her gaze lowered, and a smile tugged at the corners of his mouth, the meaning of which remained ambiguous. However, Xia Youran could no longer endure his scrutiny. It made her uneasy. Lu Yang remained silent, persistently gazing at her, which made her heart race. She had not forgotten the audacious action she had taken the previous night. Originally, she had calculated everything well, believing that after the National Day holiday, a few days would pass without Lu Yang's notice, and he would likely forget her. Yet who could have anticipated that they would meet again the very next day? Lu Yang watched as her eyelashes fluttered briefly before she quickly lifted her gaze towards him. However, upon meeting his eyes, she hastily lowered her head, adopting a pose reminiscent of quail. This movement was fluid, exuding a certain timorous charm. As they consumed the sweet soup before them, their table remained the only oasis of tranquility in the bustling establishment. Quiet, quiet, quiet. As if the very air were poised to solidify. Lu Yang was not lacking in patience. After all, one accustomed to competitions possesses a modicum of tolerance. Yet, the longer he fixated on her, the more anxious she became. Just as Xia Youran felt she could no longer endure the silence, the proprietress called out, "Youran, have you finished?" Like one fleeing for her life, she sprang up and dashed away. Lu Yang, however, remained unperturbed, scanning the QR code on the table to begin ordering, even requesting beverages. When Xia Youran returned with the drinks, he merely thanked her with a cheerful tone. Then what is Lu Yang truly here for? In truth, Lu Yang himself was uncertain of his purpose. Initially, he found the KTV somewhat dull, but upon spotting Xia Youran, he chose to accompany her. Observing her work here brought him unexpected joy. Throughout the afternoon, Xia Youran assisted in the beef offal shop and occasionally helped wash dishes at the nearby barbecue establishment. The owners were well acquainted with her, often calling upon her for assistance and compensating her with a modest sum of 10 to 20 yuan. While it was not substantial, it nonetheless provided her with support, as the shop did not genuinely require her help. Lu Yang behaved like any ordinary customer, refraining from interfering with Xia Youran's duties. As 5 o'clock approached, Xia Youran informed the proprietress of her intent to leave. Typically, she would remain until 8, as her assistance was more crucial in the evening. However, having kept Lu Yang waiting for an entire afternoon, she wished to spare him further delay. The proprietress glanced in Lu Yang's direction, smiled, and retrieved 100 yuan from her drawer, saying, "Go home now. Your grandmother must be waiting for you. Take the leftover food from the kitchen. We bought too much, and it would be a shame to let it go to waste while it's still fresh." Xia Youran smiled gratefully, but declined the 100 yuan, stating, "Annie, I left early tonight. I don't need so much." The proprietress firmly pressed the money into her hands, saying with a teasing tone, to be blunt, "You're so lovely that many customers come just for you. We certainly don't lose out. Now, off you go. That boy has been waiting for you all afternoon. He's quite particular, not just idling about. He ordered twice, the second time when the proprietress brought something over. He hardly finished the first order, likely feeling awkward about occupying a table, which is why he ordered again. Hearing the proprietress mention Lu Yang, Xia Youran turned to look at him. He was seated by the window, one hand holding his phone while he conversed, the other grasping a Pikachu keychain hanging from her bag. The Pikachu, though somewhat worn, was impeccably clean, a gift from her grandmother. Xia Yuran's gaze softened, and the proprietress seized the opportunity to hand her the money. She then turned to fetch the dishes for her, saying, "All right, head home early. Will you be back tomorrow?" Typically, Xia Youran would have eagerly affirmed her return. However, at that moment, she could not resist glancing at Lu Yang once more, ultimately shaking her head. "I won't be back. I'm helping a classmate with tutoring." "Sorry, Auntie." "Oh, there's no need to apologize. Your studies take precedence." As she spoke, the proprietress retrieved a few bottles of milk from beneath the cashier's counter and stuffed them into a bag. "Studying hard is important, but you must also take care of your health. Now off you go." Xia Youran looked at the money in her hand and the heavy bag, a smile tugging at her lips. "All right, I'm heading back." She blinked, turning to walk towards Lu Yang. The kindness surrounding her felt abundant, rendering a simple thank you insufficient. She vowed to express her gratitude to them properly in the future. Lu Yang listened to the conversation, his expression inscrutable. They had lost track of the delivery person from the night before. It was apparent that something was amiss. Lu Yang felt a twinge of annoyance. Life had been relatively smooth, save for the many uncertainties surrounding Xia Youran. Noticing her approach from the corner of his eye, Lu Yang said into the phone, "Continue searching." Before hanging up, he looked up to see Xia Youran standing before his table, her bag in hand. "Shall I treat you to a meal?" Lu Yang raised an eyebrow. "Finally acknowledging my presence? I'm not one to casually accept such offers." Xia Youran maintained her smile, undeterred, and earnestly asked, "What must I do to treat you to a meal? Please tell me." Her voice, soft and pleading, elongated the last syllable, evoking a sense of tenderness in both heart and spirit. Lu Yang rubbed his nose, inexplicably feeling a hint of bashfulness. "Well then, I suppose I can reluctantly agree." As he stood, he casually lifted Xia Yuran's bag. "I'll buy the groceries. You'll handle the cooking, is that agreeable?" "Absolutely," she replied, still cradling the helmet he had purchased. "The owners gave me some vegetables as well, so we won't need to buy too much." Together, they exited the shop in tandem. The proprietress behind the counter watched them with a smile. The setting sun cast elongated shadows of the pair on the ground. Lu Yang, tall and broad-shouldered, donned a crossbody bag while holding a somewhat mismatched old backpack. He patiently listened to the girl beside him. As they opened the door, a breeze swept in, causing the bamboo helicopter on her helmet to gently twirl. This scene, youth, summer, sunset, was imbued with a rich atmosphere, lifting the spirits of any onlooker. Lu Yang observed her clutching the helmet and sighed, reaching for the bag she carried. "Must you hold on to the helmet?" Xia Youran turned to him. "Then will you not want it?" Her gaze suggested that if he declined, it would be akin to forsaking the helmet, akin to a fickle-hearted scoundrel. Lu Yang fell silent, as he had genuinely not intended to keep it. However, after a moment's contemplation, he blinked and resolutely declared, "I do want it." Xia Youran beamed with satisfaction. "Then let us be on our way." Chapter 62. Surviving already requires great effort. Clutching two helmets made Xia Youran appear even more delicate and petite. Lu Yang walked beside her, finding the sight amusing. "How will you manage to buy groceries like this?" "I'll call someone to deliver them later. Let us head home first." However, Xia Youran paused, glancing at the two helmets in her hands. She then executed an adorably playful gesture, placing Lu Yang's helmet atop her head, and from her pocket, she produced a crisp 100 yuan, shaking it gently. "I have money. You promised to buy groceries. Not that you would pay." The wind caressed their faces, warm and gentle. Lu Yang lowered his gaze upon the girl before him. The boy's helmet appeared oversized on her head. No, it seemed that all helmets appeared small when worn by her. Her hands, not as fair as those of Bai Jingru and others, held the slightly worn bill, which fluttered gently in the breeze. Yet, that weathered red note, juxtaposed with her visage, made her eyes sparkle with an exquisite brilliance. The proud smile on her face was utterly enchanting. Lu Yang's heart began to race uncontrollably once more. He swallowed hard, placing his hand on her head and snatching the 100 yuan from her grasp. Xia Youran released it without a hint of reluctance. It was, after all, her hard-earned reward from working since 5 in the morning, enough to cover her family's expenses for an entire week. Yet the moment Lu Yang extended his hand, she let go without hesitation. Lu Yang pocketed the 100 yuan, declaring, "All right, it's still my treat. Let us go." As he spoke, he lifted her helmet, asking, "Isn't it hot?" Xia Youran pursed her lips in a smile, replying, "Not at all." That helmet belonged to Lu Yang, and she intended to take it back and hide it away. Their destination was the market in the old town. They didn't need to buy much, for the bag of vegetables given by the shopkeeper concealed a generous piece of beef beneath. With just the 3 of them dining together, Xia Youran always worried that Lu Yang wouldn't have enough to eat. Lu Yang, believing they wouldn't consume much, ultimately settled on purchasing a large bone for soup. After Lu Yang insisted, fatigued, they took a taxi home. They arrived before 6 o'clock. Grandma was at the community center for seniors. After setting down their things, Lu Yang announced he would go fetch her. Xia Youran nodded in the kitchen. However, Lu Yang didn't go directly to get Grandma. Instead, he stopped by the community supermarket. "Hello, may I exchange cash by scanning your code?" he inquired after purchasing sticky notes and a pen. The cashier, intrigued, glanced at him and replied, "Sure. How much would you like to exchange?" After a moment's thought, he responded, "Let us start with 1,000. He pocketed the exchanged cash and, after a brief examination of the 100 yuan he had taken from Xia Youran, carefully stowed it in a compartment of his crossbody bag. When he finally went to collect Grandma, he found her dancing with 2 other elderly ladies. One could not help but appreciate Ms. Zheng's efforts. The senior activity center was well organized. As Lu Yang entered, a woman in professional attire, who had been standing nearby, turned to look at him. Her eyes lit up as she scanned his designer clothes. "Hello, who are you looking for?" she asked brightly. Lu Yang smiled, calling out to the elderly lady's Grandma. The lady, who had been dancing, turned upon hearing his voice, exclaiming, "Oh, it's little Lu," and made her way over. The woman beside her was taken aback. Previously, it had always been a girl who came to fetch Grandma, and she had appeared rather shabby. Now, it seemed the family was either wealthy or not. Lu Yang paid no heed to the woman's thoughts. After escorting Grandma and helping her bid farewell to her friends, he led her back home. Grandma was quite lucid today and in good spirits. "Little Lu, why are you here on your break? Are you here to tutor Youran?" she asked with a smile. Lu Yang chuckled. "Yes, my grades aren't great." He said this with a slight embarrassment. In another family, a boy with poor grades pestering their daughter or granddaughter daily would likely irritate them to no end. Yet Grandma reassured him, "Oh, I heard from Youran that your grades aren't so bad. Besides, you excel in sports, right? Studying isn't for everyone. It's no big deal." Hearing Grandma's comforting words, Lu Yang could only smile from the side. As their conversation continued, Grandma reminisced about Xia Youran's father, saying little Xia was like Youran, excelling in studies since childhood. "In our village, there were no kids with such good grades. He has done well for himself, and by the way, little Xia's wife is also quite accomplished." This was one of the rare occasions Lu Yang heard about Xia Youran's parents. She never spoke of them, and Grandma, often confused, rarely mentioned her son and daughter-in-law. Lu Yang hesitated to speak, but struggled to find appropriate words. "Youran is just like her parents. She has been smart since childhood," Grandma remarked, looking at Lu Yang and asking, "Little Xia, is Youran not back from the fields yet?" To which Lu Yang thought, "All right, no need to ask." Grandma has become muddled again. "She is back, cooking at home. Let's go eat." "Right, and Youran should be back from school now. The little dress she asked me to make is ready." "She is back." Once home, Grandma was already confused, alternating between calling for her daughter-in-law and Xia Youran. Xia Youran had to coax her into eating a bit before taking her medication and leading her back to the bedroom for some rest. After all the commotion, they ended up eating dinner around 7. Xia Youran felt a bit guilty. "I'm sorry, are you hungry?" Lu Yang shook his head. "I'm fine. I'm really not that hungry. I ate quite a bit at the beef offal shop this afternoon." As Xia Youran served him soup, she urged, "Eat quickly. By the way, I'll want to be going tomorrow. I'll tutor you, so you don't need to wait for me." She smiled at him. Lu Yang was momentarily taken aback, wanting to ask, "But what about your earnings?" Yet he ultimately refrained from voicing the question. He thought of the money in his pocket, sighed, and shifted the conversation. Does Grandma often act like this? Xia Youran looked at him, somewhat puzzled at first, before understanding. You mean like today? She nodded, and then shook her head. It's not frequent, just occasionally. Most of the time, she is quite easy to handle. It's just that sometimes, perhaps she misses my parents too much, which leads to confusion. It's particularly hard to manage. As these thoughts crossed her mind, Xia Youran's gaze dimmed. Lu Yang noticed and asked, has Grandma received professional treatment? Xia Youran tightened her grip on her chopsticks, meeting his gaze seriously. Lu Yang, we don't have much money left. Just staying alive requires a lot of effort. Chapter 63. Affection is never constrained by the ephemeral and the unknown. Xia Youran said nothing more, but her words, just staying alive requires a lot of effort, made Lu Yang's mind race with the thought that he truly ought to feel ashamed. Yet, it was evident that Xia Youran didn't take it to heart. After uttering that statement, she picked up a piece of beef for him, insisting, eat more meat. Lu Yang responded with a simple "oh" and refrained from further inquiries. Bowing his head to eat, he didn't consider himself well acquainted with girls, but at this age, he too had his sensitivities. Many matters couldn't be expressed too bluntly. It was akin to his desire to assist Xia Youran, while also hesitating to do so directly. He could see that while she appeared delicate and vulnerable, she harbored a strong-willed spirit. The fact that those who wished to help her needed to hold an appropriate title was telling. At this moment, as they dined and occasionally chatted, a sense of harmony enveloped them. No one mentioned that kiss. Instead, they discussed school matters. After finishing their meal, Lu Yang attempted to help clear the dishes, only to be halted by Xia Youran. I'll handle it. He protested, but his efforts were in vain, primarily out of fear of waking Grandma. The space was small, so while Xia Youran washed the dishes, Lu Yang sat at the kitchen door, keeping her company, an apple that she had washed for him in hand. She explained that she hadn't known he would come and promised to buy different delicious fruits next time, adding that she usually only ate apples, as they were more economical. One cannot forego the consumption of fruits. However, certain varieties are prohibitively expensive. Apples, being long-lasting, can be purchased in bulk when they are reasonably priced, thus alleviating the need for frequent trips to the market. As Xia Youran spoke, her tone was completely natural, devoid of any sense of taboo. Lu Yang displayed no unusual reaction either. He simply recalled the strawberries adorning the small cake she had made for him last time. It must have cost her quite a bit, he thought. Despite her own financial constraints, she continuously endeavored to provide Lu Yang with the best. Xia Yuran's affection was indeed straightforward and uncomplicated, yet profoundly touching. It made Lu Yang ponder, how could this girl be so wonderful? As the conversation meandered, for reasons unknown, it shifted to their classmates. Watching the foam wash away from her hands, Xia Youran inquired, Lu Yang, does Bai Jingru like you? Her voice was laced with a palpable curiosity. Lu Yang, midway through biting an apple, paused with a crunch and asked, why do you ask? Xia Youran did not turn to face him. Her lashes fluttered slightly as she replied, just wondering. She felt a flicker of connection, given that she herself harbored feelings for him. Yet, it seemed Lu Yang maintained a uniform attitude towards all the girls who fancied him. In contrast, Bai Jingru, being familiar with Ji Xiang, appeared to be an exception. At that moment, Xia Youran had not considered that she was, in fact, the exception. Lu Yang merely chuckled, pondering what she was rambling about. I don't know. If no one confesses, how would I know anything? If I were to admit my feelings, it might come off as self-absorbed. Upon hearing this, Xia Youran abruptly turned to face him, meeting his gaze. In his eyes, she sensed a tangle of emotions and asked, does a confession have to be formal to count as love? Lu Yang, rarely serious, responded, a formal relationship should ideally begin with a confession and flowers. He paused, then added, if it were up to me, I would initiate that relationship. He naively thought that it was more appropriate for a boy to confess first. Of course, this was merely Lu Yang's immature perspective and did not represent everyone's views. After all, he had not previously given such matters much thought, and now his mind wandered freely. Doesn't it have to be you who confesses? Xia Yuran's brow furrowed, her voice slightly raised. Realizing her tone might seem abrupt, she sheepishly turned off the tap. She hesitated to ask him whether their kiss would be considered a confession. Courage is such an elusive thing, she mused. At times, she felt emboldened to do anything, while at others, like now, she lacked the courage even to inquire if their kiss counted as something significant. Lu Yong thought he had been quite clear, and he anticipated that Xia Youran would eventually ask something. Unfortunately, his hopes were dashed when she finished washing the dishes and, with lowered eyes, asked, "Can I take a shower?" It was as if their previous topic had vanished, and she showed no inclination to continue. "Go ahead," Lu Yong replied. Stepping aside, he needed time to conceal his preparations. Xia Youran flashed him a brief smile before retreating to the bathroom, leaving Lu Yong alone in the living room. He finished his apple in a few bites, washed his hands, and retrieved the sticky notes and pen he had purchased earlier that day. He then pulled out the bills, folding each one into various shapes. Little cats, dogs, paper cranes, and kipeos, transforming the red notes into a multitude of forms. He was grateful to Ji Xiang, who had once dragged him along to learn how to fold these. Ji Xiang's ex-girlfriend had folded 999 paper cranes and roses to win his heart, and Lu Yong had helped with a couple of them. Initially clumsy, he quickly became adept. After folding all 10 bills, Lu Yong scanned the small, tidy room with the sticky notes in hand. He wrote down notes and began to hide the bills, placing them in spots he was certain Xia Youran frequented. Once he completed this task, he let out a sigh of relief. Glancing towards the bedroom, he noticed Xia Youran had yet to emerge. After tidying up, he settled onto the couch, pulling out his phone but finding himself unmotivated to scroll through it, lost in thought. He contemplated Xia Youran extensively, something he had previously resisted. Lu Yong concluded that if he liked her, they should be together. Should he return to his world, he would prepare everything before leaving, uncertain if Lu Yong would still exist in that realm. If he didn't it wouldn't matter. He would ensure that Xia Youran's life was not more burdensome than when he first encountered her after his rebirth. If he could not return, why should they be together if they liked each other? Having developed feelings for only one girl across 2 lifetimes, he knew he had to seize this opportunity. Lu Yong was never one to engage in internal conflict. He had previously been oblivious, but had now come to terms with his feelings. Thus, he could calmly observe as Xia Youran cautiously probed and gradually drew closer. Affection should never be constrained by trivial uncertainties or the unknown. As long as one possesses sufficient courage and resolve, everything else becomes inconsequential, does it not? Chapter 64, What a Slender Waist. Lu Yong was jolted back to reality by his phone vibrating. It was a message from Zheng Hui, asking if he was going out with Ji Xiang and whether he needed a ride. Lu Yong replied with a curt no. His fingers, however, betrayed him, typing out a longer response that he ultimately deleted. Given his mother's tendency to stir up trouble, he decided it was best to refrain from discussing many matters with her. Lu Yong sighed, finally setting his phone aside. Glancing towards the bedroom again, he couldn't help but think, has Xia Youran been in the shower for too long? Just then, the bedroom door swung open, and his gaze fell directly upon Xia Yuran's legs clad in shorts. Xia Youran was already quite tall, with an excellent figure. Even in her school uniform, he had overheard boys discussing her long legs. However, the loose-fitting nature of the uniform often concealed their true length. After spending considerable time with her, Lu Yong had mostly seen her in casual wear, long pants and short-sleeved t-shirts. Thus, this was the first time he beheld her bare legs, which were long and fair. Although she had tanned somewhat, with her complexion darker on her face and hands, her legs appeared remarkably smooth and pale, almost glowing under the light. Moreover, her legs were so straight. What the boys had said was indeed true. Xia Yuran's legs were exceptionally long and straight. Fresh from her shower, she seemed to feel at home, dressed in a plain white t-shirt devoid of patterns and black shorts. Holding a hairdryer in one hand and drying her hair with the other, she likely aimed to avoid waking her grandmother with the noise. She walked barefoot across the floor, droplets of water glistening on her fair legs, trickling down as she moved, due to the blinding light. Lu Yong couldn't help but feel that the white t-shirt seemed a tad too sheer, revealing a hint of what lay beneath. Black lingerie, if he wasn't mistaken. The mere thought made him awkwardly snap back to reality, diverting his gaze. "Are you going to dry your hair?" he uttered, a banal inquiry escaping his lips. Internally, he berated himself. After all, he was no stranger to such sights. Why was he reacting this way? It felt somewhat humiliating. Xia Youran's voice appeared softened, as if softened by the warmth of the water. Yes, just wait a moment. I'll be quick. She then slipped into her slippers and turned towards the bathroom in the living room. Unable to resist, Lu Yang glanced up again, catching a glimpse of her silhouette. Those legs were undeniably long and strikingly fair. The figure stepped into the bathroom, and Lu Yang exhaled slowly, reaching for a nearby cushion to clutch in his arms. Was the air conditioning malfunctioning? Perhaps he should call someone to fix it tomorrow. It was unbearably warm. In the bedroom, Xia Youran gazed at her reflection in the mirror, a smile adorning her face. The slightly translucent white t-shirt whispered her girlish thoughts. Today, she had witnessed Bai Jingru in a short skirt, her long legs on full display while seated across from Lu Yang. She couldn't allow Lu Yang to remember those images. All she desired was for him to remember her. Observing her innocent visage, she lowered her gaze to her exposed legs, blushing at the sight of her pale skin, which seemed to betray her bashfulness as she engaged in this new experience. After tutoring Lu Yang, he should forget about Bai Jingru. Lu Yang reclined on the sofa, scrolling through the chaotic messages in the group chat on his phone. What a bunch of lecherous fools, he mused, noting that 8 out of 10 videos featured legs, with the remaining 2 focusing on chests. He found himself unable to maintain composure, his mind inundated with the image of water droplets cascading down legs. The youthful body was easily stirred. He gritted his teeth and opened the surveillance video sent by the property management. Instantly, he regained his composure, even contemplating whether to step outside and check for lurking figures. This felt like a scene from a horror story. However, he had already informed the property management. No deliveries or repairs were permitted to enter the community without their supervision. Such an incident as last night could never be allowed to recur. With these thoughts, he finally calmed down. The sound of the hairdryer in the bathroom ceased. Xia Youran emerged, her freshly dried hair looking voluminous, cascading gently down her back. She glanced at Lu Yang. Wait a moment, I'll go grab my homework. Lu Yang called out, but she didn't turn back. But I haven't finished my homework either. At that moment, he felt a twinge of embarrassment for his own lewd thoughts. Look at Xia Youran. Her mind was solely occupied with preparing to tutor him. Just the thought of tutoring sent his mind racing back to her legs. Though it was indeed tutoring, the nature of this tutoring was likely quite different from hers. Lu Yang abruptly slapped his palm against his face, the sound echoing in the room. Xia Youran, who had just stepped out with her papers, furrowed her brow and hurried over, concern etched on her features. What's wrong? She asked, reaching out to grasp the wrist of the hand that had struck his face. Ah, Lu Yang exclaimed, feeling his hand being pulled away. He found himself staring into her innocent face, worry written all over it. The scent of her body wash mixed with shampoo wafted towards him, a delightful fragrance. Her unadorned face, with its delicate pink lips, seemed to move as if she uttered something, but his daze prevented him from catching her words. In a flustered instinct, he straightened up. I'm fine. Though he sat up, Xia Youran had leaned in with concern, causing Lu Yang to act hastily, which made her instinctively lean back. Ah, she gasped, teetering on the brink of losing her balance. Lu Yang's reflexes outpaced his thoughts. He quickly grasped her wrist with one hand while the other steadied her waist. The scene that unfolded left Lu Yang in his previous position, yet now it felt different, as there was a person resting on his legs. Her waist was so slender that he felt if he applied a bit more pressure, it might snap. Lu Yang held onto Xia Youran's wrist with one hand while encircling her waist with the other. They exchanged wide-eyed glances, and he noticed her cheeks gradually reddening. Her pearly white teeth lightly grazed her soft pink lips, which appeared incredibly inviting. The thought of kissing her struck him unexpectedly, and he felt his own face heat up. Xia Youran, in her first experience of such intimacy, fumbled awkwardly. Her heart raced, fearing that Lu Yang might sense her unease. She had intentionally drawn close. After all, who would lose their balance so easily? Everything was a deliberate act on her part. At that moment, she felt the tension of his muscles beneath her as he held her. His face flushed, mirroring her own. As Xia Youran observed Lu Yang's averted gaze, she recalled Xiao Ying's recent words. Look at me. I don't believe your eyes are devoid of desire. Lu Yang dared not meet her gaze. The warmth emanating from him felt higher than hers, and she could feel the heat radiating through the fabric of his pants. Liu Yang was overwhelmed with embarrassment. Although he was no longer a mere teenager, this was his first experience of such intimacy with a girl. He was, in many ways, a pure-hearted youth. Feeling awkward under her gaze, he pondered retracting his hand while contemplating that she could rise now. If she leaned in closer, he feared she might discover his feelings, and he felt the need to be polite. Here he was, a normal boy with a girl he liked sitting in his lap. It was a perfectly natural reaction, wasn't it? Especially with images of her long legs occupying his thoughts, fitting perfectly around his waist. Such thoughts became increasingly absurd. Liu Yang quickly withdrew his hand. Before he could utter another word, Xia Youran stood up swiftly, her hands clasped behind her back, her hair falling gently over her chest. With a blush gracing her cheeks, she shyly said, "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. Was I too heavy?" "Heavy? What do you mean heavy?" he thought, his eyes drawn to her strikingly fair legs. Sitting down, he remained at eye level with her, and without lifting his gaze, he noticed her dazzlingly white legs. Perhaps out of embarrassment, she shifted her legs slightly, rubbing them together. Clad in black shorts with those fair legs before him, Liu Yang heard himself say, it's nothing, not heavy at all, fortunately. Although my thoughts were somewhat disoriented, I had not completely lost my composure. Otherwise, it would have been quite embarrassing. As I spoke, my gaze finally shifted upwards. The sight of that particular shade of white was undeniably captivating. It would be impolite not to glance. Yet even looking seemed to border on rudeness. However, certain vistas possess an enchanting charm when viewed from below. Previously, Liu Yang had perceived Xia Youran's physique as rather unremarkable. Not that he was being lewd, it was merely an observation from earlier, was it not? Thus, in their daily interactions, Liu Yang had often indulged her with gifts of milk and the like. Presently, it appeared to be yielding some results. It could also be a matter of perspective. The hem of her white t-shirt tucked into her pants accentuated her slender waist, consequently drawing attention to her bosom. While not excessively ample, the curves were undeniably appealing. Indeed, she now possessed a slender waist, long legs, and a generous bosom, complemented by a face exuding innocence. Who could resist such a lure? Liu Yang inhaled sharply and stood up, clutching a cushion in his hands. Xia Youran's gaze flickered towards the cushion before it followed his ascent, resting upon his face, the boy's wheat-colored skin betraying a blush. Curiously, her heartbeat gradually steadied in response to his presence. How splendid it was to have Liu Yang beside her at that moment. Surely, his mind was wholly occupied with thoughts of her. "Let us proceed to review the test papers," Xia Youran remarked, maintaining her facade of innocence as she turned with a smile. Her cascading hair swayed gently with her movement, carrying her fragrance directly into Liu Yang's senses. He rubbed his nose and glanced at the cushion in his grasp. Embracing it felt somewhat inappropriate. Ultimately, he released it and was relieved that his attire was loose today, prompting him to awkwardly adjust his clothing. He then hastened to sit beside her before she could react. Their study area was a rectangular wall table near the wine cabinet, suitable for 2 or 3 individuals. A lamp above provided just the right illumination for their makeshift desk. Before Xia Youran could take her seat, he had already settled down. She swept a hand through her hair and pulled a nearby high stool closer, seating herself next to Liu Yang. Their legs were now barely inches apart. Liu Yang, wearing shorts, found a fabric resting just above his knees. He felt an almost imperceptible caress against his calf. As he contemplated looking down, he noticed Xia Youran had already placed the test paper in front of him. "Shall we tackle the physics?" Liu Yang responded with a non-committal "oh," yet refrained from lowering his gaze. Otherwise, he would have observed that her leg had gradually inched closer to his. The touch was so subtle, yet it felt like a distant caress. The contrast in their skin tones was particularly striking, his weak complexion juxtaposed against her fair, delicate skin. Further up, one could see him frowning in concentration, a pen in hand, displaying an expression of profound struggle. Meanwhile, she remained in close proximity, their shoulders brushing against each other. Her eyes, however, were not focused on the paper, but rather discreetly studying his face, her pupils shimmering with an intense fervor that was barely contained. "Liu Yang, confronted with the question, felt utterly bewildered. Why, after having finally begun his holiday, was he subjected to the trials of test papers? This was merely the first day. He sensed something was amiss and began to turn his head to speak, but then he caught sight of that fervent gaze. His voice faltered. Huh? That gaze? Yet, in an instant, she averted her eyes, her long lashes veiling her emotions. Had he misinterpreted her expression? What did you say? Xia Youran inquired softly. What were you suggesting? Liu Yang's brow furrowed slightly. His vision was keen, and he was certain of what he had seen. So what was the meaning behind the fervor in her gaze? It was so unlike her usual demeanor. No, I meant, could we perhaps postpone the test until tomorrow? It's quite late, Liu Yang suggested, leaning back slightly to create some space between them. Had they been too close? His gaze fell downward, noticing her fair leg nearly brushing against his. Coupled with the recent encounter, Liu Yang's inquisitive eyes landed on the demure girl before him. Xia Yuran's heart raced, almost betraying her composure. She fluttered her lashes, lifting her gaze to meet Liu Yang's probing stare. Chapter 66. It seemed they both harbored a shared secret. Liu Yang and Xia Youran exchanged glances, watching her exhibit a sweet, obedient smile. Very well, we shall study tomorrow, as it is the beginning of our break. What time will you arrive? I want to be going to my part-time job. Liu Yang observed her speak so naturally, then reached for the test paper in front of him. Everything flowed effortlessly, even as they arranged their meeting for the following day. Her leg retreated, and her previously close posture straightened, adopting a proper sitting position that exuded the essence of a good student, obedient and harmless. Yet Liu Yang was certain he had not misread that glance. That glance. It felt as though she might devour him in the next breath. However, being devoured would not be entirely unwelcome. Cough. Liu Yang responded with an "oh," retracting his gaze. As a boy who had been kissed without any commitment, he remained surprisingly composed. It was primarily because Xia Youran was not as innocent as she pretended to be. He had known this all along. Tomorrow afternoon? You could sleep in a bit in the morning, and I can come find you in the afternoon. Shall we go out for dinner with my grandmother? Liu Yang proposed, a hint of enthusiasm creeping into his voice. My mother recently discovered a wonderful restaurant and even signed up for their membership. Let us give it a try. Xia Youran, however, shook her head. That would be too extravagant. Not at all. My mother preloaded the card, and the first meal is complimentary. We would be dining for free, not extravagant at all. Liu Yang replied, seemingly anticipating her response. Xia Youran found herself at a loss for words. She gazed at the boy's sunny, carefree demeanor, revealing how naturally he spoke these words. Yet she understood that even without the free meal, he would still make such an offer. Liu Yang appeared to be carefree, yet he was consistently attentive to her fragile pride. How can anyone not be fond of such a wonderful person? Ultimately, Liu Yang successfully secured a date, and the test paper became a moot point. As he departed with his bag slung over his shoulder, the clock had already struck 9. He cautioned Xia Youran not to wander aimlessly in the evening and to call him if anything arose. Xia Youran nodded. I know, I'm not a child anymore. Liu Yang hesitated, fully aware that she was not a child. Yet he found himself genuinely concerned. He feared that one day he might awaken to find her absence. In the past, he might have felt regret over the loss of any girl, but now, merely contemplating the possibility of danger befalling her filled him with sadness and anger. Thus, he couldn't help but ask a few more questions. Have any strange individuals contacted you or approached you recently? Xia Youran, somewhat surprised, shook her head. No, I go to school every day, and I haven't had much chance to interact with others. With that thought, Liu Yang pondered on his way home, wondering if the perpetrator could be at the school. However, that seemed implausible. Moreover, the delivery person had evidently raised suspicions. Just then his phone vibrated, revealing a message from Xia Youran. Her phone was rather antiquated, resulting in a rather poor quality photo, yet it was discernible that it depicted a banknote meticulously folded into the shape of a kitten. Liu Yang chuckled, impressed by her swift discovery. What was she doing rummaging through the refrigerator at such a late hour? He replied, Why are you opening the fridge at this hour? Are you hungry? I haven't strayed too far. Should I pack you a late-night snack? At that moment, Xia Youran stood before the fridge, gazing at the folded kitten note, beside which lay a yellow sticky note. The handwriting, somewhat hasty, was still legible. It read, "Ah, you stumbled upon me while opening the fridge from now on. You must be responsible for me," accompanied by a simple drawing of a kitten's head. It was adorably charming, a stark contrast to Lu Yong's exterior. She had once overheard her classmates discussing boys like Lu Yong, the quintessential rich kid who would likely expect the girl to take the initiative in romance. Yet, he was anything but that. If she were to date Lu Yong, he would probably be the attentive type, gentle, even. Xia Youran smiled as she read his response, gently cradling the little kitten note while carefully placing the sticky note aside. She then replied, "Lu Yong, are you this kind to everyone?" Originally, she intended to inquire if he was gentle with all, but she sensed he might not acknowledge the word gentle. Boys seem to be quite sensitive about such things. Lu Yong promptly countered, "Then are you affectionate with everyone?" Xia Youran was caught off guard by his message, her heart racing slightly. Yet she felt a twinge of grievance as she replied, "I'm not." As Lu Yong walked, he observed her series of pouting emojis. Such a timid creature. She wouldn't dare voice her grievances in his presence. Now, she was feeling wronged? He responded, "Neither am I. I'm not that easygoing. I don't treat everyone this way. It's merely because you are you that I expend such effort." It seemed they shared a common secret, one they both understood yet dared not voice. That secret was, "I like you." Xia Youran joyfully spun around, wanting to stomp her feet, but fearing it might wake her grandmother. Ultimately, clutching her phone, the kitten note, and the sticky note, she turned to head back to her room. After a couple of steps, she remembered something, pivoted towards a sofa, and picked up the pillow Lu Yong had held earlier, burying her face into it and rubbing against it for a moment before happily retreating to her room. Lu Yong stood beneath the streetlight, smiling, as his phone buzzed with a few spinning emojis sent by the girl. They had been so straightforward, yet she still wouldn't utter those words. Lu Yong clicked his tongue. If not him, then who would? His fingers gently tapped the screen as if he could reach the person on the other side. Finally, his gaze fell upon the open mobile phone store across the street. Remembering Xia Youran's outdated and sluggish phone, he crossed the road and entered the shop. The attendant greeted him with a warm smile. "Welcome. How may I assist you?" Her eyes quickly scanned the young man, sensing a potential big sale tonight. Lu Yong replied, "I'd like to buy a phone." The attendant beamed. "How fortuitous. We have the latest fruit phones in stock." Lu Yong followed her to inspect. Noting the appealing designs, the light purple and pink were lovely, perfect for a girl. However, considering Xia Youran, he hesitated and said, "These prices are rather steep. Do you have something more reasonably priced, with better value?" The attendant's expression faltered momentarily, but she quickly redirected him. "How about this selection over here? It's reasonably priced and offers great value." The phone was purchased, yet he still had to devise a sensible method for delivering it. Lu Yong sighed, pondering why it was so challenging to give a gift. Chapter 67. Lu Yong, I don't want your pity. I want your affection. Nevertheless, Lu Yong prioritized buying the phone first. There were countless ways to present it later. That night, Lu Yong remarkably did not suffer from nightmares. Although he didn't dream of terrors, he did find himself dreaming of Xia Youran. In the dream, they were ensconced in a small apartment, just the two of them. The table was cluttered with papers, and they leaned against one another, the lights dimmed for some inexplicable reason. She wore the white t-shirt and black pants from that night, their upper bodies merely leaning together. Yet, her long, fair legs rested beside Lu Yong's, her bare feet playfully resting on his sneakers. Water droplets from her damp hair cascaded down, soaking her shirt slightly. The thin white fabric became somewhat translucent, hinting at her black undergarments and the curves beneath. After solving a problem, her mischievous little foot, perched on his sneaker, playfully nudged him as if stepping on his heartbeat. Her voice brimmed with laughter. "Lu Yong, you're so amazing. You solved it. How about a reward?" Lu Yong turned to her, noting that her face was gently resting on the table, leaning toward him. In the dim light, her features appeared flawless, and her smile radiated warmth. "How about you reward me with a kiss?" Her rosy lips, adorned with laughter, were enticing as she slightly pouted. "If you just lean down, you could kiss me. Can you guess how soft my lips are?" Though the scene was not particularly scandalous, her innocent face rendered it undeniably alluring. Lu Yong, akin to a mortal ensnared by a succubus, found himself unable to resist leaning down. Beneath the table, her delicate legs had somehow found their way onto his lap, and one of his hands lightly rested upon them. The contrast between his tanned hand and her porcelain skin was striking, instantly captivating. Lu Yang inched closer, on the verge of brushing against those soft lips. He had seldom experienced such a restful sleep. Well, it was perfect, but at least he wasn't awakened by nightmares, which was a relief. Yet upon waking, he lay in bed staring at the ceiling, his mind flooded with the lingering images from his dream and that enticing, innocent face. He had noticed it last night, but upon waking, Lu Yang suddenly felt as though she had intentionally dressed that way. They had studied together at her home before, yet Xia Youran had never dressed in such a manner. Why? Lu Yang recalled her question about Bai Jingru's feelings towards him. So, was she feeling jealous? Regarding Bai Jingru, after Lu Yang's response, she indeed hadn't contacted him again. He had replied, "I think at our age, playing too many mind games is truly exhausting." With just that remark, Bai Jingru had fallen silent. Her little tricks had been clearly dismissed by Lu Yang. It seemed she wouldn't be seeking him out for quite some time. Lu Yang believed he had made his rejections quite clear, both overtly and subtly. Although she never directly stated her dislike for him, neither did he openly confess his affection for her. To claim that one does not harbor feelings for another when the other has not expressed there seems like an act of self-indulgence. Lu Yang genuinely could not comprehend why Bai Jingru persisted through both this life and the last. Nevertheless, he was disinclined to invest his thoughts in her. He would rather focus on unearthing the perpetrator and discovering what new tricks Xia Youran might conjure up. There is a rather pragmatic saying. It is not that boys do not appreciate the subtle affections of someone they are fond of. Rather, they delight in the whims of those they admire, which is charming. However, the subtle affections from someone they do not like are deemed harassment. After glancing at his phone a few times, Lu Yang rose from his bed. His parents were not home, as was their usual routine. The housekeeper had prepared breakfast for him. Lu Yang informed her that he would not be home for lunch, so she need not cook for him. After finishing his meal, Lu Yang took the phone he had purchased the previous night and headed to the store his mother had mentioned. He sought out the manager, for he was determined to deliver the phone today. Upon exiting the store, he made his way directly to find Xia Youran. This time, he brought along some test papers. Fortunately, Xia Youran had reverted to her usual attire, clad in long pants, which relieved Lu Yang. It was also possible that her grandmother's presence at home contributed to this change, as she had opted to stay in rather than attend the senior activity center. Xia Yuran's grandmother appeared quite lucid and in good spirits. While Lu Yang and Xia Youran were studying, her grandmother sat nearby, engrossed in her embroidery. Lu Yang cast a glance and noted the exquisite craftsmanship. He believed that had her grandmother not fallen ill, they could have thrived solely on her skills. A water blue qipao was being embroidered as a graduation gift for Xia Youran. Observing the qipao in her grandmother's hands, Lu Yang couldn't help but muse that Xia Youran would undoubtedly look stunning in it. With her slender figure and favorable proportions, she would be breathtakingly beautiful. Tutoring him in a qipao, shaking his head to dispel such thoughts, Lu Yang chastised himself for letting his imagination run wild. Xia Youran emerged with fruit in hand, holding a newly folded red origami crane. She extended her palm towards Lu Yang, revealing the crane. What was this all about? Last night, he had thought he had returned her money, but what did this signify? Lu Yang looked up at her, perplexed. Wow, your house is incredible. A red origami crane just flew in, he exclaimed, clapping his hands twice in mock applause, his voice laced with playful amusement. Xia Youran tilted her head, a smile gracing her lips. What are you doing, Lu Yang? Although she said this, she was reluctant to part with the money. This was folded by you, right? I'll exchange it with you in a bit. Is that all right? Not a chance. Lu Yang shook his head. This crane flew in on its own. Why would I give it to you? Xia Youran set down her fruit and retrieved a sticky note from her pocket, which read, I'm a crane that has been cultivating for a long time. I borrowed a moment of rest from your home, and this is my token of gratitude. The boy's handwriting was bold and easily discernible, yet it showcased a degree of thoughtfulness. Xia Youran was quite taken with it. She hadn't even touched her fruit yet, and already fancied today's strawberries to be exceptionally sweet. Lu Yong picked up a strawberry from the side and popped it into his mouth. "Go find your crane," he said. Xia Youran looked at him earnestly. "Lu Yong, I don't want your pity. I want you to like me." At that moment, Xia Yuran's grandmother had just entered the bedroom to fetch some thread and had yet to emerge, leaving only the two of them in the living room. With a strawberry between his teeth, Lu Yong looked up at Xia Youran, smiling. "I don't pity you. When you reach the end, you will discover treasure. Do you believe that?" Chapter 68. You're quite lucky, Xia Youran. Upon hearing Lu Yang's words, Xia Yuran's gaze fell upon the corners of his lips. In truth, there was nothing unclean about Lu Yong eating the strawberry. No juice had splattered. Yet, the crimson liquid from the strawberry inevitably clung to his lips. Xia Youran thought to herself how she longed to lick it off, merely wishing to savor that sweetness, even though it was unnecessary to wipe it away. After Lu Yong spoke, he continued gazing at her, but when he received no response, he leaned in slightly closer. "Xia Youran?" She seemed to snap back to reality. I'll go find it now." Lu Yong halted her. "Wait, that would ruin the fun. Do you have any idea how many I've hidden? It's more enjoyable to discover them little by little, so there's no rush." Xia Youran blinked in response, verbally acknowledging him. However, Lu Yong had a feeling she might secretly find them all the moment he returned. Regardless, it didn't matter. He was looking forward to her reaction. With that thought in mind, Lu Yong felt quite content. He popped another strawberry into his mouth and offered her the ripest one. "Here, eat a strawberry." Xia Youran set aside her money and sticky note, glancing at her hands, which were slightly dirty. Lu Yong assumed she would say she was going to wash her hands. However, to his surprise, she swiftly bent down and devoured the strawberry he was holding out. Whether intentional or not, her soft lips brushed against his hand, leaving a damp sensation that lingered on his fingertips. Was that her tongue? Lu Yang's mind raced, a tingle of exhilaration coursing through him. He opened his mouth to speak, only to see her ears flush with color. At that moment, Xia Yuran's grandmother emerged from the bedroom. "Come here, Xiao Lu. Let me measure your height." "I'm afraid it won't be accurate with Yuran around." Lu Yong quickly withdrew his hand and stood up. "Oh, coming, Grandma." Xia Youran also turned away swiftly, avoiding Lu Yang's gaze as well as her grandmother's. Lu Yang's heart raced, and he found himself grateful that his grandmother's measurements were far more standard. It was nothing like Xia Youran, who had acted like a little tease, brushing and nudging against him. Though he thought this, there was a hint of secret delight in it, as it was the touch of the girl he liked. How could he not be pleased? After the measurements were completed, time had flown by. Lu Yong called for a car, intending to take his grandmother and Xia Youran out for a meal. However, his grandmother declared she was too tired to go out and preferred to eat at home. With her statement, neither Xia Youran nor Lu Yong could insist otherwise. Yet, his grandmother insisted, saying her reluctance stemmed from fatigue, while they, being young, should not feel the same and need not accompany her. Primarily concerned for her granddaughter, who rarely treated herself to a meal out, she encouraged Lu Yong to take her along. In the end, they could not persuade her and were instead ushered out by her. Standing at the door, they exchanged wide-eyed glances. Finally, Lu Yong gently tugged at the Pikachu keychain on her backpack. "Let us go. Grandma has sent us out." Xia Youran glanced at the closed door and then at Lu Yong, finally acquiescing with a soft "all right, let us go." Her grandmother would soon rest after finishing her meal. The elderly lady maintained a remarkably stable routine, though she often woke at 3 or 4 in the morning, having a light sleep. Typically, Xia Youran would accompany her, one quietly embroidering while the other studied in silence. Therefore, many were impressed by Xia Yuran's capabilities, unaware of the diligence she exhibited daily. By the time they reached the door, the car Lu Yong had summoned had already arrived. Lu Yong headed directly to the dining establishment. The restaurant was indeed bustling with patrons. However, they had arrived early, and with the advantage of Zheng Hui's membership, despite being just 2 individuals, they were afforded a small private room. Lu Yong found himself curious about how much his mother had loaded onto that membership card. Nevertheless, dining in a private room amidst the crowd was quite comfortable. Lu Yong took charge of the ordering. He had initially intended to let Xia Youran choose, but she promptly stated that he could order instead. Glancing at the menu, he decided not to show it to her, as he surmised that the prices might weigh heavily on her conscience. This was not their first meal together, They often dined at school. As Lu Yong had loaded his funds onto Xia Youran's card, necessitating her wait for him each day. She would claim a table while he fetched the food, typically opting for plain rice and the cheapest dish of the day, while Lu Yong selected a variety of meats, vegetables, and even a nourishing soup. Observing her bland, tasteless broth, he eventually fabricated an excuse to fetch the food himself. Having grown accustomed to sharing meals, there was little awkwardness during their dining experience. It was only after they finished eating that, when Lu Yong requested the bill, the manager entered with 2 employees carrying a spinning wheel. The wheel bore labels for first, second, and third prizes, as well as a consolation prize. The manager cheerfully announced, "Ladies and gentlemen, we are hosting an event today. Those who spend over 150 can spin the wheel for a prize." Xia Youran, taken aback, inquired if this applied to everyone. The manager shook his head, clarifying that only members were eligible. He then asked who among them would like to spin the wheel, as the prizes were quite enticing. Lu Yong feigned disinterest and turned to Xia Youran, asking if she wished to give it a try. After a moment's hesitation, she agreed. Lu Yong smiled and encouraged her to proceed. The manager stepped aside, allowing her to spin the wheel, which ultimately landed on the consolation prize. Lu Yong remarked, while the manager added, "Regardless of what she spun, it's still a complimentary mobile phone. However, it seems this young lady's luck is rather lacking." The consolation prize of a mobile phone was indeed quite generous. Lu Yong sighed and glanced at the manager, who, embodying the spirit of commerce, promptly applauded with a beaming smile, declaring, "Congratulations, miss. The consolation prize is indeed a mobile phone." As he spoke, a nearby waiter produced a box containing the phone. Xia Youran, initially expecting a voucher, was taken aback, exclaiming, "Wait, the consolation prize is a phone? Is this restaurant so affluent?" Lu Yong stood up, theatrically examining the phone box, revealing that it was not a particularly expensive brand, and teased, "You are quite lucky, Xia Youran." The affectionate use of her name, reminiscent of how his grandmother addressed her, caused her cheeks to flush. Seizing the moment when she was momentarily distracted, the manager smiled and said, "You two are fortunate indeed. I shall not intrude further. We will take our leave." He and his staff then exited with the spinning wheel. Lu Yong handed the phone to Xia Youran, saying, "Here, your prize." Chapter 69, Buy One Get One Free, with one included. Xia Youran gazed at the phone, still bewildered. She had merely thought it would be fun to give the wheel a spin, never imagining she would actually win a phone. Surely, this phone must be worth more than their meal. It seemed the wheel had not disappointed. This restaurant was truly prosperous. However, she refused to accept it, pushing the phone back toward him, saying, "You treated me to dinner. This phone is yours." Lu Yong waved his own latest model of a phone and quipped, "Do you want this one instead? I could certainly use this." As he prepared to unwrap the new phone, he added, "If I switch to this one, I could give you my current one." Although Xia Youran was not particularly interested in phones, she was aware of the latest model's price. She quickly grasped his hand to halt him, asserting, "That's not what I meant. I already have a phone. I don't need this one. You can take it home." He questioned, "Who would you get to? My mother's phone is bedazzled. My dad wouldn't allow me to bring home a phone like this." Lu Yong locked his gaze on his Xia Youran's eyes and said, "I know you have a phone, but I have to wait ages for your replies. Use this one. After all, you want it. Are you truly going to refuse?" Glancing at the new phone in his hand, he added, "If you don't want it, I'll just return it to the restaurant." "That's out of the question," Xia Youran exclaimed, reaching for the phone box. "What we want is rightfully ours." Lu Yong chuckled at her determination, playfully flicking her forehead. "Then take it. Switch to your new phone tonight. Don't forget to send me a picture. Your old phone's camera is terribly blurry." He then grabbed their bags and said, "Let us go." He feared that if the conversation continued, she might insist on returning the phone, leaving him to wonder what all the fuss had been for. As Xia Youran noticed Lu Yong heading for the exit, she hurriedly followed him. Just as they stepped outside, another private room concluded their meal. The door was ajar, and she caught a glimpse of a waiter processing a payment with a card reader, but the spinning wheel was nowhere in sight. A thought flashed through her mind as she glanced at Lu Yong, who was carrying her bag ahead. She quickened her pace, taking the bag from him, stating, "I can manage." She then looked at the phone in her hand. With swift reflexes, Lu Yong replied, "All right." He took the phone from her and tucked it into her bag. As they exited the restaurant, night had fallen and the streetlights flickered on, illuminating the lively atmosphere near the pedestrian street. Lu Yang asked, "Shall we take a stroll?" Lost in her thoughts, Xia Youran nodded without hesitation, "Sure." Shopping with others often felt like a waste of time, but with Lu Yang, it was entirely different. They meandered toward the pedestrian street, which was bustling with young people due to the National Day holiday. They ambled along, stopping occasionally, primarily when Lu Yang was drawn to a store. He had accompanied Mrs. Zhang on shopping excursions before, where her shopping prowess compelled them to pause at every store, which was quite overwhelming. However, Xia Youran was distinct. She genuinely enjoyed the experience without a desire to linger in any particular shop. Lu Yang often paused at stores that seemed to attract younger female patrons, hoping she might take a look. Yet, each time, she merely followed him to the entrance and stood by his side. At the third store, Lu Yang could no longer contain himself and inquired, "Aren't you going to take a look?" Xia Youran glanced at the store, which offered jewelry and plush toys. Her eyes immediately fell on a Pikachu plush with yellow fur. However, she quickly averted her gaze, saying, "No, it's too crowded." Moreover, she believed that if she showed interest, Lu Yang would undoubtedly purchase it, and she didn't want him to spend money unnecessarily. The disparity between them loomed large, and she foolishly wished to avoid accruing more debt, despite already owing him quite a bit. However, a little less would suffice. Perhaps their relationship could be rendered more pristine. Lu Yang cast a glance at her as the girl, with her backpack in tow, stood rooted to the spot, gazing up at him. The pedestrian street buzzed with a throng of people, many of whom were young women adorned with exquisite makeup and fashionable attire. They strolled arm in arm, whispering amongst themselves about what to purchase and what was aesthetically pleasing, their laughter occasionally floating through the air. Amidst such a vibrant atmosphere, Xia Youran appeared to be an outsider. Her entire demeanor radiated tranquility in stark contrast to the lively surroundings. In truth, Lu Yang was not particularly fond of this sensation. He was acutely aware that in his previous life, at this very moment, Xia Youran had already departed from this realm. But now she stood before him, seemingly well and alive, yet feeling incongruous amidst the vivacity that enveloped them. This dissonance unsettled him. Hence, Lu Yang reached out and grasped her wrist, exclaiming, "I want to see. Come, let's venture inside together." Xia Yuran's wrist felt delicate beneath his touch, yet he could feel the bone beneath her soft skin. The girl was exceedingly slender, but the moment Lu Yang held her wrist, he felt a sense of reassurance. As they entered the store, they attracted considerable attention. After all, the establishment was predominantly filled with girls, and the sudden presence of a tall boy like Lu Yang, holding hand with a beautiful girl, was bound to draw a few extra glances. Lu Yang, however, made a beeline for the section selling plush toys, where Pikachu was prominently displayed at the topmost shelf. He reached up, retrieving it, and noticed a Pokeball beside it, which he also took down. A nearby store attendant, observing Lu Yang placing the Pikachu into Xia Yuran's hands, approached with a smile, "Ladies, these two toys are sold as a pair. They are a limited edition, and only this pair remains." Upon hearing pair, Xia Youran couldn't help but pat the Pikachu's head a few times, her gaze drifting to the Pokeball in Lu Yang's grasp. Lu Yang, upon hearing the attendant's words, responded with a thoughtful, "Oh, so we must buy them together. Does that not equate to a buy-one-get-one-free deal?" He directed this question towards the attendant. The attendant, taken aback, replied, "No, that hardly constitutes a buy-one-get-one-free offer." However, the store manager, quick on her feet, approached with a smile, saying, "We can consider it a buy-one-get-one-free deal. Would you like me to wrap them for you?" Lu Yang cast an appreciative glance at the manager, acknowledging her adeptness at her role. "Then we shall take them," he declared, not even inquiring about the price. Merely glancing at Xia Youran, "Would you prefer to hold it or have it wrapped?" Xia Youran, bewildered, stammered, "Huh? We're actually buying this?" Even when Lu Yang handed over 688 yuan, her eyelashes fluttered in surprise. "What's her plush toy cost 688 yuan? Lu Yang, carrying the two bags, led Xia Youran out of the shop. He glanced back, shoving one of the bags into her arms, saying, "Here, this is yours. The buy-one-get-one deal includes this yellow-haired rodent." Chapter 70. Its name is Pikachu. Not yellow-haired rodent. Xia Youran found herself with a bag nestled in her arms. The shop, perhaps aware that their 688 yuan items deserved a more appealing presentation, had provided 2 boxes, one side of which was transparent, revealing the delightful plushies within. At that moment, the Pikachu lay snugly in her embrace. Yet, even with the buy-one-get-one offer, should it not have been that one purchased Pikachu came with the Pokeball as a gift? Moreover, it is called Pikachu, not yellow-haired rodent, she earnestly countered, though her tone seemed more like a gentle complaint. To Lu Yang, it sounded more like a playful pout. He chuckled softly and nodded. Very well, that is your Pikachu. I merely desired the Pokeball. Xia Youran tightened her grip on the box she held. Her eyes fixed on Lu Yang, silent. She said nothing, merely gazing at him, prompting Lu Yang to touch his face in confusion. What are you staring at? Lu Yang, is it so awkward to give a gift? Xia Youran quipped, the corners of her mouth lifting into a smile, her eyes transforming into crescent moons, making her appear exceedingly lovely. Lu Yang felt a wave of relief wash over him, his ears warming as he silently chided himself for his bashfulness. Feeling slightly embarrassed for being stared at for too long. It was rather humiliating. Nevertheless, he managed to respond to her direct inquiry. He tugged at the Pikachu adorning her backpack, teasing, you are rather self-absorbed. Can I not genuinely like the Pokeball? Then take the Pikachu home. So it can keep the Pokeball company, Xia Youran suggested, attempting to return the Pikachu to his embrace. Lu Yang hurriedly stepped back, conceding, all right, I admit my fault. I simply feared you might refuse a direct gift. I've heard that anything a boy gives you, you turn down. You are nothing like them. Xia Youran replied without a moment's hesitation, but upon seeing the unmistakable smile on Lu Yang's face, she blinked and added, you are more handsome than they are. With that, she turned to walk ahead, but as she glanced back, Lu Yang caught her softly and earnestly saying, thank you. This gratitude was not solely for the Pikachu, but also for the phone tucked away in her backpack, and for the place she currently called home. Some matters need not be explicitly addressed, yet she remembered them all. Unlike many heroines in novels, she harbored no pride that would compel her to refuse assistance from someone she cherished. While she would not accept help from others, she would willingly accept it from Lu Yang. It was a contradiction, was it not? She clearly wished to avoid being indebted, yet she embraced his aid. Because of this, they would always be intertwined, as long as it was Lu Yang. Moreover, she was certain she would repay him in time. Xia Youran had faith in her ability to do so. Lu Yang watched her as she clutched her belongings and took a few steps before turning to call out, come, let me treat you to some starch sausages. With a sigh of relief, he approached her, adding, then I shall treat you to lemon tea. Lu Yang, may I ask you, if one starch sausage cost 25, how much would 3 cost? Lu Yang gazed at her in bemusement. 5 yuan. I bought some just last week. Xia Youran burst into laughter at his incredulous expression. You're nothing like those wealthy kids portrayed on television. I never imagined your mind contained anything beyond academics. Lu Yang sighed. I'm not as affluent as those families. My brother's family is quite wealthy, yet he eats instant noodles daily, the kind without eggs or sausages. The Lu family raised their children in this manner, not much different from ordinary families. Thus, he was likely quite distinct from the wealthy children Xia Youran envisioned. Xia Youran indeed dragged Lu Yang to buy grilled sausages. 3 in total, 2 for Lu Yang and 1 for herself. The two strolled around the street for a while before heading back. They had truly been away from home for too long and were concerned about Grandma. They decided to forego their tutoring session for the night. Originally, their senior year had only 3 days off of the National Day holiday. Tomorrow was the final day. As Lu Yang escorted her out of the elevator, he finally spoke. Xia Youran, my mother mentioned that a friend of hers provided several health checkup packages, one of which is for the elderly. Shall we take Grandma for a checkup tomorrow? After Xia Yuran's passing in his previous life, the class had organized a fundraising event. Lu Yang had only known that there was an elderly woman at her home, and no one else was present. The funds had been allocated for her. Lu Yang had contributed, but thereafter, the matter had slipped from discussion, leaving him with no recollection of Grandma's fate. After all, in their previous life, they were merely classmates who knew each other's names. However, this time was different. Lu Yang hoped for Grandma's health to improve, as it would benefit both her and Xia Youran. Xia Youran gazed at Lu Yang for a prolonged moment before suddenly inquiring, would you care for a glass of water? Lu Yang, taken aback, responded, "Aren't we discussing the physical examination? Why has the topic shifted to water all of a sudden?" Initially, he had intended to depart. Yet in the end, he found himself following her into the room in a daze. Xia Youran first entered to check on her grandmother, who was already sound asleep. She insisted on ensuring her medication had been taken before she felt at ease. Ultimately, she poured a glass of water for Lu Yang and remarked, "I haven't had a conversation about my family in quite some time. Is it true that the physical examination you're referring to is complimentary?" Lu Yang nodded. "As you know, many people seek to curry favor with my father. Those he disregards often turn to my mother instead. Consequently, my mother has numerous friends, and our household frequently receives items of little utility, such as this physical examination. My parents have attended countless times, just the two of them." Xia Youran scrutinized Lu Yang for a moment, then smiled and softly said, "Then I shall take it as the truth. If it were for me, I might refuse. But when it comes to my grandmother," she found herself unable to decline. The house, the previous supplements, and this physical examination all constituted rather expensive offerings. Even if it were from Lu Yang, she would have turned it down. However, since it was for her grandmother, Xia Youran produced her phone and pushed it towards Lu Yang, inquiring, "This, I presume, you prepared?" Lu Yang exclaimed softly, immediately shaking his head, "This truly is not mine." Upon hearing his outright denial, Xia Youran began to doubt whether she had overthought the matter. Initially, it was merely speculation, yet Lu Yang refused to acknowledge it. Finally, Lu Yang shifted the topic. "Weren't you going to discuss your family with me? If you're going to talk about the phone, I might as well leave." Xia Youran hesitated, yet ultimately decided to keep her phone. "Aren't you curious about my parents? They say my parents died while fleeing with embezzled funds. Yet in truth, this case has never been resolved." Xia Youran looked at Lu Yang and added, "Those are mere rumors. Our family is certainly not lacking in wealth. Although we reside in the countryside, as you've seen, with my grandmother's craftsmanship, we may not be affluent, but we are not destitute either." This was the first time Lu Yang heard her directly reference the past, causing his expression to grow noticeably serious. Chapter 71. I will repay you. You may ask anything of me. In truth, her grandmother understood more than Xia Youran did. At that time, Xia Youran was too young, and they would not willingly share many family matters with her. The little girl focused predominantly on her studies. To put it plainly, we truly are not short of funds. Our village may be impoverished, yet my parents were university classmates. They began dating during their studies and married upon graduation. Afterward, my father brought my mother back to the village. Xia Youran recalled that her grandfather had already passed away when she was born. Her grandmother was a renowned embroiderer, a title that has become rare nowadays. However, her grandmother was well known as an embroiderer, and the kipayos she crafted consistently fetched excellent prices. It was due to this skill that a widowed woman could afford to see her children through university and witness their marriages. At that time, my father served as a village official, while my mother studied agriculture and my father studied chemistry. They worked tirelessly with the villagers, devising various methods for production, alongside numerous external donations, leading to improvements within the village. Xia Youran smiled as she reminisced about her village, recalling a time when everyone could afford meals and attend school, with a strong sense of trust in her parents. Yet abruptly, one day, her parents vanished. Authorities arrived, claiming that a substantial amount of donations and government funds intended for poverty alleviation had mysteriously disappeared, along with Xia Yuran's parents. However, that funding was something my father had diligently applied for year after year. My parents aimed to uplift the villagers. They discussed daily strategies for helping the village escape poverty, and spent late nights drafting plans. These were the kind of parents who, they alleged, absconded with money. In the end, a search revealed traces of them near the river at the back of the village, including luggage. Beyond that mountain lay another city. Yet who would climb a mountain to run away? Everything seemed utterly illogical. Yet the very next day after discovering that river, they claimed Xia Yuran's parents had fled with the funds and subsequently drowned. There was no sight of the living, nor a body to be found. We did not believe it. Not just us, but even the villagers doubted the claims. Due to the family's persistent appeals, they could not close the case, and it lingered unresolved. Xia Youran looked earnestly at Lu Yang, asserting, "My parents are not those kinds of people. There must be something amiss. Why not file a lawsuit?" Lu Yang queried. Xia Youran forced a smile, one that failed to reach her eyes. "Not just my grandmother and I, but most villagers do not believe my parents are capable of such actions. I have a cousin, fresh from university, brimming with youthful fervor. He refused to accept it, repeatedly visiting the police station to inquire, even declaring that if they failed to find answers, he would escalate the matter step by step. Yet one day, on his way home, her cousin was struck by a car. He was the only son in the family, and after the accident, he suffered broken legs and a head injury. The driver was caught red-handed for drunk driving and confessed. Other villagers also inquired, but misfortunes continued to accrue. Xia Youran stole a glance toward the direction of the room, aware of why her grandmother had transformed into this state. She didn't want the villagers to suffer any more misfortunes related to this case. Thus, she moved out with me and began her own inquiries, day after day. Then one day, a man appeared, claiming Xia Youran was his daughter, alleging that he had maintained an improper relationship with her mother. This revelation nearly caused her grandmother to suffer a stroke, and after fainting, she became as she is now, with tears welling in her eyes. Xia Youran blinked rapidly to prevent them from spilling over. Lu Yang's fingers twitched slightly as he lifted his hand, wishing to brush against her reddened eyelids. However, Xia Youran smiled at him, saying, "After my grandmother's stroke, that man never returned. I wish to ask, how am I his daughter? Why tarnish my mother's name?" Her voice grew choked with emotion. "My grandmother told me it was all false. My mother's not that kind of person. I believe in my mother. Yet where did they go? Why haven't they returned?" Tears finally streamed down her cheeks as she lamented the absence of both life and death. Sighing, Lu Yang reached out, enveloping her in an embrace. "If you wish to cry, then cry. I shall pretend not to see, and I will not speak of it." Her muffled sobs resonated within his embrace, and Lu Yang felt the fabric of his shirt gradually dampen from her tears. Indeed, women are made of water, it is true. How can someone shed so many tears? Yet Lu Yang's heart ached for her, for even in her sorrow, she remained subdued. Unlike his cousin, who cried as if the sky were falling, making a dreadful racket, her quiet tears evoked profound sympathy. Gently patting her shoulder, Lu Yang whispered by confiding in me. "Do you hope I can assist in finding your parents? If you need help, I am willing." In truth, Lu Yang had already enlisted his father and cousin to gather information. Sooner or later, news would come. Xia Youran nodded in his embrace, then lifted her gaze, her innocent and beautiful face etched with helplessness. In the presence of such a girl, even those who might not harbor affection for her would likely feel a pang of compassion, let alone Lu Yang, who indeed cherished her. He spoke earnestly, "I will assist you. Rest assured, I may not possess the means myself, but my father and my formidable cousin will surely find a way." Yet, Xia Youran choked back her words, "But Lu Yang, you are already quite remarkable. Thank you. I have never dared to confide in anyone else. You are my only confidant." The weight of her words resonated deeply. Lu Yang, typically not one to seek heroism, found himself wishing to be her champion in this moment. He gently wiped away her tears, thinking that a well-behaved child deserves a reward. Little Youran, being so obedient, surely merits a grand prize. "I promise to help you find your parents. Regardless of their fate, uncovering the truth will likely reveal itself." Moreover, Lu Yang had a new lead. The man who had caused his grandmother's illness purported to be Xia Youran's biological father. This individual was of great significance. Lu Yang even speculated that he might be directly connected to the tragic demise of Xia Youran in her past life. He was determined to locate this man. Xia Youran dabbed at her tears and, with sincerity, told Lu Yang, "I will repay you. You can ask anything of me." "Oh!" Lu Yang suddenly snapped back to reality. "What do you mean by that? Anything?" Was it the implication he feared? This, he thought, could lead to complications. He found himself unable to resist her allure. Chapter 72. In that moment, Xia Youran belonged solely to Lu Yang. Whether he could resist temptation was uncertain, but he knew he could not. If this were ancient times, her words would equate to a vow of devotion. Though he felt he ought to be concentrating on other matters, her sudden shift had diverted his thoughts entirely. especially as her delicate hands grasped the fabric of his waist, pulling slightly as she gazed up at him with a pitiful expression. Typically, one does not look their best after a bout of tears. However, Xia Youran was anything but typical. She was a beauty. At that moment, her nose was slightly flushed, her eyes rimmed with red, and glistening with unshed tears. Before tonight, pear blossoms drenched in rain was merely a phrase, but now it had taken on a vivid, tangible form. Lu Yang met her gaze for a fleeting moment, feeling overwhelmed, and averted his eyes. If someone else had said that, it might have been misconstrued, he remarked, gently pushing Xia Youran away to retrieve a tissue from the table. Xia Youran thought to herself, how do you know it's a misunderstanding? Why can't it be my true feelings? Yet in the end, she lowered her eyes and accepted the tissue he offered. Some matters require patience. They need not be rushed. She felt it was a risk to confide in Lu Yang. For years, she and her grandmother had appeared to lead a stable life. Yet each day was fraught with fear. In her childhood, she may have been blissfully ignorant, but now her understanding was keen. The hurried resolution of past events and the frequent accidents all hinted at the complexity of her parents' story. Thus, throughout the years, she had chosen to ignore the gossip, enduring as her grandmother advised, as long as it didn't become too outrageous. She had never disclosed her family matters to anyone, not even to the kind-hearted Xiaoying. Only with Lu Yang did she realize she had acted impulsively, her feelings tinged with a gamble. When one is enamored, they often see through a romantic filter. She couldn't help but tell herself that Lu Yang was different, trustworthy, and capable of helping her. In these recent days, Lu Yang had been a steadfast ally, both overtly and subtly. Xia Youran noted how he consistently used the same excuse. My little teacher must not be bullied. Yet, in her eyes, this hardly constituted bullying. Verbal jabs held no weight. She had never cared, thus she never reacted. To many, she appeared as a timid, defenseless girl. Yet there were those who feigned sympathy while remaining mere bystanders. Lu Yang, however, was different. She recognized that he was her little hero. He had always been kind. Once their words had been exchanged, an awkward atmosphere settled between them, particularly given their recent embrace. Lu Yang felt the dampness of his shirt clinging to his chest, the emotional release having left them both feeling somewhat uncomfortable. If they were a couple, he would have held her close and whispered comforting words. However, therein lay the issue. They were not yet a couple. The awkwardness in the air unsettled Lu Yang, prompting him to stand up with his bag in hand. It's getting late. I should head back. As he turned to leave, a thought struck him, and he turned back to Xia Youran, his expression serious. Do not disclose anything about your family to anyone, not a soul, and be wary of trusting others. Earlier, Xia Youran had mentioned that when her grandmother had collapsed from anger, she had been at school and had not seen that man. Hence, she was unaware of his identity. I will enlist help to find him. It may take some time, but I assure you, I will pursue it. Lu Yang gazed at the small, obedient figure seated on the sofa, who nodded earnestly in response to his words. A smile graced his features as he slightly bent down to meet her gaze. Thank you for trusting me, little Youran. Lu Yang understood that without trust, Xia Youran would never confide in him. After all, when he had first approached her, as Qiuing had said, she had already harbored feelings for him for quite some time. Yet, she had never spoken of her family matters. In fact, whenever family-related topics arose, she would fall silent, a protective instinct kicking in. Lu Yang did not feel disheartened by her guardedness. Rather, he felt gratified that she possessed a sense of caution and self-preservation. Now, her willingness to open up and seek his help filled him with joy. Interpersonal relationships are a journey. Affection can be both simple and complex. However, truly entering someone else's heart is a challenging endeavor. Lu Yang realized that, at least for now, she genuinely liked him a great deal and was even willing to trust him. After descending the stairs, Lu Yang sat on a stone bench in the community for quite some time, facing the building, his gaze directed towards Xia Youran's residence. The weather was warm, with a gentle breeze stirring the evening air. It was only when the dampness on his shirt had dried that he picked up his bag and walked away, still holding the round Pokemon ball. He had no fondness for the yellow-haired rodent or this particular animated series. Thus he had no inclination to cherish the ball. Yet, Since Xia Youran liked it, he found it somewhat agreeable. As he strolled, he took out his phone and began to type a message. All the information he had gathered from Xia Youran indicated that the individuals here were untrustworthy. Thus, he is certainly not foolish. Inquiring with his father would likely yield no valuable information. Such a multitude of unforeseen events cannot simply be attributed to the actions of a few individuals. Fortunately, he possesses an advantage. Xia Youran stood on the balcony, the height obscuring her vision. Yet her eyesight was exceptional. Even a mere indistinct black that was discernible to her keen eyes. A haze of emotions lingered on her face, remnants of a recent emotional release. Yet a smile graced her lips as she cradled a Pikachu plushie, handling it with utmost care. Luyang, Sat an Admira Luyang. Would you assist me if I offered myself to you? 1, 2, 3. Your silence signifies consent. Thus, Xia Youran belongs to Luyang, and only to him. As she watched the black dot vanish, she turned slowly to return. She seated herself in the very spot where Luyang had just been. The warmth that had once radiated from him had long dissipated, yet she remained there, holding the Pikachu close. After a considerable pause, her gaze fell upon the phone, still nestled within its box on the table. Xia Youran blinked slowly, her dry eyes momentarily stinging. Was Luyang asking her to capture a photograph with his new phone? Chapter 73. Appearing soft yet stubborn as a mule upon returning home. Luyang found a tranquil atmosphere enveloping the house. The light was on in his parents' room, yet no one emerged. Luyang understood. It was likely their couple's time. In his youth, he was oblivious to such matters and rarely returned home. 1 year during the new year, in his ignorance, he had barged into his parents' room without knocking, drawn by the light, only to be met with the memory of being nearly reprimanded by his father, Lu Tong. His father had always indulged him, but on that rare occasion, he had received a deserved reprimand. Sighing, he chose not to dwell on the past and quietly retreated to his own room. After a refreshing shower, he settled on the edge of his bed, preparing to unplug his charging phone when a few knocks echoed at his door. "Come in," he called. Still holding his phone, his father entered, a bowl in hand. "Your mother made some sweet soup. Drink a bit." Luyang acknowledged with a nod, observing the rosy glow on his father's face, indicative of a comfortable life. "Thank you, Dad," he said as Lu Tong placed the bowl on the bedside table. Lu Tong inquired about his son's recent activities. "Will the results of your monthly exams be released after you return? Don't get caught up with Ji Xiang. That boy's mind is far from his studies. You, on the other hand, have no such plans to go abroad." Luyang nodded, having discussed the matter with his family. The allure of studying abroad held no greater appeal than the moonshine. Besides, his cousin had begun ascending from a junior officer role, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, he was expected to continue advancing. The ties between their family and his cousins were strong, necessitating careful consideration in all their endeavors. While they were not yet in the position to attract undue attention, Lu Tong had advised that it would be prudent to avoid complications in the future. Moreover, Zheng Hui was reluctant to let Luyang go, and he himself harbored no desire to leave. Thus, Luyang was committed to his studies and preparing for the college entrance examination. Listening to his father, Luyang occasionally nodded in acknowledgement. One sat, the other stood. Suddenly, his phone vibrated, instinctively drawing his gaze downward. Upon unlocking the screen, he was met with a chat window containing images shared between him and Xia Youran. His heart raced as he hastily flipped the phone face down, a guilty reaction that caught his father's attention. What was that? Lu Tong squinted at his son, who was now avoiding eye contact. "Finish your sweet soup and get some rest," he finally advised as he turned to leave. Luyang quickly agreed, "Okay." As his father paused at the door, he added, "Young man, practice moderation. Do not indulge in reckless behavior." With that, he exited, leaving Luyang bewildered. What had he done to warrant such caution? Only when he could no longer hear his father's footsteps did Luyang dare to loosen his grip on the phone. He glanced at the still dark screen, questioning whether he had seen correctly. With hesitance, he finally unlocked the device, revealing indeed 2 photos and a message. "Luyang, why does the camera seem overexposed?" The accompanying image was a playful Pikachu meme. Unable to suppress a chuckle, Luyang marveled at Xia Yuran's affection for the yellow rodent. noting how she had immediately saved its meme after switching phones. Yet his gaze was irresistibly drawn to the two photos. Though not yet enlarged, he could ascertain their content. One was of her legs, the other a selfie. Did she truly comprehend the significance of such images? He replied, "Who else did you send the photos to?" "No one, just you. Didn't you ask me to take pictures for you?" Lu Yang reflected on the moment. He had intended no deeper meaning, merely suggesting she take some casual shots. Yet here they were. Following his instincts, he first clicked on the leg photo. Ahem. The reason his peers in the chat often tagged him when sharing leg photos was simple. Lu Yang had a slight penchant for them. Upon opening the image, he was immediately captivated by her stunningly fair legs, which seemed to be almost glowing. They were elegantly poised together on a chair, not fully revealing the entirety. Yet he could still discern the sleek black pants she wore. Having seen the real-life version, he felt no shame in indulging his imagination. Her hand playfully rested atop her leg, forming a gesture, which introduced a charming contrast, accentuating her fair complexion. Even without enlarging the image, the whiteness was blindingly apparent. The Pikachu he gifted her nestled comfortably in her embrace, seemingly relishing the moment. Lu Yang couldn't help but think how fortunate the plush toy was. The girl's legs were devoid of excess, tapering elegantly even while seated. Although the photo was not overtly revealing, the viewer's imagination could easily embellish it. Lu Yang examined the photo several times before saving it. He then opened the selfie, saving it as soon as it loaded. The image, likely enhanced by the phone's built-in beauty filter, rendered her face even more radiant and delicate. However, the faint blush on her nose and around her eyes, coupled with her glistening, tear-streaked gaze and the unguarded expression on her face, combined to create a simple yet captivating snapshot. Her slender neck led down to clearly defined collarbones, framed in a way that was not revealing. Yet, fleeting images from a long-forgotten dream flickered through Lu Yang's mind. With a sigh, he collapsed on his bed, fixating on the photograph of a woeful figure gazing back at him. No, she was certainly not a pitiful creature. Why then did she wear such a forlorn expression? When someone looks at you like that, one's baser instincts compel one to want to tease them. She appeared soft and pliable, yet in reality, she was as stubborn as could be. Lu Yang reached out, gently prodding the girl's face in the photograph, causing it to shrink upon his touch. As he scrutinized the two images, an unexpected smile broke across his face. This dumpling indeed had a filling, brimming with various intricate schemes of Lu Yang's own design. He could discern it and was more than willing to play along. Chapter 74. How could two such contrasting traits coexist so harmoniously within a single individual? Holidays are always fleeting. On the final day of the break, Lu Yang was unable to seek out Xia Youran, as his mother, Mrs. Zheng, insisted on dragging him out. The previously arranged health checkup was postponed because his grandmother had fallen ill in the morning and was uncooperative, prompting Xia Youran to inform Lu Yang in advance. Lu Yang rescheduled, finding the opportunity to accompany his mother on a shopping excursion instead. October had arrived, and it was time to purchase new clothing for her son. Reluctantly, Lu Yang accompanied her, unable to resist voicing his complaints. "Mom, I'm a boy. There's no need to buy so many clothes. I wear a school uniform every day. There are still new items from our last shopping spree that remain unopened in my wardrobe. Why buy more?" His mother certainly had a penchant for spending, which explained why his father worked so hard. Mrs. Zheng responded to her son's complaints with a playful huff. "If you were a girl, it wouldn't just be clothes and pants. I always wanted a little girl." With a wistful sigh, Lu Yang shrugged. "Then why didn't you have a second child?" Upon hearing this, Mrs. Zheng's gaze fell upon Lu Yang's hands. Why? Because she felt a pang of guilt towards her son. If they had another child, whether a boy or a girl, it would inevitably divide their love. Thus, they decided against having more children. This way, they had only one son, and no one could dilute their parental affection. However, Mrs. Zheng chuckled. "I'm afraid if I had another, it would just be another brat like you." With that, she turned her attention back to selecting clothes for Lu Yang. Lu Yang, holding a shopping bag, laughed. "So I'm a brat now? Yet you seem quite fond of Ji Xiang. What? Is he a brat while Ji Xiang is charming?" Mrs. Zheng scoffed. "ISNTG your good friend? Am I not allowed to like your good friends?" But in all seriousness, she added, I really like that girl named Xia Youran. Oh, her grades are excellent. And she is so lovely, she said, momentarily setting aside the clothing selection. She then dragged him towards the women's clothing section, exclaiming, "Girls' clothes are so much prettier. And remember, it's the nurturing type of girlfriend that's best," she smiled. At this age, when a girl likes you, it's pure and simple, unlike later on when they have to consider so many things like family and careers, even though we're not lacking in that department. But where could one find a love as pure and captivating as this time? Listening quietly, Lu Yang remained silent, not revealing to his mother that many girls had already begun to contemplate such matters. Their affection for Lu Yang stemmed more from the prestige of the Lu family than from Lu Yang himself. Yet Xia Youran seemed different. After all, she was the girl who had done so much secretly but never dared to formally greet him, if not for his second chance at life. Perhaps Xia Youran and Lu Yang would merely be classmates, with no connections whatsoever. Reflecting on this, Lu Yang recalled her simultaneously timid yet courageous demeanor. How could two such disparate traits coexist so seamlessly? Youran is so slender. Surely size S would suit her, Mrs. Zheng muttered while selecting garments. That looks nice. Lu Yang quickly interjected, "Mom, don't buy it. If you give it to her, she might feel obligated to accept, and then she'll feel pressured." Mrs. Zheng shot him a glare. "I'm buying it for you to give her. It's your responsibility to present it." Lu Yang glanced at the pink-blue dress in her hands. "No, that wouldn't be appropriate. Have you ever seen a boy present a dress to a girl? Is that suitable? Really?" Mrs. Zheng exclaimed in disbelief. "You actually go out with Ji Xiang every day? I thought you were going to find Youran." "I did go," Lu Yang replied, though he sensed that his search differed from Mrs. Zheng's expectations. He gently removed the dress from her grasp and returned it to the rack. "Please don't cause a scene. You'll only embarrass her when she sees you again." Lu Yang wrapped an arm around Mrs. Zheng, steering her towards the exit. All right. I'll accompany you to buy your things. By the way, Dad mentioned that the bag he ordered for you has arrived, and he reminded me to pick it up on my way." Upon mentioning the bag, Mrs. Zheng's interest was finally piqued. However, she still remarked, today as children hide their affections so secretly. Lu Yang thought of the folded surprise he had kept hidden and felt his mother was right. Affection truly was often concealed. He wondered whether Xia Youran would discover it ahead of time. Indeed, Xia Youran had been thinking about it. However, since Lu Yang had not shown up, she chose to go out to work instead. Earning money took precedence. Thus, she had no time to rummage through her belongings. Xia Youran believed she wouldn't see Lu Yang today, leaving her slightly disheartened. However, the thought of returning to school tomorrow, where she could see him every day, lifted her spirits. Little did she know that she would receive a call from the community's elderly activity center in the evening. When she hurried back, she found Lu Yang sitting beside her grandmother on the sofa, while a crying woman stood before them. A suited man was bent over, speaking to Lu Yang with utmost respect. Xia Youran instantly recognized that her grandmother was in a state of distress, muttering to herself in the corner. Lu Yang's expression was far from pleasant. His call had come slightly later than Xia Youran's, a phone call from the property manager. Considering that the residence still bore Lu Yang's name, he had ridden over, arriving ahead of Xia Youran. Upon his arrival, he had found his injured grandmother alongside a woman who was weeping, claiming it was an accident. However, the elderly activity center had surveillance cameras. Lu Yang demanded to see the footage. How had a perfectly healthy elderly woman sustained an injury? His grandmother was in unfamiliar territory, and Lu Yang's anger escalated. The manager was apologizing and attempting to explain. He stated that the elderly activity center employed staff to supervise the seniors daily, as they were concerned about any potential accidents. Typically, a dozen elderly individuals attended, mostly elderly women, and they had always gotten along well. However, today something had gone awry, leading to a confrontation involving Lu Yang's grandmother and a wealthy-looking elderly lady. During the staff's attempts to mediate, they may have inadvertently pushed Lu Yang's grandmother, causing her to fall. This was the manager's account, prompting Lu Yang to insist, "I want to see the surveillance footage. Bring it to me." Just then, Xia Youran burst through the door. "Is Grandma all right?" She anxiously knelt beside her grandmother, reaching out to touch the old lady's face. A gentle yet somewhat urgent hand fell upon her. Lu Yang exhaled, reassuring himself that it was nothing serious, just a sprained ankle. A doctor had already examined it. He grasped her hand, stating, "Grandma does not recognize anyone right now. Please sit up. Let us review the surveillance footage together." The manager stood nearby, visibly awkward, while the woman before them sobbed, repeatedly apologizing. "I truly did not mean to cause any harm." Chapter 75. Grandma would never engage in a confrontation without reason. Xia Youran regarded the apologetic woman with a disapproving expression. She was not a harsh individual, yet a simmering anger resided within her, compelling her to suppress her impulses and refrain from speaking out. The community's senior activity center was complimentary, providing meals without charge, and their staff had always been attentive to the elderly. Xia Youran had been grateful for their assistance. Such incidents had not occurred previously. At that moment, she chose not to lash out in anger, but instead held her grandmother's hand and seated herself nearby, quietly inquiring, "Grandma, have you eaten?" Naturally, the elderly woman, in her moment of distress, could not respond. Lu Yang glanced at the manager standing beside them. The manager quickly directed his gaze toward the weeping woman, asking curtly, "Did the elderly lady have her meal?" His tone was far from amiable, as it was evident that he had incurred the wrath of the young master. The manager was drenched in sweat, recalling the previous incident involving a delivery person that had already been addressed. Another problem had arisen. How could the manager not feel both anger and fear? This job was hard to come by, and considering that most residents in the area bore the surname Liu, being dismissed from this position would make finding another one exceedingly difficult. Consequently, his voice carried an edge of severity. The woman, still crying, stammered, "Not yet." The conflict had erupted just before mealtime, so it was hardly surprising that she had not eaten. The manager promptly declared, "I will have someone bring food immediately." Xia Youran remained silent. Lu Yang posed another question. Wasn't it Grandma who had a confrontation? What about the other party? The manager, sounding somewhat guilty, replied, "They have already taken her home." He cast another glance at the woman. "Xiao Lu? Where is she?" "Old Mrs. who has gone back." The woman named Xiao Lu wore an expression of guilt. In truth, she had not anticipated that the boy who arrived would be this young man, and it appeared that his background was quite distinguished. Previously, it had always been the girl, the elderly lady's granddaughter, who came to fetch her. The boy had only been seen once, and today the elderly lady had merely mentioned that he was a classmate of her granddaughter. Realizing how she had intentionally caused trouble, Xiao Lu began to perspire. If the surveillance footage were to be reviewed, she would certainly lose her job. Yet, she dared not refuse to show it, especially with the manager present, who was also hesitant to speak. Xia Youran raised her eyes to the two of them. "Before the surveillance arrives, could you kindly explain how my grandmother got into a conflict? Her temperament is usually quite gentle. She only becomes assertive when personally provoked." Although Xia Yuran's tone was calm, it was her cool demeanor that caused Xiao Lu to avert her gaze. At that moment, an employee arrived, carrying a tablet and meals. Xia Youran graciously accepted the food, expressing her gratitude. Xiao Lu observed as Lu Yang took the tablet and began watching intently. Meanwhile, Xia Youran fed her grandmother while keeping an eye on the screen. Despite her confusion and inability to recognize faces, her grandmother was generally obedient today, content to eat whatever was offered, though she occasionally attempted to take the food for herself. Eventually, Xia Youran allowed her to feed herself, softly reminding her to eat slowly. Lu Yang, on the other hand, was watching at 15 times the normal speed. He sought the complete footage, not just snippets. He was particularly interested in what his grandmother typically did at the activity center. Initially, all seemed well. The elderly lady arrived when the center was relatively empty, even taking the initiative to clean the area. At that time, Xiao Lu was present, merely observing her and even directing her to assist with wiping a table. The elderly lady, with her amiable disposition, smiled and complied. Lu Yang's expression darkened, whereas Xia Youran maintained a neutral demeanor. Her grandmother was indeed fastidious, and she often engaged in such tasks when the opportunity arose. The manager took a moment to glare at Xiao Lu, who was still wiping her tears, having caused trouble. She had previously appeared quite clever. Such tasks should have been Xiao Lu's responsibility, yet now she had enlisted an elderly lady to clean. Not long after the elderly lady finished tidying up, more visitors began to arrive. Several elderly women gathered to chat, indicating that Grandma was well-liked, and one even brought her some food. Before long, it was breakfast time, followed by free activities. Grandma even took out a needle and thread to mend some clothing for her companions, forming pleasant interactions with them. As noon approached, more elderly visitors arrived, including a rather affluent-looking lady. Coincidentally, it was mealtime, and the newly arrived wealthy elderly woman seemed dissatisfied with the fare, making disparaging remarks. She appeared to have no companions, reflecting her lack of popularity. It was not until she carelessly tossed a piece of chicken onto the floor, remarking that even her dog would not eat such food, that Grandma interjected, stating, "This is food, it's good meat, and wasting it is a shame." Another elderly woman chimed in, adding, "Exactly, and it makes such a mess." The affluent lady, displeased by their comments, stood up to retort. At that moment, Xiao Lu hurried over, smiling. "If it does not suit your taste, we will make improvements next time. Please sit over there. I will take care of this." The wealthy elderly lady shot a disdainful glance at the meddling individual before turning away. The others shook their heads, some murmuring their opinions. Up until that point, nothing seemed amiss. It was not until around 5 o'clock in the afternoon that Xiao Lu curiously approached Grandma, asking Grandma Xia, "Is that boy who came to pick you up your grandson? He seems different." Grandma shook her head with a smile. "No, he is my granddaughter's classmate." Xiao Lu responded with an "oh," adding, "I thought so, given that he was dressed so well. I can hardly discern such things, but little Lu is a good child." Xiao Lu nodded, though a hint of disappointment flickered across her face. At that moment, the wealthy elderly lady, who had been quietly reading nearby, interjected maliciously, "Oh, I wonder if your granddaughter is involved in a romance? Today's girls lack self-respect. Just look at him in his designer clothes. They must be bringing him home. Huh?" Her tone and words were laced with malice. The elderly lady, who had been cheerful all day, was taken aback by this remark, her expression darkening as she stood to confront the woman, saying, "At your age, you should know better than to speak without virtue." "What do you mean?" The other lady retorted. "Are you angry? Are you feeling embarrassed? I cannot believe your granddaughter is not already in a relationship. What are you saying?" The two elderly women began to grapple with one another, while others nearby attempted to intervene. By this point, many had already departed to prepare dinner, leaving fewer than 5 individuals in the activity center. Xiao Lu saw that the two were about to come to blows and quickly reached out to separate them. However, the footage clearly showed her attempting to intervene a few times without success, after which she forcefully pushed Grandma away. The scene showed Grandma falling to the ground, with another elderly woman rushing to assist her. The wealthy elderly lady took a few steps back and exclaimed, "This has nothing to do with me." She then glared at Xiao Lu, asserting, "My daughter-in-law has given you a premium membership card from her store. You must prove that this matter does not concern me." With that, she gathered her belongings and departed. Upon witnessing this, Lu Yang could hardly contain his amusement. He tossed his tablet aside and raised his gaze toward Xiao Lu. Xia Youran's expression was also displeased as she remarked, "Grandma wouldn't strike someone without cause." Chapter 76. Xia Youran's eyes sparkled as she gazed into Lu Yang's. Xiao Lu, with her head bowed and tears welling in her eyes, appeared as if she were the victim of bullying by Lu Yang and the others. Xia Youran looked at her grandmother, then cast a glance at Xiao Lu's ankle, her eyes filled with compassion. She raised her gaze to Xiao Lu, asking, "Do you have anything to say?" Xiao Lu looked up at her. The girl seated at the edge of the sofa wore clothes of noticeably poor quality, yet her beauty allowed her to carry them well. However, it was evident that she and her grandmother were not in favorable circumstances, especially when compared to Lu Yang beside her. She anticipated that their relationship was anything beyond that of ordinary classmates. Apologies were all Xiao Lu could muster initially. Lu Yang, seething with indignation, was on the brink of reprimanding someone. Although he was not overly irritable, he was hardly mild-tempered. The moment he saw Xiao Lu push his grandmother, he had nearly hurled his tablet at her face. At present, he was suppressing his fury, but Xia Youran gently shook her head, causing him to stifle the reprimand that was poised on his lips. Then, Xia Youran stood up, declaring, "If you have nothing to say, I will call the police. The surveillance footage clearly shows you pushing her." The manager hastily interjected, "I apologize, student. We can discuss this matter amicably. Calling the police is unnecessary. He approached Xiao Lu, tugging at her. Aren't you going to say something? Do you think it will look good if we involve the police? Seeing Xia Youran genuinely pulling out her phone, and with Lu Yang seated nearby and the tablet resting on the sofa, the footage clearly recorded, Xiao Lu trembled and finally spoke. I'm sorry, but I truly did not mean to. Evidently, Grandma had always been quite well-liked at the Senior Activity Center, known for her amiable nature and lack of grudges. She often taught other elderly ladies how to embroider and such. However, Xiao Lu tended to ignore her, perceiving that the elderly woman's family circumstances were not particularly favorable. In contrast, old lady who resided in a villa within the community, which featured not only standard apartments but also rows of opulent houses. This cantankerous lady likely sought attention and validation by coming here, eager for flattery while nitpicking everything. Despite her wealth, Xiao Lu would generally treat her with kindness. But the other elderly ladies at their age were reluctant to engage in such flattery. Thus, old lady who had poor social connections, with only Grandma willing to converse with her. Yet, she harbored resentment towards Grandma, believing her family to be beneath her and growing furious at Grandma's popularity. Occasionally, she would even hurl insults. Nevertheless, Grandma remained remarkably patient, often merely smiling. Today, however, for reasons unknown, the old woman had resorted to physical confrontation. Xiao Lu glanced at her grandmother, who was eating. Lu Yang coldly remarked, "What? Are you blaming our grandmother now? Did you not hear clearly? Were you deaf when I reviewed the video? What did she say that you failed to hear?" With that, Lu Yang stood up. The manager quickly responded, "I apologize, Mr. Lu. We will address our employee's negligence, and she must apologize." Yet Xia Youran interjected, "Does the elderly lady who slandered me also need to apologize? She has laid hands on my grandmother, and for all this time, no one from her family has come to offer an apology." The manager's expression grew awkward. "Well." Lu Yang glared at him. "Are you not going to call them over for me to address this personally? And isn't there a company policy regarding those who accept benefits from our residents? How should this be handled? Is it not a violation of regulations? The company has legal counsel." He recalled the mention of a premium membership card. Upon hearing this, Xiao Lu abruptly looked up. "I didn't see. I merely safeguarded it. I will return it." However, Lu Yang ignored her, directing his attention to the manager, who quickly assured, "I will summon old lady who. I will also contact legal counsel regarding this violation of company policy." With that, he dragged Xiao Lu, who still wished to speak, out of the room. In the office, two employees had remained silent, not daring to utter a word. Lu Yang exhaled deeply, turning to his grandmother to take her empty meal container. Xia Youran extracted a tissue to help Grandma clean her hands and face. Her hands trembled slightly as she whispered, "You told me to endure. Why did you end up getting physical?" Xia Youran understood that it was due to the other's words directed at her. Yet Grandma yawned, appearing fatigued. She stared at Xia Youran for a moment before smiling. "Daughter-in-law, where are we? I feel a bit tired." It seemed her memory was fading. Xia Youran forced a smile. "All right, we'll head home shortly." The elderly lady nodded. "By the way, have you been feeling tired lately? You look like you've lost quite a bit of weight." Meanwhile, Lu Yang observed as Xia Youran adeptly comforted Grandma. She was quite skilled at this. In no time, she had calmed the elderly woman down. Then, in her crouched position, Xia Youran looked up at Lu Yang. "Thank you, Lu Yang." Lu Yang extended his hand towards her. "It's nothing, come on, sit up." Grandma had begun zoning out beside them. Xia Youran glanced at the hand he offered and grasped it, using the leverage to stand. Standing before Lu Yang, she said, "If it weren't for you, I might not have managed the situation. Without you, that employee would not have apologized so promptly. The manager wouldn't have been so accommodating, and no one would have gone to find old lady who to apologize." Xia Youran had encountered similar situations numerous times. When one is in a vulnerable position, fairness often seems a distant notion. Lu Yang wanted to say something, but ultimately he simply replied, "It's all right. If such matters arise again in the future, I will handle them." The word future caused Xia Youran's eyes to shine as she gazed at Lu Yang. The manager returned after more than half an hour, accompanied by the elderly lady and a middle-aged man. Old lady whose countenance was grim, and the man's expression mirrored her displeasure. However, upon noticing Lu Yang, the man managed to smile, Mr. Liu, I sincerely apologize for today's incident. It was truly an accident. My mother means no harm. Therefore, I would like to extend my apologies to both this young student and the elderly lady. We will cover any medical expenses and nutritional costs. I am truly sorry. The middle-aged man bowed his head in contrition towards Grandma and Xia Youran. Old lady who tugged at her son, what are you doing? You're bowing to these two children, and you claim to be the boss of a company. Chapter 77. Their Xia Youran's retorts are incredibly fierce. Upon hearing his mother's words, Mr. Hu nearly lost his composure, struggling to maintain his smile. Before them stood Lu Tong's son. How could he possibly yield? The elderly lady, once fiercely competitive in her youth, had somehow managed to stir trouble even in her twilight years at a community center. And now, she had entangled herself with individuals she ought to have avoided. Mr. Hu, brimming with suppressed frustration, reached out to his mother. Yet, Hu Laotai, still irate, retorted, "Why is it only me who is injured? Look at my face. I have scratches too." With that, she shot a glare at Xia Youran, her own granddaughter, who had brought along a male companion, yet refused to acknowledge it. Mr. Hu, his voice low and laced with fury, admonished, "Mother, please refrain from speaking." Hu Laotai turned to her son, ready to respond, but was met with the fiery intensity of his eyes, which quelled her words. Ultimately, she was intimidated by her son. Her lips moved, yet silence enveloped her. Mr. Hu forced a smile, apologizing, "I truly regret this incident. Ever since my father passed, my mother has been quite childlike. She didn't mean any harm." "Young student, surely your grandmother can empathize with me?" He directed this at Xia Youran. "Allow me to extend my apologies on behalf of the elderly lady. I have clarified the situation on my way here. The quarrel between the two old folks was trivial. Primarily the fault of that employee, the blame was being shifted entirely onto Xiao Lu." At that moment, Xiao Lu, present in the office, longed to speak, but was silenced by a glare from the manager. "Of course, we will compensate for this. Let's discuss a fair amount. I am open to negotiations." However, it was Lu Yang who interjected, "Mr. Hu, let us put the compensation aside for now. The apology has yet to be issued." Mr. Hu, taken aback, realized that he had already apologized, and Lu Yang was implying that they needed an apology from the elderly lady. Mr. Hu glanced at his mother, the indignation and resentment evident on his face. He sighed inwardly, having hoped to gloss over the matter with his own apology. Yet, Lu Yang was clearly not one to be easily placated. He leaned closer to his mother, whispering something in her ear. The once furious elderly lady now looked at Lu Yang with astonishment, and finally, with a grim face, she uttered an apology to Xia Youran and her grandmother. Upon hearing this, the quiet, graceful young woman replied, "I cannot accept this. An insincere apology holds no value." Mr. Hu, taken aback, quickly tugged at his mother's arm, while Hu Laotai swallowed the remainder of her words. The atmosphere became tense. The manager cautiously ventured, "Young student, what would constitute sincerity in your eyes? If you were to exchange the insults directed at me for ones aimed at your granddaughter, would that suffice? After all, the essence remains unchanged." The girl's voice, though steady, delivered her words like barbs, igniting Hu Laotai's fury. How could someone so young be so vicious? Xia Youran, not waiting for her to finish, interjected, "Oh, I see. Malice is indeed your domain. I assent to it. I thought you were oblivious to how harsh those words truly were." She smirked at the flustered mother-son duo. "So, you were aware, and it was intentional?" "There is no such thing as an unintentional act without a malicious intent. Wrong is wrong. There is no need for excuses." Lu Yang chimed in. "What do you mean by cursing without profanity?" Xia Yuran's wit is unmatched. His eyes sparkled with admiration. This audacious side of Xia Youran was utterly captivating. "Who are you cursing? What nonsense are you spouting?" Hu Laotai reached for Xia Youran, but Lu Yang swiftly interposed, warning Mr. Hu, "Keep your hands to yourself. If I lose control, it could end poorly." "Oh, so you wish to resort to violence? I'll call the police." Hu Laotai shouted, only to be silenced by her son's quick hand over her mouth. Mr. Hu, though visibly distressed, suppressed his anger. I'll have my son and daughter apologize to the elderly lady." Those words were indeed unkind An unacceptable Lu Yang chuckled. So you recognize their harshness? Yet you claim your mother acted thoughtlessly? Today, there is no alternative. The only resolution is to express your regrets. He guided Xia Youran to sit aside while he stood next to the elderly lady, rushing to say, "We must act quickly. Our grandmother is tired and wishes to rest." Confused, the elderly lady quietly inquired of Xia Youran, "What is going on?" Mr. Hu and his mother stood opposite Lu Yang, their expressions grim. The manager, about to speak, was silenced by a glance from Lu Yang. Mr. Hu understood the situation clearly. Lu Yang was firmly aligned with Xia Youran. Moreover, the stance was unmistakable. If they wished to resolve the matter, they needed Xia Youran to relent. The elderly lady, however, remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Yet, the young girl could not afford to remain silent. Failing to address this would jeopardize their standing with the Lu family, and that was a risk they could not take. Lu Tong had only one son, and everyone knew how devoted he was to his wife and children. It was a precarious situation. Mr. Hu cast a reproachful glance at his mother. After being chastised by his wife at home, she had taken to frequenting the senior activity center. Initially, he thought it better than having her quarrel with his wife daily. Yet now it had led to this debacle. Just moments ago, he had dismissed her as an inconsequential, impoverished old woman. Mr. Hu gently took his mother's arm, this time adopting a more respectful demeanor as he bowed deeply to the bewildered elderly lady, speaking sincerely. "I apologize, madam. My mother will not act this way again. I will send her back to the countryside." Hu Laotai, who had been seething just moments before, was now taken aback. Her son intended to send her away? Panic surged as she glanced at him, only to be met with a stern glare. Realizing the seriousness of his anger, she lost her bravado. Turning to Xia Youran and the inquisitive elderly lady, she gritted her teeth and conceded, "I'm sorry. I won't dare do it again." Without a more favorable attitude, she might truly find herself sent away. In the end, Mr. Hu and Hu Laotai bowed repeatedly, their tone increasingly conciliatory, until Xia Youran finally relented. Subsequently, Mr. Hu offered compensation, and Lu Yang promptly seized Xia Yuran's phone, revealing the payment code. Mr. Hu initially intended to pay a mere 1 or 2,000, thinking the injury trivial. Yet, stealing glances at Lu Yang's expression, he ultimately transferred 38,000. Only then did Lu Yang's demeanor soften. Finally, Mr. Hu escorted his mother home, while Lu Yang and Xia Youran were escorted out by the manager. Xia Youran wore a dazed expression. Had they truly just received 38,000? Wasn't he that a bit excessive? Chapter 78. The favor you desire, I can bestow. After all, she was merely a teenage girl, experiencing such a situation for the first time. Although her grandmother was hurt, and she was furious, this felt a bit like extortion. Didn't it? She couldn't feel at ease about this money. Just as she was about to voice her thoughts to Lu Yang, her grandmother suddenly declared, "I can't walk anymore." With that, she glanced around, found a nearby stone bench, and sat down, pointing at her ankle. "It hurts." In truth, the doctor had already examined her and determined the injury was minor, a mere sprain, as Xiao Lu had not dared to apply much force, being mindful of her age. Thus, walking slowly posed no significant issue. Some Yunnan Baiyao spray and similar items were also procured. However, at that moment, the elderly lady was behaving like a petulant child, refusing to budge. Xia Youran felt a bit bewildered and bent down to her grandmother, saying, "Grandma, it's not far. We'll arrive after a short walk." Yet, her grandmother merely cast her a glance before turning her gaze away, clearly indicating her unwillingness to move. Xia Youran contemplated saying more, but was halted by Lu Yang, who reached out and gently grasped her hand. He approached her grandmother, turned his back to her, and squatted down, saying, "Come on, Grandma. I'll carry you back." Xia Youran gazed at Lu Yang in surprise. At that moment, her grandmother was not exactly pristine. Her clothing bore the remnants of her messy eating, akin to a child. After having been pushed, she was already disheveled and unkempt. However, Lu Yang seemed undeterred by this, crouching down with his back to her grandmother, and even turned his head to Xia Youran, saying, "Help Grandma get on." Eventually, her grandmother, brimming with joy, climbed onto his back without needing any assistance. Xia Youran quickly adjusted herself to support her grandmother. Lu Yang chuckled, saying, "I'm getting up now." Her grandmother beamed with happiness, replying, "All right." Thus, Lu Yang carried the elderly lady step by step towards home. Xia Youran observed her grandmother's joyful expression from the side, while Lu Yang wore a smile, softly conversing with her. The elderly lady, in her confused state, posed many nonsensical questions. Lu Yang appeared unaffected by her ramblings. The contrast between her grandmother's dull, grayish clothing and Lu Yang's pristine white t-shirt was striking. Xia Yuran's pace slowed slightly as she lingered behind them, lifting her phone to capture this heartwarming scene. A young man bearing an elderly lady, advancing steadily. Suddenly, he turned to glance back, asking, "What are you doing? Sneaking a photo? Hurry up, we're going home." Xia Youran looked at the capture profile of the young man in the frame and smiled, responding, "Yes, we're going home." An elderly lady and a young child had wandered for many years, leaning on each other for support, but suddenly, a large tree appeared beside them, shielding them from view. It was as if they had been tucked away safely, and henceforth, no storms could directly assail them. "Lu Yang, it's all right if you don't like me. I hold great affection for you. I will make you come to like me, and even if that doesn't happen, I will still treat you with utmost kindness." The elderly lady had previously mentioned her fatigue, and by the time Lu Yang carried her home, she had already succumbed to slumber. This marked Lu Yang's first entrance into Xia Youran and her grandmother's room. The layout was conventional, yet a single bed had been transformed into two separate beds, each occupying its side. The room was tidily maintained as Lu Yang placed her grandmother onto the bed. He watched as Xia Youran tenderly wiped her face and hands, then tucked her in and adjusted the air conditioning before they both exited. Lu Yang settled onto the sofa and asked, "Do you always share a room with your grandmother?" After all, residing in the same room as an elderly person must make it challenging to synchronize daily routines. Xia Youran nodded. "Yes, my grandmother is unwell, and I feel uneasy leaving her to sleep alone. I've grown accustomed to it. In the past, to save money, my grandmother even shared a bed with me. It was only later, as I grew older, that she insisted on separate beds." Lu Yang nodded, refraining from further comment. Xia Youran glanced at the time and asked, "Have you eaten?" Lu Yang shook his head. Given the late hour, Xia Youran prepared a simple dish of noodles, adding an egg and a couple of green vegetables. She felt a bit embarrassed, as there were leftovers from the previous night, but she wanted him to have something fresh. She certainly wouldn't let Lu Yang eat leftovers. That was unhealthy. Lu Yang, genuinely hungry, had been dragged out shopping by his mother since the morning. Well, it wasn't precisely morning. It was already past 11 o'clock. In any case, Mrs. Zheng had already had her lunch and merely inquired if Lu Yang was hungry. At that moment, he had just woken up and had little appetite, so he replied that he wasn't hungry. Consequently, he was taken out, where he managed to eat only a couple of bites of a sandwich. After a long day of shopping, his mother announced that a delicious dinner awaited them, and as they prepared to head home, Lu Yang received a call just as he got out of the car and rode his bike over. Now, as he ate the noodles, everything seemed delectable. Hearing Xia Yuran's words, the young man, with his head down, responded, "No problem, it's very tasty." Xia Youran then breathed a sigh of relief. She had barely taken a few bites when Lu Yang had already finished. He even discovered a hidden fried egg at the bottom of the bowl. The delightful feeling of finding a hidden treasure like an egg at the end of a meal was simply exquisite. It wasn't merely about the egg. It was the sensation of being favored that was so gratifying. Lu Yang, noticing Xia Youran, who was intently eating with her head bowed, suddenly chuckled. "Why did you hide an egg?" Xia Youran looked up at him, winking playfully, her smile sweet, "Because when I was little, if my mom or dad secretly hid an egg from me, I would be overjoyed. Now I want you to feel that joy too." Lu Yang, intrigued, glanced at her bowl and asked, "So, did you hide it?" Xia Youran hadn't anticipated he would ask such a question, and she honestly shook her head, no. After her parents had passed away, her grandmother was unaware of this little secret, so no one prepared such surprises for her anymore. Eventually, she stopped caring. Lu Yang picked up the fried egg and placed it in her bowl, saying, "This isn't hidden, but it's for you." After placing it down, he then recalled, "If you mind it, I can make you another one." As he spoke, he began to lift it again. Yet, his chopsticks were caught by hers, and she replied, I don't mind. It's not like I've never had one before. Xia Youran almost blurted out, it's not like we've never kissed. Why should we care about this? Besides, this was Lu Yang. However, she quickly realized that they had shared meals before. The brief pause rendered her statement somewhat awkward. Yet, Lu Yang, momentarily oblivious to this, particularly when he saw Xia Youran smiling sweetly at him and saying, Thank you, I'm very happy. She resembled a delightful little girl, making it difficult for him to think of anything else. Lu Yang remarked, Do you enjoy the feeling of being uniquely cherished? Who wouldn't tea like that? Xia Youran retorted, Everyone desires to be cherished in a unique way. However, her parents, who had always favored her, had not returned home for a long time. Observing her disappointment, Lu Yang smiled, From now on, I'll make sure you're different from others. At least with me, you can be. The affection you seek, I can provide. Chapter 79. The desire to touch the white moonlight was somewhat excessive and delusional. Xia Youran gazed at Lu Yang, hearing his words. Her heart began to race. Regardless of whether he was merely trying to placate her or if he truly meant it, those words alone were enough to fill her with joy. Xia Youran nodded, saying, Thank you, Lu Yang. Lu Yang pointed at her noodles, urging, Quickly eat. It's quite delicious. But why do you keep saying thank you to me? Because I truly appreciate it. You've helped me immensely, Xia Youran replied before lowering her head to continue eating. Lu Yang sat opposite her, observing as she elegantly yet swiftly consumed her noodles. Eating quickly seemed to be an exclusive skill of high school seniors. Their schedules were so tight that only a few, like Ji Xiang, would leisurely savor their meals. The rest devoured their food with alacrity. At that moment, Lu Yang remarked, You've helped me a lot as well. Thanks to you, I managed to catch up with my studies, and you even brought me lunch occasionally. As the conversation unfolded, Xia Youran expressed her lingering concerns, saying, 38,000, doesn't that seem a bit excessive? It appears rather inappropriate. Lu Yang smiled upon hearing her finally broach the subject. It's not too much, he volunteered for it. Moreover, that 38,000 served a purpose. Xia Youran, under the impression that Lu Yang intended to use that sum for himself, promptly set down her chopsticks and grabbed her phone, exclaiming, Then I'll transfer it to you. Observing her swift movement, devoid of any hesitation or inquiry as to why she wished to send him money, Lu Yang quickly reached out to grasp her wrist, inadvertently leading to physical contact between them. It's not for me. It's for you. Lu Yang hastily corrected her. Xia Youran stared at Lu Yang's hand, holding her wrist for a moment before meeting his gaze. What is its purpose? I seem to have no use for it. Yet, the money was indeed sufficient to allow her to avoid delivering takeout and sustain herself until her high school graduation. Initially, she had assumed Lu Yang was considering this angle. To her surprise, he continued, The old district will be redeveloped soon. That 38,000 should be enough to purchase the apartment you lived in before. Such information could only have come from Lu Yang's family's connections, as it was unlikely to be gleaned otherwise. The old district's properties were dilapidated, lacking basic amenities, and a few tens of thousands were hardly sufficient to sell anything. However, with the impending redevelopment, those properties would be worth something. Lu Yang inquired, Are you of age yet? Xia Youran pursed her lips, replying, I turn 18 in December. That's all right. Your grandmother's signature will suffice. You can use this money to buy back your old home, and within a year, you may very well acquire a place of your own. Even if you decide against the property, you could still receive a substantial sum. Xia Youran, observing Lu Yang's earnest planning, asked, Did you hear this at home? It became clear that the landlord's sudden decision to cease renting to them was indeed influenced by Lu Yang. It was highly probable that the compensation of over 2,000 had also come from him. Rest assured, the information is reliable, a guaranteed profit. Just go ahead and buy. Lu Yang reassured her, mentally tallying whether he should also invest in a few properties himself. Xia Youran regarded Lu Yang, sensing a certain innocence about him. Were their roles reversed today, she might have chosen not to divulge such matters directly to him, but instead would have sought a more sophisticated approach to elicit his utmost gratitude. Regardless of her feelings for him, she would have garnered his appreciation. She recalled the last time she had seen Lu Yang's parents in the office, understanding that such parents could only raise someone as forthright as Lu Yang. Unlike her, who appeared pure and innocent on the surface, yet was inherently calculating. Even in her interactions with Lu Yang, she often sought ways to capture his attention and sympathy. Xia Youran lowered her gaze to conceal the self-doubt in her eyes. Lu Yang was truly remarkable. The closer she got to him, the more she appreciated his qualities. This realization made her feel that her desire to reach for the untainted moonlight was somewhat excessive and fanciful. Yet, she longed for this boy named Lu Yang. Don't worry. When the time comes, just give me the money, and I'll have someone handle the purchase. It won't be a bother, Lu Yang stated, observing Xia Youran, who appeared to be lost in thought. Hello, miss. Are you listening to me? He teased, shaking his hand in front of her. Xia Youran looked up at Lu Yang, affirming that she was indeed listening. That's all that matters, Lu Yang replied. There were numerous ways to assist her, though they all seemed inapplicable. If they had only recently met, Lu Yang would have hesitated to speak so candidly, but now that they had grown closer, he felt comfortable. Speaking directly was far more convenient than covertly helping someone. It felt rather odd otherwise. At that moment, Lu Yang awaited Xia Yuran's response, oblivious to her thoughts of how she might secretly cherish him. Xia Youran nodded obediently in response to Lu Yang's animated gestures. All right, I'll follow your lead. I want to say thank you now, but I will repay you in the future. Just then, Lu Yang's phone vibrated several times with incoming messages, though he paid them no mind. Xia Youran glanced at his phone and noticed the anime character on his lock screen, her eyes flashing with contemplation. He previously had a character in a maid outfit as his wallpaper. Does he like that sort of thing? She mused. However, Lu Yang did not favor it. The lock screen had been changed by Ji Xiang, who had a penchant for such things. Lu Yang had found the original wallpaper rather unattractive, so he had casually replaced it. He was indifferent to such trivial matters and remained unaware of the ulterior motives brewing in Xia Yuran's mind. Continuing, Lu Yang explained, once the house is purchased, you can rent it out before the redevelopment begins. Although the rent may be modest, it will still provide some income. In that area, a rental property could fetch only 200 or 300 yuan, which was hardly substantial, but it was better than nothing. Xia Youran concealed her own agenda while outwardly appearing to listen attentively to Lu Yang. She nodded in agreement with everything he said. Finally, Xia Youran asked, will that old lady who really return to her hometown? Yet, she was more inclined to believe they were merely making idle threats. Upon mentioning that family, Lu Yang's expression darkened. Oh, thanks for the reminder. I'll have someone keep an eye on them. If they don't leave, they'll be sent back. Xia Youran hesitated, wondering if that was too extreme. Deep down, she felt a thrill. She was not an innocent person. Her nature was to repay grievances in kind. Lu Yang reassured her, it's not excessive. I've been quite civil by not retaliating. Xia Youran replied, all right then, thank you, Lu Yang. Chapter 80. Unbeknownst to her, could he hear the fervent beating of her heart? The next day, school awaited, and Lu Yang did not linger long, returning home early. Before leaving, he inquired whether Xia Youran would be going out that evening, to which she assured him she would not. With that, he felt at ease, knowing she was now living in a much safer neighborhood. Upon arriving home, he found Lu Tong there. Back already? Lu Tong asked, glancing at his son as he entered. Lu Yang nodded, looking towards his mother, who was busy in the kitchen. Mom, what are you making? Is there anything to eat? At his age, his appetite was considerable. One bowl of noodles would hardly suffice. He refrained from eating too much at Xia Yuran's home, for fear she would offer him all the remaining eggs. Such behavior may have seemed foolish, but Lu Yang genuinely believed she could do it. In his eyes, Xia Youran remained an innocent, pure flower. Zheng Hui turned at the sound of her son's voice. Oh, just a moment. Lu Yang replied affirmatively and settled into the single armchair beside his father. Why aren't you working late today? Your mother said you stood her up, and she had no one to dine with, so I returned, Lu Tong said, his tone laced with feigned exasperation, though a smile graced his face. Ah, it's just their couple's banter, Lu Yang thought, remaining unfazed. Lu Tong continued, I just received a call. Did someone offend you? Upon hearing this, Lu Yang instantly recognized it must have been Mr. Hu. To be acquainted with him likely meant he was involved in substantial business dealings. Lu Yang did not deny the accusation and nodded in affirmation. Yes, he was indeed using his influence to intimidate others, and although he had to pay, he had promised to send his mother back to the countryside. He could not simply renege on his word. Upon hearing this, Lu Tong nodded in agreement. Very well. I shall have someone remind him. He did not even inquire about the details of the incident. Lu Yang chuckled, Dad. Aren't you even going to ask what happened? What if I were the one abusing my power? Lu Tong glanced at his phone and replied, Isn't that to be expected? I work diligently so that you and your mother can benefit from my influence. What else would I gain from it? Lu Yang reflected on his upbringing, acknowledging that it had not been easy for him to remain upright amidst such circumstances. Given his parents' attitudes, it seemed that in their eyes, their child could do no wrong. Yet, Lu Yang felt a deep appreciation for his parents. They had indeed provided him with a nurturing environment. Choosing not to dampen the mood with any pessimistic remarks, Lu Yang confirmed the details regarding the demolition in the old district and asked Lu Tong to assist in purchasing a house, while also briefly recounting the day's events. Upon hearing this, Lu Tong inquired, Is that classmate of yours, Xia Youran? Lu Yang nodded. Yes, it is she. She is also my tutoring teacher. Lu Tong glanced toward the kitchen, then turned to his son with a sigh, lowering his voice. There are still uncertainties surrounding Xia Youran's family situation. If it is indeed an issue with her parents, it would not be wise for you two to get involved at this moment. It could negatively affect your uncle and cousin. Though Lu Tong held considerable authority in this matter, the truth was that his business acumen was rather mediocre. Their family's success largely relied on the support of Lu Yang's uncle, who had always been kind to them. Thus, Lu Yang was acutely aware that many of their family's decisions had to take into account the implications for his uncle and cousin. At this point, Lu Yang absorbed his father's words in silence, responding eventually with a simple, I understand. However, he refrained from asking Lu Tong to investigate further, as he had already reached out to his cousin, who had assured him of assistance in gathering information. The issue Xia Youran mentioned made Lu Yang ponder whether the entire system was flawed. He feared the possibility of alarming the situation. After enjoying the wontons his mother had made, Lu Yang returned to his room to sleep. The sounds of his parents conversing softly in the living room lingered in the background. Feeling fatigued, he quickly succumbed to slumber after taking a shower. In a dream, he grasped Xia Youran's hand. Lu Yang's strength was not to be underestimated. He had indeed pulled her upward, but just as he was about to lift her, a sudden strike came from behind him. Darkness enveloped his vision, yet he did not release his grip. The second and third blows followed, and ultimately, Lu Yang lost consciousness. When he awoke, he truly felt as though he had been beaten. His neck was particularly sore, causing him to stiffly make his way to school. Along the way, Ji Xiang laughed at him for quite some time. You look utterly ridiculous. His delight in Lu Yang's predicament was glaringly apparent. Lu Yang raised his hand, ready to strike Ji Xiang, who dashed away, laughing. The two arrived at school quite late, just as morning classes were about to commence. Lu Yang placed the breakfast he had brought in front of Xia Youran, urging, Hurry up and eat. By now, everyone had grown accustomed to this gesture from him. Xia Youran did not rush to open her breakfast. Instead, she fixed her gaze on Lu Yang's neck and asked, What happened? You look quite stiff. Lu Yang chuklet ligli. I slept in a bad position and twisted my neck. Xiaoying, who was watching, exclaimed, Ouch! Twisting your neck must hurt. Then she recalled something and looked at Xia Youran. Why, Youran? You helped me when I twisted my neck before. Lu Yang was surprised and turned to Xia Youran. You have that skill? Xia Youran looked back at him. Well, would you like to give it a try? Lu Yang nodded. Sure, but let us wait until lunch. You should eat first. Xia Youran, concerned, continued to scrutinize his neck but ultimately agreed. After the morning classes, neither Xia Youran nor Lu Yang went to lunch. They had Ji Xiang pack food for them. At this time, most of the students had gone to eat, leaving only a few who were engrossed in their studies. Lu Yang felt like a useless sheep, his neck stiff and painful at the slightest movement. Xia Youran turned to him and asked, Can I help you? Lu Yang met her gaze and replied, Sure, but be gentle, Miss Xia. My neck is really stuck. His voice was filled with helplessness. Xia Youran couldn't help but laugh at his tone. She stood up and positioned herself behind him, as he was seated at the back of the classroom where there was ample space. Her cool hands gently rested on his neck. Relax a bit, don't be tense. Hearing her soothing tone, Lu Yang chuckled, I'm not tense. Before he could finish his sentence, someone behind him leaned in closer, his head resting against something soft and warm. Lu Yang stiffened, finding himself leaning against Xia Youran. The The familiar scent of her body wash mixed with detergent wafted into his nostrils, and as he slightly raised his head, he bumped against something soft. Lu Yang stammered, "Okay. Okay, it's fine now," genuinely unable to relax even a little. Xia Yuran's hands trembled slightly, feeling the weight of the boy's head resting gently against her. She wondered if he could hear the rapid beating of her heart.